At the outset, invincible, Changge traverses a fantastical realm, binding himself to a sign-in system that bestows rewards of cultivation and various extraordinary treasures each day. While others toil relentlessly to ascend to higher realms, he has already ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Dao, becoming an unseen emperor whose strength even he cannot fully comprehend. Initially, he intended to recline peacefully on Zizhu Peak, enjoying a life of leisure, when suddenly the system issued a task to accept disciples. At Qingxin Sect, Changge lay leisurely on a bench, eyes closed in repose. Ding! Today's sign-in successful, awarded 3,000 years of cultivation and 109 turn golden pills. The melodious notification resonated in his mind as he casually tossed a ginseng fruit into his mouth. The sweet juice slid down his throat, transforming into a gentle warmth that nourished his already perfected physical form. A decade of sign-in life had brought his cultivation to the limits of this world, reaching the apex of the emperor level. The treasures that could drive cultivators of the continent into madness had long become commonplace for him. 10 years prior, he was merely an ordinary mountaineering enthusiast on Earth, who, in a bid to save a little girl who had fallen, plummeted off a precipice. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar world, where thunderous roars filled the air. Gazing upward, he beheld two figures darting through the sky like meteors. Each clash between them unleashed terrifying energy storms, shaking the earth and fracturing the mountains. Changge's eyes widened in terror, yearning to flee, yet his legs felt weak and immobile. The original body he inhabited was that of a shepherd boy from a nearby village, orphaned at a young age, surviving by tending the village chief's cattle. At this moment, he stood frozen in fear, paralyzed by the sudden chaos. Unfortunately, a wave of terrifying residual energy swept through like a blade, striking the shepherd boy directly, who collapsed without uttering a sound. In that instant, Changge's soul was inexplicably drawn by a mysterious force, instantly occupying the shepherd boy's body. When he awoke once more, he found himself lying atop a mist-shrouded peak, beside a weakened figure radiating blue light. This figure was the Zizhu Taoist, who gazed at Changge with a flicker of compassion, understanding that the boy had suffered due to the chaos. He took Changge back to Zizhu Peak, recognizing his potential for cultivation, and imparted the methods of practice. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of Zizhu Peak, the Zizhu Taoist proclaimed. Changge nodded, feeling a mix of gratitude and confusion. He had never imagined that he would transition from an ordinary youth to a member of the cultivation world. However, half a month later, after entrusting Zizhu Peak to Changge, the Taoist vanished. From that moment on, Changge became the master of Zizhu Peak. Shortly after the Taoist's departure, an electronic voice echoed in Changge's mind. Sign-in system activated. His pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing as if gripped by an invisible hand before being released, pounding wildly against his chest. System? He murmured instinctively. The coveted golden finger had finally arrived. As a modern youth well-versed in web literature, he understood all too well the significance of those two words: a lifeline in dire straits, a ticket to alter fate, the starting point for countless protagonists on their ascent to greatness. Before he could fully recover from his astonishment, the cold electronic voice resonated again, each word striking his heart like a hammer. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Zizhu Peak. You have acquired the Hongming Divine Body. The Hongming Divine Body. Changge gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as his breath quickened. The term Hongming, even in Earth's mythological narratives, symbolizes the primordial essence that birthed the universe, the beginning of all things, the chaos from which everything emerged. Would you like to integrate? The system has concealed the heavenly secrets, thus avoiding any unusual phenomena. To his surprise, the system was quite considerate. Integrate, he declared, feeling an indescribable warmth surge through his limbs, as if parched earth had welcomed a nourishing rain. The meridians, once sluggish due to his previous incarnation, now visibly widened and strengthened. His pores seemed to rejoice, greedily absorbing the thin spiritual energy in the air. At that moment, information regarding the Hongming Divine Body flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Hongming Divine Body, the supreme physique of all realms. Those possessing this body cultivate at a speed 100-fold that of ordinary individuals, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth far beyond the mundane, and are immune to most law-based attacks. 100-fold cultivation speed? Immune to law-based attacks? Changge's heart raced as if ignited by firecrackers, his face alight with incredulous ecstasy. He recalled the cataclysmic battle from half a month ago, the devastation wrought upon the heavens and earth, the original body obliterated by residual energy, and the fear and uncertainty that accompanied his arrival in this world. In a realm where destruction loomed at every turn, weakness was indeed a sin, and now, the system had bestowed upon him the most formidable capital. Gu Changge pinched his thigh, the sharp pain grounding him in reality, affirming that this was no dream. Ha! He could no longer contain his excitement, bursting into hearty laughter that echoed across the vast expanse of Zizhu Peak, a release of pent-up emotions, mingled with hopes for the future and a sense of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. From an ordinary youth on Earth to a shepherd boy who met his demise, to becoming the master of Zizhu Peak, and ultimately acquiring an unparalleled sign-in system and the Hongming divine body, this brief journey of half a month was more extraordinary and convoluted than his entire previous life. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changge endeavored to quell his exhilaration. With such extraordinary capital at his disposal, the path ahead was bound to be anything but ordinary. Yet, he understood that in this perilous world, caution was the key to survival. What of the Hongming divine body? What of the sign-in system? For now, I shall cultivate in seclusion and safeguard my life. Gu Changge inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. From that day forth, he began his daily sign-in routine. Each day, he would sign in on Zizhu Peak. The rewards varied greatly, sometimes yielding powerful artifacts imbued with ancient energies, at other times elixirs that enhanced his cultivation. Notably, the cultivation rewards constituted a significant portion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in, gaining 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in, acquiring 3,000 years of cultivation and the Hongming primordial art. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in, obtaining the supreme emperor weapon, the Qian Kuan mirror. With each successive sign-in, Gu Changge's cultivation skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Thanks to the terrifying cultivation speed of the Hongming divine body, coupled with the vast amounts of cultivation rewards from the system, he felt his realm undergo a monumental transformation after just half a month, reaching the legendary pinnacle of this world, the Emperor Realm. As the last remnants of energy within him completed their metamorphosis, the purple-golden clouds began to surge, heralding the emergence of a wondrous phenomenon. Without raising an eyelid, he lazily commanded the air, system, conceal it. As soon as he spoke, the surging purple-golden clouds were abruptly stifled, as if someone had severed their power. Even the law chains, which had descended halfway, vanished like smoke in the wind, leaving no trace behind. Among the top-tier forces in the Eastern Domain, the ancient beings in seclusion opened their eyes in unison, yet perceived nothing amiss. How curious, mused one elder, stroking his chin. Could it be that I have been in seclusion too long, and am now hallucinating? The system contained the imperial pressure that should have stirred the heavens and earth, preventing the gaze of celestial will from intruding, allowing the cultivators of this continent to miss witnessing a moment of miraculous significance. At this moment, Gu Changge stood at the summit of Zizhu Peak, his fingertips delicately manipulating a strand of newly birthed imperial law, his gaze calm and undisturbed. For him, the Emperor Realm was merely a commonplace sight along the path of sign-ins. The true journey had only just begun, that he could distinctly perceive the magnificent spiritual energy of the universe surging within him, every cell brimming with vitality. Even he himself was unaware of the extent of his newfound strength, merely sensing that a simple wave of his hand could create a chasm in the very land beneath him. However, Gu Changge did not allow this power to inflate his ego. He continued to sign in punctually each day, opting instead to further conceal his aura with greater depth. Chapter 2. The Apprentice Gathering. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and acquiring 5,000 years of cultivation. Since the host cultivation has reached the limit that this world can bear, the sign-in cultivation will be temporarily stored in the system, and the host may extract it at will. Gu Changge listened to the system's prompt, his lips twitching slightly. He delicately pinched a freshly plucked amethyst grape, its juice trickling down his fingers and forming a small, glistening stain on the white jade table. Is the Emperor Realm truly the pinnacle? He raised an eyebrow, gazing into the void as if he could pierce the clouds and glimpse the world's boundaries. He pondered the appearance of higher realms, perhaps celestial beings shattering the void or cosmic wanderers traversing the starry seas. Yet, the system's notification doused all his fantasies like a cold splash of water. A warning flashed in his mind. The barrier strength of this world is detected to be at the mortal level. Forcing a breakthrough to the Emperor Realm will trigger a collapse of the laws, likely resulting in the disintegration of the plane. Gu Changge smacked his lips and popped the grape into his mouth. If the plane were to collapse, would even his purple bamboo peak be reduced to dust? He had no desire to become the harbinger of destruction, nor did he wish to witness the demise of the entire Xianhuan continent. Very well. If it must be stored, then so be it. He shrugged, not overly disheartened. After all, the peak cultivation of the Emperor Realm was already more than sufficient for him to squander. Having died once, Gu Changge now cherished his life immensely, yearning only for longevity. He recalled the excitement he felt upon activating the system, when he had stayed awake all night, thrilled by the introduction of the Hongmeng divine body. Convinced that one day he would tread upon the heavens and strike down gods and demons. Yet, as he approached unparalleled invincibility, he found himself valuing life all the more. At this moment, his divine sense could effortlessly sweep across the entire eastern domain, perceiving an ancient monster breaking through its bottleneck in a hidden valley. He could also glimpse the monstrous waves stirred by an ancient beast stirring in the deep sea. However, the clearer he saw the vastness and dangers of this world, the more he wished to remain within the confines of Purple Bamboo Peak. Though he was currently invincible, what if celestial beings truly existed? Gu Changge, who had often watched tales of fantasy in his previous life, was acutely aware of the tropes within these worlds. He stroked his chin, resolving to maintain his composure. In his view, as long as he could steadily sign in at Purple Bamboo Peak, continuously enhance his strength, and steer clear of disputes and dangers, that would suffice. As for the splendor and strife of the outside world, let them drift away with the wind. As 10 years passed, his understanding of this world deepened. This realm was known as the Xianhuang Great World, vast and boundless, teeming with powerful beings, replete with countless secret realms and ancient legacies. The cultivation realms, in ascending order, were Body Refinement Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Core Condensation Realm, Purple Mansion Realm, Cave Heaven Realm, Celestial Human Realm, King Realm, Sage Realm, Saint King Realm. Great Sage, Quasi-Emperor, and Emperor. Gu Changge had long since reached the Emperor Realm and had now surpassed many others. The Xianhuang Great World was comprised of 5 major regions: the Eastern Domain, Western Domain, Southern Domain, Northern Domain, and Central Domain. Each major region housed countless formidable forces. The Central Continent served as the heart of the Xianhuang Great World, gathering numerous top-tier powers and experts. In addition to these major regions, the Xianhuang Great World contained many mysterious areas such as forbidden zones, secret realms, and ancient stars. The forbidden zones are peerless realms, rumored to be inhabited by ancient entities of unfathomable power, deterring all but the most audacious from trespassing. The mystical domains are rich in celestial energy and resources, periodically opening their gates to entice countless cultivators in search of adventure and treasure. Ancient stars, drifting amidst the cosmos, may harbor formidable civilizations and legacies. The Qingxian sect is nestled deep within the Kangming Mountains of the eastern region of the Xianhuang continent, with its gates as the epicenter. No other sect dares to challenge its supremacy within a radius of 1,000 miles. In this territory, Qingxian sect reigns supreme, evoking reverence from both cultivators and common folk alike. It stands alongside the 6 other major sects, collectively known as the 7 sects of Xianzhou. However, when placed within the vast expanse of the eastern region, the significance of Qingxian sect pales in comparison. The eastern region sprawls over an immense area stretching billions of miles, dotted with numerous ancient sects and sacred lands boasting millennia of heritage. Any one of these illustrious entities far surpasses Qingxian sect in terms of depth and power. To these colossal powers, Qingxian sect is merely an inconspicuous sect within the eastern region. Its foothold in this corner of the land relies heavily on its foundational 7 major peaks. Qingyun Peak, the residence of the sect leader, shrouded in mist year-round. Resembling a celestial palace, serves as the epicenter of authority. The remaining 6 peaks include Danding Peak, Jinxiao Peak, Qingyue Peak, Luoxiao Peak, Jinyue Peak, and Feiyin Peak. These 7 peaks, with their 1,000-year legacies and unique strengths, collectively uphold the facade of Qingxian sect. Beyond the 7 major peaks lies a singular mountain, Zizhu Peak. A century ago, the Zizhu Taoist wandered here, fortuitously arriving as the sect leader faced a perilous pursuit by formidable foes. The Zizhu Taoist intervened, preserving the leader's life. Their spirits resonated, and an instant camaraderie blossomed. Grateful for the Taoist's timely assistance, the leader, against the counsel of others, extended an invitation for him to join Qingxian sect. To honor this bond, the leader permitted the Zizhu Taoist to establish a peak of his own, naming it Zizhu Peak. Although not officially among the 7 major peaks, it enjoys an equal standing. Yet, the Zizhu Taoist, a free spirit, eschews constraints. Despite his affiliation with Qingxian sect, he has never taken a disciple, preferring solitude on Zizhu Peak, aloof from the mundane affairs of the sect. It was not until Gu Changge arrived that Zizhu Peak welcomed a second master. However, after the Zizhu Taoist departed, the vastness of Zizhu Peak returned to solitude, leaving Gu Changge alone once more. Standing atop Zizhu Peak, Gu Changge gazed into the swirling mists, his heart awash with emotions. 10 years had passed, and he pondered the fate of those in his former world. He sighed softly, only to break into a smile. Yet, since he had arrived in this realm, he resolved to embrace it fully. Suddenly, a distant, resonant chime echoed through the air, 3 long and 2 short notes, signaling the commencement of the Qingxian sect's disciple recruitment assembly. Changge turned his gaze toward the direction of the sect's gates. Amidst the swirling mists, throngs of figures moved like a bustling colony of ants. At that moment, a light, buoyant footfall approached along the bamboo path, accompanied by the subtle rustle of flowing spiritual energy. A steady footfall approached, accompanied by a long, measured breath, clearly signifying a mastery at the Dan condensation stage. "Uncle Gu, are you present?" The voice, clear and tinged with a hint of cautious respect, resonated through the air. Changge turned his head to see a young man clad in a moon-white Taoist robe standing outside the bamboo dwelling. With a countenance like jade and eyes adorned with faint smile lines, he was none other than Li Xianfeng, a direct disciple of the sect leader. At the age of 20, he was 2 years Changge's senior. However, in terms of hierarchy, he was obliged to address him as Uncle Master, holding a luminous white jade slip. He hastily bowed upon meeting Changge's gaze, the embroidered characters Qing, Xian on his sleeve glimmering softly in the sunlight. "Uncle Gu, today marks our sect's recruitment of new disciples, and the Master has specifically instructed me to invite you to observe and see if any candidates catch your eye, to enhance the prestige of Zizhu Peak." Li Xianfeng stated respectfully, anticipation evident in his tone. As he raised his eyes, his gaze inadvertently swept across the surroundings, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. Indeed, Zizhu Peak was a treasure trove. The moment he stepped onto the stone steps, he felt the spiritual energy within his dantian invigorate, and now, standing before the bamboo dwelling, he sensed every pore of his being unfurling with vitality. His sea of consciousness subtly expanded, and the stagnation he had felt at the mid-stage of Dan condensation seemed to show signs of loosening. Upon hearing this, Changge felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Was it already time for recruitment once more? He sighed helplessly, his tone laden with reluctance. "Once again, the Master is urging me to take on disciples during these recruitment gatherings. However, I have only been cultivating for a few years, just reaching the Dan condensation stage. How could I possibly have the capability to teach others?" Changge contemplated, reasoning that only a handful of prodigious disciples within the sect had attained the Dan condensation stage. Having only been part of the sect for a decade, manifesting his cultivation at this stage was hardly unreasonable. Any claim beyond that would be overly ostentatious. He spoke with an air of sincerity, as if portraying himself as a mere novice in the realm of cultivation. Is this even a reasonable statement? He mused. While others might conceal their true abilities by hiding 1 or 2 realms, this individual had audaciously regressed 9 major realms from the Emperor stage. Li Xuanfeng's grip on the jade slip faltered momentarily, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his eyes. He could distinctly sense the aura of the Dan condensation stage emanating from Changge, yet he found it hard to fully believe. "Uncle Gu, you are far too modest," Li Xianfeng replied, maintaining a gentle smile while his mind raced with questions. How could Changge, the peak master of Zizhu, possibly be limited to only the Dan condensation stage? Perhaps he had already brushed against the threshold of the Purple Palace realm? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he was the heir of the Zizhu Taoist, and his innate talent must be extraordinary, merely tempered by a humble disposition. Changge cast a sidelong glance at Li Xianfeng, as if peering into his thoughts. This young man was more astute than he had anticipated. Let him guess away. If he could discern my true realm, he would indeed be impressive. Let us not dwell on this. Changge diverted the conversation, his gaze sweeping over the main peak shrouded in clouds and mist. "How has the sect leader been of late?" "The Master is in good health. Just a few days ago, he spoke fondly of you," Li Xianfeng replied. Li Xianfeng seamlessly joined the conversation, his tone significantly lighter. When he first arrived at Zizhu Peak, having just entered the body refinement realm, the several peak masters genuinely treated him like their own child. During that period, the sect master frequently brought along jade slips of techniques, personally guiding him through the nuances of breathing methods, even correcting the angle of his fingertips as they concentrated spiritual power. The master of Qingwe Peak was even more straightforward, often preparing a pot of body-refining spiritual soup, gruffly insisting that one must supplement their growth, all the while keeping a watchful eye until he finished every last drop. At that time, they were all mighty cultivators of the cave heaven realm, condescending to serve as mentors for a mere child, a gesture that Changge has always cherished in his heart. However, as time passed, they gradually began to notice something amiss. The exceptional spiritual vein acquired through the system's sign-in had been subtly integrated beneath Zizhu Peak, leading to a spiritual energy concentration that was already 100-fold greater than elsewhere, coupled with the various rare treasures emanating their profound essences. This place had transformed into a natural sanctuary for cultivation. As the sect master continued his teachings, he began to meditate at the peak, claiming it was to cultivate together. After delivering the soup, the master of Changge Peak would always insist on staying to supervise him until he finished, only to end up sitting for half a day, leaving while patting his belly and remarking on the invigorating aroma of the soup. Over time, an unspoken understanding developed among them. Changge glanced at Li Xianfeng, who was subtly channeling spiritual energy beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. This young lad was likely hoping to absorb some of the spiritual essence. Yet given his status as the sect master's direct disciple, allowing him to linger a bit longer was perfectly acceptable. At the age of 20, attaining the condensation pill realm made him a paragon within the Qingxian sect. However, in the grand scheme of the eastern region, many had reached this level at a similar age. As the new generation's chief disciple of Qingxian sect, his cultivation was still somewhat lacking. Well, perhaps he could be afforded some special training in the future, Changge mused. I heard your master has recently made a breakthrough? Li Xianfeng paused, then nodded with a smile. Indeed, last month my master mentioned that during a brief stay with you, he had an epiphany and broke through. Changge comprehended the situation. It was the cup of enlightenment tea he casually brewed for the sect master that had played a role. Back when he first signed in, the rewards from the system had accumulated into a mountain. Changge selected some seemingly inconspicuous items, claiming they were relics left behind by the Zizhu Daoist. Initially, the peak masters hesitated, but upon realizing that Changge's treasures were endless, they accepted them half-heartedly. Now, the peak masters of Qingxian sect appeared to be in the cave heaven realm on the surface, yet secretly, they had all stepped into the king realm, each concealing their advancements to avoid drawing the ire of other sections. Even the several ancestors confined within the sect's forbidden grounds had managed to break through their current realms with Changge's occasional assistance in the form of lost treasures, greatly extending their lifespans. Yet, none of these old fellows had emerged from their seclusion post-breakthrough. They continued to maintain their frail appearances, seemingly on the brink of death, which prompted Changge to internally marvel at their craftiness. Even the sect master had quietly ascended to the pinnacle of the king realm, cheerfully dispensing wisdom to everyone, advocating for a methodical approach to cultivation, emphasizing the importance of steady accumulation. Just like Li Xianfeng before him, who, despite possessing exceptional talent, consistently suppressed his cultivation, likely at the sect master's behest. You all. Changge shook his head gently, retrieving a jade box from the stone table. Inside were the tranquil heart lotus seeds he had discovered while organizing the storeroom a few days prior. Take these and brew some tea. They are beneficial for stabilizing one's mind, he advised. Li Xuanfeng's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the box with both hands. He had encountered references to these heart lotus seeds in ancient texts, which claimed they could purify the heart's demons and enhance cultivation speed, making them a treasure for breaking through realms. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he noticed Changge had already turned to walk towards the bamboo cottage, leaving him to swallow his appreciation silently. Over the years, he had accompanied his master to Zizhu Peak numerous times, each visit yielding treasures left behind by the Zizhu Daoist. Gradually, he discerned a pattern. Although his master seemed casual, every offering was meticulously measured, precisely addressing their current predicaments. Master. Regarding the disciple selection conference, Li Xianfeng followed closely behind, his tone tinged with cautious inquiry. Changge donned a plain robe from the corner of the room, leisurely fastening his belt. Let us go and take a look. However, I must clarify that I may not necessarily take on a disciple. He was acutely aware that the sect leader had sent Li Xianfeng not solely for the purpose of recruitment. The lad had lingered at the Dan condensation stage for some time. Perhaps a brief stay at Zizhu Peak would facilitate a breakthrough. A smile blossomed on Li Xuanfeng's face as he stepped forward eagerly. Master, please, allow me to lead the way. The two descended along the bamboo path. Li Xianfeng inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant spiritual energy that permeated the air, feeling the power within his dantian grow increasingly vibrant, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder his master had said that frequent visits to Zizhu Peak were a tremendous fortune. Glancing at the light-footed Li Xianfeng beside him, Changge's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. As for taking on a disciple, perhaps not just yet. He wished to relish a few more years of tranquility. However, considering that Li Xianfeng always brought osmanthus cakes during his visits, joining in the festivities might not be amiss. Chapter 4. The Eye of Illusion. Qingxian Sect, a renowned sect in Xianzhou, has garnered fame since its establishment for nurturing countless formidable cultivators. These individuals have either safeguarded peace in their domains or turned the tides during tumultuous times, ensuring that the name of Qingxian Sect resonates throughout the entire Xianzhou. The sect has always upheld principles of fairness and justice, never favoring any particular faction, nor engaging in worldly power struggles, regardless of their backgrounds. As long as one possesses sufficient talent and potential, They are afforded equal opportunities within Qingxian sect. Here, one can find their rightful place as long as they exhibit proper conduct. In this realm, strength and virtue are the sole standards by which a person is measured. It is precisely for this reason that Qingxian sect enjoys immense prestige in Xianzhou, standing resilient even after a millennium of trials. At this moment, the sect's plaza was filled with over 100 young cultivators. These elite individuals had successfully passed the rigorous assessments of Qingxian sect, their youthful features still bearing a hint of innocence, yet their eyes sparkled with ambition and aspiration. The time had come for the elders of the sect to select their disciples. To be chosen as a personal disciple by an elder would signify access to the most generous resources and meticulous guidance, paving the way for an extraordinary future. The young individuals stood tall, their gazes fervently directed towards the elders at the front, yearning for recognition. This year's candidates were indeed impressive. Observe the youth clad in blue, with an extraordinary physique, a promising material for body refinement. An elder from the Danding Peak stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Nearby, an elder from the Jianshao Peak glanced over, nodding slightly, not merely for body refinement. The girl to the east wields her sword with a flow of sword energy at her fingertips. She is a natural-born swordsmith. When selecting a successor, innate talent is undoubtedly significant, yet character must also be of the highest standard. The elder from the Qingyun Peak spoke solemnly. The legacy of our Qingxian sect cannot be entrusted to those with unscrupulous intentions. The other elders nodded in agreement, their gazes sweeping across the young individuals in the square, meticulously discerning their virtues. At that moment, all the elders' attention converged at the entrance of the square. A strikingly handsome man, clad in a flowing white Taoist robe, approached gracefully, the subtle purple bamboo patterns on his sleeves shimmering in the sunlight. His exquisite features, with sword-like brows arching into his temples and starry eyes sparkling as if capturing the Milky Way, were nothing short of breathtaking. With a nose akin to a gallbladder and lips resembling delicate vermilion, he epitomized a beauty seldom seen in the vast realms of the Xianhuang world. To describe his allure, let us say, he was as remarkably stunning as the reader of this text. All the female cultivators instinctively held their breath, while several young disciples, unable to contain themselves, gazed in rapture. After a moment, a few of the less experienced elders regained their composure, their brows furrowed. Isn't that Changge from the Purple Bamboo Peak? What is he doing here? The young stewards nearby exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with the name, and could not help but whisper, "Elder, who is he?" "He is the master of the Purple Bamboo Peak, Changge," replied an elder with white hair, his expression somewhat complex. The mention of the Purple Bamboo Peak elicited murmurs of astonishment from the crowd, with many displaying confusion. The 7 main peaks of the Qingxian sect were renowned. Yet there existed a unique entity, the Purple Bamboo Peak. This peak, while nominally part of the Qingxian sect, possessed near-independent authority, neither participating in the sect's daily affairs nor relinquishing certain resources. When the sect leader established this rule against considerable opposition, many voiced their discontent. However, out of respect for the sect leader's authority and the enigmatic figure of the Purple Bamboo Taoist, they refrained from further protest. The master of the Purple Bamboo Peak, Changge, had been a reclusive figure since he took charge a decade ago, to the extent that many new disciples were unaware of his existence. Doesn't Changge seem to possess only the cultivation of the condensing pill realm? A voice suddenly broke through the crowd, belonging to a recently promoted outer sect steward. His own cultivation was also in the condensing pill realm, and he sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Changge, unmistakably a hallmark of that realm. What do you know? Master Gu is not yet 20 years old this year. At 20, you were likely still in the foundation establishment realm. An older disciple, somewhat more familiar with Changge, retorted. As soon as those words were spoken, a hush fell over the square, for a young cultivator at the condensation dance stage, not yet 20, exhibited talents comparable to that of the sect leader's favored disciple, Brotherly. This revelation incited even louder whispers among the crowd. However, every master of the 7 main peaks was at the celestial realm. How could someone at the condensation dance stage possibly hold the position of a peak master? Do not speak recklessly. Master Zizhu has rendered great service to our sect. Is it inappropriate for his disciple to assume the role of peak master? Changge paid no heed to the murmurs, approaching the elders' seats and offering a slight bow to the assembled elders, a casual smile gracing his face. Changge pays his respects to all esteemed brothers. The master of Danding Peak shook his head in resignation. You rascal, is the sun rising in the west today? You never showed up for the disciple recruitment events in previous years, yet here you are now? I was bored at home and thought I might join the festivities. Changge replied with a nonchalant shrug. Brothers, please feel free to select your disciples without concern for me. I am merely here to observe. Just to observe? The master of Zhenyu Peak furrowed his brow, his tone turning serious. Changge, as the master of Zizhu Peak, you ought to consider the legacy of our lineage. You have not even taken in a single named disciple in the past decade. Zizhu Peak relies on you to thrive. Just as Changge was about to respond, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. A time-limited quest has been triggered. Zizhu passing the light. Do you accept? Quest requirements. Recruit a personal disciple with qualifications no lower than saint level. Quest reward. Unknown. Quest failure. No penalty. Changge's smile faltered for a moment as he inwardly criticized the system. Really, system? An unknown reward? Are you jesting with me? The system's cold voice resonated in his mind. The host need not question. The rewards upon completion of the quest are guaranteed to be substantial. Should the host accept the quest, a pair of Breaking Illusion's divine eyes will be awarded, capable of seeing through all deceptions and discerning the essence of all things. Breaking Illusion's divine eyes? Changge's curiosity was piqued. The ability to distinguish truth from falsehood and perceive the essence was indeed practical. He pondered, calculating silently. Accepting the quest grants me divine eyes, and failure incurs no penalty. This is undeniably a risk-free venture. Akin to acquiring a divine eye technique for free, a substantial profit. I accept. The host has accepted the quest. The Breaking Illusion's divine eyes have been successfully issued. A warm current flowed gently into his eyes, endowing him with extraordinary perception. As Changge reveled in his newfound ability, his spirits soared. After a moment's thought, he inquired inwardly, "Are you certain the rewards are generous? Don't give me a few worthless spirit stones as compensation later. The system's credibility is assured. Please complete the quest promptly." The system replied monotonously. Changge pursed his lips, choosing not to engage further with the system. After all, there was little to lose. Merely observing might lead him to encounter a suitable candidate. Yet, he possessed his own discernment. If a potential disciple failed to captivate his interest, regardless of their extraordinary talents or exceptional constitution, he would not spare them even a second glance, let alone take them under his wing. Ultimately, the matter of accepting disciples hinges on fate. As for the system's quest, over the years, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of this realm through diligent sign-ins. A mere quest reward held little significance in his eyes. He raised his gaze towards the multitude of disciples in the square. At that moment, his eyes felt a subtle warmth, as an extraordinary power surged into his vision. The moment the eye of illusion awakened, a vivid understanding of the levels of physical constitution manifested within his mind. In this world, talents are classified from low to high: mortal, spirit, celestial, sovereign, saint, and emperor. Each classification corresponds to a minimum achievement. For instance, those of celestial talent may reach the realm of the celestials, while those of sovereign talent, with proper cultivation, are assuredly destined for the sovereign realm, and may even knock on the door of sainthood given the right opportunities. The saint level is even more formidable, where the baseline achievement is sainthood, and those with exceptional gifts can ascend to the realm of the saint kings, or even achieve the status of a great emperor. The legendary emperor-level talent, if one does not falter along the way, is destined to ascend to the throne of great emperor and become the sovereign of a realm. However, it is crucial to note that talent is not absolute. There are individuals born with mere mortal talent who, through indomitable will and boundless opportunities, shatter their limitations. Conversely, some possessing saint-level talent may, due to insufficient temperament or premature demise, fade into obscurity. Nevertheless, talent remains an essential metric for gauging potential. Chapter 5. The body of a war god. Changge lifted his gaze towards the disciples in the square, and at that instant, a gentle warmth enveloped his eyes as an extraordinary force surged within. He recognized this as the manifestation of the eye of illusion. Instantly, the information of each disciple in the square appeared before him as if on a panel. Name: Zhao Hu. Age: 16. Talent: upper mortal. Physique: mortal body. Comprehension: average. Temperament: honest and direct. Name: Lin Wanner. Age: 14. Talent: lower spirit. Physique: mortal body. Comprehension: superior. Temperament: soft externally, firm internally. Name: Wang Chun. Age: 17. Talent: upper spirit. Physique: mortal body. Comprehension: average. Temperament: impulsive and hasty. Changge's gaze traversed the square, and through the extraordinary vision granted by the eye of illusion, the talents and physiques of the youthful disciples shimmered like fleeting lights. The upper spirit roots and the pinnacle mortal bones were mostly raw gems that could be sculpted, yet none met the system's requisite for saint-level talent. Indeed, such talent was rare. He pondered silently, preparing to withdraw his gaze when it suddenly fixated on the edge of the square. Name: Xiao Ruobai. Age: 15. Talent: emperor level. Physique: war god body. Incomplete, unawakened. Comprehension: extraordinary. Temperament: resilient and tenacious, Gu Change's pupils constricted. The war god body. He had encountered this physique in the ancient texts during his system registration. It was an ancient and formidable constitution dedicated to destruction. Capable of shaking gods and demons in adulthood, a single punch shattering myriad laws, truly an emperor-level talent. Yet, the word incomplete marred the physique description like a blemish. Glaringly out of place. System, why does this war god body come with an incompleteness? He questioned internally. The system responded that it detected the target had been sabotaged by a fatal curse, resulting in damage to the innate source and leading to incomplete development of the physique. The system's voice remained unremarkable, necessitating the use of innate spiritual essence to expel toxins and the 9 Revolutions golden elixir to mend the flawed constitution, thereby facilitating restoration. The youth lowered his eyelids, his long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath his eyes. Despite being merely 15 or 16 years of age, his back stood straight like a javelin, exuding an air of gravity unbecoming of his years. Gu Changge understood implicitly, his gaze settling upon the boy's eyes, which concealed a cold glimmer. This expression was not that of a naive child unacquainted with the world, but rather reminiscent of a blade tempered by blood. Gu Changge stroked his chin, mentally calculating. Taking this youth as a disciple seemed to be a commendable decision. His warrior physique held boundless potential, and judging by his temperament, he was not one to incite trouble. However, a flicker of hesitation remained. Accepting a disciple implied an additional burden of responsibility, and he feared that his current leisurely existence would be compromised. His fingertips twitched slightly, and the vision of the broken illusion divine eye quietly expanded. Fragments of the boy's past flickered like a revolving lantern, revealing the southern region of Xianzhou during the Great Yin dynasty. The red candles in the general's residence had yet to burn out. Yet the birthing chamber was suffused with a heavy stench of blood. When General Xiao Zhan burst in, drenched in blood, he beheld his wife lying lifeless in a pool of crimson, while the newborn in the cradle miraculously opened his eyes, silent and unweeping. That was the newly born Xiao Ruobai. Xiao Zhan, the guardian deity of the Great Yin dynasty, wielded formidable military might, instilling fear across the land. Yet his eminent accomplishments aroused the emperor's jealousy, rendering him a thorn in the emperor's side. Seizing the opportunity while he was away at war, a secret order infiltrated the general's residence, and a poisoned silver needle, imbued with a life-threatening curse, was stealthily plunged into the heart of the mother, targeting the unborn child as well. Perhaps it was fate. The needle veered slightly, preserving Xiao Ruobai's life, yet the malevolent chill of the curse corroded his essence. Investigate. I demand an investigation. Xiao Zhan's furious roar sent dust cascading from the rafters. As the guardian deity of the Great Yin dynasty, he had never tasted defeat in 17 fierce battles in the northern frontier, his spear capable of subduing countless barbarian tribes. Yet he could not protect his own wife and child. For the ensuing 3 years, spies from the general's south residence infiltrated the court and beyond. Anyone with even the slightest connection to the birthing chamber was thoroughly scrutinized. Yet, that poisoned silver needle appeared as if conjured from thin air, all leads ultimately leading to a dead end. It was not until the deep autumn of the 3rd year that the truth was unveiled by the dying words of an elderly eunuch. By this time, however, Xiao Zhan had long since lost the strength to overturn the table in fury. To prolong Xiao Ruobai's life, he nearly exhausted his military prestige, and the spiritual herbs he sought drained his family's wealth. The emperor, under the guise of rewarding military service, transferred his elite troops to the southern border, stripping him of his military authority entirely. Outside his residence, patrolling troops outnumbered his personal guards. Daddy, 3-year-old Xiao Ruobai coughed in his cradle, his small face turning purple. The cold aura of the curse was gradually eroding his meridians, let alone cultivating. Even running and jumping proved laborious compared to other children. Xiao Zhan gazed at his son's frail form, swallowing the metallic taste of blood that had risen to his lips. He removed his helmet, sealing away the long spear that had tasted the blood of countless barbarians into the armory, and the following day submitted his resignation. I, Xiao Zhan, wish to lay down my arms and return to the fields to seek medical aid for my son's life. In the Golden Long Hall, the emperor feigned reluctance for a moment before swiftly retracting his final command of military power. Xiao Zhan believed that by wholly relinquishing authority, the royal family would ultimately spare him and his son. However, he was mistaken. When Xiao Ruobai turned 13, the cold autumn rain pattered against the dilapidated windows of the general's residence. A group of men clad in black, wielding standard long knives, scaled the walls, the dragon patterns on their sheaths glimmering ominously in the night rain, symbols reserved for the imperial guard. Xiao Zhan, His Majesty has decreed your and your son's passage to the netherworld, the leading officer sneered, raising his long knife towards Xiao Ruobai. Scoundrel! Xiao Zhan abruptly shielded his son. confronting the blade with his bare hands. Though he had not touched a weapon in years, the instincts of the northern battlefield god remained. He struck fiercely, shattering the assailant's wrist. Yet, the black-clad assailants were numerous. Blades surged from all directions, swiftly carving deep, bone-exposing wounds across his back. Ultimately, Xiao Zhan, at the cost of his own life, ensured Xiao Ruobai's escape from the Great Yin dynasty. After confirming his son's safety, he closed his eyes, marking the end of a legendary warrior. Xiao Ruobai gazed upon his father's lifeless body, and for the first time at the tender age of 13, he understood the meaning of hatred that penetrates to the marrow. Those fiends had not only slain his mother and father, but sought to eradicate their entire lineage. Yet, he could not succumb to death. His father had exchanged his life for his survival, and vengeance was his duty. In the 3 years that followed, Xiao Ruobai became a wanderer across the land of Xin Prefecture. He sought refuge at the Fire Sect, only to be brutally expelled by the gatekeepers, who derided him as a worthless lowborn attempting to seek apprenticeship. He knelt outside the Peking Valley for 3 days and nights, receiving only the disdainful remark that he was inherently flawed and unlikely to achieve greatness. Such mockery pierced him like needles, yet suffering tempered his resolve. He learned to roll in the mud and to bow his head amidst ridicule, but his clenched fists never relaxed. He was determined to live, to grow stronger, and to become formidable enough to drag down the lofty members of the royal family and grind them to dust. Chapter 6. Taking disciples. It was not until half a year ago that Xiao Ruobai overheard 2 traveling merchants conversing in a decrepit temple. Have you heard? The Qingxian sect is recruiting disciples. It is a grand sect in Xian Prefecture, and I've heard they value character and virtue over mere talent. Xiao Ruobai's head snapped up, the lifelessness in his eyes igniting with fervor. He exchanged his last few copper coins for a map and set off toward Qingxian sect. Begging along the way, his straw sandals wore through, forcing him to continue barefoot. When hunger struck, he foraged for wild vegetables to stave off starvation. In encounters with wild beasts, he relied on the fierce tenacity he had cultivated in the valleys to fight back. As the gates of Qingxian sect emerged from the mist, Xiao Ruobai's feet were bloodied and raw, yet his posture remained unwaveringly straight. He understood that this was his final opportunity. Father, mother, wait for me. Gu Changge, observing the first half of Xiao Ruobai's life, sighed softly, pitying the young boy. Though this individual bore the remnants of a flawed warrior's physique, it still held potential. More importantly, the resilience hidden within the boy's eyes resonated with him far more than the arrogance of those endowed with exceptional talent. With a resolute determination in his heart, Gu Changge rose from the bench, brushed off the non-existent dust from his robe, and leisurely made his way towards the center of the square where disciples awaited to take on apprentices. His pace was unhurried, yet he exuded an invisible aura that compelled the previously boisterous crowd to instinctively quiet down and turn their gaze towards him. Eventually, he came to a halt before Xiao Ruobai. The young man was slender, clad in faded garments, his hands tightly gripping the edges of his clothes, knuckles whitening from the strain. "What is your name?" Gu Changge inquired, his voice calm and unperturbed, yet imbued with a certain penetrating quality that resonated directly in Xiao Ruobai's ears. "Xiao Ruobai," the boy replied, suddenly lifting his head, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes, as if he had not anticipated this esteemed elder would inquire about his name. He quickly composed himself, stepped out from the crowd, and bowed respectfully to Gu Changge, saying, "Disciple Xiao Ruobai pays respect to the elder." His movements were somewhat awkward, yet they bore the hallmark discipline of a military upbringing. A murmur arose from the elders' assembly. Hasn't this child's talent already been assessed? It is but of the lowest grade, barely qualifying as an outer disciple. How could the master of Zizhu Peak possibly take note of him? Gu Changge paid no heed to the crowd's bewilderment, instead focusing intently on Xiao Ruobai. Beneath the gaze of his piercing eyes, a faint yet remarkably resilient golden battle aura within the boy began to circulate slowly. This was the essence of the god of war physique, even in its incomplete state. It harbored the potential to wreak havoc upon the heavens and earth. "Are you willing to take me as your master and join Zizhu Peak?" As soon as Gu Changge's words fell, an uproar erupted in the square. "This individual possesses a talent of the lowest grade. Has Master Gu made an error?" exclaimed an outer sect steward responsible for recording talents, dropping the jade slip in his hand with a clatter. He distinctly remembered that the spirit testing crystal for Xiao Ruobai had only reflected the dim light indicative of the lowest tier of aptitude. Surely Master Gu, who has long been secluded, cannot comprehend what a low-grade talent signifies, murmured a newly initiated inner disciple. Though our Qingxian sect does not solely judge by talent, a low-grade aptitude makes even the act of drawing Inki Chi challenging. To accept him as a direct disciple, others cast curious glances at Gu Changge's plain white robe, their eyes reflecting intrigue. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the elders shifted subtly. The master of Jianshao Peak frowned, his tone tinged with disapproval. Changge, taking on disciples is no trivial matter. This child's aptitude is indeed woefully inadequate. It would be wise to select a few promising candidates. If you do not wish to exert effort in teaching, my Jianshao Peak can assign an elder to assist you. The master of Danding Peak joined in, suggesting, I find that Shen Jinghong seems promising, possessing heavenly grade aptitude. Having him by your side would at least uphold the reputation of Zizhu Peak. On the high platform, the sect leader cleared his throat, his gaze gentle yet contemplative. Changge, if you merely seek companionship, having him as a registered disciple would suffice. Direct discipleship concerns the lineage of the peak. Perhaps reconsider? Having known Gu Changge for many years, they understood that while he appeared carefree, his thoughts were astute. Choosing the most inconspicuous candidate now seemed rather questionable. Xiao Ruobai stood amidst the scrutinizing gazes, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms. He was acutely aware of his own inadequacies, so much so that he doubted even his ability to be selected as a mere errant disciple. Yet, upon hearing those words, his heart ached as if tightly gripped. At that moment, Gu Changge suddenly smiled and clasped his hands in salute to the sect leader and the peak masters. Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed seniors, but when it comes to choosing a disciple, I only consider whether they catch my eye. He then turned to Xiao Ruobai, his gaze resolute and unwavering. What? Are you unwilling to take me as your master? Xiao Ruobai's head snapped up, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. He gazed into Gu Changge's clear, unwavering eyes, witnessing his calm demeanor even amidst the tempest. When everyone deemed him worthless, it was this person who, in front of the entire Qingxian sect, extended a hand to him. The threshold to the inner disciples of the Qingxian sect was dauntingly high. He had resigned himself to merely scraping by as an errant disciple, enduring a meager existence and struggling at the bottom, with vengeance a distant dream. Yet now, the position of a direct disciple of a peak master illuminated his previously darkened life. I am willing. Xiao Ruobai's voice, tinged with emotion, yet resolute, rang out as he bowed deeply to Gu Changge, his forehead nearly touching the ground. To be favored by my master, I would face death without hesitation. Ding. The system detected that the host has successfully recruited a qualified direct disciple, completing the task, illumination of the purple bamboo. Rewards issued. Eye of Breaking Illusions activated. 100 strands of primordial purple chi, a lake of innate spiritual essence, and the Emperor's technique War God strategy. Gu Changge felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, it was the primordial purple chi, and 100 strands at that. Such a bountiful reward for accepting a disciple. This was the innate energy said to have been born during the creation of the world, embodying the most fundamental principles of the Great Dao. As for the Emperor's technique, the War God strategy was clearly tailored for Xiao Ruobai. The innate spiritual essence, gathered from the essence of heaven and earth, could cleanse the marrow and reshape the foundation, making it a perfect treasure for the flawed War God physique. Gu Changge gazed at the boundless lake of innate spiritual essence within the system space, pondering to himself how generous the system was, offering a whole lake, a feat that likely couldn't be matched anywhere in the entire Xinhuang Great World. He cast a glance at the still-dazed Xiao Ruobai, a faint smile gracing his lips. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple, Gu Changge. Come, let us return to the purple bamboo peak. Esteemed seniors, I bid you farewell. Without paying heed to the murmurs behind him, Gu Changge turned and departed. Xiao Ruobai followed closely, his back straightened. He could feel countless gazes upon him, some filled with astonishment, others with disdain and pity, but more importantly, he felt the profound weight of being chosen, a sensation he had never known before. At the elder seats, the sect leader watched the two retreating figures and suddenly shared a knowing smile with the master of Qingyun Peak. The depth in that boy's eyes is far more precious than heavenly grade talent. Perhaps he truly has the potential for great achievements. The master of Danding Peak stroked his beard thoughtfully, remarking, this Gu lad's eye for talent is becoming increasingly discerning. Meanwhile, the subjects of their discussion had already ventured deep into the mist. Chapter 7. The Rules of Purple Bamboo Peak. Xiao Ruobai treaded in Gu Changge's footsteps, each step imbued with extraordinary determination. Over the years, the inadequacies of his humble constitution have been etched upon him like an indelible mark, leading him to believe that he was destined to remain an ordinary individual, merely existing in the world. However, at the recent Apprentice Recruitment Conference, the words "Would you be willing to take me as your master?" struck him like a thunderbolt, cleaving through the somberness of his existence. He whispered to himself, Xiao Ruobai, remember this day, cherish this moment of recognition, and more importantly, remember that from this day forth, you can no longer afford to be weak. He was uncertain as to why the enigmatic master Gu Changge had chosen him, yet he understood that this was his singular opportunity to transcend his fate. Master. Xiao Ruobai's voice was hoarse as he hurried to keep pace with Gu Changge. Why did you select me? Gu Changge replied casually, you simply caught my eye. Those seemingly nonchalant words caused Xiao Ruobai's eyes to moisten instantaneously. He took a deep breath, forcing back the tears that threatened to spill, and clenched his fists. Making a silent vow. Step by step, Gu Changge led Xiao Ruobai towards the peak of Zizhu. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth beside him, contemplating. He possessed the means to restore the war god physique, and he found himself rather eager for the completion of this formidable form. He merely hoped that this apprentice would not be blinded by vengeance, and that after seeking retribution, he could lead a more tranquil life, allowing Gu Changge's own simple existence to continue undisturbed. As they traversed the mist-laden mountain path, the scenery abruptly transformed. Clusters of purple bamboo shot up like swords toward the heavens, with morning dew clinging to the joints, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. The air was suffused with a sweet spiritual essence, and even a single inhalation made Xiao Ruobai's dantian warm with energy. He could not resist the urge to slow his pace, his fingertips brushing against the bamboo stalks, which exuded an unexpectedly gentle warmth. Gu Changge glanced at him and remarked nonchalantly, this is the only merit of Zizhu Peak. The spiritual energy here is rather abundant. Upon passing through the expanse of purple bamboo, a quaint bamboo cottage came into view. On the stone table outside lay fresh spiritual fruits, while a nearby alchemical furnace emitted wisps of azure smoke, and a delicate fragrance of fruit wafted through the air. Gu Changge lazily leaned against a bamboo chair, casually tossing a spiritual fruit in his hand. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting a serene glow upon his pristine white robe, evoking a sense of carefree elegance. From this day forth, you shall be the foremost disciple of Zizhu Peak. He took a bite of the spiritual fruit, its juice delightfully sweet. Though you are currently my only apprentice, rules must still be established. Xiao Ruobai straightened up, his breath held in anticipation. Firstly, Gu Changge raised a finger, his tone languid. Do not instigate trouble, but should someone confront you, do not shy away. I am aware that you have enemies. If it comes to blows, remember to erase all traces. If you must kill, do so thoroughly, leaving no remnants to burden me. Xiao Ruobai was taken aback. His master was indeed aware of his adversaries. His clenched fists trembled slightly, as if struck by an unseen force. Over the years, he had buried his hatred deep within, grinding his teeth even in dreams. Yet he had never spoken of it to anyone. How could this newly appointed master possibly know? Was it discernible in the fury that resided within his eyes? Once again, the enigmatic peak master had thoroughly investigated his background. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him, a sense of embarrassment at being seen through, mingled with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. His master, fully aware of the enemies he harbored, had nonetheless chosen to take him as a disciple without any disdain. Secondly, Gu Changge extended a finger, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat nuanced. Before you truly mature, when encountering those surnamed Yi, Xiao, or Chu, especially those who appear unremarkable yet invariably attract fortuitous encounters, avoid them if you can. Xiao Ruobai was even more perplexed. Why? Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. Do not question it, simply comply. Those surnames often yield individuals who defy conventional logic. The Zizhu Peak seeks a tranquil existence, and there is no need to engage in such tumult. Yet, within Gu Changge's mind, a whisper of doubt lingered. In his past life, those bearing the surname Yi or Xiao were often the chosen ones, radiating an inherent brilliance while simultaneously attracting chaos. It was prudent to tread carefully. Just as this thought settled, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Ruobai's top profile and was suddenly reminded that this lad also bore the surname Xiao. A jolt of realization struck Gu Changge. This young man, burdened by deep-seated enmities and rendered incapable, had fortuitously encountered a mentor like him, a high-skilled individual capable of restoring his hidden warrior essence. Was this not the quintessential beginning of a protagonist's journey? With a tragic past established, a diminished aptitude at hand, an unexpected mentor encountered, and concealed potential revealed, all the necessary elements were in place. Gu Changge could not help but cast another discerning glance at Xiao Ruobai. Although the golden battle energy within the youth was faint, it resembled embers buried beneath ashes, subtly exuding an overwhelming potential. A sudden headache struck him. He merely wished to lead a stable life on Zizhu Peak, yet he had inadvertently taken on a disciple who resembled a potential protagonist. Enough of this. Gu Changge shook his head, casting aside his concerns. What did it matter if he was a protagonist? Under the auspices of Zizhu Peak, he would enforce his own rules. If one day this lad were to stir up trouble, with his unparalleled strength, could he not quell it? Thirdly, and most importantly, Gu Changge adopted a serious demeanor. Tapping his fingertips lightly on the armrest of the bamboo chair, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Ruobai's tense shoulders. Regardless of how much your cultivation improves in the future, remember to conceal your brilliance and temper your sharpness. Xiao Ruobai abruptly lifted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. In this world of the survival of the fittest, was strength not the foundation of existence? Should he hide it? Would he not continue to suffer humiliation? Gu Changge discerned his thoughts, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do not be deceived into thinking that strength grants you the freedom to act with impunity. A tree standing out in the forest will inevitably attract the wind, particularly when your foundation remains unsteady. Excessive ostentation will only invite calamity. He reached for a spiritual fruit, initially intending to toss it to Xiao Ruobai, but after a moment's deliberation, he retrieved a more ordinary one and offered it instead. Gu Changge was currently consuming a peach of immortality, but given Xiao Ruobai's present strength, even a single bite might be overwhelming. Observing the youth's instinctive catch, he continued, in your future cultivation, revealing merely 30% of your strength will suffice. Leave room for yourself and prepare multiple avenues of retreat. Even when faced with adversaries of lesser caliber, one must contemplate how to extricate oneself should misfortune strike. Remember, survival is paramount for longevity. Xiao Ruobai clutched the icy spiritual fruit, his knuckles paling slightly. Although he could not fathom why his master placed such great importance on concealment, he could sense the gravity in the words, nodding solemnly. Disciple has taken note. Gu Changge observed his disciple's serious demeanor and was suddenly struck by a thought. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a fox that had pilfered a hen. He beckoned Xiao Ruobai closer, lowering his voice with a hint of mysterious excitement. Disciple, come a little nearer. As Xiao Ruobai complied and bent down, he heard his master whisper, let me share a secret with you. While I appear to be at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, in truth, I have long since reached the mid-stage. Chapter 8. The Golden-Winged Rock. As Gu Changge's words fell, a sudden soft chirp emanated from the bamboo branch nearby. A small black bird perched there, flapped its wings, its beady eyes darting about, its call laced with an indescribable mockery. This was no ordinary sparrow. The bird was, in fact, a golden-winged rock, a creature of ancient divine lineage, capable of severing galaxies with a single wing and rending the very fabric of reality with its claws. Even a sage-level cultivator would find themselves inadequate before its might. 5 years prior, it had sustained grave injuries in combat and plummeted from the heavens, fortuitously landing in the mire outside Qingxian sect. Upon sensing a faint, enigmatic aura emanating from Zizhu Peak, which stirred a sense of trepidation within it, the rock had intended to stealthily investigate but was captured by Gu Changge, nearly facing a fiery demise. To save its life, it acknowledged Gu Changge as its master. Gu Changge had never imposed strictures upon it, and over time, a certain camaraderie had developed. He had long contemplated releasing the bird, for with his current prowess, he could easily extinguish its life from an immeasurable distance, should he wish. Yet, the golden-winged rock stubbornly refused to depart. For where could it find a more favorable environment for cultivation? At this moment, it tilted its head, clearly perceiving Gu Changge's mischievous penchant. Despite its ability to upend the entire continent with a mere gesture, it chose to feign the guise of a novice at the nascent soul realm before its disciple. Gu Changge, amused by its antics, shot an admonishing glare at the bamboo branch, silently mouthing a threat to pluck its feathers should it chirp again. The little black bird promptly stifled its mirth, fluttering to a higher branch and pretending to groom its feathers. Xiao Ruobai, oblivious to his master's peculiarities, regarded the bird's clamor as mere chatter typical of sparrows. His attention was entirely captivated by his master's mention of the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. To him, that realm was an unattainable pinnacle, and his master's ability to conceal such depth was truly remarkable. Master, he began, eager to inquire further, but Gu Changge interrupted him. Enough about that bird. Rise and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Gather some bamboo to construct a shelter. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, I shall impart the methods of cultivation to you. Xiao Ruobai promptly acquiesced, clutching the spiritual fruit as he turned to make his way toward the open area in the bamboo grove. The bamboo cottage where Gu Changge currently resides is the very one he constructed by hand upon taking over the Zizhu Peak. While it may not be particularly exquisite, it offers a comfortable living space. As for the other more elegant bamboo dwelling on the peak, that was the residence of the late Zizhu Daoist, which he has preserved in its original state. Apart from regular cleaning, he seldom permits anyone to approach it. Having grown accustomed to solitude over the years, he never contemplated preparing accommodations for anyone else. It appears that should he take on disciples in the future, he ought to prioritize the construction of a new house. After all, it would not do to have each individual laboriously erect their own bamboo shelter, as this would reflect poorly on him as a master. Observing the busy figure of his disciple and casting a glance at the sparrow perched on a branch, a trace of a wry smile graced his lips. This bird, it seems, has become increasingly unruly. He stretched lazily before turning back to his bamboo cottage. The following morning, before Changge had even opened his eyes, he was roused by a flurry of rustling sounds. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped outside the cottage to find Xiao Ruobai squatting by the stream, washing rice, while a stone stove nearby held a ceramic pot, from which wisps of smoke spiraled gracefully in the morning light. To his astonishment, the once disheveled bamboo clearing had been meticulously cleaned, with Zizhu leaves stacked into neat piles and the stone slabs by the stream polished to a shine. Not far away, a new bamboo cottage stood in the morning glow. Though not as sturdy as his own, it was sharply defined, clearly the product of considerable effort. "Master, you're awake?" Xiao Ruobai turned upon hearing the noise, his face dusted with a bit of grime, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. "I noticed there wasn't much food here, so I went to the back mountain to gather some wild rice and cooked a pot of porridge." Changge raised an eyebrow as he approached the stone stove. The porridge in the ceramic pot was thick and gooey, the wild rice overcooked to the point of becoming mushy, with a layer of scorched crust on top. Clearly the result of misjudged cooking time and an oversight in adding water midway. Such thoughtfulness, he stifled a chuckle, reaching out to lift the lid, only to be hastily stopped by Xiao Ruobai. "Master, wait a moment." The youth's face flushed red. It might be a bit burnt. In truth, while he had been guarding the stove, his mind had wandered to the lessons Changge would impart that day, leading to the porridge being overcooked. Having secretly sampled a spoonful, he found the fragrant essence of the wild rice overshadowed by the burnt flavor, tasting akin to charred remnants. And he was troubled about how to explain this to his master. Changge, well aware of his embarrassment, teased him. "Oh? Is this an intentional creation of fragrant burnt porridge?" Xiao Ruobai's ears reddened further, stammering, Disciple isn't very good at controlling the fire." Just then, a small black bird from the branch suddenly swooped down, clutching the edge of the ceramic pot with its claws, pecking at the porridge. In the next moment, as if scalded, it leaped back, flapping its wings to perch on Changge's shoulder, chirping incessantly, clearly expressing its disdain. "You little bird, so picky." Changge flicked its head gently, a smile dancing in his eyes. He turned to Xiao Ruobai and said, "Never mind. Today we shall change our method of eating." With a flick of his wrist, a glistening string of beast meat emerged from his storage ring, marbled with fat and lean, still adorned with crystalline ice, indeed. The rare and hard-to-preserve meat of the snow domain spirit deer. Changge then gathered some dry twigs and arranged them on the ground, deftly igniting them with a flicker of flame from his fingertips, his movements showcasing a skill that belied his identity as a cultivator. "Master, this is quite astonishing." To Xiao Ruobai, he had encountered roasted game before, yet he had never witnessed such meticulous attention to detail in the preparation. Even the angle at which the meat was turned seemed to adhere to a certain artistry. Changge remained silent, deftly sprinkling an array of spices he had procured from who knows where. The fat dripped onto the fire, sizzling and releasing a plume of golden smoke, the aroma instantly enveloping the surroundings, causing even the little blackbird perched nearby to stretch its neck in curiosity. "Would you care for a taste?" After a moment, he presented a skewer of roasted venison, perfectly charred on the outside while tender within. Xiao Ruobai cautiously took a bite. The meat was succulent and juicy, the richness of the spices intertwined with the delicate sweetness of the deer meat exploding on his palate, surpassing any delicacies he had ever savored. "Master, your culinary skills are remarkable," he exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Changge raised an eyebrow with a hint of pride. "I learned this in the mortal realm. I never anticipated that I would still remember." In truth, he had simply indulged in barbecued delights in his previous life, absorbing knowledge through experience. The little blackbird danced on his shoulder, chirping for a morsel, and was rewarded with a scrap, which it gleefully carried to a bamboo branch to enjoy. As Xiao Ruobai observed his master skillfully flipping the meat, he suddenly felt that this enigmatic figure harbored countless untold stories. He glanced down at the scorched porridge in the earthen pot, then inhaled the meaty fragrance wafting through the air, and a smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps, following his master, he could indeed lead a life unlike any other. Changge generously shared most of the roasted venison with him, while he himself nibbled on a skewer, muttering, "Finish your meal before we get to work." Xiao Ruobai nodded vigorously, savoring the meat with hearty bites, warmth blossoming in his heart. Watching his apprentice devour the food with such fervor, Changge cast a sidelong glance at the little blackbird feasting joyfully and suddenly felt that the warmth of life within the purple bamboo peak was rather delightful. Chapter 9. Restoration of Physical Condition. Leaning against the bamboo chair, Changge tapped his fingers on the armrest, his gaze falling upon the youth. Through the broken illusion divine eye, he noted that the fragmentary golden battle aura appeared more vibrant than the previous day, likely influenced by the spiritual energy of the purple bamboo peak. Do you know what sort of constitution you possess? He asked directly. Xiao Ruobai paused, shaking his head. During the spiritual assessment, it was merely classified as inferior mortal level. Inferior mortal level? Gu Changge scoffed softly. Indeed, at this moment, you are indeed of inferior mortal level. However, are you aware that you harbor the Battle God Constitution? Once restored, it shall be among the most formidable physiques. Battle God Constitution? Xiao Ruobai's eyes widened in shock as he lifted his gaze, quickly rummaging through his memory. Well, I have not heard of such a constitution. Yet, judging by his master's tone, it was evidently an extraordinary existence. Precisely, Gu Changge affirmed, his tone unembellished. You embody the Battle God Constitution, born for combat. Your physical form can shake the gods and demons, and a single punch can shatter stars. In its complete state, it could invoke celestial phenomena at birth. Alas! He paused, observing the battle aura within the youth, ensnared by chilling energies. Your mother was ambushed during childbirth. The life-bound poison not only harmed her, but also infiltrated your body through the bloodline. At that time, you were merely a fetus. And the essence of the Battle God Constitution was eroded by the poison. For these years, your physique has languished, and the prospects of cultivation have been bleak. All due to this toxic curse gnawing at your foundation. Had it not been for the resilience of the Battle God essence, you would have long since followed your mother into oblivion. Xiao Ruobai's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He was never a worthless individual. Rather, he had been marred by that venomous curse. But can it be restored? His voice trembled, yet a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. Gu Changge retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring, pouring out a drop of milky white liquid that floated delicately in her palm. As the liquid materialized, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, infusing the air with a gentle warmth. This was the innate spiritual essence, capable of nurturing the origin and dispelling the chill of darkness. For the next 3 days, at this very hour, I shall use this essence to expel the poison, 1 hour each time. The process will be excruciating, so endure it. Before she could finish, the spiritual essence transformed into a golden thread and pressed against Xiao Ruobai's brow. He felt a searing heat coursing through his veins. The chilling poison shrieking in agony, as if being scorched by fierce flames. His muscles tensed instantly, cold sweat trickling down his brow, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Aware that this was his sole opportunity, Gu Changge observed his tightly pressed lips, a glimmer of approval flashing in her eyes. Nearby, a small black bird perched on a bamboo branch, soon finding the scene dull and fluttering away towards the back mountain. An hour later, as Gu Changge withdrew her hand, Xiao Ruobai's shirt was drenched in cold sweat, and a wisp of black mist lay in his palm. This was a portion of the poison expelled by the spiritual essence, which emitted a piercing shriek as it touched the ground before dissipating swiftly. Thus concluded the first day. Gu Changge handed him a bottle of concentration pill. Rest after taking it. Return at this time tomorrow. On the second day, at the hour of Chun, Xiao Ruobai arrived punctually. The spiritual essence relentlessly targeted the core of the poison within him, the agony intensifying several-fold compared to the previous day. His jaw clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Yet he remained silent. On the third day, during the final hour, when the spiritual essence dispelled the last remnants of chill, an explosion of brilliant golden light erupted from within Xiao Ruobai. The golden battle aura surged like a tide throughout his body, though it had yet to fully unfurl. Still carrying a hint of stagnation, the poison had been completely purged. Gu Changge clapped her hands and retrieved an ancient pill box from her storage ring. As she opened it, 9 streams of golden radiance soared into the sky, securely held back by the formation of the purple bamboo grove. Now, it is time for your battle god physique to awaken fully. She handed him the 9 transformation golden pill. Consume it. Following her instruction, Xiao Ruobai swallowed the pill, which dissolved upon reaching his throat, merging into countless specks of light that infused his limbs and bones. The previously stagnant golden battle aura suddenly boiled over, coalescing behind him into a distinct battle god apparition, armed with a long spear and clad in golden armor, imposing enough to make the surrounding purple bamboo tremble. This was the complete battle god physique. Gu Changge gazed at the transformed youth, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Xiao Ruobai looked down at his hands, his fingertips glowing faintly with golden light. A casual fist brought forth a fierce gust of wind. He could distinctly sense the power within him. As if he could overturn mountains, the 13 years of repression erupting in that moment. Thank you, Master, for your act of rebirth. He bowed deeply to Gu Changge, his voice hoarse from survival, yet imbued with unprecedented determination. Gu Changge waved her hand, tossing him a jade slip. This battle god strategy is perfectly suited to your physique. Take it and practice diligently. Xiao Ruobai accepted the jade slip with both hands, and as his fingertips brushed against the cool jade, A vast and overwhelming aura surged into his mind. He instinctively infused a trace of his recently restored battle aura, causing the surface of the jade slip to illuminate with intricate golden patterns. An ancient inscription materialized before his eyes. Imperial Grade Battle Technique. War God Strategy. Imperial Grade Battle Technique. Xiao Ruobai abruptly raised his head, his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, his voice trembling. Though he had endured years of solitude, he was well aware of the hierarchical classification of battle techniques: mortal, spirit, king, emperor. Each tier was separated by an insurmountable chasm, and the imperial grade technique was a supreme path said to be established solely by those of the emperor realm. There were scarcely a handful of sects in the entire Xianzhou that could produce even a fragment of such a tome. His master had casually bestowed upon him a complete imperial grade technique. Wasn't he his master at the condensation dance stage? How could he so easily present an imperial grade technique? Was this rational? Had the grading been mislabeled? Xiao Ruobai did not dwell on how his master possessed such a technique. Instead, he focused on the text before him. His hands, cradling the jade slip, quivered as his fingertips traced the flowing golden characters. Each word seemed to encapsulate the fervor of 1,000 armies, resonating with the primal essence of the war god within him. The opening line, "War can shatter stars, the divine can shake the heavens," ignited a fervor in him, compelling him to seek a battlefield for immediate combat. "Master, this is far too precious." His voice cracked, his eyes stinging with warmth. This was not merely a technique. It was a testament to his master's unwavering trust and expectations for him. From within the bamboo cottage, Gu Changge's languid voice echoed, "If left untouched, it merely gathers dust. If you can wield it to achieve something remarkable, it will not be wasted." Xiao Ruobai gazed at the tightly shut bamboo door and, in a sudden surge of reverence, deeply bowed to the cottage, pressing his forehead against the cool stone floor. "Disciple shall not disappoint master's lofty hopes." He clutched the jade slip tightly, his knuckles whitening from the intensity of his grip. In that moment, he comprehended that he had acquired not only a chance to rectify his physique, but also a pivotal opportunity that could alter his destiny. Xiao Ruobai chose not to disturb his master's rest, and, cradling the war god strategy, turned back to his own cottage. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. The profundities of the imperial grade technique surpassed his wildest imaginings. Each page concealed battle skills that sent tremors through his very soul, ranging from the foundational body refinement fist to the world-shaking domain of the war god, seemingly tailored for him. "Father, mother, can you see this?" He gazed out at the purple bamboo, his voice thick with emotion yet brimming with resolve. "I will soon avenge you." As the primal essence of the war god began to circulate within him, the golden battle aura flowed along the pathways of the technique, becoming ever more refined and robust with each meridian it traversed. Chapter 10. Xiao Ruobai's Breakthrough. Xiao Ruobai closed his eyes, allowing the mysteries of the war god strategy to unfold within his mind. The initial body refinement method, appearing deceptively simple, concealed profound secrets. Each technique corresponded precisely to the meridian nodes of the war god body, as if meticulously crafted for him. Following the guidance of the technique, he endeavored to circulate the golden battle aura within him. The moment he willed it, the aura surged forth, racing along its designated trajectory. In mere moments, he felt his entire being surging with vitality, the subtle crackling of his sinews resembling the loosening of shackles. This mere introductory breathing technique was astonishingly superior to the rudimentary methods he had previously practiced in secret, surpassing them by 100-fold or more. Indeed, it is an imperial-grade cultivation technique, Xiao Ruobai murmured to himself, his eyes filled with astonishment and elation. He continued to delve deeper, and with each revelation, his heart grew more awestruck. The war god strategy is not merely a method for cultivation. It encompasses a plethora of exquisite battle techniques. From the fundamental stone-shattering fist to the unparalleled war god domain, every move exudes an indomitable combat spirit. Notably, the war god domain is described as a realm that can be constructed using one's own battle aura, within which one's combat prowess is magnified while opponents are subjected to an overwhelming pressure of martial intent, truly tyrannical in nature. If he could master this war god domain, Xiao Ruobai clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. At that point, not only would he be poised for vengeance, but he would also possess the confidence to triumph even against the legendary prodigies of sacred lands. Time lost its meaning as the sky outside gradually darkened. Xiao Ruobai emerged from his reverie, feeling invigorated, with his golden battle aura more refined and flowing with greater ease. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and was greeted by a symphony of crisp sounds emanating from his body, which felt considerably lighter. It was time to test this body tempering technique. He whispered softly, his consciousness sinking into the jade slip as the body refinement principles of the war god strategy surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The moment he concentrated, the golden battle aura within him surged forth, following the trajectory of the technique. The spiritual energy of the Zizhu peak, already 100 times denser than that of the outside world, seemed to respond to his call, transforming into luminous streams that penetrated his body and interwove with his battle aura, cleansing every fiber of his being. What would typically take ordinary cultivators months to achieve in the first layer of body refinement, he accomplished in less than half an hour. The tingling sensation coursing through his meridians was intertwined with the lingering medicinal potency of the 9-turn golden pill, a divine elixir on par with imperial-grade treasures. Previously, only 30% of its potency had been expended to activate the essence of the war god body. The remaining 70% of its essence had been sealed within his dantian by Changge using secret methods, now nourishing every inch of his sinews as the war god strategy circulated across the vast Xinyuan world. It is likely that even the most esteemed imperial sects would struggle to produce such a pill. Yet Changge casually employed it on him, reserving 70% of its potency merely to solidify his foundation, a gesture that would drive any cultivator to madness. Boom. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the bamboo window and kissed his face, Xiao Ruobai abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer flashing within. He raised his fist and struck the ground, causing the stone bed to fracture with intricate cracks, while his fist remained unscathed. He had reached the 9th layer of body refinement in a single night. If this speed were to be divulged, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Xianzhou cultivation realm. Yet Xiao Ruobai understood well. Were it not for the spiritually rich environment of Zizhu Peak, were it not for the miraculous effects of the 9-turn golden pill, and were it not for the inherent strength of the war god body born for combat, achieving 9 layers in a single night would be a feat worthy of divine talent, even if one were to take a year. He rose and pushed open the bamboo door, inhaling deeply the swirling spiritual energy of the Zizhu forest in the morning light, feeling as if his lungs had been cleansed by pure spring water. Not far away, Changge was dozing on a bench, while a small black bird at his feet was engrossed in consuming a spiritual fruit. Xiao Ruobai gently touched the tip of his nose and approached Changge, bowing respectfully. Master, I have reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Changge's piercing gaze swept through the turbulent battle aura within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Not bad. You have not wasted your physique. You are now at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. But do not rush to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Sitting up straight, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Ruobai, his expression turning unusually serious. The foundation of the war god physique must be honed to perfection within the body refinement realm. Every sinew and bone must be suffused with battle aura, transforming into an impenetrable fortress before considering the breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm. Xiao Ruobai was taken aback. Master, can the body refinement realm reach such depths? The potential of this body far exceeds your imagination. Rushing to break through will only leave hidden dangers. Remember that. After speaking, Changge retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and tossed it to him. This technique, invisible to me, will allow you to conceal your aura and mask your cultivation. It is 100 times more refined than ordinary breath-concealing techniques. As Xiao Ruobai caught the jade slip and infused it with battle aura, he was immediately struck with astonishment. This invisible to me not only concealed one's cultivation, but could also simulate the aura of other physiques, even suppressing the brilliance of the war god physique, making it a veritable talisman for survival. I understand, he exclaimed, gripping the jade slip tightly and nodding earnestly. His master was teaching him to conceal his strengths while also ensuring his safety. Just as Changge was about to say something further, he suddenly sensed several gentle yet formidable auras approaching, raising an eyebrow as he recognized the presence of the old fox Zhuanyangzi and his entourage. With a slight flick of his fingers, a pale blue halo enveloped Xiao Ruobai. Conceal your aura and revert to how you appeared 3 days ago. Xiao Ruobai felt the battle aura within him instantly retreat, his entire being shrouded in a dense fog of power, his complexion turning pale and weak, reminiscent of his state before the poison was resolved. Yet there was an added depth of composure in his eyes. Remember, speak little, they have come to see you. Changge resumed his languid demeanor. Moments later, several figures passed through the formation of the purple bamboo forest, led by Zhuanyangzi, clad in a green robe with a warm expression, followed by several peak masters from Danding Peak and Qinghua Peak, all carrying various items. Apologies for the intrusion, Gushiti. Zhuanyangzi greeted with a smile, his gaze landing on Xiao Ruobai with a hint of concern. Having just concluded the disciple recruitment ceremony today, I came to see your new apprentice and bring some items for cultivation. The master of Danding Peak stepped forward, presenting a jade box. These are foundational elixirs to strengthen and nurture the body. They will be useful for a young disciple just beginning his journey. His eyes held warmth as he looked at Xiao Ruobai. Child, make sure to train diligently under Master Gu. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me at Danding Peak. The master of Qingyue Peak also offered a spirit sword. This sword is of superior spirit rank, exceedingly sharp. Use it for now. Other peak masters followed suit, presenting their treasures to Xiao Ruobai. Following his master's instructions, Xiao Ruobai timidly accepted the items, softly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, esteemed peak masters. Zhuan Yangzi observed his frail demeanor and sighed. Gu Laodi, this child's physique does indeed appear somewhat weak. He will require extra care. However, the fact that he has caught your eye speaks volumes of his extraordinary potential. Matters of cultivation cannot be rushed. If the elixirs are insufficient, do not hesitate to speak up. The sect's treasury still possesses some reserves. His genuine concern is evident, as he hopes that the heritage of Zizhu Peak can flourish. Now that he has taken on a disciple, it is only natural for the sect to provide some support. Gu Changge clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, senior brother. Chapter 11. Shen Jinghong. Gu Changge continued, Master, how fruitful was this disciple recruitment conference? Zhuan Yangzi stroked his beard, a gentle smile gracing his features. This cohort shows promise. There are 3 with inferior heavenly grade aptitude. With proper nurturing, they should have no trouble breaking through to the celestial realm. If fortune favors them, they might even aspire to the monarch realm. Additionally, there are several with superior spiritual grade aptitude, which is commendable. His tone carried a hint of satisfaction, clearly approving of the results of this recruitment. Heavenly grade aptitude is rare in the Qingxian sect, and 3 with inferior heavenly grade potential are sufficient to uphold the prestige of the next generation. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, his piercing gaze instinctively scanning Zhuan Yangzi. Name, Zhuan Yangzi. Identity, Master of Qingxian sect aptitude, superior heavenly grade physique, fierce sun body cultivation, peak monarch realm, concealed to cave heaven realm. He glanced at the master of Danding Peak beside him, and the information materialized instantly. Name, Li Murang. Identity, Master of Danding Peak. Qingxian sect aptitude, intermediate heavenly grade physique, medicine spirit body cultivation, mid-monarch realm, concealed to purple mansion realm. Following closely was the panel of the elder from the law enforcement hall. Name, Zhao Lai. Identity, Elder of Law Enforcement Hall. Qingxian sect aptitude, intermediate heavenly grade physique, diamond body cultivation, mid-monarch realm, concealed to cave heaven realm. Gu Changge understood that this group of old foxes indeed concealed their true prowess, as their apparent cultivation was notably lower than their actual realm. It seems that the Qingxian sect's ability to stand firm in Xianzhou relies on more than mere surface strength. They are indeed stronger than previous cohorts. Gu Changge withdrew his gaze, his tone casual, as if he had merely glanced over. Zhuan Yangzi remained oblivious to any peculiarity, his gaze shifting to Xiao Ruobai. Junior brother Gu, though this child appears frail, his ability to catch your eye suggests he possesses extraordinary qualities. The sect's great competition is but half a year away. Perhaps he should participate? Engaging with his peers is far better than remaining isolated at Zizhu Peak. Gu Changge glanced at Xiao Ruobai, noticing him with his head bowed, exuding a timid demeanor, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Let us see if he can harness the energy within his body when the time comes. Zhuan Yangzi laughed heartily. Very well, no pressure then. We shall not intrude further. After exchanging pleasantries, the several peak masters turned to depart from Zizhu Peak. Once they were at a distance, Xiao Ruobai straightened up and looked at Gu Changge. Master, they are all cunning old foxes. Gu Changge stretched lazily. To them, inferior heavenly grade aptitude is a treasure, yet, before your battle god physique, it is trivial. He playfully kicked Xiao Ruobai's calf. Go and cultivate. Xiao Ruobai promptly complied, dashing into the bamboo forest. In the following month, life at Zizhu Peak unfolded steadily and productively. Xiao Ruobai immersed himself in the cultivation of battle god strategy, the rich spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak enveloping him, while the residual medicinal potency of the 9-turn golden elixir gradually unfurled. Coupled with his deliberate efforts to refine his foundation, his physical cultivation deepened significantly. In the realm of physical cultivation, one has reached the pinnacle. On this particular morning, Xiao Ruobai activated the final layer of the body tempering technique from the war god strategy, where golden battle energy surged within him like a mighty river. Abruptly breaking through an invisible barrier, a warm sensation surged from his dantian, as spiritual energy transformed into a liquid state, circulating through his meridians, and remarkably, he naturally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. It is done. Gu Changge appeared at the edge of the bamboo grove, observing the foundation establishment energy flowing within him. A flicker of approval flashing in his eyes. This speed surpassed his initial expectations by 3 days. As Xiao Ruobai concluded his practice and rose, he felt an unparalleled lightness throughout his body, each movement imbued with waves of spiritual energy. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Master, before he could finish. A clear female voice resonated from below the Zizhu peak. Is Master Gu present? I am Shen Jinghong, sent by the sect leader to deliver some medicinal pills." Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Indeed, she was one of the 3 disciples of inferior heavenly grade, as mentioned by Zunyangzi. Instinctively, Xiao Ruobai activated invisibility, instantly reverting to his feeble appearance. Moments later, a young girl clad in a green dress entered the bamboo grove. The moment she stepped into the vicinity of Zizhu Peak, Shen Jinghong was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far denser than that found in the sect's martial arena. It carried a gentle warmth that seemed to penetrate her pores. The previously solid barrier of her 7th layer of body refinement began to show signs of loosening. Such rich spiritual energy. Shen Jinghong's heart jolted, and her footsteps faltered instinctively. No wonder the sect leader sighed softly towards Zizhu Peak on the day of the disciple initiation ceremony. What a pity not to have apprenticed under it. When she had pressed for reasons, her master merely shook his head. It seems the regret he spoke of referred to this extraordinary cultivation ground. Eager to witness the uniqueness of Zizhu Peak firsthand, she had specifically volunteered for this task of delivering medicinal pills. Standing in the center of the bamboo grove, Shen Jinghong exhibited a proud demeanor, her tall figure accentuated by her flowing green dress and the jade pendant at her waist that swayed with her movements. The morning light casting an assertive glow upon her features. Her gaze swept around confidently, eventually landing on Xiao Ruobai with an unmistakable scrutiny. The young man appeared pallid and timid, standing beside Master Gu like a fragile blade of grass swaying in the wind, revealing no hint of exceptional qualities. Gu Changge's discerning gaze had already seen through her details. Name, Shen Jinghong. Identity, inner disciple of Qingxian sect. Qualification, superior heavenly grade. Physique, Jinghong sword body. Cultivation, 7th layer of body refinement. As he observed the superior heavenly grade on the panel, the corner of his mouth twitched barely perceptibly. Zunyangzi, that old fox, indeed has his style, claiming her potential to be of inferior heavenly grade to keep it hidden, likely intending to catch other sects off guard at a critical moment. The Jinghong sword body combined with superior heavenly grade potential indicated that this girl had greater potential than the 3 inferior heavenly grades Zunyangzi had mentioned combined. Master Gu. Shen Jinghong withdrew her gaze, cupping her hands respectfully towards Gu Changge, her voice ringing clear like the clash of jade stones. I have come today to deliver the monthly medicinal pills distributed by the sect and to ask Master a question. Gu Changge reclined on a bamboo chair, delicately spinning a spirit fruit between his fingertips. At the disciple recruitment conference, the sect leader initially wished for you to take me as your apprentice, yet ultimately chose this junior instead. Shen Jinghong gazed at him intently, her eyes brimming with curiosity. I consider my aptitude to be quite commendable, and my talent in swordsmanship is unrivaled among my peers. I would like to inquire, revered master, why you have chosen not to accept me as your disciple. She paused momentarily before adding, I do not question your decision, esteemed master. However, this matter has lingered in my mind for a month, and I find it perplexing. My delivery of the medicinal pills was also an initiative on my part, as I wished to personally seek clarification. Her candid declaration left even Xiao Ruobai momentarily stunned. Realizing she had come specifically for this reason, Gu Changge regarded her earnest gaze and, with a leisurely demeanor, replied, Do you truly wish to know? It is quite simple. Chapter 12. The true nature of the 6th. With a flick of his finger, he tossed the spirit fruit to the small black bird perched upon his shoulder. Your aptitude is of the celestial grade, is it not? Shen Jinghong nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Gu Changge smirked slightly, his tone laced with self-deprecation. Yet, behold my own cultivation. I am merely at the initial stage of the Dan condensation realm, with scant experience in cultivation. To take you as my disciple would undoubtedly hinder your future prospects. His words were a mix of truth and pretense. With his capabilities, producing a disciple of imperial caliber would pose no challenge. He simply lacked the motivation to exert the effort. However, using his modest cultivation as an excuse was rather fitting. Shen Jinghong was taken aback, having never considered this as the reason. In her perception, a peak master capable of residing in such a reservoir of spiritual energy should at least possess the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm. How could he merely be at the Dan condensation stage? When others had speculated that Gu Shirxiu was only at the Dan condensation stage, she had been incredulous. Yet, Gu Changge's tone was nonchalant, and his eyes betrayed no signs of deceit, leading her to doubt her own convictions. But you are the peak master. She still found hard to believe. Can a peak master not have low cultivation? Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. I have only been in the sect for a mere decade. Similar in age to you, it is merely a stroke of fortune that I inherited Zizhu Peak. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the sect leader. He knows my true background best. He spoke without deceit. Xuanyangzi indeed knew of his Dan condensation cultivation. As for his actual prowess, let Xuanyangzi speculate boldly. Xin Jinghong furrowed her brow, her heart caught in a web of uncertainty. If Gu Shirxiu truly was only at the Dan condensation stage, then the sect leader's lament of what a pity may indeed have referred to the missed opportunity of the spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak. I understand now, she said, setting aside her doubts as she clasped her hands in respect towards Gu Changge. Thank you, revered master, for clarifying my confusion. With the medicinal pills delivered, I shall take my leave. As she turned to depart, she could not resist casting one last glance at Xiao Ruobai, only to find the young man still with his head bowed, seemingly detached from their earlier conversation. Yet, for reasons unknown to her, she felt an inexplicable tranquility emanating from his seemingly frail figure. Once her silhouette vanished deep within the bamboo grove, Xiao Ruobai lifted his head, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. He looked at Gu Changge, his eyes glimmering with a hint of pride, secretly musing. Master just claimed to be at the initial stage of Dan condensation, but merely days ago, he confided in me that he is actually at the mid-stage. This secret belongs solely to me. Surely, no one else could fathom it. My master truly cherishes me, sharing even such matters exclusively with me. As he pondered, a sense of delight washed over him, nearly causing him to burst into laughter, prompting him to lower his head and feign a cough. Gu Changge, perceptive of his subtle thoughts, playfully flicked his forehead and chided, "What are you grinning about?" Xiao Ruobai, clutching his forehead, chuckled softly, "It's nothing, master. I simply believe you are correct." The little black bird nearby chirped inquisitively, tilting its head as if to ask why Xiao Ruobai was so amused. Gu Changge seized its wing, declaring, "If you continue to chirp, I shall pluck your feathers to make a duster." The little black bird immediately retracted its neck, feigning innocence. Observing this scene, Xiao Ruobai felt even more elated. The fact that his master shared such profound truths exclusively with him filled him with joy greater than any treasure could bestow. "Why are you still dawdling?" Gu Changge kicked him lightly. "Get back to your training." Xiao Ruobai complied and departed. Meanwhile, Xin Jinghong returned to Qingyun Peak and hurried into Xian Yangzi's study. At that moment, Xian Yangzi was perusing documents at his desk. Upon noticing her entrance, he looked up with a smile and asked, "You're back? Did you gain any insights from your trip to Zizhu Peak?" Xin Jinghong bowed respectfully and replied, "Master, the elixirs have been delivered to Uncle Gu." She hesitated, unable to suppress her curiosity, but with such rich spiritual energy at Zizhu Peak, can Uncle Gu, who is merely at the condensation realm, truly safeguard it? Xian Yangzi set aside the documents, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, his gaze deepening. "Are you aware of Master Gu's background? He was taken in by the Zizhu Daoist a decade ago and has since cultivated at Zizhu Peak. After the Daoist departed on his travels, he entrusted Zizhu Peak to him." He sighed. "The Zizhu Daoist has greatly favored our Qingxian sect. Had it not been for his intervention back then, I might not stand before you now. Thus, it is only fitting that we look after Zizhu Peak." Xin Jinghong's expression cleared with understanding. "I see. But why is the spiritual energy there so much more abundant now?" This was indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Xian Yangzi's gaze lifted slightly, a hint of inquiry flickering in his eyes. When the Zizhu Daoist was present, the peak's spiritual energy, though superior to other locations, was still not as potent as it is today. Following his departure, the energy surged several-fold, intertwined with a mysterious Dao essence, greatly benefiting cultivation. He raised his teacup and took a sip, continuing, "I surmise that this may be a contingency set by the Zizhu Daoist for Master Gu, aiding his steady progress through the nourishing spiritual essence." As he turned his gaze toward Xin Jinghong, Xian Yangzi's eyes held a newfound conviction. "Your Uncle Gu has yet to reach 20 years of age, having cultivated in such a rich spiritual domain for a decade. How could he merely linger at the condensation realm? I suspect he may have already brushed against the threshold of the Purple Mansion realm." At this juncture, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Xian Yangzi's eyes, as if he had unraveled the entire truth. Xin Jinghong's pupils constricted. Then why does he claim to be at the condensation realm? It is simply that he possesses a tranquil disposition and shuns ostentation. Perhaps he wishes to avoid drawing too much attention, or perhaps there are other considerations at play. Xian Yangzi shook his head, adding, "Furthermore, the Zizhu Daoist left behind numerous treasures. Anything he valued must be extraordinary." His tone grew earnest as he advised, "Jinghong, although Master Gu may appear languid, he is, in truth, profoundly enigmatic. You should frequent Zizhu Peak more often, even if only to absorb some of its spiritual energy. It would greatly benefit your Jinghong sword body." Upon finishing his words, Xuanyangzi reopened the scroll, a look of comprehension playing across his features, inwardly affirming the accuracy of his deductions. Astute as he was, he had long seen through Changge's subtle intentions. Little did he realize that all this was merely a display intended for his observation. Xuanyangzi believed he had pierced the second layer of the matter, basking in his own sense of achievement. In truth, Changge had already ascended to the third layer. No, he had transcended entirely. Should this thought be perceived by Changge, who had long attained the realm of the great emperor, it would likely evoke nothing more than a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, Xuanyangzi glanced up at Shen Jinghong, his expression turning grave. Jinghong, he cautioned, the path of cultivation is fraught with hidden perils. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be uprooted by the wind. Your innate talent is extraordinary, possessing the body of the Jinghong sword. You must learn to conceal your prowess and avoid excessive ostentation to prevent unnecessary troubles. Just like your master Gu, whose remarkable abilities remain mostly unshown. This is true wisdom. Shen Jinghong nodded earnestly. Disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, master. Chapter 13. The Provocation from the Burning Heaven Palace. Xuanyangzi nodded with satisfaction, then shifted the topic with a touch of pride. You see, in the presence of outsiders, I have consistently showcased only my mid-stage of the Cave Heaven realm. However, this is not the entirety of the truth. I have already broken through to the later stage of the Cave Heaven realm. As soon as the words left his mouth, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from him. Although he had deliberately restrained it to some extent, the essence of a late-stage Cave Heaven cultivator was unmistakably revealed, causing the air in the study to feel momentarily stagnant. A look of astonishment crossed Shen Jinghong's face, and she quickly bowed, saying, Congratulations, master, on your advancement. Xuanyangzi waved his hand with a smile, retracting his aura, and privately mused, this girl is still too young. She must not be privy to all my methods. Standing in place, Shen Jinghong observed her master's self-satisfied demeanor. Unable to suppress her thoughts, master's tactics are indeed reminiscent of Uncle Gu. One claims to be in the early stage of the Dan realm, while the other merely asserts mid-stage in the Cave Heaven realm, only to surprise with a revelation of late-stage prowess. Are all the elders in the sect fond of such tricks? Stealing a glance at Xuanyangzi, who had lowered his head to peruse the scroll once more, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips, she couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. These two masters, each more adept at concealing their true abilities than the last. Uncle Gu still uses his modest cultivation as an excuse to refuse taking her as a disciple, while her master flaunts his hidden prowess. Do all the eminent figures in the cultivation world indulge in this game of concealment? Suddenly, thoughts of other elders crossed her mind. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her urge to voice her commentary and respectfully bowed. Master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to continue my cultivation. Without raising his head, Xuanyangzi waved her off, and as Shen Jinghong turned to exit the study, she could not help but mutter softly as she rounded the corridor. No wonder Master and Uncle Gu get along. Their ability to conceal is indeed on par. As soon as the words escaped her lips, fearing she might be overheard, she hastened her steps toward her own cultivation chamber, though the slight twitch at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. As she walked along the path, Shen Jinghong's mind began to wander. Both her master and Uncle Gu had mastered the art of concealing their true abilities. It seemed that such subtlety was indeed a fundamental lesson in the realm of cultivation. With her innate talent of the Jinghong sword body and her celestial grade aptitude, being overly ostentatious might indeed attract unwelcome attention. Contemplating this, she paused in her steps and turned back towards Xuanyangzi's study. If she was to conceal her prowess, surely there must be a suitable technique for doing so. Her master must possess some treasures in this regard. Upon re-entering the study, she found Xuanyangzi meticulously annotating a scroll with a wolf hair brush. Noticing her return, he lifted his gaze and inquired, Is there something further? Shen Jinghong bowed respectfully and replied, Master, I was deeply inspired by your teachings just now. You mentioned the importance of concealing one's strengths, and I wholeheartedly agree. However, I am uncertain about how to mask my own abilities. Do you have an appropriate technique for suppressing one's aura? Xuanyangzi set down the brush and regarded Shen Jinghong with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. It is commendable that you have such thoughts. It appears you have truly taken my words to heart today. He retrieved a yellowed booklet from the shelf and handed it to her. This is the Qingxuan aura suppression technique. While it may not be the pinnacle of its kind, it suffices for the purpose of concealing your cultivation. Take it and study it diligently. Shen Jinghong accepted the booklet with both hands, bowing respectfully. Thank you, master. I understand the importance of discretion. Exiting the study with the technique in hand, her heart brimmed with satisfaction. If the two of you can conceal your strengths, so can I. Once I master this technique, perhaps one day I shall surprise others. allowing them to experience the thrill of being kept in the dark. Glancing down at the booklet, she made her way to the training room with light steps, envisioning the moment when she would astound others by hiding her true capabilities. 3 days later, the mist outside the gates of Qingyun Peak was suddenly torn apart by an imposing aura, as if fine silk had been sliced open, revealing the grand mountain gate behind it. A procession of figures clad in brocade robes with crimson gold trimmings ascended the steps, the leader's jade pendant swaying gently with each step, causing the air to ripple and shaking the dew off the nearby pines. The pressure emanating from the early stages of the celestial realm spread like an invisible wave, bending the welcoming pine trees at the gate, while the morning dew cascaded down the needles, leaving a myriad of watermarks on the stone steps. With a casual arch of his brow and a smirk that teetered between a smile and a sneer, he surveyed the mountain disciples with an indifferent gaze, as if appraising mere trifles. Beside him, 4 elders in purple robes, adorned with the blazing sun totem, intertwined their spiritual energies from the Dantian and Zizhu realms, conjuring a whirlwind at the mountain gate that sent leaves spiraling through the air. Behind them, 5 young men and women stood tall, their swords glinting with radiant light at their waists, exuding confidence laced with a hint of arrogance. The foremost young man crossed his arms, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over the gate of Qingxian sect, as if assessing whether this celestial realm was worthy of his attention. The Lord of the Burning Heaven Palace has come to pay a visit, the brocade-clad man announced, slightly lifting his chin towards the mountain disciples. His voice was calm, yet carried an authoritative weight that startled the disciples, causing their hearts to race, tightening their grip on their long spears. They forced themselves to remain composed as they turned to relay the message. Far away on Zizhu Peak, Changge opened his eyes and glanced towards the mountain gate, sensing a presence with cultivation no higher than the heavenly man realm. He regarded the group of clowns as inconsequential, confident that the sect master could handle them effortlessly, and thus closed his eyes once more. At that moment, in the martial arts arena halfway up Qingyun Peak, Xianyangzi was instructing several peak masters on the disciples' training. The glow of a communication talisman illuminated his face. Upon hearing the report, his fingers hesitated slightly before shattering the talisman, his gaze sweeping across the turbulent clouds on the horizon. The arrival of the Burning Heaven Palace likely indicated ill intentions. To his right, the peak master of Jinhua Peak glared furiously. These individuals must be here to flaunt their newly acquired disciples. After losing face in the last Black Wind Ridge contest, they now sought to redeem themselves through the younger generation. With a wave of his long sleeve, Xianyangzi declared, "Gentlemen, let us proceed to the mountain gate." Upon encountering Xianyangzi, the imposing Leet stood beside the welcome pine, fiddling with its needles, which disintegrated into ashes upon contact with his spiritual energy. Xianyangzi's gaze fell upon the pine tree, his tone calm, yet laced with an icy undertone. "It has been a while since we last met, Master Leet. Since our parting at Black Wind Ridge. I wonder what brings you here today." Leet raised his eyes, the warm jade reflecting a blinding light under the sun, a meaningful smile curling his lips. "Xianyangzi, it is a pleasure to see you again. The competition among the 7 major sects is set to take place at my Burning Heaven Palace in a year. I have come to inform you, so your sect can prepare accordingly." Xianyangzi understood the implications, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "Oh, it is customary for the previous champion sect to host the competition. Your news is indeed unexpected, Master Leet." Leet's smile deepened, tinged with pride. "Times have changed. The Burning Heaven Palace's strength is more than sufficient to host this event. As for your Qingxian sect, you must exert yourselves, lest you find yourselves unable to present a single capable disciple on stage." "You worry too much," Xianyangzi replied coolly, his gaze sweeping over the disciples behind Leet. "While our disciples may not possess the exceptional talents of your sect, they will give their utmost effort." Leet, seeing this as an opportunity, pointed to a young man beside him. "Allow me to showcase my prized disciple. This is Zhao Yin, my newly accepted disciple. Possessing mid-tier heavenly qualification, at 16 years of age, he has reached the 9th level of body refinement and is but a step away from foundational establishment." Leet spoke with satisfaction, surveying the Qingxian sect's disciples. "In the entire Xian domain, few can match his cultivation at such a young age. I doubt your Qingxian sect can find such promising talent." Zhao Yin stepped forward to salute Xianyangzi, his tone seemingly humble, yet hidden beneath was an air of arrogance. "Master Xianyang, it is an honor to meet you." Before he could finish, a boy in a green robe moved half a step forward, his sword humming as it unsheathed 3 inches, the spiritual energy of the condensation realm manifesting as a half-foot flame in his palm, exuding provocation. "Master, why not let the disciples spar and exchange ideas, so they may witness true talent? I am Lin Lai, the chief disciple of Burning Heaven Palace, 20 years old." In the mid-stage of condensation, upon hearing of the esteemed talents within the Qingxian sect, I inquire which brave soul dares to engage me in combat? A low murmur of indignation arose from the ranks of the Qingxian disciples, their adversaries' brazen demeanor intolerable. The frontline disciples clenched their fists, with several impulsive ones already grasping the hilts of their swords. Had it not been for their senior brothers firmly restraining them, they would have charged forth. Lai Tanxiong observed the Qingxian disciples' reactions, a deeper smile gracing his lips. I have heard that your sect has acquired some promising talents this year. Why not present them for a discussion, rather than hiding them away? He pivoted his tone, casting a probing glance at the lineup. I have also heard of a favored disciple of yours named Li Xianfeng. Last year he had already reached the early stages of Dan condensation. Why is it that he is absent today? Could it be that he is frightened and dares not face us? Xian Yangzi's voice was calm, yet it concealed a chilling undertone. Li Xianfeng is currently in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. However, it appears that the revered palace master is rather eager for his disciples to make an appearance. Might it be that he fears there will be no opportunity to showcase their prowess in the sect competition a year hence? Lai Tanxiong's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly masked it with a smile. Xian Yangzi, ever sharp-tongued, I wonder if your sect's disciples possess the same confidence as you? Our disciples have always been low-key, unlike your faction, which revels in ostentation. Xian Yangzi lifted a teacup that had appeared unbeknownst to him and took a delicate sip. However, if you truly desire a contest, let us see the true capabilities of your disciples in next year's competition. Upon hearing this, Lai Tanxiong pondered inwardly. It seems I have underestimated Xian Yangzi. I have long heard of the promising talents emerging from the Qingxian sect, especially Li Xianfeng, who is said to have broken through to the Dan condensation realm. I intended to use this opportunity to gauge the true strength of their younger generation, but it appears that will not come to pass. Xian Yangzi remains composed, yet his face remained impassive as he chuckled with a hint of derision. Since the sect master has reservations, I shall not press the matter. However, do ensure that when the 7 great sects compete, you are not still unable to showcase your prowess. He turned to his disciples and declared, since a dialogue cannot be achieved, we shall take our leave. As the entourage from the Burning Sky Palace departed, Lin Lai deliberately brushed past the Qingxian disciple, causing him to stumble before regaining his balance. Lin Lai walked ahead without a backward glance, a smug smile playing on his lips. This youth has embarked on a path to ruin, Xian Yangzi thought coldly. It was only when the figures of their opponents vanished completely into the mist that Xian Yangzi turned to face his disciples, each one aflame with indignation. Their spirits ignited by a fierce determination. Their purpose today was twofold: to showcase their strength and to probe the depths of their rivals. Xian Yangzi's voice resonated through the valley. During the competition of the 7 great sects, they seek to sow discord among us, yet we shall maintain our composure. He approached the trial stone tablet, his gaze sweeping over the intricate patterns etched upon it. From this day forth, all disciples must diligently cultivate their skills. Xian Yangzi's eyes scanned each youthful visage, his tone grave yet imbued with encouragement. The competition a year from now is not solely for the glory of our sect, but also for your own, to prove that the disciples of Qingxian sect are in no way inferior to anyone else. The entourage from the Burning Sky Palace departed Qingxian sect with an air of arrogance, Lai Tanxiong spouting invective all the while. Did you see? Despite such provocation, Xian Yangzi did not send forth a disciple. It seems Qingxian disciples are rather lacking after all. As we await the grand competition next year, we shall trample upon the dignity of Qingxian sect. The disciples echoed in agreement, utterly oblivious to the surprise lurking in the Black Wind Gorge, waiting for them. Having departed from Qingxian sect merely half a day prior, the group had just set foot in the desolate canyon when gray shadows suddenly erupted from the cliffs on either side. Who goes there? The disciples of the Burning Heaven Palace were so startled that their spiritual energy nearly faltered, hastily adopting defensive stances. Yet, the gray shadows disregarded all conventions, launching into a flurry of punches and kicks. Just as Lin Lai unsheathed his sword halfway, he received a devastating kick to the knee, causing him to yelp in pain, his sword clattering to the ground as he clutched his leg, trembling. Zhao Yan, eager to play the hero, charged forward only to be met with an elbow strike to his chest, sending him crashing against the stone wall like a broken kite, losing half a tooth upon sliding down. The 4 purple-robed elders had yet to form a formation when they were swiftly toppled to the ground by the gray shadows, groaning and clutching their stomachs, resembling 4 hens with their tails stepped on. With a furious roar, Lai Tianxiong personally joined the fray. However, as he attempted to exert his heavenly pressure, a sweeping kick from the gray shadow sent him tumbling upside down, struggling to rise and threaten his opponent. He was met with a hook punch that left him seeing stars, blood streaming from his nose. The gray shadow relentlessly targeted his face, and within mere moments, he was left with panda eyes, his cheeks swollen like he had 2 walnuts stuffed inside. None from the burning Heaven Palace escaped the fate of being pummeled. After a flurry of fists and kicks, they all lay on the ground, unable to move. The gray shadow let out a cold laugh, delivering a final kick that sent Lai Tianxiong rolling like a gourd, disappearing after a few tumbles. "Don't run," Lai Tianxiong bellowed, clutching his swollen face in fury. In the depths of the forest, the gray shadow removed the cloth covering his face, revealing the usually gentle visage of Xuanyangzi, the sect leader of Qingxian's sect. Though at this moment, his eyes were filled with an icy glare. "You dared to challenge my welcoming pine. It is already gracious of me not to break your legs." It turned out that this individual was indeed Xuanyangzi, the sect leader of Qingxian's sect. He shed his gray attire and donned the traditional garb of his position, a low, cold snort escaping his lips as his fingertips brushed over the fabric. "To act with such impudence at my mountain gate is one thing, but to humiliate my disciples is another. Do they truly think Xuanyangzi is a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? My earlier restraint at the mountain gate was merely out of consideration for the sect's reputation. I did not wish for Burning Heaven Palace to uncover the depths of Qingxian's sect. However, Lai Tianxiong's arrogant demeanor and the disciples' veiled mockery had already ignited a fire within him. As the leader of a sect, what sort of leader would he be if he could not protect the dignity of his disciples? Unable to express his anger in the open, could he not seek a secluded place to reclaim their honor? Xuanyangzi brushed the dust from his hands and gazed in the direction of the moans from the Burning Heaven Palace, a cold, sharp smile gracing his lips. "This bout of fists and kicks shall serve as an interest for your arrogance." Chapter 15. A Gentleman Seeks Revenge. From dawn till dusk the disciples of the Burning Heaven Palace lay groaning on the ground, each sporting bruised faces. Lai Tianxiong struggled to rise, surveying the miserable state of his disciples, his teeth grinding in frustration. Who could it be? If this vendetta remains unavenged, I, Lai Tianxiong, shall not bear the name Lai. An elder timidly suggested, could it be Qingxian's sect? Lai Tianxiong spat fiercely on the ground. Impossible. The Green Cloud sect has always been a bunch of cowards. How could they have such an expert? Unless those half-dead old monsters from their forbidden grounds came out of seclusion, but the one just now was bursting with vitality. Like a raging bull, nothing like someone on their last breath. It must be an enemy we've offended before. The group exchanged bewildered glances, none able to recall when they might have provoked such a ruthless figure. With great effort, they helped each other up, barely managing to straighten their torn and tattered clothes before continuing their journey. An hour later, before the blazing Heaven Palace group had gotten far, a burly man in black robes suddenly emerged from the woods ahead, holding a wooden club thicker than a man's thigh, none other than Shi Wanshan, the peak master of Qinghua Peak. Shi Wanshan stared at the bruised and battered crew on the ground, momentarily stunned before nearly bursting into laughter, covering his mouth. Well, who did this? Even darker than I am, truly satisfying. Lai Tianxiong, seeing another figure and mistaking him for the gray shadow from earlier returning, immediately flew into a rage. "You again? You dare come back? You're looking for death." Shi Wanshan, startled by the roar, grew furious in turn. "What are you barking about? I just happened to be passing by." Originally hesitant about whether to take action, now provoked, he swung his club and charged forward. Let Grandpa give you a taste of his big stick. Already injured, the blazing Heaven Palace group was no match for the immensely strong Shi Wanshan. He swept and smashed with his club, aiming precisely at the joints and bone gaps. In no time, the canyon echoed with cries of agony. Several were beaten until their arms and legs bent at unnatural angles, far worse than after Xuanyangzi's earlier beating. Shi Wanshan clapped his hands, looking satisfied at the pile of bodies stacked like a pagoda on the ground. Much more pleasing to the eye now. You yelled at me? Now you know who has the louder voice, don't you? With that, he hoisted his club over his shoulder, hummed a tune, and strutted away. On his way back, Shi Wanshan suddenly bumped into a skinny man in black. Both were wrapped tightly, revealing only their eyes. As they brushed past each other, Shi Wanshan wondered inwardly, why does this guy's aura feel familiar? The man in black also pondered silently. This burly fellow looks like some reckless brute from one of the peaks. Tacitly understanding, they both quickened their pace, neither daring to greet the other. After all, they had just been in a fight, and their faces still bore traces of killing intent. The man in black was none other than Yi Gang, peak master of Jianxiao Peak. Originally seething with anger and planning to sneak over and teach the blazing Heaven Palace group a lesson, he arrived at the canyon only to be stunned by the sight. Wow, who beat me to it? That's brutal enough. Looking at the groaning and moaning blazing Heaven Palace members, Yi Gang felt an intense thrill of satisfaction. He stroked his chin. Forget it. Beating them now seems a bit unsporting. I'll give them some time to recover and regain their spirits. Then I'll give them a pleasant surprise encore. An hour later, Just as the Blazing Heaven Palace group had finished bandaging each other's wounds and were limping along trying to continue their journey, Yi Gang suddenly leaped out from behind a tree. In no time, strange noises echoed through the canyon, some writhing in pain, others howling for their parents. Yi Gang clapped his hands, glanced at the twitching bodies on the ground, then vanished into the night without leaving a single footprint behind. The members of the Burning Sky Palace were utterly crippled as Lai Tianxiong gazed despondently at the canyon summit, unleashing a roar of despair. Who could it be? That scoundrel. The echo reverberated through the valley, startling a flock of crows. At this moment, atop the purple bamboo peak, Gu Changge was indulging in the spectacle with his divine sense. Laughing heartily, the small black bird perched on his shoulder chirped in delight, as if clapping in approval. It is often said that a gentleman takes his time to exact revenge, but the Qingxian sect seemed to operate on the opposite principle, seeking vengeance from dawn till dusk. Gu Changge mused with a chuckle. Initially, he had intended to intervene personally, but it appeared that the sect leader and the peak masters acted before him. Observing their dismal plight, he decided to hold back his hand for the day. Perhaps he would strike again tomorrow after they had a chance to recuperate. Alas, I am too benevolent, unable to bear the suffering of the world, Gu Changge sighed softly. This sigh carried an air of profound compassion, causing the little black bird to cease its chirping, tilting its head as if to say, "You're just pretending." Gu Changge delicately twirled a fallen bamboo leaf between his fingers. Look at them. First, they were beaten by the sect leader like dogs, then tossed about by Brother Sure like a rolling gourd, and now even Brother Yi could not resist stepping in. How tragic, how utterly tragic. He tossed the bamboo leaf into the air, his tone suddenly heavy. If I were to strike again, would that not be taking advantage of their misfortune? Word would spread that Gu Changge bullied the weak. No, I am not yet 20. It should be said that I am small bullying the great. The little black bird flapped its wings and soared above his head, circling twice as if mocking his kindness. Gu Changge looked up at it, feigning profundity as he sighed. You do not understand. This is how a gentleman avenges himself, with a measured approach. In the distance, Xiao Ruobai was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, entirely unaware that the esteemed figures of the sect had imparted a lesson on the virtue of humility to the Burning Sky Palace in the most straightforward manner. In this vast expanse, 7 major sects coexisted, maintaining a delicate balance that upheld the order of the cultivation world. The Qingxian sect was situated in the heart of Xianzhou, centered around the Qingyun mountain range, its influence radiating for miles. Apart from the Qingxian sect, the other 6 sects each possessed their own unique strengths: the Myriad Law Pavilion, the Burning Sky Palace, the Cold Moon Valley, the Tianyan sect, the Yuqing sect, and the Breaking Array Gate. The Burning Sky Palace, located in the extreme southern volcanic region, specialized in fire-based techniques, its disciples known for their fierce temperaments and formidable combat prowess, traditionally at odds with the Qingxian sect, as exemplified by the Black Wind Ridge conflict. Their ostentatious hosting of the competition among the 7 sects aimed to establish their supremacy as the foremost sect in Xianzhou. The Myriad Law Pavilion was universally recognized as the leading sect among the 7, positioned in the Wenchang mountain range, housing countless tomes that encompassed alchemy, talismans, formations, and weapons, integrating an extensive array of martial arts lineages. Historically, its leaders were erudite sages, and though they did not seek expansion, none dared to underestimate their profound heritage. In the past century, during the competitions among the 7 sects, the Myriad Law Pavilion had secured the championship 30 times with overwhelming superiority, while the other sects vied for the runner-up positions. The Cold Moon Valley, while traditionally neutral, was also not to be trifled with lightly. The 7 major sects convened to hold a competition every 3 years, hosted by the reigning champion sect, with the purpose of honing skills and delineating the allocation of resource veins. The competition not only affects the ranking of the sects, but also pertains to the distribution of spiritual veins across the Xian continent. The higher the rank, the more abundant the cultivation resources one can command. Consequently, the Burning Heaven Palace is particularly eager to secure victory in this upcoming contest. They have exchanged treasures with the Wanfage to facilitate the hosting of this sect competition. In recent years, they have attracted numerous disciples with heavenly-level potential and are bolstered by the presence of the formidable palace master, Lai Tianxiong, whose ambitions have become apparent. Chapter 16. The Supreme Emperor's Weapon. The 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd. The following day, as dawn broke and the first light of morning began to reveal itself, the mist lingering outside the bamboo cottage had yet to dissipate. Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes on the bamboo couch, gently tapping the air with his fingertips. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Rewards obtained. 5,000 years of cultivation. Acquired. Supreme Treasure, Chaos Blue Lotus. Acquired. Supreme Emperor's Weapon, 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Gu Changge's eyebrows arched slightly. Since taking Xiao Ruobai as his disciple, the rewards from his sign-ins had taken on a refreshing novelty, evolving from singular treasures to double portions. Although the newly acquired items were not unparalleled artifacts, they were indeed suitable for the practitioners of this realm. The previous rewards mostly comprised treasures of the Great Dao, such as the primordial pearl capable of manifesting 3,000 worlds and the time shuttle that could anchor the river of time, both of which were divine objects that could overturn star domains with a mere gesture. Regrettably, these supreme treasures wielded such terrifying power that no one in this realm could harness them. Even an emperor would be torn apart by the immense Dao power contained within. Thus, these divine objects now lay quietly gathering dust in the corners of the system space, undiscovered and unrecognized. It seems the system is quite considerate, aware that he has taken on a disciple, and has provided sign-in rewards that are usable by ordinary individuals. Gu Changge mused. In the past, the treasures he acquired were excessively beyond comprehension, and when he wished to bestow favors upon the sect leader and others, he had to sift through the most mundane items from the depths of his collection. For instance, the peaches of immortality he casually consumed, which bloomed once every 3,000 years and bore fruit in the same span, were too potent for the sect leader and others to withstand due to the ferocious energy they contained. With a flick of his fingertip, a translucent panel materialized before him. The 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, imbued with the essence of 9 dragon souls, could shatter stars with its blade. This weapon would indeed be suitable for Ruobai. Gu Changge chuckled softly. Such an imperial weapon capable of stirring up bloodshed in the Xian Huang Great World was, to him, merely an ordinary item. As for the Chaos Blue Lotus and similar treasures of the Great Dao, they had long since accumulated into a mountain within the system space. They were not lacking in value, yet the laws of this world could not withstand their overwhelming pressure. Taking them out would likely shatter the entire realm. The 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd he had just acquired, with its shaft entwined by the phantoms of 9 dragon souls, could summon the dragon's roar from the 4 seas and shatter the fierce winds of myriad domains. For the practitioners of this realm, it was an extraordinary imperial weapon, one that could incite fierce competition among the major factions. With a gentle twist of his finger, the phantom of the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd flickered in his palm before promptly being stored within his storage ring, indicating that he had not placed much importance on it. What truly piqued his interest, however, was the chaotic blue lotus, a plant that took root in the very essence of chaos, with each lotus leaf bearing the weight of an innate path, offering some slight benefit. System. Open the personal panel. At this moment, the group from the Burning Heaven Palace staggered along the mountain path, each member clad in tattered garments, their bruised faces conspicuously illuminated by the morning light. Lai Tianxiong clutched his still-throbbing waist, gritting his teeth as he urged, "Hurry. Just 50 more miles, and we will reach our territory. Let us see who dares to strike again." After being thoroughly beaten by Yi Gang the previous night, they were too frightened to linger. Dragging their broken limbs, they hurried along, nearly crawling, fearful of encountering another cloaked assailant. As dawn broke, the horizon began to glow, and the silhouette of the volcano in the direction of the Burning Heaven Palace came into view, allowing the group to relax their taut nerves slightly, their breaths becoming heavier. "Palace Master, who exactly was that skinny fellow last night?" His methods were quite ruthless, Zhao Yin inquired, covering his dislocated jaw, his words muffled, the gap in his front teeth still throbbing with pain. Meanwhile, atop Zizhu Peak, Gu Changge stretched lazily, his consciousness casually sweeping towards the direction of the Burning Heaven Palace. Noticing their imminent arrival at their home turf, he twirled a spiritual fruit with his fingertips and chuckled. "So, you wish to flee?" The promise of a slow and steady flow cannot be disregarded. Perched upon his shoulder, the little black bird seemed to sense something amiss, chirping excitedly. Just as Lai Tianxiong was about to curse, he suddenly felt a shadow loom overhead. In the next instant, the sky above the group darkened abruptly, an invisible pressure descending like a celestial curtain, freezing the very air around them. "What is happening?" Lai Tianxiong gasped, his pupils constricting as he looked up to see an enormous hand descending from the clouds, obscuring the sun. The palm shimmered with a faint golden light, as if imbued with the force of collapsing mountains. "Have you ever witnessed a palm strike descending from the heavens?" A clear voice resonated in everyone's minds, indistinguishable in origin yet laced with a tinge of mockery. The members of the Burning Heaven Palace were paralyzed with fear, their spiritual energy thrown into chaos. Though the hand appeared to descend slowly, it was inescapable, as if the very heavens were shrouded beneath its grasp, rendering even the thought of fleeing impossible. It must be the Hall of 10,000 Laws. It has to be their people. Lai Tianxiong felt his heart shatter with dread. Summoning every ounce of strength to channel his spiritual energy, his celestial realm aura erupting to its peak as he crossed his arms protectively over his head. We won the wager. The hosting rights rightfully belong to the Burning Heaven Palace. How can the Hall of 10,000 Laws be so dishonorable? His statement held truth. Half a month prior, he had led Lin Lai and others to the Hall of 10,000 Laws, wagering 3 heavenly treasures to compete against their younger generation for the hosting rights of the 7 major sect competition. At that time, the Hall's chief disciple was away on an expedition, and the remaining disciples, provoked by the Burning Heaven Palace, agreed to the match. As a result, Lin Lai, with his mid-stage Dan condensation prowess, defeated 3 disciples from the Hall, forcibly reclaiming the hosting rights. Among the 7 major sects, who else could wield such extraordinary capabilities besides the unfathomable master of the Hall of 10,000 Laws? The answer to his thoughts was the resounding crash of the gigantic palm. Boom. The force of the palm struck the ground, unleashing a wave of invisible energy, devoid of earth-shattering explosions, yet stirring a ripple of unseen currents. In the Burning Heaven Palace, the crowd felt an irresistible force surge forth, as though they were crushed beneath an invisible mountain, instantly forced to the ground, faces pressed into the earth, rendered immobile. This strike, while not lethal, was sufficient to leave them bedridden for a month. Changge had evidently held back. He was keen to witness how the disciples of the Burning Heaven Palace would fare in the competition a year hence, as they faced their adversaries. Lai Tianxiong clutched his chest, trembling as he gazed skyward, his lips quivering. What a disgrace for the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. To lose is one thing, but to resort to such underhanded tactics in retaliation. This debt will not be forgotten by the Burning Heaven Palace. He no longer dared to speak defiantly. A palm technique capable of such power from a distance could only belong to a late-stage King Realm practitioner in the entire Xianzhou. Aside from the nearly 1,000-year-old master of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, there was no other who could possibly wield such strength. Dispatch a message at once. Summon aid from our sect. At this point, Lai Tianxiong and the others could no longer rise, waiting helplessly for their sect's rescue. Only when they were carried into the protective formation of the mountain by their sect members did they regain their senses, gasping for breath. Their eyes filled with the terror of surviving a calamity. On the purple bamboo peak, Changge retracted his palm, gently patting the little black bird on the head, a sly smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, there had been an unexpected gain. Someone else had taken the blame, alleviating much of his burden. The 10,000 Methods Pavilion held itself in high regard, and the Burning Heaven Palace was known for its vengeful nature. This would surely lead to some entertaining developments. The little black bird tilted its head, as if to say, devious. Changge laughed heartily, flicking away the core of a spirit fruit with his fingertips. In the distance, Xiao Ruobai was practicing against the rising sun, his golden battle aura intertwining with the morning light. He sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from the south, but thought little of it, tightening his fists as he accelerated the operation of the war god strategy. Unbeknownst to him, his master's casual strike had cast a stone into the pond of the 7 major sects of Xianzhou, creating ripples that would soon stir up a tempest. Changge turned his gaze toward Xiao Ruobai, who was diligently cultivating nearby. Ruobai, come here. Xiao Ruobai had just shattered a piece of black iron bamboo with a punch when he heard his master call. He quickly ceased his movements and turned. Beads of sweat trickled down his pale cheeks, soaking his collar. He hurried to Changge's side, respectfully clasping his hands. Master. Changge lightly tapped his fingertip. A gentle wave of spiritual energy cascading onto Xiao Ruobai's shoulder, instantly calming the turbulent energy within him, which had been stirred by impatience. Your mastery of the war god strategy is commendable. You have reached the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, your excessive pursuit of explosive power has led you to neglect the flow of your energy. He flicked his fingers toward Xiao Ruobai's wrist. Just now, as you struck, the spiritual energy here was obstructed for half a breath. Should an opponent exploit this flaw in a real battle, it could lead to severe injury. Xiao Ruobai realized the gravity of his oversight, lowering his gaze to his wrist. Disciple has been too focused on breaking through realms and overlooked these details. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must be both bold and diligent while also understanding the importance of balance. Changge rose and began to pace, the leaves of the black iron bamboo brushing against his fingertips, not a single one falling. Though you have immersed yourself in arduous training these past few days, significantly increasing your punching power, your practical experience remains nearly non-existent. In the face of a true enemy, you would struggle to respond with composure. Xiao Ruobai's cheeks flushed slightly. I seek your guidance, master. Changge halted his steps, casting his gaze towards the mist-shrouded mountains in the distance. Practical combat does not solely entail bloodshed. Sparring, navigating formations, and even engaging with demonic beasts all serve as means to accumulate experience. He turned and patted Xiao Ruobai on the shoulder, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Follow me, he instructed, leading the way towards the rear mountain. His pace was unhurried, his azure attire flickering like shadows among the bamboo. Each seemingly casual step precisely aligning with the most vibrant currents of spiritual energy. The surrounding bamboo leaves inclined towards him, as if in reverence. Xiao Ruobai hurried to keep up. Having been at Zizhu Peak for over a month, he had never ventured to the rear mountain, only hearing the chirps of the little black bird hinting at something peculiar hidden there. Each time his master returned from the rear mountain, he bore additional meat from demonic beasts. As he followed his master deeper into the mountains, he felt the air thickening with spiritual energy, coalescing into visible motes of light. Inhaling it filled his lungs with a sense of ease, causing the spiritual power within his dantian to circulate spontaneously, more invigorating than meditative practice. Master, you will understand when we arrive at the rear mountain, Xiao Ruobai urged, quickening his pace. The further they traveled, the more he sensed something amiss in the familiar bamboo grove, where glimmers of light danced among the leaves. The stone path beneath his feet shimmered with strange patterns, each step seemingly crossing an invisible threshold. Is this a formation? Xiao Ruobai exclaimed in astonishment. With a flick of his fingertip, Changge summoned ripples in the air ahead, revealing 3 floating portals radiating hues of crimson, azure, and gold. He gestured towards the leftmost crimson portal. Step inside and take a look. The moment Xiao Ruobai crossed the threshold, a fierce wind assaulted his face. Upon opening his eyes, he gasped. Before him lay not the rear mountain, but an endless expanse of desolate wilderness. The distant peaks loomed like colossal beasts, while ancient trees nearby were so massive they required 10 men to encircle. The air was thick with the scent of blood, mingled with the roars of demonic beasts. Their voices carried a ferocity reminiscent of ancient malevolent creatures lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce on their prey. The little black bird joyfully took flight from Changge's shoulder, circling above the stone portal twice before letting out a cheerful chirp, as if encouraging Xiao Ruobai. Where's this place? Xiao Ruobai asked, bewildered. I've gathered some creatures for you to hone your skills, Changge replied casually, fiddling with the jade pendant at his waist, his gaze sweeping over the mist-laden peaks ahead. Do you see those mountains? He pointed to the leftmost range of deep azure. From here to there, the highest cultivation of these demonic beasts is at the core formation stage. His words were vague, yet carried an undeniable certainty. You have one day to slay 100 demonic beasts of foundation establishment stage or above. Remember, only those above this count. Xiao Ruobai's heart raced. Demonic beasts at the foundation establishment level possess intelligence and combat prowess far exceeding their cultivator counterparts. To slay 100 within a day seemed an insurmountable task. Yet, observing Changge's composed profile, he swallowed the questions that rose within him. His master must have sound reasoning behind this arrangement. I understand, master, he replied. At this moment, Changge raised his hand with a flourish, and a radiant light flashed as the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, materialized before Xiao Ruobai. Changge had placed several seals on this imperial weapon, and at present, only its celestial level power was revealed. This was sufficient for Xiao Ruobai's immediate needs. As his cultivation advanced, he would gradually unseal the remaining barriers. Should he encounter an irresistible foe, the weapon could autonomously unseal itself to protect its master. Although the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd was sealed to celestial level, its sharpness still exuded an awe-inspiring presence. Take it, but do not engage in reckless confrontation. If you cannot defeat them, retreat. This halberd is extraordinary, yet one must act within their means. Xiao Ruobai felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, nearly rendering him breathless. His eyes widened as he trembled while accepting the halberd, filled with astonishment and reverence. The moment he grasped the halberd, his internal spiritual energy surged spontaneously, resonating with the dragon soul within the weapon. Though he was unaware that this was an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, he could sense its exceptional nature. As if by wielding it, he had grasped a power capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. His heart was shaken. Though he did not know the origins of this weapon, it undoubtedly surpassed any magical artifact he had ever encountered. Thank you, master, he exclaimed, filled with excitement as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Perched on his shoulder, the little black bird chirped and flapped its wings, soaring above his head and playfully ruffling his hair, as if to encourage him to move forward courageously. I shall await your return outside the mountain. If you do not return before dark, there will be no dinner for you. Rest assured, master, I will not fail my mission. He took a deep breath and turned to step into the verdant mountains. Chapter 18. The Awakening of the War God Body as Xiao Ruobai entered the mountain range. The decayed leaves beneath his feet crunched loudly, startling several colorful feathered birds into flight from the treetops. A hissing sound emanated from above. A silver-scaled snake coiled on a branch, its triangular eyes glinting with a sinister light, clearly regarding him as prey. This snake, with its metallic sheen, was unmistakably a silver-scaled snake at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Xiao Ruobai positioned the halberd before him, his spiritual energy surging through his meridians. The silver-scaled snake lunged forward, its venomous fangs gleaming with a bluish hue as it aimed for his face. With a sidestep to evade, he swept the halberd horizontally, the tip piercing through the snake's body with a sharp, whistling sound, severing it in two. The dismembered snake writhed on the ground, blood splattering across the fallen leaves, and he had already retracted the halberd and stepped back. While contemplating his next move, he heard rustling from the bushes to his left, and 3 gray-furred wolves emerged, their green eyes greedily fixated on him. The leader bore an old scar on its neck, its breath indicating it had reached the later stage of Foundation establishment. Xiao Ruobai sprang into action, his toes barely grazing the ground as he leaped, the halberd carving a chilling arc through the air. Just as the lead wolf raised its paw to block, the halberd's tip pierced through its throat, dark blood gushing forth as its massive body collapsed. The other 2 wolves, startled, turned to flee, but he swiftly pursued, the halberd striking like a serpent, penetrating their backs in succession. Soon, 3 wolf corpses lay still on the ground, their eyes wide open, forever frozen in terror. As he finished counting the fallen, heavy footsteps echoed in the distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A towering ironback bear, standing 2 zhang tall, pushed through the underbrush. Its chest was adorned with white fur shaped like the character for king, signifying it was a beast at the later stage of Foundation establishment. This bear was more robust than any beast he had encountered at Qingxian sect, the sound of its paws striking its chest resonating painfully in his ears. Xiao Ruobai took a deep breath and charged forward. As the ironback bear roared and swung its massive paw, he deftly evaded like a willow catkin, simultaneously thrusting his long halberd, piercing directly into the bear's abdomen. The weapon penetrated deeply, provoking a pained roar that only enraged the ironback bear further. A chill ran through Xiao Ruobai's heart. He quickly adapted his strategy, channeling all his spiritual energy into the halberd, and with a fierce shout of break, the weapon transformed into a streak of light aimed at the bear's left eye. The ironback bear, in a panic, turned its head to dodge, but was unable to escape entirely. The tip of the halberd grazed its eye socket, drawing forth a splash of crimson. The colossal beast howled in agony, wildly striking at Xiao Ruobai with its forepaw. He leveraged the force to leap backward, withdrawing the halberd, only to thrust it forward once more, accurately penetrating the bear's heart. Warm blood splattered across his face, yet he wiped it away, his gaze unwavering. From the depths of the dense forest came the echoing roars of beasts, clearly disturbed by the battle. Gripping the halberd tightly, he surveyed the cold corpses strewn about, suddenly grasping his master's intention. Combat was never a game. Showing mercy to an enemy was cruelty to oneself. As Xiao Ruobai ventured deeper, he faced increasingly formidable beasts. His battle robe was drenched in beast blood, his hair clinging to his forehead, but his eyes grew ever sharper. He gradually fell into the rhythm of battle, sheathing the dragon soul halberd and opting to engage with his bare fists. With each punch, the bloodline of the war gods surged within him, the sound of clashing weapons echoing faintly through his bones, as if ancient battle spirits were awakening in his veins. Boom! A punch struck out, piercing the mid-stage Dan Refinement Crimson Flame Tiger in half. Scalding blood splattered across his face, yet Xiao Ruobai grinned, feeling shackles shatter within him. Just then, a massive wolf, entirely silver in hue, blocked his path, its vertical pupil gleaming with a ghostly light. This was a mid-stage Dan Refinement 3-eyed silver moon wolf, a full rank above Xiao Ruobai. With a low growl, the silver wolf lunged like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Ruobai stood his ground, his fists glowing with golden battle radiance, meeting the wolf head-on. As the winds of combat surged, ancient battle patterns emerged around him, each line pulsating with the essence of heaven and earth. The fierce clash between man and wolf uprooted ancient trees and sent dirt and stones flying. The wolf's claws sliced through the air, while Xiao Ruobai countered with masterful punches, each strike imbued with indomitable fighting spirit. Fight! Xiao Ruobai suddenly let out a long howl, his battle patterns shining brightly. Seizing a moment of vulnerability as the silver wolf lunged, he unleashed a powerful punch to its abdomen. The wolf, in pain, staggered back, its eyes filled with ferocity. With each passing moment, Xiao Ruobai grew bolder, the war god body continuously evolving amidst the battle. He began to discern the wolf's attack patterns, gradually gaining the upper hand. Break! In the instant the wolf turned, Xiao Ruobai concentrated all his battle intent, delivering a punch aimed directly at the wolf's throat. This punch was unadorned, yet contained the purest essence of combat. Bang! The silver wolf collapsed, struggling a few times before lying still. Xiao Ruobai exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his body bore no scars. He felt the surging battle intent within him, realizing that the war god body had ascended to a new level. In every gesture and action, the surrounding spiritual energy resonates. The master is indeed correct. Practical combat is the finest form of cultivation. Xiao Ruobai wiped the sweat from his brow and ventured deeper into the dense forest. A fierce battle intent swirled around him, as if cloaking him in an invisible suit of armor. As the sun began to dip, he leaned against an ancient tree, panting, with 57 demon beast corpses piled at his feet. The most formidable adversary had been a mid-stage crimson-eyed leopard when he pierced its heart with his long spear. His own arm was slashed by its claws, the wound burning painfully, yet his eyes blazed with resolute determination. There were still 43 left. He tore a strip from his clothing to staunch the wound, gripping his fists with renewed resolve. In the distance, the mountains faded into twilight, and his figure vanished deeper into the forest, the sharp whistle of his punches slicing through the air intertwined with the dying wails of the beasts, weaving a tapestry of slaughter in the dusk of the 10,000 great mountains. Each thrust of his spear marked the end of a life, devoid of mercy or hesitation. Fueled solely by his unwavering obsession to slay 100, growing ever more fervent in this brutal crucible, Changge observed Xiao Ruobai from afar, witnessing his transformation with a satisfied nod. Rather than departing immediately, he strolled leisurely into the deeper reaches of the 10,000 great mountains, as though ambling through his own backyard, pondering whether the old yellow bull had grown fat. He flicked its forehead with a finger, his tone laced with playful mockery. Just as the words left his lips, a distant peak shrouded in mist trembled violently, a sorrowful roar echoing faintly, scattering the clouds overhead. The cry was steeped in despair. "Please, don't come any closer. I just grew back my tenderloin yesterday." Changge, unfazed, casually traced a line in the air with his fingertip, causing the space ahead to ripple. With a single step, he traversed thousands of miles. The beasts along the way seemed to sense something, scurrying into their burrows. Even the most ferocious, bloodthirsty demon wolves tucked their tails and hid in crevices, fearing to meet his gaze. Upon reaching a pitch-black mountain, he halted. At the summit, a behemoth resembling a small mountain, the Azure Sky Bull, was scraping the ground with its hooves, its horns radiating a profound holy pressure, trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Chapter 19. The Woeful Azure Sky Bull Senior Gu. The bull groaned, lowering its head with great difficulty, its voice tinged with a whimper. "Is it possible to change the location of today's meat cutting? The last time, the rear leg hasn't fully grown back yet." Changge looked up at it, his hand patting its belly, producing a dull thud. You've actually put on some weight. However, I'm not here to cut meat today." Just as the bull breathed a sigh of relief, it heard him continue. "The roasted Kanglan snow leopard from yesterday was quite delicious, but it lacked some side dishes. The fiery spirit rice you planted should be ripe by now, right?" The bull, filled with indignation, lifted its head, staring at the gentle face before it, feeling a shiver run down its spine. In its prime, it had been the undisputed overlord of the Kanglan mountain range, commanding millions of demon beasts, and had never endured such humiliation. Originally, it lay comfortably in its cave, leisurely gnawing on a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. In the next moment, its vision blurred, and the entire Kanglan mountain range was suddenly yanked away by an irresistible force. Upon opening its eyes once more, it found itself in an unfamiliar space. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, a figure clad in white glided gracefully towards it, and with a gentle flick of the fingertip, a pristine piece of meat was sliced from its sacred king-level hind leg, which had been honed over millennia. "The quality of the meat was commendable," remarked Changge. The Azure Sky Bull King was taken aback, its fury igniting as it unleashed its sacred king's oppressive aura, with its horns radiating dazzling divine light, vowing to crush this audacious human. However, Changge merely cast a languid glance in its direction. With a resounding crash, the Azure Sky Bull King was instantaneously subdued, unable to even twitch a single hair. "Do not be alarmed. Nurturing you is for the sake of sustainable development," Changge said with a gentle smile, casually sprinkling a drop of life water to hasten the healing of the severed flesh. The Azure Sky Bull King was bewildered. How could a once mighty sacred king be reduced to a mere food supply for a human? Its despair deepened when, mere days later, Changge returned. The freshly grown meat was tender. With a familiar sound, the pain returned, and the operation repeated. The Azure Sky Bull King roared internally, "A devil. This person is a devil." What was even more infuriating was that not only had it become a mobile meat store, but it was also compelled to laboriously cultivate a peculiar crop known as the Crimson Flame Spirit Rice. This spirit rice was acquired by Changge during a signing event. The grains were red as flames, each enveloped in a rich aura of the Dao. The energy contained within this rice was potent enough to benefit even an emperor's cultivation. Upon tasting it, Changge found the flavor delightful and decided to keep some as seeds. Lethargic in his own duties, he noticed the Azure Sky Bull King idly grinding its teeth all day and tossed this task its way, treating it as a means of repurposing waste. Though the spirit rice grew rapidly, it was remarkably delicate, requiring 3 daily irrigations with innate spiritual spring water and constant adjustments based on its growth conditions. Otherwise, the grains would lose their spiritual essence. To make matters worse, the energy within the rice was so unruly that it attracted lightning tribulations upon maturation, forcing the bull to withstand the strikes with its horns, which were singed black on several occasions. Yet, despite being a tyrant, this devil was not entirely cruel. Each time the spirit rice was harvested, a small portion was always left for the bull. The richness of the rice's energy allowed it to feel the surge of spiritual power coursing through its body with just a small bite, far surpassing the effects of gnawing on 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Coupled with the various spiritual items Changge provided after each flesh harvest to replenish its strength, the bull found its cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Once merely at the early stage of the Sacred King realm when it was captured, it now stood firmly at the late stage, mere steps away from the great sacred realm. Its corporeal form was also immensely fortified by the lingering essence of the spirit rice and various treasures. However, this fortuitous turn of events felt exceedingly vexing. Who would wish to rely on selling flesh and farming for their cultivation? Being a sacred king felt less enviable than being an ordinary cow, as at least ordinary cows were not coerced into cultivating spirit rice or fretting over missing a piece of meat today or a leg tomorrow. It would rather reign as a local tyrant in the Kanglan Mountains, even if it meant a decade without any increase in cultivation. By the way, you mentioned last time that the dragon in the east stole your 2 eggs? Perfect, let us do a dragon soup tonight for some nourishment. He cast a fleeting glance at the aggrieved azure bull, still lamenting in its sorrowful plight, and casually remarked, "Do not forget to prepare the spirit rice for tomorrow. If even a single grain is missing, I shall carve a piece from your foreleg to make braised beef." Moo! The bull let out a mournful bellow, filled with accusations. Yet it dared not offer any form of resistance. Changge paid no further heed to the bull's theatrical display of emotions and turned to walk in another direction. His consciousness swept over Xiao Ruobai, who was currently entangled in a fierce battle with a mid-stage iron-armored rhinoceros. The spear danced with a vigorous grace, though still revealing vulnerabilities. It had grown significantly steadier since the morning. Before long, a piercing scream echoed through the valley, followed by the sounds of frantic escape. At this moment, Xiao Ruobai was engaged in his fierce struggle within the mountains. Having just dispatched the iron-armored rhinoceros, he was wiping the blood from the spear tip when he suddenly heard a distant, wrathful roar. "You have oppressed the beasts too much." The young man tightened his grip on the spear, sensing that within the vast expanse of the mountains, there were far too many inexplicable matters that eluded his understanding. Turning his gaze, he beheld a golden radiance erupting skyward from the northwestern peaks, as if some formidable beast were unleashing its overwhelming power. Yet, as swiftly as it appeared, the light dulled, seemingly suppressed by an unseen force, leaving only a few muffled groans in its wake. Strange. Xiao Ruobai furrowed his brow, clenching the spear tighter as he pressed onward. As night descended, he finally amassed 100 spirit beasts of foundation building level or above, dragging his weary body back. He passed through a field of spirit rice and caught a glimpse of a gigantic azure golden bull busily squatting in the field, muttering to itself. "Not a single grain can be missing, otherwise I shall carve your foreleg." "Devil." Xiao Ruobai paused, suddenly realizing that his master's words about nurturing living creatures might not align with his understanding. What he witnessed was not living creatures, but rather, tamed spirit beasts. Shaking his head, he suppressed the absurd thought and quickened his pace towards the luminous gate. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, the azure golden bull subtly raised its head, gazing at his retreating figure with a sympathetic expression, as if to say, "Young one, strive diligently. Perhaps one day, you too will be compelled to cultivate spirit rice." Xiao Ruobai frowned, gripping the spear tighter as he continued his journey. He trudged heavily to the luminous gate, and, upon stepping through the shimmering threshold, found Changge crouched beside a crackling bonfire. In his hand, he twirled a green bamboo skewer laden with chunks of meat, droplets of oil spattering onto the flames, producing a sizzling sound, while a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. A small black bird perched on his shoulder, its head bobbing in rhythm with the skewer, fixated on the meat, nearly drooling onto the fire. Chapter 20. Zuanyangzi. I have been too kind, master. Xiao Ruobai clasped his fists in salute, his voice raspy from exhaustion, his garments stained with blood, yet unable to conceal the brilliance in his eyes. After a day of fierce combat, though his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the sharpened essence he had forged within was exponentially more acute than when he first arrived. Changge did not lift his head, but instead reached for a verdant leaf from the stone platform beside the bonfire and smeared it over the meat, enhancing the tantalizing aroma that filled the air. Back already? With a gentle tap of his fingertip, a soft stream of spiritual energy surged into Xiao Ruobai's body, instantly soothing the searing pain coursing through his meridians. He gazed at the gleaming roasted meat, perfectly golden and crisp, its edges exuding a tantalizing aroma. As he swallowed, preparing to speak, he noticed Changge offering him the freshly roasted meat, the skewer adorned with a delicate dagger. "Do try it," Changge said, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Ruobai, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "This meat has been refined with spiritual energy. Though it has lost its original ferocity, it is quite nourishing. However, given your current cultivation level, it would be wise to limit your intake to 3 or 5 pieces." Xiao Ruobai accepted the warm skewer, and as he sliced a piece with the dagger and brought it to his lips, he felt a gentle flow of spiritual energy sliding down his throat. Unlike the previous intense absorption of medicinal pills, this felt like a soft stream permeating his limbs, instantly warming his dantian and alleviating much of the fatigue accumulated throughout the day. He watched as his master took another skewer filled with chunks of meat and placed it over the fire, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Master, what kind of meat is this? It possesses such remarkable effects." "Oh, it's merely a small snake that was stealing eggs. The flesh looked appetizing, so I caught it and took some to roast," Changge replied casually, turning the skewer as if discussing the weeds by the roadside. The little black bird beside them chirped in surprise, rolling its eyes in secret. "That's a sacred realm dragon." Unaware of the blackbird's reaction, Xiao Ruobai took another bite of the meat. This time, the spiritual energy circulated even more swiftly, coursing through his meridians and giving him an almost palpable sense of breaking through his limitations. The previously congested channels of spiritual energy were now significantly cleared, and the hidden injuries from the day's battles were greatly alleviated, filling him with boundless vigor. "How do you feel?" Changge inquired, noticing the increasing brightness in Xiao Ruobai's eyes. "I feel an abundance of spiritual energy within me, far more effective than 3 days of meditation," Xiao Ruobai exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Changge nodded, placing another skewer of roasted meat on a stone plate and gesturing for the little black bird to feed itself before turning back to Xiao Ruobai. "Today's battle showcased your considerable progress. You adeptly utilized the terrain to evade the charge of the iron-armored rhinoceros and adjusted your tactics against the golden-armored python. These are commendable strengths. Yet, your weaknesses are equally evident. You are too fixated on direct confrontation. When facing agile beasts, your movements become overly rigid. You narrowly avoided several ambushes, and had it not been for your robust physique, you might have suffered greatly." At this, Xiao Ruobai's expression sobered, the joy fading as he reflected on the day's encounters, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. "I acknowledge my mistakes. Recognizing one's faults is the first step toward improvement," Changge replied, rising and brushing off the remnants of grass from his clothing. "You've exerted yourself today. Return and rest. Tomorrow morning, I shall teach you the shadow step technique. Mastering it will enhance your agility in battle." "Thank you, master," Xiao Ruobai said, his spirits lifted as he bowed earnestly. The campfire continued to crackle, and the moonlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows. As Xiao Ruobai watched his master's figure disappear into the depths of the bamboo forest, he felt the gentle flow of spiritual energy within him, his heart brimming with warmth. Meanwhile, within the hall of the sect master in the burning heaven palace, Lai Tianxiong lay on a soft couch adorned with scarlet golden beast skin, one side of his face swollen to the size of fermented dough. His once lustrous hair was in disarray, some strands stuck to the bruised corner of his forehead. He grimaced and grunted, every movement sending sharp pains coursing through his body. "Be gentle." The elder applying the ointment trembled, nearly toppling the bowl as the healing balm made contact with the bruise on his back, eliciting a shudder from him. This ointment, crafted from millennia-old snow lotus, was a renowned remedy for injuries. It typically worked wonders on fractured bones, yet at this moment, it could not even alleviate the swelling of his skin. He attempted to circulate his energy, but felt a force within him rampaging with unrestrained ferocity. Like a wild stallion unbridled, no matter how he tried to command it, it refused to be tamed, scattering his once potent spiritual energy into disarray, causing him to groan in agony. "What kind of force is this? Why is it so tyrannical?" Lai Tianxiong gritted his teeth, filled with astonishment and rage, yet more so with helplessness. As a powerful being of the celestial realm, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet this force was exceedingly strange. No matter how hard he tried, he could not expel it, as if it had taken root within him. Palace Master, this force is too domineering. The elder with white hair pinched his beard, his brow furrowed in a knot. It clung to his meridians like a malignant growth, burrowing into his bones with every exertion. Beside him, Lin Lai cradled his dislocated arm, his front teeth loose as he concurred, "Indeed, my arm has seemingly healed, yet the moment I attempt to lift it, it feels as though a giant hand is pulling it down, causing excruciating pain." Zhao Yan fared even worse, his jaw swollen to an alarming degree, making his speech indistinct. "Master, will my teeth ever grow back?" He spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, revealing a half-broken tooth, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. The four elders in purple robes were not much better off, each seated awkwardly in their chairs, some groaning while clutching their bellies, others holding their waists. Unable to sit upright, the most pitiable among them had one side of his posterior swollen and bruised, forced to sit sideways, resembling a wounded shrimp. "Continue the investigation." Lai Tianxiong slammed his hand on the couch, causing himself to wince. It had to be that old curmudgeon from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. But what kind of divine technique was that descending palm? He had never encountered anything like it before. Yet the 10,000 Methods Pavilion specializes in formations. Where could they have learned such an overwhelming palm technique? An elder retorted, "In my opinion, it resembles the sky-raising palm of the Qingxian sect, albeit magnified 100-fold. Impossible." Lai Tianxiong vehemently denied. "That old fox, Xian Yangzi, is merely in the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. Even if he concealed his strength, he could at most reach the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. How could he unleash such a world-destroying palm technique?" The others exchanged words, debating for a long while without reaching a conclusion, ultimately attributing the incident to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. Just then, in the grand hall of the Qingxian sect, Xian Yangzi held the jade slip delivered by a spy from the Burning Heaven Palace, his brow furrowed tightly enough to crush a mosquito. "Something is amiss," he murmured, stroking his beard. "I clearly held back, merely kicking Lai Tianxiong a few times and giving them a beating. How could they be injured so severely?" The jade tablet clearly states, "The master of the Burning Sky Palace, Lai Tianxiong, is gravely injured and bedridden, with remnants of tyrannical palm energy lingering in his meridians, presumably inflicted by a practitioner of the King Realm. The chief disciple, Lin Lai, has suffered severe injuries to his arm and will be unable to cultivate for a month. Others have varying degrees of internal injuries and will require a month of rest to recover." A palm technique descending from the heavens? Xian Yangzi was perplexed. "I was clearly engaged in combat wearing a gray cloth outfit. Where did this palm technique come from? Could it be that other disciples from different peaks were involved? Such ruthlessness, but executed skillfully. In comparison to them, I remain far too benevolent. It seems I must exert more force in the future to avoid being overshadowed by the other disciples." Xian Yangzi silently resolved himself. Similarly, upon receiving the news, the peak masters of Qingyue Peak, Shi Wanshan, and Jinshao Peak, Yi Gaiying, began to reflect on the intensity of their own actions, lamenting whether they had been too lenient. The two appeared to have discovered a new aspiration, deciding to be more decisive and ruthless in their future endeavors. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Lai Tianxiong, the master of the Burning Sky Palace, inexplicably felt a chill sweep over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He touched his still swollen face and muttered to himself, "How can the weather change so abruptly?" Chapter 21. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Invincible Domain. Within the grand hall of the Breaking Array sect, the sect leader, Chen Taizhan, laughed heartily at the confidential letter, his yellowed teeth glinting in the candlelight. He slapped the table with such force that the ink in the inkstone splattered. "Excellent. A splendid strike. They're now feeling the repercussions of their previous attempt to seize our Black Wind Ridge's mines." An elder beside him chimed in, "Leader, who do you think could have done this? The execution was remarkably swift. Whoever it is, it matters not," Chen Taizhan said, pinching the edge of the letter, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. "It would be best if the Myriad Law Pavilion and the Burning Sky Palace were to turn against each other. We could then reap the benefits. Go, send messages to the various peaks, instructing our subordinates to be vigilant and keep a close watch on the movements of the Burning Sky Palace. We must not miss out on any excitement." Every sect reacted differently, yet all prepared to enjoy the spectacle. According to intelligence reports, the people of the Burning Sky Palace suspected the Myriad Law Pavilion was behind the incident, which posed no concern to them. After all, watching the commotion was always enjoyable. "Who cares who it is?" An elder of a sect remarked. "Regardless of the misfortune befalling the Burning Sky Palace, it is ultimately beneficial for us. Instruct the disciples at each outpost to remain alert and report any new developments immediately." Meanwhile, in the study of the master of the Myriad Law Pavilion, the atmosphere was tense. He gazed at the letter, which noted the Burning Sky Palace's suspicion of the Myriad Law Pavilion's involvement, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. The fools of the Burning Sky Palace. Have their brains been caught in the door? Do they truly believe such clumsy tricks could be attributed to the Myriad Law Pavilion? His voice dripped with disdain. Even if it were indeed the Myriad Law Pavilion's doing. With their meager resources, what could they possibly do to me? The elder beside him bowed his head, saying, Master, please calm your anger. They are merely acting out of desperation after suffering a loss. Desperation? The master scoffed, rising to gaze out the window at the mist-shrouded peaks in the distance. Taking advantage of the absence of my Myriad Law Pavilion's chief disciple, they believe they can provoke us. He gently tapped his fingertips on the window frame, his tone suddenly turning frigid. I have yet to settle old scores with them, and yet they have come knocking at my door. Do they truly believe that the Wanfa Pavilion is a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed? However, we cannot bear this blame without cause. Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. Who is attempting to cast this filthy water upon my Wanfa Pavilion? The Grand Elder bowed respectfully, saying, I shall investigate immediately. However, the techniques employed in this matter are indeed peculiar. They bear no resemblance to the Qingxian sect's Qingtian palm, nor do they resemble the Posemin's Liadi seal. The pavilion master's brow furrowed even tighter. Regardless of the martial arts involved, those who dare to frame my Wanfa Pavilion must be prepared to face the consequences. Look into any unfamiliar faces recently seen in the Xianzhou region, especially those elusive rogue cultivators. Let none escape scrutiny. Understood. The Grand Elder departed to fulfill his orders. The pavilion master gazed out at the sea of clouds, a nagging sense of unease lingering within him. Although the Finshan Palace was audacious, it had not yet reached the level of provoking such formidable adversaries. Moreover, while the martial arts displayed seemed domineering, they were laced with restraint, evidently intentional. Who could it be? He murmured, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, spies from various sects, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged towards the borders of the Finshan Palace and the Wanfa Pavilion. The tranquility of the 7 major sects of Xianzhou appeared shattered by this unforeseen upheaval, as an invisible storm brewed in silence. On the morning of a mist-laden Zizhu peak, as dawn's light began to filter through, Changge still lounged in his bamboo chair, eyes closed. Suddenly, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Invincible Domain, range 10,000 miles. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 insightful tea trees. At the mention of the term Invincible Domain, Changge raised an eyebrow, pondering its implications. System, what is the Invincible Domain? Returning to the host, the Invincible Domain is centered on Zizhu Peak, extending 10,000 miles in all directions. Within this domain, the host is absolutely invincible, no matter the strongest of this realm or intruders from beyond. They can be suppressed with a mere thought. A glint of amusement flickered in Changge's eyes. Oh? So within these 10,000 miles, I am akin to a deity? Precisely. He chuckled softly, and with a single thought, the invisible power of the domain unfurled, instantly enveloping the mountains and rivers for miles around. In that moment, he keenly sensed everything within the domain. The gentle rustle of the wind through the bamboo leaves, the flow of spiritual veins beneath the ground, and the rhythmic breathing of disciples from the Qingxian sect as they practiced in the distance, all laid bare before him. Indeed, this would save him a great deal of worry in the future. Previously, he had been concerned about potential extraterrestrial visitors. Now, with the Invincible Domain at his disposal, he felt entirely untroubled. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned his gaze to the 10 insightful trees within the system space. The insightful trees, with their leaves resembling jade and trunks entwined with golden patterns, each leaf contained the essence of profound truth. The tea produced from these trees could aid in enlightenment. Though it was only effective for emperors and those below, nonetheless, it was an invaluable treasure in this realm. Changge stroked his chin, recalling the pound of insightful tea he had previously obtained during check-in, which he had carelessly consumed as if it were ordinary tea. Occasionally, I would brew a pot for Xian Yangzi and the others, aiding them in breaking through their limitations. Now, having acquired 10 trees, I could plant them atop Zizhu Peak, alleviating future concerns over tea leaves. Where should I plant them? Changge stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping towards the direction of the back mountain. Deep within the mountain lay an isolated space, home to innate spiritual roots such as the Pantao tree and the ginseng fruit tree, with each fruit capable of elevating one to emperor status. Among them intertwined the innate gourd vine. In comparison, the Wudao tree, while extraordinary, paled in stature beside these innate divine entities. Very well, I shall carve out a separate spiritual field. With a flourish of my sleeve, a spirit garden, measuring 100 feet in both width and length, materialized in the vacant land beside the Zizhu forest. The soil shimmered with a myriad of colors, resembling the legendary Jiutian. From the system space, I retrieved dozens of invaluable herbs, the Undying Medicine, the True Dragon Undying Herb, and the Phoenix Nirvana Grass. These treasures, capable of inciting bloodshed in the outside world, were casually planted within the spirit garden, as if I were sowing cabbage. Standing before the newly established spiritual field, I surveyed the land with satisfaction. The Jiutian-laden soil glimmered in radiant hues, accommodating the 10 Wu Dao tea trees whose branches unfurled gracefully, resonating with the essence of Dao. Surrounding them were several undying herbs, with the vines of the True Dragon Undying Herb entwined around the Phoenix Nirvana Grass, while the 9 Turns Rebirth flower emitted a gentle golden glow. I mused while stroking my chin, feeling it was still too conspicuous. With a wave of my hand, an invisible formation enveloped the entire spiritual field. Simultaneously, under the formation's enhancement, the area of the field rapidly expanded, soon reaching a size of 1,000 acres. Yes, this should suffice for the time being. Observing the spiritual entities within the field, they no longer appeared so crowded. Instantly, to the outside world, only an ordinary Zizhu forest remained visible. Only those bearing my mark could perceive the true scene. I still needed someone to tend to the medicinal field. Shifting my gaze towards the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a smile crept upon my lips. Chapter 22, Wu Dao Tea in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Qing Tianmeng Niu Wang was preparing today's spiritual rice. 998, 999, 1,000, muttering that not a single grain could be missing. Although Gu Changge had not taken his flesh the previous night, the psychological shadow lingered. I'm prepared. That demon should not torment me, right? He muttered. His bovine eyes filled with melancholy. Suddenly, a slender hand emerged from the void, deftly grasping his horn. Moo! The Meng Niuwang froze, unable to react before being yanked into the spatial rift. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing before a spirit garden suffused with ethereal energy. Beside the smiling Gu Changge. Old Huang, I found you a new job, Gu Changge said, patting the bovine's head and gesturing towards the spirit garden. From now on, this spiritual field is under your care. Water it daily, loosen the soil, fertilize it, and keep an eye out for any would-be thieves. The Meng Niuwang's eyes widened, scanning the Wu Dao trees and undying herbs in the garden. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an ostrich egg. This is a Wu Dao tree, and the True Dragon Undying Herb. Just for fun. Gu Changge casually plucked a leaf of enlightenment tea and stuffed it into the mouth of the bull. Well done, I'll reward you with a leaf each month. The Mad Bull King chewed a couple of times, and suddenly trembled all over, its internal spiritual power surging wildly, almost touching the threshold of the great sage. It collapsed to the ground with a thud, its eyes brimming with tears. Master, rest assured. This little bull will guard the medicinal field as if it were its very life. Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk towards the bamboo cottage. He needed to set up a shed by the spiritual field. The purple flame spiritual rice still required planting, and he mustn't delay. Moo? The ecstatic expression on the Mad Bull King's face instantly froze, as if doused with cold water. It stared blankly at Gu Changge, the excitement in its eyes gradually fading, replaced by melancholy. So, they were still going to plant spiritual rice even after changing locations? It had hoped that by guarding the enlightenment tree and the elixir of immortality, it could escape the fate of farming. But alas, this cursed destiny of cultivation was inescapable. Before the bamboo cottage, the morning light filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting delicate golden rays. Xiao Ruobai was seated cross-legged on a blue stone, deeply focused on circulating the war god strategy mental method. His surrounding spiritual power flowed like tides, tracing steady arcs within his meridians, yet it would often stagnate upon reaching a certain threshold, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Suddenly, he heard gentle footsteps behind him, and Xiao Ruobai abruptly halted his practice and opened his eyes, seeing Gu Changge approaching with a purple clay teapot, steam wafting from its spout. He quickly rose to bow. Master. Gu Changge waved his hand, placing the teapot on the stone table. He took 2 green porcelain cups and poured out the amber-hued tea. The tea leaves unfurled and floated in the water, releasing a refreshing fragrance that mingled with the morning dew, instantly relaxing Xiao Ruobai's taut nerves. Try it. Freshly picked tea leaves. Gu Changge pushed one of the cups towards him. Xiao Ruobai cradled the cup with both hands, his fingertips touching the warm cup wall. As he sipped the tea, a strange warmth slid down his throat. It was not as ferocious as spiritual wine, nor as heavy as a medicinal pill. Rather, it felt like countless tiny points of light traversing through his meridians, dispersing the originally stagnant spiritual power, as if melting ice and snow. Just as he was astonished, a sudden buzzing erupted in his mind, as if the scripture of the war god strategy had come to life. Those once obscure phrases surged like a tide, and the fragmented images in his mind pieced together into a complete battle formation. He saw countless phantoms clad in armor practicing their techniques in his mind, sometimes charging like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable, at other times, coiling like a spirit snake around a tree, flexible and enduring. So that's how it is. Xiao Ruobai murmured to himself, the confusion that had previously stalled at the threshold suddenly becoming clear. His battle aura surged dramatically, and the originally pale golden currents now shimmered with a crimson glow, swirling around him like flames. The barriers within his meridians shattered under the combined assault of warmth and battle energy, and the spiritual power surged forward like a river breaking its dam. The cyclone within his dantian spun frantically, growing stronger, and in a mere moment, it stabilized into the form of late-stage foundation establishment. Xiao Ruobai suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining in them. He could distinctly sense the breathing of the surrounding flora and the flow of spiritual power in the wind, all within his reach. The once heavy halberd now seemed as light as a feather in his mind, with the myriad variations of techniques effortlessly unfolding within him. Master, this tea. He was taken aback, lifting his gaze. The warmth still lingered in the teacup, yet the tea had transformed into pure spiritual energy, permeating his every limb. Changge, leisurely sipping his tea, replied nonchalantly, the tea I planted is over there. If you wish to drink it in the future, go and pick it yourself. Setting down his cup, he regarded the newly enlightened Xiao Ruobai and said calmly, since your realm has stabilized, I shall impart to you the shadow treading step. With that, he gently tapped Xiao Ruobai's forehead with a finger. A wave of clarity washed over him, and countless insights regarding the shadow treading step surged in. From the nuances of energy manipulation to the intricacies of footwork, all becoming vividly clear. This technique emphasized speed and adaptability. Changge retracted his hand, his tone serene. Speed lies in the cadence of your steps, making it difficult for opponents to track your movements, while adaptability allows you to change direction instantly upon encountering obstacles, unbound by fixed paths. I shall not demonstrate further. The essence has entered your consciousness, and the rest depends on your own comprehension. Practice until you can traverse this bamboo grove without disturbing a single leaf. Xiao Ruobai closed his eyes to absorb the knowledge, and when he opened them again, understanding radiated from his gaze. He bowed respectfully to Changge before stepping into the bamboo forest to commence his training according to the insights in his mind. Changge returned to his stone bench, lifted his teacup, and watched as the youth navigated the bamboo grove, sometimes racing, sometimes changing direction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ruobai, possessing remarkable insight, quickly merged the teachings of the enlightening tea with his own understanding. Initially, his steps were somewhat awkward, his spiritual energy flowing sluggishly through his limbs, occasionally causing the bamboo leaves to rustle. However, within a short span, he discovered the key. His movements grew increasingly swift, his footfalls becoming as dense as a sudden downpour, transforming him into a mere shadow amidst the bamboo. When confronted by a sturdy bamboo stalk, his footwork shifted instantaneously, left or right, forward or backward, always evading obstacles with the most skillful angles, as if he had anticipated every hindrance. After another hour, his figure danced through the bamboo grove like flowing water. He ceased to chase mere speed, allowing his spiritual energy to harmonize perfectly with his steps, each footfall landing precisely, not a single leaf disturbed. And even the wind he stirred was gentle, merely causing the leaves to quiver slightly. Clearly, he had grasped the essence of the shadow treading step, smoothly entering its threshold. In this moment, his movements were agile and ethereal, a stark contrast to the boy who had once relied solely on brute force. Chapter 23. The Sect Master. Young people should communicate more. As Xiao Ruobai immersed himself in the profundities of the shadow treading step, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching from the mountain below, causing him to instinctively pause. Remembering his master's usual low-key admonitions, he felt a subtle shift within him and quietly activated the elusive technique imparted by Changge. The surging foundational spiritual energy within him receded like a tide, while the battle aura retreated deep within his meridians. His vigorous energy coalesced within his internal organs, revealing not a hint of its brilliance. In but a fleeting moment, his aura plummeted decisively, settling firmly at the first level of body refinement. To the untrained eye, he appeared no different from the ordinary disciples of body refinement, save for the lingering clarity in his eyes, a remnant of his recent epiphany. Changge observed his adept maneuvers, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. This lad has indeed grasped the essence of concealing one's strengths with remarkable swiftness. The vigorous energy he had just exhibited in his practice had not yet dissipated, yet he could swiftly adopt a guise of youthful naivety, reminiscent of his own earlier days when he had playfully deceived the elders at the sect. Sipping his tea, a leisurely thought drifted through his mind. This child is indeed worthy of mentorship. Not long after, the jovial laughter of Xian Yangzi pierced through the bamboo grove. Changge, I have arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Ruobai had already regained his composure, presenting himself as if he had just completed a foundational practice. His aura stable and devoid of any flaws. As Xian Yangzi settled on the stone bench, he produced a storage ring from his sleeve and slid it across the table. Here, for your disciple. Gu Changge's consciousness swept over it, revealing a collection of dusty gray herbs, their roots still caked in earth, yet exuding a subtle, soothing medicinal fragrance. This is the Qingwen grass, though it may seem inconspicuous. When brewed into a medicinal bath, it is most effective in nurturing the physical body. I recall when this lad first joined, his constitution was weak, unable to withstand even the common body refining elixirs. This herb's gentle nature is just what he requires for a boost. Glancing at the jade box, Gu Changge expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. No need for such formality, Xian Yangzi replied, his gaze fixated on the purple clay teapot beside Gu Changge. His hands moved faster than his words, seizing the teapot and pouring himself a generous cup, the steaming brew hastily consumed. The heat made him grimace. Yet he could not bear to spit it out, mumbling through gritted teeth, your tea is potent indeed. My own pales in comparison to plain water. By the way, what is the origin of this tea? It always leaves me feeling invigorated. During my recent seclusion, I was stuck at a bottleneck for half a year. Yet after just 3 cups of your tea, inexplicably, I broke through. Xian Yangzi, having poured another cup for himself, took a hearty swig and smacked his lips. This tea has such extraordinary effects. I expected you to have only a few leaves, yet you possess more. Gu Changge grinned, leisurely replying. It's wild tea picked from the back mountain. Come now, spare me the jest, Xian Yangzi retorted, savoring another cup, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Recently, I perused the sect's secret texts and found illustrations of insight tea, the vein patterns of the leaves resembling those of your brew. But ISN tea that's supposed to be a legendary treasure capable of granting enlightenment to emperors? I doubt even the venerable halls of Wanfa Pavilion could gather a single leaf. Gu Changge interrupted, nudging the teacup closer to him. Drink your tea. Xian Yangzi fell silent, cradling the teacup as he closed his eyes. The warmth of the tea unfurled upon his tongue, cascading down his throat, transforming into countless luminous specks that permeated his limbs and bones. The blockages deep within his sea of consciousness began to thaw as if the frozen earth were nourished by spring rains, gradually loosening. The flow of spiritual energy within him became increasingly smooth, alleviating the weariness etched upon his brow. The dense spiritual energy within the purple bamboo peak coalesced into an almost imperceptible pale blue stream, surging towards Xian Yangzi's form. His robe fluttered gently around him, and the sash in his hair quivered lightly, as if an invisible vortex was quietly swirling within his being. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks. Until the sun had climbed to the bamboo treetops, Xian Yangzi slowly opened his eyes, the light of wisdom flickering in his gaze, a barely concealed smile gracing his lips. With a delicate touch of his fingertip upon the stone table, a faint ethereal glow emanated from its surface. Evidently, this hour of contemplation proved far more effective than several years of seclusion. Xian Yangzi exhaled deeply, his gaze toward the bamboo grove now imbued with a hint of complexity. Your tea is truly remarkable. As soon as the words left his mouth, his attention shifted to Xiao Ruobai, who was nimbly traversing the bamboo thickets with the grace of a shadow. He cast a glance toward the bamboo forest, pausing briefly on Xiao Ruobai before raising an eyebrow. Your disciple has surprisingly reached the first level of body refinement? Gu Changge followed his gaze and merely nodded. Xian Yangzi's spirits lifted instantly, stroking his chin in astonishment. If memory serves, your disciple's aptitude is of the lower tier among mortals, is it not? Remarkably, in less than a month, he has attained the first level of body refinement. Such progress is indeed commendable, though the first level holds little significance within the sect. The momentum of his advancement is impressive among newly recruited disciples. It seems his temperament is commendable, albeit his innate gifts are inferior to those of your other disciple with the stunning sword physique. A smile played on Gu Changge's lips as he humbly acknowledged this. Xian Yangzi's gaze danced over Xiao Ruobai's agile figure. This child, much like you, remains silent yet harbors potential within. I must say, Changge, your disciple is a fine specimen. Yet he ought not to confine himself to the cultivation on Zizhu Peak. Gu Changge lifted his eyes to him, remaining silent. Xian Yangzi continued, lost in his own thoughts. At the age of 16 or 17, it is the time to engage in playful banter with peers. Look at this child. Buried in his training, He has likely never stepped beyond Zizhu Peak since entering. He gestured toward the bamboo grove. He should be encouraged to explore the front mountain, to spar with inner disciples, or even to observe duels at the training grounds. Cultivation is not solely about solitary practice. Interacting with others reveals one's shortcomings. Moreover, constant suppression may breed inner demons, would it not? Changge tapped the rim of his teacup with his fingertip, his gaze falling upon Xiao Ruobai. A subtle smile flitting across his eyes. This lad certainly should meet more people. Xian Yangzi stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes into slits, then shifted the topic. I believe. Should Ruobai be reluctant to venture out, it matters not. He suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I shall take a slight loss, allowing my disciples, Xian Feng and Jing Hong, to accompany him more often on Zizhu Peak. Youngsters, after all, benefit greatly from interaction. Changge's hand holding the teacup paused slightly as he looked up at Xian Yangzi. The sect master wore an expression of sincere concern for the child. Yet a glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in the corners of his eyes. Changge suddenly realized that all this time, the old fox had been waiting for this moment. The pretense of worrying about his disciples succumbing to inner demons and the need for youthful interaction was merely a clever ruse to secure advantages in the cultivation environment of Zizhu Peak for his own students. Chapter 24. The subtle schemes of the sect master. With a leisurely sip of tea, Changge mused, surely, you cannot be suggesting. Xian Yangzi interrupted, slapping his thigh. Look at that girl Jing Hong. Her talent is commendable, yet her disposition is excessively proud. It would benefit her immensely to come to Zizhu Peak and spar with Ruobai, allowing her to temper her character. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Moreover, young people must encourage one another. The competition fosters swift progress. All for the greater good of our sect. His final words rang out emphatically as he straightened his back and clapped his hands on his knees. Changge, observing his elder brother's self-righteous demeanor, nearly succumbed to laughter. This old fox, employing the pretext of refining the disciples' temperaments, was merely seeking to avail himself of the cultivation resources at Zizhu Peak. With a feigned sigh of resignation, he set down his teacup, causing a crisp clink. Very well. But let us agree on a bi-weekly arrangement. Any more would be excessive, for I cherish my morning slumber, he thought privately, calculating that although Xian Feng, the chief disciple, had a solid foundation, his cultivation in the condensation realm was rather lacking. This presented the perfect opportunity to provide them with additional guidance under the guise of sparring. Upon hearing this, Xian Yangzi's eyes sparkled like two lanterns, his pretense of restraint vanishing. He eagerly thumped his chest and exclaimed, absolutely. Just once every 2 weeks. I'll bring them over first thing tomorrow, ensuring your rest remains undisturbed. Once the main business was settled, Xian Yangzi lifted his empty teacup, wiping its rim with his sleeve before refilling it halfway. With a playful grin, he traced circles on the cup's edge. You see, I have brought valuable gifts for your disciple. That Qingwen grass was personally sourced from the depths of Haifeng Ridge, specifically to bolster this young lad's constitution. I have incurred quite a loss, allowing my precious disciple to engage with yours. He paused, casting a furtive glance at Changge's expression, noticing the lack of response. He pressed on with a sly smile. Could you perhaps spare me a bit more of this tea? Just half a pound, or even 3 taels would suffice. Changge raised his eyes to meet his gaze, a knowing look glimmering in their depths. Xian Yangzi felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny, clearing his throat awkwardly as he replied, it's not mere greed on my part, primarily. It is because that old stone at Qingyue Peak has recently hit a bottleneck in his breakthrough. The lads at Jinshao Peak have injured their meridians while training. This tea calms the spirit and aids enlightenment. Perhaps it will facilitate their breakthroughs and contribute to the sect's strength. Changge understood his intentions all too well. This seemingly carefree sect master harbored the weight of the entire Qingxian sect within his heart. Over the years, he had expended considerable effort for the sect's development, distributing treasures either to stabilize the reclusive ancestors' realms or to assist promising disciples in overcoming their bottlenecks, leaving himself with little of worth. There are 2 pounds on the shelf, Changge said, averting his gaze, his tone nonchalant. Help yourself. Xian Yangzi's eyes lit up, but just as he was about to rise, he hesitated, rubbing his hands together and murmuring, how embarrassing. With words of jest, yet his feet faithfully carried him towards the bamboo rack, cradling the tea canister and grinning like a child who has stolen candy. He cast another glance into the bamboo grove, observing Xiao Ruobai as he steadied his breath, firmly locking himself in the first stage of body refinement. Xian Yangzi tucked the tea leaves away, savoring 2 cups of tea before rising. I shall keep the tea for our sect, ensuring it is not misused. Tomorrow, I will have them bring 2 pots of freshly sourced spring water. It is said that brewing tea with spring water enhances its fragrance and richness. Changge watched his hurried retreat, finally unable to suppress a soft chuckle. This old fox. He has crafted his excuses so thoroughly. In the bamboo grove, Xiao Ruobai retracted his stance, gazing at Xian Yangzi's silhouette, then glanced at the jade box on the stone table, his fingertips slightly tingling. Looking down at his palm, he noted that he had already surpassed the late stage of foundation establishment, yet at this moment, due to the medicinal herbs and the phrase your body is weak, a warmth surged within his heart. Upon the stone bench, Gu Changge held a teacup, directing his gaze towards the direction in which the sect leader had departed, a hint of gentle amusement flickering in his eyes. Xian Yangzi bears the weight of the sect with great resolve. Ruobai, come here. Gu Changge beckoned Xiao Ruobai to approach. Though this spiritual herb may not serve you greatly at present, it is a gesture of goodwill from your master uncle. Take it, and continue practicing your footwork. Thank you. Master, please also convey my gratitude to my master uncle. Xiao Ruobai replied with a solemn nod, accepting the spiritual herb and gently caressing the green-patterned grass gifted by Xian Yangzi, feeling its subtle medicinal potency. These seemingly ordinary herbs had been meticulously selected, perfectly suited for his current constitution. My master uncle truly cares for me, Xiao Ruobai murmured to himself, despite everyone perceiving him as a talentless waste. This sincere concern warmed his heart. As he turned to step into the bamboo grove, his footsteps bore a newfound weight, an expectation from the sect and a responsibility he vowed to uphold. Gu Changge observed his disciple's retreating figure, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. This once tormented youth, burdened by deep-seated grievances, was gradually beginning to open his heart. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xian Yangzi called out to the air, Xian Feng, Jinghong, come here. No sooner had he spoken than two figures appeared in the hall. Li Xianfeng, clad in a moon-white long robe still adorned with traces of morning dew from the mountains, bore a gentle smile, though his gaze had grown markedly steadier than before. Having just broken through to the late stage of the elixir formation, his aura radiated like tranquil waters, appearing calm, yet profound. A closer examination would reveal the restrained spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, thickening and fortifying like a surging dragon beneath the surface. Shen Jinghong, dressed in a blue robe with his hair neatly tied back, exuded a cool demeanor, his hand gripping a longsword, clearly having just returned from the sword training grounds. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement, requiring only a bit more tempering before he could break through to the foundation establishment stage. Master, your urgency suggests you have some important task for us. Li Xianfeng inquired, cupping his hands in confusion, his eyes filled with curiosity. Xian Yangzi settled into the Grand Master's chair, took a hearty swig from his teacup, and cleared his throat. Tomorrow morning, you two shall venture to Zizhu Peak. Shen Jinghong furrowed his brow slightly. To Zizhu Peak? Uncle Gu usually prefers tranquility and dislikes disturbances from outsiders, does he not? You know nothing. Xuanzi shot her a glare, then adopted a serious demeanor. The main reason is to accompany your junior brother, Xiao Shidi, namely Xiao Ruobai, and to encourage more communication. That child is rather introverted, confined to Zizhu Peak all day, with no one to converse with, which is quite pitiful. Xianfeng nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. What the master said holds true. Previously, I was engrossed in closed-door cultivation and had no time to spare. Now that I have emerged, it is indeed time to pay him a visit. Chapter 25. Night at Zizhu Peak. However, there is one matter that I must clarify with you. As for the child Ruobai, his aptitude is not remarkable. You must exercise restraint during your sparring sessions. Xian Yangzi spoke earnestly, deliberately emphasizing his words, especially you, Jinghong. Do not hastily draw your sword. Keep your Jinghong sword intent in check. If you frighten the child and dampen his enthusiasm for cultivation, I shall not spare you. Shen Jinghong's lips twitched. Master, am I truly so thoughtless? How dare you say that? Xian Yangzi snorted. Last time, during the duel with that lad from Jinxia Peak, he conceded defeat, yet you pursued him relentlessly. Had I not intervened, he would still be bedridden. Li Xianfeng chuckled quietly from the side, only to be met with a cold glare from Shen Jinghong, prompting him to silence himself immediately. Xian Yangzi turned his attention back to the two, his expression growing serious. There is another matter, remember this well. Your uncle Gu possesses a tranquil disposition and abhors any disturbances at Zizhu Peak. You have witnessed the richness of the spiritual energy there. It is not merely beneficial for those in the condensation pill realm. Even we would benefit greatly from it. Xian Yangzi suddenly straightened his posture. Upon reaching Zizhu Peak, you are to obey my instructions. If I say go east, do not wander west. If I instruct you to weed, do not water. Anyone who dares to provoke your uncle Gu's displeasure, I shall flay them alive. Why? Shen Jinghong inquired. Why are there so many questions? Xian Yangzi glared at him. Your Uncle Gu possesses treasures that surpass even those in the Sect Master's treasury, if he is pleased. Even a small token from him could suffice for your breakthroughs. Li Xianfeng suddenly understood and quickly clasped his hands. I comprehend, disciple. It is best this way. Seeing the two of them acquiesce, Xian Yangzi finally displayed a satisfied expression, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable pride. He leisurely retrieved a jade slip from his robe. The slip radiating a pearly whiteness and faint spiritual light, clearly not an ordinary object, and casually tossed it toward Shen Jinghong. This contains the essentials of the Qingtian palm. Take it to Ruobai as well. Just as he finished speaking, Xian Yangzi seemed to recall something urgent, abruptly slapping his thigh. Leaning forward, he scanned the cave dwelling to ensure there were no others present before lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Remember, set off early tomorrow before dawn. Return only after nightfall, and tread lightly to avoid encounters with others from different peaks. He leaned in closer, his lowered voice laden with caution. The old stone spirit of Qingtian Peak is exceedingly shrewd, with eyes like a hawk. Not a single disturbance can escape his notice. And those from Jinxiao Peak are no slouches either. They are all quite astute. Should they catch sight of us, they might very well follow suit and implore Uncle Gu to grant us special privileges. If that were to happen, with an influx of applicants, our chances would surely dwindle. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanfeng's eyes sparkled with an ignited fervor, akin to a starburst. He thumped his chest with conviction, his promises resonating with authority. Rest assured, Master. I vow to maintain utmost discretion, moving stealthily so that not a single soul will be aware of our presence. As he exited the room, the cool mountain breeze caressed him, bearing the fragrance of verdant flora. Li Xianfeng cradled the jade slip in his palm, its icy touch sending a shiver through him. A rare, genuine smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Regardless of the circumstances, the opportunity to cultivate at Zizhu Peak and absorb its ethereal energy was undeniably advantageous. Tomorrow, he must rise early to seize this chance without fail. He gazed longingly toward the mist-shrouded Zizhu Peak, his tone imbued with yearning. Shen Jinghong trailed beside him, her fingertips unconsciously brushing the hilt of her sword, her eyes reflecting a burgeoning excitement. In the dead of night, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the world, with even the stars and moon retreating behind heavy clouds. Two shadowy figures melded into the inky silhouettes, silently traversing the path leading to Zizhu Peak. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong donned form-fitting black night garb, their faces concealed beneath dark cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. Shen Jinghong moved with nimble grace, yet without a sound. After a few steps, she couldn't resist nudging Li Xianfeng with her elbow, whispering, "Brother, is this really necessary? We're acting as though we're up to no good." Li Xianfeng turned to her, his gaze particularly bright against the night. He responded in a hushed tone, yet with an air of seriousness. "It is indeed necessary. You know well the allure of Zizhu Peak. Who wouldn't covet it?" He paused, leaning in closer as if sharing an immense secret. "Not long ago, while I was out for a stroll, I happened to pass by Zizhu Peak and saw the Stone Peak Master sneaking around at midnight, attempting to find a concealed entrance to secretly cultivate." Shen Jinghong raised an eyebrow, clearly astonished. "Even the Stone Peak Master?" "Indeed," Li Xianfeng chuckled lightly. "Thus, caution is paramount. We cannot allow our efforts to be in vain. If discovered, not only would we miss out on the spiritual energy, but Master would surely lecture us incessantly." The thought of Xian Yangzi's incessant nagging sent a shiver down Shen Jinghong's spine, prompting her to silence her thoughts and tread even more lightly. The two moved swiftly, utilizing the shadows cast by the trees lining the path, akin to two agile night owls making their way toward the mist-enshrouded summit of Zizhu Peak. As they drew closer, the air thickened with spiritual energy, invigorating their spirits with each breath, and the flow of their own energy felt remarkably smoother. Exchanging a glance, they recognized the shared thrill and anticipation reflected in each other's eyes. At last, the mountain gate of Zizhu Peak loomed before them. The gate was constructed from two sturdy stalks of purple bamboo, entwined with unknown vines, their details obscured in the night. Li Xianfeng gestured for Shen Jinghong to halt, then cautiously leaned forward. After confirming that the surroundings were clear, he beckoned to her. Both held their breath as they stealthily approached the mountain gate, on the verge of stepping into the territory of Zizhu Peak. Suddenly, Shen Jinghong seemed to have stumbled upon something. A faint white light flickered at her feet, rapidly expanding into an invisible net. "This is not good. It's a formation." Panic gripped Li Xuanfeng's heart as he attempted to warn Shen Jinghong to retreat. But it was too late. With a soft hum, the invisible net tightened abruptly, ensnaring both of them securely. Almost immediately, a tremendous force yanked them upward, leaving them suspended between two purple bamboos. Shen Jinghong swayed slightly in midair, unable to suppress a low curse. "Damn it. This formation set by Master Gu is far too concealed." Li Xianfeng, equally exasperated, struggled but found the net constricting more with every movement. With a wry smile, he remarked, "It seems our skills at thievery still leave much to be desired." The night remained thick around them, and the two suspended in midair could only watch helplessly as flickers of spiritual light danced in the depths of Zizhu Peak, unable to move. They silently prayed that Master Gu or that disciple named Xiao Ruobai would not discover their embarrassing predicament. Chapter 26. Disciple, you must practice more, senior brother. This net is crushing my bones. What should we do? I have no idea. This formation is quite sinister. The more we move, the tighter it gets. Should we call Master? He surely has a solution. Call Master? Have you lost your mind? If he sees us hanging here like cured meat, we'll be bettered in from his beating. But we can't just hang here indefinitely. Dawn is approaching, and if Ruobai sees us like this during his morning exercises, our reputations will be ruined. What do you suggest then? Perhaps we should try our luck and call for Master Gu? Call for Master Gu? What if he thinks we're thieves and tosses us down the mountain to feed the wolves? Then what if we pretend to be unconscious? Maybe someone passing by will let us down. Are you foolish? This net is imbued with spiritual energy. If we faint, it'll only tighten more. If I had known it would be this troublesome, I wouldn't have listened to Master S' advice about setting out before dawn. Now look, we lost the chicken and the grain. Indeed, he wanted to sneak some tea leaves and pushed us out as bait. Shoo, I think I hear something. Don't move. What if it's Master Gu? After a brief silence, where is he? You startled me. It turned out to be a small bird. What do we do now? My arms are numb. What else can we do? We wait. Perhaps the formation will loosen on its own. Your reassurance is less than comforting. The surrounding darkness seemed to solidify, and the stillness of Zizhu Peak was so profound that they could hear the soft rustle of bamboo leaves falling. Only the two suspended in midair occasionally exchanged words. In the bamboo house, Gu Changge delicately twirled the teacup with his fingertips. Gazing through the window at the two shadowy figures suspended in midair, a faint smile gracing his lips. The water mirror on the table reflected the two struggling figures. Their hushed conversations clearly audible. Unable to suppress a soft chuckle, Gu Changge mused that this Xuanyangzi had indeed raised disciples who, like him, were inclined towards dubious paths. He raised his eyes to the window, observing the two figures still bickering softly, and decided to rise and step outside. As he crossed the threshold, a small bird flitted down, landing firmly on his shoulder, tilting its head to observe the two figures in the air. The smile on Gu Changge's face deepened as his gaze swept over Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, infused with a hint of mockery and helplessness. Enough of this. If they remained suspended much longer, they would surely resemble cured meat. With a flick of his fingers, a wisp of pale azure spiritual energy silently darted forth. The invisible net in the air suddenly slackened, and the two shadows plummeted to the ground with a thud, accompanied by muffled cries of pain. Gu Changge spoke leisurely, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly reaching their ears. Next time you wish to sneak in at midnight, at least ensure you tread carefully. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, having landed painfully on the ground, grimaced and froze at the sound of Gu Changge's voice, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Struggling to rise, they brushed off the dust from their clothes, their heads bowed in shame as they dared not meet his gaze. Gu Changge approached them slowly, and the little bird on his shoulder chirped twice, seemingly mocking their predicament. You too, he gently shook his head. With such limited skills, you aspire to stealth? Look at your uncle, sure. He knows to dig a hole to sneak around at midnight. Yet you two simply crashed into the formation. Meanwhile, far away on Qingyue Peak, Shi Wanshan was blissfully asleep with his cherished stone pillow, suddenly feeling a cold breeze sweep past. Achoo! He sneezed abruptly, knitting his brows in a frown even in his dreams. He smacked his lips, turned over, and snuggled his stone pillow closer, resuming his snores. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong buried their heads deeper, their cheeks ablaze. Just then, a clear youthful voice rang out. Master, what has happened? Following the sound, they beheld Xiao Ruobai emerging from his room, clad in a simple training outfit, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong in their dark attire, covered in dirt, he froze momentarily. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a glimmering Jutian dragon soul spear materialized in his grasp as he exclaimed warily, "Intruders! Master, retreat!" Intruders? Li Xianfeng was taken aback. Then, unable to help himself, he raised his hand to remove the black cloth from his face. Ruobai. It's us, Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong from Qingyue Peak. Shen Jinghong followed suit, pulling off his mask to reveal a slightly embarrassed, fair face. Having just risen from the ground, his hair was disheveled, and in his dark attire, he appeared rather suspicious. Xiao Ruobai tightened his grip on the Jutian dragon soul spear, his gaze still wary. You two, wearing dark clothes and sneaking in at midnight, do not seem like good people. The little bird perched on Gu Changge's shoulder chirped. seemingly echoing his sentiments. He cleared his throat and gently patted Xiao Ruobai's arm. You may set it down. It is a gift from your master, Xian Yangzi. Xiao Ruobai blinked, recalling a conversation he had overheard between his master and senior disciple the previous day, which hinted at this matter. However, his gaze shifted between Li Xianfeng and his companion. Was it necessary to dress like this for communication, and to do so in the dead of night? Li Xuanfeng's smile faltered slightly. It would not do to admit that he had come to absorb spiritual energy, yet had been ensnared by the formation for so long. He cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. Junior brother, you are unaware that my sister Jinghong and I wish to test your alertness. It is not merely my words. Look at how your sister and I have reached the entrance of Zizhu Peak without your noticing. It is indeed impressive how Master Gu can sense even the slightest disturbance in the formation. As he spoke, he covertly glanced at Gu Changge, noticing a smile playing on the latter's lips, and seized the opportunity to press on. You ought to practice more, junior brother. Consider this your first lesson from your elder brother. In the realm of cultivation, vigilance is essential for survival. Shen Jinghong, listening nearby, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Her elder brother's ability to spin tales was growing ever more adept, presenting their prolonged entrapment in such a grandiloquent light. He even managed to flatter Master Gu in the process, showcasing a remarkable thickness of skin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobai turned earnestly to Gu Changge, and seeing no rebuttal from his master, he accepted the words with conviction. He sheathed the Jiutian Longhan halberd and bowed respectfully to Li Xianfeng, sincerity etched on his face. Thank you, elder brother, for your guidance. It was my oversight. I shall certainly practice diligently henceforth to enhance my alertness. His solemn demeanor nearly caused Li Xianfeng to lose his composure, his expression straining to maintain its facade. Gu Changge regarded Li Xianfeng, struggling to suppress a laugh, reflecting on how he had never noticed this young man's amusing qualities before. In weaving such fabrications, he had truly managed to fool the naive Ruobai. My dear disciple, you indeed need to practice more. At the very least, your skin should be as thick as your elder brother's. Now then, since everyone has arrived, let us not linger here. You may proceed with your discussions. Gu Changge's voice broke the subtly awkward atmosphere. With that, he turned and walked toward the bamboo house. Meanwhile, far away on Qingyue Peak, Shi Wanshan shivered in his sleep, mumbling, "Dog hole, my dog hole." Chapter 27. The Fragrance of the Meals at Zizhu Peak. Seeing Gu Changge enter the bamboo house, Li Xianfeng sighed in relief and turned his attention back to Xiao Ruobai. He retrieved a pristine, white jade slip from his robe, his expression growing serious. Junior brother Ruobai, this is the essence of the Qingtian palm that my master entrusted me to deliver to you. Do you understand? The Qingtian palm is the core secret of our Qingxian sect. It is a genuine royal-level technique, one that ordinary disciples rarely even glimpse. Only those personally taught by the peak masters are permitted to learn it, so you must keep it secure and never disclose it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobai's eyes sharpened, and he received the jade slip with both hands. As his fingertips brushed against the cool surface, he could distinctly sense the profound spiritual energy flowing within. He solemnly tucked the jade slip into his robe and bowed respectfully toward Qingyue Peak. Thank you for your generous favor, Master Xian Yangzi. And I also appreciate my elder brother for delivering it personally. The bond between your master and mine is profound. We are destined to look out for one another. Li Xianfeng smiled as he noticed the curiosity etched on Xiao Ruobai's brow regarding the techniques. He proposed, since you have yet to practice the Qingtian palm, allow me to demonstrate the foundational moves for you. Shen Jinghong settled on a clean slab of bluestone nearby, cradling her sword and observing quietly. The moonlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting a serene glow upon her face, dispelling her earlier embarrassment and replacing it with tranquility. Xiao Ruobai quickly stepped back a couple of paces, focusing intently. Li Xianfeng inhaled deeply, allowing the spiritual energy within him to flow gently. Although he intentionally restrained the aura of his late-stage Dan condensation, it still emanated a steady pressure. With a commanding shout, he extended his right palm, which shimmered with a faint golden light. The gust of energy, imbued with spiritual power, struck a nearby boulder. Just before making contact, he skillfully retracted the force, producing a resonant hum. The surface of the stone rippled with intricate patterns before gradually fracturing. This first move, the stone lifting, emphasizes the accumulation of power in the palm, blending firmness with softness. It may appear robust, yet it conceals a method of force release, making it the most suitable foundation for your current cultivation at the first level of body refinement. Li Xianfeng retracted his hand and approached Xiao Ruobai, patiently explaining. You should focus on your energy within your palm. Do not chase after pure strength. Instead, seek the right sensation. He then meticulously shared insights from his own practice of the Qingtian palm. When first learning this technique, one must avoid the temptation of haste. I once pursued overwhelming palm strength to the point of causing a blockage in my meridians for several days. Remember, when channeling energy to the dantian, it should flow like a gentle stream, gradually converging at the palm, reminiscent of the melting snow in spring, seemingly delicate, yet possessing enduring strength. Xiao Ruobai listened intently, nodding occasionally as she absorbed the information. She subsequently sat cross-legged and began to attempt practicing the Qingtian palm according to Li Xuanfeng's instructions. With closed eyes and a focused expression, her small face radiated determination. Although her manipulation of spiritual energy felt clumsy, every subtle movement exuded resilience. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged knowing smiles. The spiritual energy on Zizhu Peak was so dense that even a minute lost in practice was a missed opportunity. They shared no further words, each seeking a vacant space to continue refining their own skills, Li Xianfeng honing his late-stage Dan condensation, while Shen Jinghong concentrated on solidifying her sword intent. Time flowed gently within the tranquility of their practice, the bamboo forest occasionally whispering with the rustle of leaves, accompanied by the steady rhythm of their breathing. As the moonlight gradually faded and the horizon brightened with the first light of dawn, Gu Changge stood at the entrance of the bamboo house, observing the three immersed in their training. A smile of satisfaction graced his lips, particularly at the sight of Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong. Both sat upright, their spiritual energy swirling faster than a windmill, as if striving to absorb every ounce of Zizhu Peak's essence. Li Xuanfeng's white robes billowed with the force of his energy, his fingers instinctively digging into the stone beneath him, as if fearing the loss of even a trace of spiritual power. Shen Jinghong was even more remarkable. Eyes closed as she silently formed seals, her sword leaned beside her, the beads on its tassel ringing melodiously with the energy, reminiscent of a stockpiling little hamster anxious about running out of provisions. Gu Changge was filled with amusement as he observed the two individuals, wondering if they had mistaken Zizhu Peak for a sentient reservoir of spiritual energy. He quietly turned around and stepped into the recently cultivated spiritual field. There, the stolen Qingtian Meng Niu Wang was digging its hooves at the moonlight, and upon noticing Gu Changge's arrival, its massive form shrank away, nearly wedging itself into the corner of the cattle shed. "Ah, old Huang, your enlightenment tea has certainly paid off. You've grown a bit plumper," he remarked, glancing at the flourishing Xian spiritual rice in the field, its heavy ears bending under the weight of the grains that gleamed in the light. He casually plucked two of the sturdiest stalks. Farming was decidedly more gratifying than indulging in the whims of a temperamental bull. He then approached the old cow. "No need to hide. Today we'll take a small portion." With a cheerful demeanor, Gu Changge brandished a chopping knife. "You owe me some meat for the last time you pilfered my enlightenment tea leaves." The Meng Niu Wang gazed up with tear-filled eyes as a slice of its freshly grown tenderloin was taken, grunting in indignation but daring not to utter a complaint. By the time Gu Changge returned with the spiritual rice and beef, the horizon was just beginning to blush with dawn. He looked at the ingredients in his hands, a smile breaking across his face. This old cow was quite the find. Not only could it be employed for farming, but its meat also nourished his disciple's body. Bringing it down from the mountains had proven to be an excellent decision. As smoke began to rise from the summit, Li Xianfeng suddenly opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, "What a delightful aroma. What kind of spiritual rice is this?" Shen Jinghong sheathed his sword, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes at the thought of Gu Shirshu actually cooking. "Come over, the meal is ready," Gu Changge called out. Lifting the curtain to the courtyard, Li Xianfeng sprang to his feet as if activated by a switch, his nose still sniffing the air. "Gu Shirshu, this spiritual rice smells exquisite. It must be infused with abundant spiritual energy." Shen Jinghong also sheathed his sword and stepped into the bamboo house, freezing in place as he crossed the threshold. A large rough porcelain bowl sat on the table, filled with rice porridge that shimmered with a faint purple hue. The grains were round and plump, seemingly enveloped in starlight. Beside it, a green porcelain plate held slices of roasted meat, glistening with oil and emitting wisps of steam, the aroma wafting into their nostrils, stirring the spiritual energy within them. "Have a seat," Gu Changge commanded as he took his place at the head of the table, gesturing toward the bowls and chopsticks. "Do not overindulge. Moderation is key." As he spoke, he gracefully twirled his wrist, and a gentle light emanated from his fingertips, sweeping over the bowls and plates. The previously domineering spiritual energy instantly softened, leaving only a warm, gentle essence, even making the oily sheen of the roasted meat feel refreshing. Unable to resist any longer, Li Xianfeng scooped a spoonful of porridge, and as soon as it touched his tongue, his eyes widened in astonishment. The grains dissolved into warmth, flowing smoothly down his throat, soothing his meridians as if bathed in warm water, nearly causing him to hum in delight. He took a bite of the beef, which was astonishingly tender, transforming into pure vitality with just a few chews, penetrating his limbs and bones. Even the lingering aches from his previous sword practice faded, as if being tenderly mended. "This is absolutely incredible," Li Xianfeng exclaimed, his mouth stuffed full. "It surpasses the spiritual fare from the main peak's dining hall by 100-fold. Chapter 28. Qualification Enhancement. Innate sword body. Initially, Shun Jinghong sought to maintain an air of modesty in front of her junior disciple, delicately grasping her jade chopsticks and only scooping a small half-spoonful of rice porridge, while slicing her meat into mere halves before bringing them to her lips. Yet, the moment the purple flame's spirit rice touched her tongue, it transformed into a warm current, gliding down her throat and settling in her dantian, causing her previously stagnant sword body to emit a subtle hum, akin to a parched riverbed being rejuvenated by a fresh spring. With a touch of restraint, she picked up a piece of beef. As her teeth pierced through its fibers, a surge of vitality erupted, spilling forth from between her teeth. It felt as though a gentle furnace was meandering through her meridians, dissipating the chill that had accumulated in her joints during sword practice. She instinctively pressed her lips together, and her fingers, which had been delicately maneuvering the jade chopsticks, suddenly quickened their pace. The rice porridge, which she had been savoring in small bites, was now being ladled into her bowl, 3 generous scoops at a time, the porcelain bowl clinking melodically with each collision. The slices of meat were disregarded. As she stuffed whole pieces into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel hoarding acorns. Only when the bottom of the bowl revealed itself did she belatedly raise her eyes, only to meet Gu Changge's barely suppressed laughter. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, where remnants of beef grease still lingered. This spiritual food. She cleared her throat, attempting to regain her usual aloof demeanor, yet the satisfaction in her eyes betrayed her. It was indeed superior to that of the cafeteria. Once the trio had nearly finished their meal, Gu Changge fetched a purple clay teapot and poured each of them a cup of tea. The amber-hued brew revealed tea leaves unfurling and dancing within, releasing a brisk fragrance that mingled with the morning's bamboo dew, invigorating the three who had just satisfied their appetites. "Do try this," Gu Changge urged, nudging the teacup toward them. Li Xianfeng lifted his cup, and as he brought it close to his nose, a wave of tea aroma seemed to leap into his nostrils. A loud buzz resonated in his mind. The challenges he had faced during his recent breakthrough to the late stage of the condensed Dan suddenly unraveled like a fog being parted, the pathways of understanding clearer than ever. The previously convoluted routes of spiritual energy began to flow effortlessly, and even the clogged nodes in his purple mansion were cracking audibly. "Is this enlightenment?" Li Xianfeng's pupils constricted, instinctively attempting to suppress his excitement, recalling his master Zunyangzi's repeated admonitions that breakthroughs should be approached steadily, as haste could lead to hidden dangers. "Do not hold back," Gu Changge spoke calmly, flicking his fingers to conjure a resplendent golden pill, the fabled 9 turns golden Dan. He crushed the pill, extracting a fifth of its powder, which he deftly infused into Li Xianfeng's spiritual energy with a flick of his finger. Simultaneously, he introduced several drops of innate spirit marrow into Li Xianfeng's body. "Ride this surge. I shall assist you in solidifying your foundation." As soon as the words left his lips, the spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak surged like a tidal wave toward Li Xianfeng, guided by an invisible hand. Under Gu Changge's direction, the energy flowed with an unparalleled gentleness, washing through his meridians in layers. The fifth of the golden pill's powder transformed into a warm current, meticulously purging the chaotic elements from his spiritual energy. What had once stagnated at the late stage of the condensed Dan now surged forward with unstoppable momentum, achieving the pinnacle of the condensed Dan realm and the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. In mere moments, Li Xianfeng's aura stabilized at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. He unconsciously channeled his spiritual energy, and felt that the flow within him was 100 times smoother than before. The luminous energy swirling at his fingertips was also several times more concentrated than in the past, and even the speed at which he perceived the celestial energies within his sea of consciousness had increased significantly. To his astonishment, when he introspected his innate aptitude, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in his natural abilities. The speed of his spiritual energy circulation had surged beyond 100-fold. Li Xianfeng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the tumultuous yet harmonious power within him, his voice trembling with emotion. "Master Gu, I am truly unworthy of your generosity." He bowed deeply to Gu Changge, his forehead nearly touching the table, vowing that this kindness would be etched in his memory forever. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghong, having just sipped her tea, felt a sudden resonance from the sword essence in her dantian. A refreshing sensation coursed down her throat, akin to pure water splashing into boiling oil, instantly igniting the sword intent within her. Her sword essence, the Jinghong's sword, was completely awakened. She instinctively closed her eyes, and the sword energy enveloped her, forming a radiant curtain of light. This girl's sword essence is even purer than what Xian Yangzi described. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, employing the same technique once more, adding some 9-turn golden pill powder into the spiritual energy, infusing her with innate spiritual marrow. Shen Jinghong felt a warmth at her brow, and the sword intent surged forth like a river breaking its dam, shattering the barriers of the 9th layer of body refinement and propelling her directly into the foundational realm. Even more astonishingly, when she introspected, she found that the speed of her spiritual energy circulation had increased more than 100-fold, and the previously sluggish sword techniques now flowed effortlessly in her mind. Her cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the foundational realm, with the residual power of the 9-turn golden pill still nestled within her, like a seed planted for future limitless potential. The innate sword essence had also accelerated to such an extent. Shen Jinghong opened her eyes, the sword energy at her fingertips shimmering in the sunlight, and she bowed gracefully to Gu Changge, her voice laced with barely contained excitement. "Thank you, Master Gu, for your support. This kindness I shall repay with my life." Innate sword essence? Gu Changge was taken aback, stroking his chin. It seemed that the innate spiritual marrow and 9-turn golden pill could indeed enhance one's aptitude. He had previously regarded these items as commonplace elixirs, yet had not realized their true efficacy. On the windowsill, a small black bird had perched there unknowingly, chirping at Gu Changge with a tone that unmistakably conveyed a sense of wastefulness. Beside him, Xiao Ruobai watched, his eyes wide, as the spiritual energy within him stirred restlessly. Gu Changge, quick-witted, flicked his finger against Xiao Ruobai's forehead. "Do not be hasty. Your path must be traversed step by step." Setting down his teacup, Gu Changge glanced at Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, who were still lost in the joy of their breakthroughs, and spoke calmly. "In the initial stages of a new realm, it is essential to maintain composure. You two should go to the bamboo grove nearby and solidify your cultivation, lest you waste the spiritual energy of this purple bamboo peak." Li Xianfeng, upon hearing this, straightened up and promptly retracted his outwardly projecting spiritual light. "Thank you for the reminder, Master." Shen Jinghong also subdued her sword energy and nodded gently at Gu Changge. The two of them turned in unison and ventured deep into the bamboo grove, each seeking a secluded spot to sit cross-legged in meditation. They understood that this critical moment of just having broken through, solidifying their realms at Purple Bamboo Peak, was an extraordinary opportunity. The bamboo house fell into a sudden silence. Gu Changge turned to Xiao Ruobai, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Come with me." The youth, unaware of his master's intentions, followed Gu Changge closely as they made their way to the back mountain. Passing through a shimmering gateway, Xiao Ruobai beheld a familiar sight, his pupils narrowing slightly. Suddenly realizing, uncertainty crept into his voice. "Master, are you asking me to slay the beasts?" Chapter 29. The discovery of Shi Wanshan. Gu Changge pointed towards the mist-shrouded valley ahead. "Do you understand why I have delayed your breakthrough?" Xiao Ruobai shook his head, confusion evident in his eyes. "Your war god physique appears formidable, yet its foundation remains unstable. You must comprehend the essence of battle." Gu Changge turned to face him, his expression grave. "Though you have reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, your cultivation time is still short. The battle energy within you resembles untempered iron. It may seem hard, yet it harbors hidden fractures." The youth's heart trembled. He had thought his master's reluctance to allow him to advance was due to his insufficient vitality, not this underlying reason. "What should I do then?" Gu Changge raised his hand, pointing into the depths of the valley, where a fierce aura of magical beasts could be sensed. "Venture inside and slay the beasts, those at or above the core formation stage. Return only after you have defeated 500. Xiao Ruobai's pupils constricted in alarm. 500? Are you afraid?" Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. "Not afraid." Xiao Ruobai clenched his fists tightly, determination igniting in his gaze. "This time, let us raise the stakes. You are forbidden from using the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd. Rely solely on your physical prowess and mundane weapons." "I understand." He bowed deeply to Gu Changge. "I will not return to see my master until I have slain 500. Gu Changge watched the youth's retreating figure as he charged into the valley, his expression complex. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier enveloped the valley's perimeter. "Let these great mountains teach you the true meaning of being a war god." Deep within the valley, the roars of magical beasts and the sharp clashing of weapons soon echoed. Gu Changge stood still for a moment, confirming that Xiao Ruobai had engaged in combat with a late-stage core formation iron-armored bear. 500 core formation beasts were merely the beginning. He murmured to himself, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. The tempering of the war god physique has never been a nurturing affair. Having taken only a few steps, A small black bird flitted up, circling above his head, its beak clutching a half-eaten piece of enlightenment tea leaf. Are you truly sending him alone? Changge glanced at it, flicking its head lightly with his finger. Rest assured, he will not perish. He had already laid 3 contingencies. The invisible barrier not only isolated external disturbances, but would also automatically activate protection should Xiao Ruobai face mortal danger. The seemingly chaotic distribution of magical beasts within the valley was, in fact, arranged in layers from weak to strong, even if high-level beasts lurked among them. Should Xiao Ruobai find himself in dire straits, the restraints left within him would safeguard his life. The little black bird tilted its head, suddenly calling out twice towards the valley, its voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Changge ignored it, making his way back to Zizhu Peak. Upon arriving at the entrance of the bamboo cottage, Li Xianfeng was seen seated in a meditative posture on a slab of bluestone. His aura swirling around him like a vortex, the essence of the mid-stage purple mansion realm now firmly established. Shen Jinghong stood before an ancient bamboo, his fingertips coalescing a delicate strand of sword energy, repeatedly carving into the bamboo's surface. This seemingly gentle sword energy deftly avoided the joints, etching an intricate pattern of sword marks upon the smooth bamboo, evidently honing his swordsmanship while stabilizing his newly achieved innate sword body. In the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, Xiao Ruobai gripped a humble iron blade, engaged in a fierce struggle with a heavily armored bear of the late Dan condensation stage. The bear's massive paws struck the ground, sending mud flying and a foul wind rushing towards him. Employing the agility of his shadow-treading steps, Xiao Ruobai weaved through the gaps of the bear's claws, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The bear, already formidable in physique, towered over him by a significant realm. Relying solely on his physical strength against such a beast proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Roaring in fury, the iron-clad bear rose to its full height, its immense body looming like a mountain. Xiao Ruobai's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly ceased his evasions, channeling all his battle energy into his right arm. The iron blade in his grasp emitted a resonant hum, faintly shimmering with a golden hue. Fight! He shouted, launching himself toward the bear's paw with a fierce slash. The moment the blade met the bear's paw, a deafening clash of metal echoed through the air. Xiao Ruobai felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, but, harnessing the recoil, leaped upward, the blade slicing across the bear's neck, its most vulnerable point. With a splatter of blood, the bear let out a heart-wrenching wail before its colossal form collapsed to the ground. Leaning on his blade, Xiao Ruobai panted heavily, staring at the fallen beast beneath his feet, a grin spreading across his face. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that his battle energy had become more refined. The first one, he wiped the blood from his face, his resolve strengthening as he turned to venture deeper into the valley. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the miasma, illuminating the young man's upright silhouette, as well as the path of refinement laid out by the carcasses of the beasts he had vanquished. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong were engrossed in their practice, unaware that night had quietly descended. The glow within the bamboo grove began to fade, and simultaneously, they withdrew their energies, the spiritual aura that enveloped them receding like a tide. The sky was now adorned with countless stars, and the evening breeze carried the scent of bamboo. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of reluctance in the other's eyes. The spiritual essence of the purple bamboo peak was as rich as unyielding honey. Even an extra quarter of an hour spent there would yield profound cultivation. Uncle Gu. Li Xianfeng was the first to rise, cupping his hands in respect towards Changge. Today, he had been so focused on solidifying his cultivation that he had neglected to engage with junior brother Ruobai, which was indeed impolite. Stealing a glance at Changge's expression, and seeing no sign of anger, he seized the opportunity to add, as an apology, perhaps my junior sister and I could visit tomorrow? We could bring some freshly picked spiritual fruits from the main peak to replenish junior brother Ruobai. Shen Jinghong nodded in agreement, a rare earnestness gracing her usually cool demeanor. It was the disciple's oversight. We shall certainly arrive early tomorrow to spar with junior brother Ruobai. Changge paused, the teacup in his hand momentarily still, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes. These two youngsters are cut from the same mold as Xuanyangzi, adept at conjuring excuses with ease. Begone. Return in a fortnight. Next time, come at dawn and do not disturb my slumber. Yes, thank you, Master Uncle. The two, as if granted a reprieve, bowed with movements brimming with elation, their steps light as if treading upon the wind. Just as they crossed the boundary of Zizhu Peak, Li Xianfeng abruptly grasped Shen Jinghong's shoulder, and they both halted. In the next moment, the magnificent aura of Li Xianfeng, at the mid-stage of the Purple Palace realm, swiftly retracted into his being. The brilliance at his fingertips extinguished abruptly, firmly suppressed back to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Even the swaying of his robe was deliberately slowed, resembling a deflated balloon. Shen Jinghong was even more remarkable, her radiant sword chi instantly receding into her meridians. The peak spiritual power of the Foundation Establishment realm dissipating like a retreating tide, reverting to her youthful appearance of the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. Yet, her eyes, reflecting starlight, could not conceal the awakening brilliance of her sword body, as if she held a tiny star within. Hurry up! Li Xianfeng urged her towards Qingyun Peak, his voice barely above a whisper. Do not let anyone from the other peaks see us, otherwise, they will all flock to Zizhu Peak. They shrank their necks and sneaked along the wall like two weasels that had stolen a hen. At the entrance of the bamboo house, Gu Changge observed this scene, unable to suppress a chuckle, nearly spilling his tea. These two have thoroughly mastered the crooked ways of Xuanyangzi. Just as he was about to turn away, a fleeting glance caught a glimpse of a dog hole on the west side of the mountain, where an old man in a gray robe was crouching, none other than Shi Wanshan, the master of Qingyue Peak. Shi Wanshan squinted, his fingers digging into the vines as he watched the sneaky silhouettes of Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, glancing towards Zizhu Peak. Suddenly, his murky eyes gleamed like searchlights. He stroked his chin, muttering, something is amiss. These two youngsters were only at the late stage of nascent soul and the 9th layer of body refinement a few days ago. How could their auras have strengthened so significantly in just one day? Chapter 30. The shock of Xuanyangzi. Gu Changge's figure abruptly froze, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. This is bad. That old fellow loves to meddle, and he has likely sensed something amiss. Shi Wanshan clicked his tongue, suddenly slapping his thigh, then turned and dashed towards Qingyue Peak. Gu Changge gazed at his retreating figure, then looked towards the distant Qingyun Peak, feeling an ominous throbbing in his temples. He smacked his forehead, realizing that peaceful days were likely coming to an end. You little rascals, come out. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to Zizhu Peak to pay a visit to your master Uncle Gu. The system's prompt echoed in Gu Changge's mind as he sat by the window of the bamboo house. He silently recited, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing today's sign-in, earning 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Songyun secret realm. Simultaneously, a golden light appeared, transforming into a palm-sized bronze token within the system space. The token was intricately engraved with layers of swirling clouds and towering mountains. The 4 characters Songyun secret realm shimmering with a faint glow. The Songyun secret realm is sealed within the token, ready for release at any moment. Should one wish to relocate the secret realm, it can be reabsorbed into the token. Gu Changge grasped the token, a wave of gentle warmth enveloping him. And immediately the annotations of the system materialized in his mind. Within the depths of the Songyun secret realm lay a vast expanse of spiritual land. Its concentration of spiritual energy 100-fold greater than that of the outside world. Hidden within were ancient treasures and immortal legacies. This secret realm served not only as an excellent place for cultivation, but also as a sanctuary for living beings and artifacts, akin to a portable miniature world. Gu Changge toyed with the bronze token in his hand, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Today's harvest was quite commendable. In the main hall of Qingyun Peak, Xuanyangzi paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally rising on his toes to glance outside. Upon hearing the hall doors creak, he spun around abruptly, nearly tripping over the threshold. How did it go? He implored, rushing toward Li Xianfeng and shaking his arm vigorously. Did you manage to avoid angering your master, Gu? How was the harvest on Zizhu Peak? Did you have any disagreements with Ruobai? A barrage of questions left Li Xianfeng feeling dizzy. He scanned his surroundings and lowered his voice. Master, is your cave dwelling secure? What do you mean by secure? Xuanyangzi replied, puzzled. I have set up 3 layers of soundproof arrays in this main hall. Not even a whisper can escape, let alone a thunderclap. Suddenly, he leaned in closer. What's wrong? Did you perhaps stumble upon a treasure at Zizhu Peak? Li Xianfeng exchanged a glance with Shen Jinghong, and they simultaneously dropped their disguises. The overwhelming spiritual power of the mid-stage Purple Mansion realm surged forth like a volcanic eruption, a faint golden vortex of spiritual energy swirling around Li Xianfeng. Shen Jinghong's transformation was even more astonishing. The awakening of his innate sword body radiated a brilliant light, and his peak foundation establishment sword energy shot towards the ceiling, causing the hanging glass lanterns to jingle. Xuanyangzi's mouth gaped wider with each moment, until it could accommodate a fist. He pointed at the two of them, then abruptly withdrew his hand to scratch his head, confirming thrice before he leapt to his feet, slapping the stone table with a resounding crack. The solid bluestone surface split open. Mid-stage Purple Mansion, peak foundation establishment. Xuanyangzi's voice trembled as he circled the two of them 8 times. Suddenly, he seized Li Xianfeng's wrist to take his pulse, and then scrutinized Shen Jinghong's eyes closely. Finally, he collapsed into the Grandmaster chair, murmuring. You both advanced an entire realm in a single day. Quickly tell me what transpired. Master, please regain your composure, Li Xianfeng urged, supporting him as he recounted the day's events. Master Gu treated us to breakfast, then brewed a pot of tea for us to share. That tea of Master Gu was exceptional. Zhu and Yangzi sat upright at this revelation. Shun Jinghong added, afterward. Master Gu crushed a radiant golden elixir and mixed a bit of powder into the spiritual energy, even adding a few drops of milky spiritual liquid, claiming it would help solidify our foundations. Such miraculous elixirs and mysterious liquids exist? Zhu and Yangzi exclaimed, suddenly rising and pacing frantically in the hall, alternately tugging at his hair in foolish laughter and bowing to the air. I told you, your master Changge must be hiding treasures. It was indeed the right decision for you to accompany him for practice. After consuming that tea, disciples at the late stage of Dan condensation felt as though their bottlenecks had been shattered like paper through a window. Li Xianfeng recalled that cup of tea and still felt a shiver of trepidation. The golden Dan powder is truly extraordinary, purging all impurities from the spiritual energy, rendering its flow more translucent than crystal. Shun Jinghong nodded in agreement. When the sword's essence awakened, the few drops of spiritual liquid coursed through the meridians, cleansing the dull ache that had settled deep within his bones, allowing him to wield the sword and summon the very essence of the heavens. Xian Yangzi, captivated by the pair, suddenly stood frozen as if struck by divine lightning, his eyes widening in surprise as he frantically rummaged through his robes. No, he muttered. Your qualifications. Before he could finish, he grasped a palm-sized, grayish-white stone, its surface etched with intricate patterns of spiritual energy, the spirit-testing jade. Quick, place your hand upon it, Xian Yangzi urged, his voice taut as he thrust the jade towards Li Xianfeng, beads of sweat forming in his palm. Years ago, when Li Xianfeng had tested as a mid-tier of the heavenly grade, he had been thoroughly satisfied. Now, witnessing this young man leap across great realms in a single day, he wondered what wondrous change could have transpired in his innate talent. Li Xianfeng and Shun Jinghong exchanged a glance, both sensing the tension reflected in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Li Xianfeng placed his palm upon the spirit-testing jade, channeling his inner spiritual energy. In the next instant, the jade erupted in a dazzling display of purple-gold radiance, within which stars seemed to swirl, revealing 4 ancient characters, low-grade saint. The brilliance illuminated the entire main hall. Yet fortunately, Xian Yangzi's caution ensured that the light did not escape the confines of the cave. The spirit-testing jade fell from Xian Yangzi's grip with a clatter, but he remained oblivious, fixated upon the 4 characters, his lips trembling, unable to utter a sound for what felt like an eternity. The words low-grade saint struck his heart like a thunderous blow, an echelon so rare that even the sect's texts dared only to allude to it, transcending the heavenly and king grades to become a legend. Saint grade, he murmured, suddenly behaving as if possessed, snatching the jade and thrusting it before Shun Jinghong. You must test as well. Jinghong, you are the only one of the younger generation with heavenly grade talent. Shun Jinghong's fingers trembled slightly as he placed his hand upon the jade. Chapter 31, Junior Brother Changge, save me. As Shun Jinghong made contact, the spirit-testing jade erupted with an even more intense radiance than before. It resembled a small azure sun, emitting a resonant hum akin to a sword song, with the inscription appearing boldly, mid-grade saint. Boom. Xian Yangzi felt as if a thunderclap had shattered his mind. He staggered back 3 steps, collapsing to the ground as the jade slipped from his grasp, rolling several times before coming to rest. His mouth agape, he emitted a series of gasps, and after what felt like an eternity, he unleashed a deafening roar. Saint grade. It's Saint grade. 2 of them. Our Qingxian sect has 2 heavenly talents that have ascended to Saint grade. He danced about like a child, tears and snot streaming down his face, then clutched his head, laughing maniacally. To have one with heavenly grade talent is a rarity, but to reach Saint grade, this would surely infuriate the ancient masters of other sects. Suddenly, he lunged before Li Xianfeng, seizing his shoulders and shaking him vigorously, nearly crushing his bones with the intensity of his grip. You rascal! In this moment, one has transcended to the saint level from the king level. Are you attempting to challenge the heavens? Turning abruptly towards Shun Jinghong, he gazed at the ethereal manifestation of her innate sword body, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Child, you are indeed of the heaven grade. The Jinghong sword body is already a prodigy of the sword path, and now you bestow upon me a mid-tier saint level, with an innate sword body to boot? Li Xianfeng was left dizzy by Xian Yangzi's revelations, yet he fixated intently on the inscriptions upon the spirit-testing jade, his heart racing as if it might shatter his ribs. Now, both of them possessed the qualifications of the saint level, the legendary qualification that, barring misfortune, guarantees one to become a saint. An overwhelming wave of elation engulfed him, compelling him to clench his fists until his knuckles turned white. Shen Jinghong stood quietly, her fingertip sword chi quivering slightly in response to her turbulent emotions. The terms mid-tier saint-level and innate sword body, which she had only encountered in ancient texts, had now become her distinguishing marks. She gazed down at her palm, and for the first time, a fervent flame ignited within her cool eyes. It was a boundless yearning for the future and an indescribable gratitude towards Gu Changge. Suddenly, Xian Yangzi ceased his excitement, rising abruptly to straighten his disheveled robes, and bowed reverently 3 times towards the direction of Zizhu Peak. After completing his bows, he turned back, grasping both of them with an expression as grave as if he were imparting a world-shattering secret. Remember, your qualifications must not be disclosed to anyone other than me and your Master Gu. Having said that, he could not suppress a silly grin as he circled around them, repeatedly murmuring. Within the main hall, the residual glow of the spirit-testing jade lingered, reflecting the faces of the 3, each marked by excitement, shock, or yearning. Xian Yangzi suddenly slammed his hand on the table. No, tomorrow I must personally visit Zizhu Peak. He smote his thigh, his gaze sparkling with astonishing clarity as if he had already envisioned a monumental opportunity. Li Xianfeng was taken aback. What will you do there? What do you understand? Xian Yangzi shot him a glare, yet his face bore an irrepressible excitement. Your Master Gu has granted you such a tremendous opportunity. As your teacher, how could I not express my gratitude appropriately? Furthermore, your Master Gu is inscrutable. There may be treasures of which we are unaware. As he spoke, he dashed towards the inner hall, his steps unsteady yet brisk, muttering to himself, I must find something presentable. I cannot go empty-handed. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged glances, both seeing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Xian Yangzi rummaged through a mountain of storage rings, first producing a palm-sized warm jade, weighing it in his hands before discarding it. No, while this jade can nurture spiritual energy, to Changge, it would be no different than a pebble by the roadside. He then retrieved a flying sword glimmering with a cold light, its blade inscribed with intricate runes. This Qingfeng was earned by me after slaying 3 thunder serpents. It is certainly a treasure of the heaven grade. Yet before he could finish, he shook his head with a sigh. Forget it. The elixirs and spiritual fluids casually given by Changge could defy fate. This flying sword would likely be laughed at if presented. As he searched increasingly frantically, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Eventually, he found himself squatting on the ground, tapping 3 times on an inconspicuous bluestone tile. With a click, the tile sprang open, revealing a profound hidden compartment within, where a black ceramic wine jar lay quietly. The jar's mouth was tightly bound with red cloth, and a yellowed talisman paper was affixed to it, faintly revealing the words 1,000 days of intoxication. This was it. Xian Yangzi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he cautiously lifted the wine jar, his face breaking into a smile that smoothed out the wrinkles. This jar of 1,000 days of intoxication was something I had exchanged from a master brewer on the borders of Mazhou during my youth. Back then, I fought fiercely for 3 days and nights against 3 demonic cultivators for this very jar, almost losing my life in the process. He cradled the jar as if it were a rare treasure, gently caressing its surface with his fingers. This exquisite wine was fermented with 1,000 spiritual herbs and had been aged for 300 years. Upon opening, it could invoke a resonance of spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. I have kept it untouched for a full 50 years, refusing to part with even a single drop. During the Grand Sect competition, countless individuals begged me to open it, but I could not bring myself to do so. Li Xianfeng was taken aback. He had long heard tales of his master's exquisite wine, but had not anticipated such a remarkable backstory. Xian Yangzi carefully reaffixed the talisman paper and enveloped the jar in 3 layers of protective barriers with his spiritual energy before cherishing it away. Observing his master's expression of both joy and anticipation, a sudden realization struck him. Master, it is not gratitude you seek. Rather, you intend to use this unparalleled wine to barter for opportunities from Uncle Gu. In the early morning, as the mist had yet to dissipate, a subtle commotion arose in front of the bamboo house on Zizhu Peak. Gu Changge had just checked on Xiao Ruobai's progress in the back mountain and was preparing to return to the bamboo house for a brief rest. Just as he stepped forward, he halted abruptly. There, hanging from 2 purple bamboo stalks at the entrance of Zizhu Peak, were 3 figures resembling dried meat. No, they appeared to be human. More precisely, it was Shi Wanshan and his 2 disciples, bound like Zongzi and suspended from the old bamboo branch. As the morning breeze blew, the 3 swayed like grasshoppers strung together by a rope. Shi Wanshan's gray robe, damp with dew, clung to him, revealing his rotund belly. His usually polished beard was now disheveled, adorned with a few bamboo leaves, resembling a disheveled old man just pulled from a muddy pit. Junior brother Changge, save me. Upon seeing Gu Changge, Shi Wanshan looked as if he had spotted a savior, writhing desperately, only to tighten the ropes further, causing him to grimace in pain. This cursed barrier is unreasonable. I merely wished to visit, and yet it ensnared me unprovoked. His two disciples fared worse. One hung face down, barely 3 feet from the ground, with his nose nearly grazing the moss on the stones. The other was upside down, his face flushed and his tongue nearly protruding, while a piece of bamboo leaf was stuffed in his mouth. Chapter 32. The incident of being treated like dried meat on Zizhu Peak for a night. The night on Changge Peak was exceptionally tranquil, with the moonlight of the early hours spilling like water upon the window panes of the quiet room. Shi Jingxian was immersed in the serenity of his cultivation when, suddenly, his quilt was forcefully yanked away. Jingxian, Mo-chun, wake up. Shi Wanshan's rotund figure burst in, his usually stern face glowing with an unusual radiance, reminiscent of a mouse that had stolen oil. In the dim light, the small eyes darted around, making a gesture for silence. I shall lead you to a grand opportunity. But do not make a sound. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Shi Jingxian stumbled as he was dragged along, while Lin Maching, still rubbing his sleepy eyes, was pulled out beside him. This youth, 2 years younger than Shi Jingxian, possessed mid-tier talent at the heaven level, his hair a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, still clouded with remnants of slumber. Master, what opportunity necessitates a midnight venture? Zizhu Peak, Shi Wanshan declared mysteriously, rubbing his plump hands with certainty. After those 2 disciples of Xuanyangzi returned from there, their cultivation soared. Surely, Gu Changge has hidden treasures. Confusion clouded Shi Jingxian's mind. Although the master of Zizhu Peak, Gu Changge, held a reputation, his cultivation was merely at the Dan condensation realm, and he typically kept to himself. How could there be a grand opportunity? He cautiously reminded. Master, isn't it inappropriate to trespass on other peaks? What is there to fear? Shi Wanshan boasted, patting his round belly with pride. After all, I am the master of Changge Peak. What harm is there in visiting a junior brother? Thus, under the moon's glow, the trio stealthily made their way to Zizhu Peak. Along the journey, Shi Wanshan continued to chatter. Though your Uncle Gu's cultivation is not high, he possesses many treasures. Be sharp when you see something good. Shi Jingxian exchanged a resigned glance with Lin Maching. Clearly, their master had ulterior motives rather than merely visiting. As the silhouette of Zizhu Peak emerged in the moonlight, Shi Jingxian involuntarily held his breath. The entire mountain was shrouded in a faint purple mist, the bamboo leaves swaying gently in the wind, producing a soft rustling sound. Even more astonishing was the dense spiritual energy in the air, almost tangible in its luminescence, drifting slowly about. Such rich spiritual energy. Lin Maching inhaled deeply, his eyes instantly sparkling. Shi Wanshan, stroking his beard triumphantly, proclaimed, "See, I told you there were treasures. Come, let us ascend the mountain." As they climbed the stone steps, the spiritual energy grew even more potent. Shi Jingxian felt his golden core begin to circulate involuntarily, greedily absorbing the surrounding essence. Just as he was about to respond to Lin Maching's query about whether Uncle Gu truly only possessed the Dan condensation realm, he felt a sudden tightness around his ankle. A lush, vibrant vine had ensnared him without warning. Master! Shi Jingxian's cry was choked in his throat as he found himself hanging upside down. The startled exclamations of Shi Wanshan and Lin Maching echoed nearby, and in an instant, the 3 were suspended like cured meat between 2 sturdy purple bamboos, bound by the binding spirit vine. The binding spirit vine, Shi Wanshan exclaimed, his chubby face turning crimson. You little rascal, Gu Changge, how dare you set such treacherous traps at your doorstep? Hanging head down, blood rushed to Shi Jingxian's head, turning his vision a shade of crimson. With great effort, he managed to rotate his eyes, only to see his master tied up like a rice dumpling. His gray robe rolled up to reveal his round belly, a bamboo leaf precariously stuck in his beard. Lin Maching fared worse, with a bamboo leaf stuffed in his mouth, resembling a captured frog, only able to emit muffled sounds. Master, is this truly the grand opportunity you spoke of? Shi Jingxian struggled to speak, his voice hoarse from the rush of blood. Shi Wanshan coughed awkwardly, attempting to defend himself. It was an accident, purely an accident. This binding spirit vine only ensnares those with ill intentions. It clearly indicates something suspicious at Zizhu Peak. The night breeze brushed by, causing the 3 to sway gently like wind chimes. Lin Maching struggled to expel the bamboo leaves from his mouth, while Shi Wanshan continued to futilely struggle against the binding spirit vines. The more he fought, the tighter the vines constricted, ultimately rendering him speechless. As dawn broke, Shi Jingxian finally discerned, illuminated by the morning light, that every bamboo on Purple Bamboo Peak glimmered with a faint purple hue, with runes flickering at the joints. Strangely, their sweat, upon falling to the ground, was instantaneously absorbed, leaving no trace behind. Senior brother, look, Lin Maching managed to point to the ground, his voice filled with astonishment. Coughing slightly, Shi Wanshan lowered his voice. Jingxian, Maching, when Gu Changge arrives, remember to appear somewhat pitiful. We've embarrassed ourselves this time. We must salvage some benefit from this. Shi Jingxian found it absurd. They had been suspended for an entire night, and their master was still concerned about gaining advantages. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from the depths of the bamboo grove. A figure in a blue robe approached leisurely, shrouded in morning mist, resembling an immortal from a poetic painting. The young man, not yet 20, possessed a striking countenance, with features akin to an exquisite painting and a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though he only emanated the spiritual energy of the condensing Dan realm, his eyes held a depth that seemed capable of penetrating the human heart. Indeed, it was Gu Changge, the master of Purple Bamboo Peak. What play is senior brother performing? Gu Changge circled around the three, his voice clear as the sound of jade striking against stone. In the early morning, instead of attending to your disciples at Qinyue Peak, you've come to swing in my bamboo grove? Shi Wanshan's face flushed with embarrassment, quickly pleading. Junior brother, please do not mock me. Release us at once. With a light laugh, Gu Changge flicked his fingers, which glowed with a verdant light. And with a gentle motion, the binding vines instantly loosened. The three of them tumbled to the ground, rubbing their numb limbs as Gu Changge added, with a teasing smile. How was I to know senior brother came to Purple Bamboo Peak in the middle of the night with ulterior motives, or perhaps to steal knowledge? Please, junior brother, do not jest. Shi Wanshan grimaced, his gaze darting to the pitiable state of his two disciples, hastily shifting the topic. Yesterday, I saw Xianyangzi's two disciples leaving your place. Their aura was off, so I knew you must be hiding something valuable. Look at my two disciples. Their potential is mediocre, and despite years of cultivation, they remain stuck at the early stage of condensing Dan. Would you not show some compassion and let them benefit from your treasures? These two disciples of yours, one possesses inferior celestial grade talent, and the other, middle celestial grade talent. In any of the 7 major sects, they would be considered treasures. Is this what you call mediocre talent? Gu Changge's tone was unassuming. Yet it sent a jolt through Shi Jingxian's heart. The realization that Gu Shixiang had seen through their capabilities was beyond what a mere condensing Dan realm cultivator could accomplish. Shi Wanshan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Compared to Xianyangzi's two disciples, they aren't so unremarkable after all. Gu Changge shook his head, turning his gaze towards Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching, a glimmer of profound meaning in his eyes. You two youngsters have it tough, following such an unorthodox master. The two bowed respectfully. Disciples Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching pay their respects to Gu Shixiang. Rise. Gu Changge waved his hand, his tone softening. Since you are here, come in and have a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Shi Wanshan's earlier embarrassment vanished instantly, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed. Now that sounds like a plan. Come, come. The purple bamboo tea made by our junior brother is truly a marvel of our sect. Observing his master eagerly trailing behind Gu Changge, Shi Jingxian exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Maching. This Gu Shirshu, seemingly of the condensed Dan realm, appeared rather different from the rumors that circulated about him. In Chapter 33, the outside world seemed to be in a state of unrest. Gu Changge's gaze fell upon the two young men before him. They were both remarkably young. One was 18, the other 20, and at such tender ages. They had already reached the condensed Dan realm. Their foundations were solid, marking them as prodigious talents amongst their peers. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching promptly stood at attention, hands at their sides, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Shi Jingxian still bore traces of moss upon his nose, but was too preoccupied to wipe it away. While Lin Maching discreetly disposed of the bamboo leaves he had been chewing, his throat still slightly hoarse from the earlier ordeal. Senior brother Shi often looks after the purple bamboo peak, so it is only fair to treat you both equally, Gu Changge mused internally. However, his glance shifted toward the old ox diligently watering the enlightenment tree, and he sighed quietly, feeling a pang of sympathy for the old creature. I have nothing much to offer you, save for the rich spiritual energy here. Perhaps you should find a place to cultivate while I prepare breakfast. No need, Gu Shirshu. We are not hungry, the two exclaimed hurriedly, still embarrassed from their earlier predicament of being suspended from the bamboo branches, and reluctant to trouble Gu Changge further. Nonsense. Shi Wanshan interjected swiftly, gripping the shoulders of his two disciples with such force that they nearly toppled over. How can you not be hungry? After all the commotion this early in the morning, your stomachs must be empty. You must accept the goodwill of junior brother Changge. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at them, inwardly grumbling. What do these two foolish boys know? Could any ordinary breakfast compare to what junior brother Changge would prepare? Such a rare opportunity to partake in a meal. How could they let it slip away? Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching, unable to resist the pressure, nodded in agreement. Then we shall impose upon Gu Shirshu. Gu Changge observed this exchange with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Not at all. Just as it happens. Old Huang has freshly milled some spiritual rice flour. I shall stew a piece of beef, and it will be ready soon. Meanwhile, the old ox, still watering, shed a tear of sorrow. Whenever guests arrive at Purple Bamboo Peak, why must I always be the one to suffer? Gu Changge turned and entered the bamboo house. Before long, tendrils of smoke began to waft from the chimney, mingling with the sweet fragrance of the purple flame's spiritual rice and the rich aroma of the stewing beef. Permeating the bamboo grove, Shi Jingxian and Lin Machen's stomachs betrayed them, rumbling audibly. They exchanged glances, both feeling a bit sheepish. Shi Wanshan, however, remained unperturbed. Tugging the two toward the stone table outside the bamboo house, his gaze fixed eagerly on the door, as if he were a famished cat awaiting its meal. The old ox in the spiritual field let out a mournful moo, its voice laden with indignation. With its hooves, it scratched a shallow pit in the ground. It had just been given a chunk of beef brisket and was now lying beneath the enlightenment tree, licking its wound. Looking at Shi Wanshan with the eyes of an enemy. At that moment, Gu Changge emerged from the house, carrying a large ceramic basin filled with golden-hued spiritual rice porridge. Each grain was plump, glimmering faintly with a purple luminescence and steaming warmly. Following closely was a clay pot, and at the moment the lid was lifted, the aroma of tender, stewed beef burst forth, prompting Shi Wanshan and his two companions to simultaneously inhale deeply. The spiritual rice and beef were of such superior quality that in order for the three to absorb it, Gu Changge had to temper the ingredients, making the spiritual energy more gentle. Please, take a seat. Gu Changge arranged the bowls and chopsticks, serving himself a bowl of congee and sipping it leisurely. Shi Wanshan, not one to stand on ceremony, pulled his two disciples to sit down as well. Just as he was about to reach for the beef, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the mountain path, accompanied by a familiar boisterous voice. Changge, my junior. I haven't arrived too late, have I? Xian Yangzi rushed over, clutching a black earthen jar, breathless and glistening with beads of sweat on his forehead. Upon spotting Shi Wanshan, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he stroked his beard and exclaimed, Well, if it isn't you, Fat Stone. I remarked this morning how cheerfully the magpies were singing. And lo and behold, it was you, the great Buddha, who arrived first, accompanied by two disciples. What is this? Is the spiritual rice from Qingtian Peak insufficient? Xian Yangzi mused inwardly, realizing that Shi Wanshan must have noticed Xian Feng and Jinghong's visit to Zizhu Peak yesterday. At least it's better than certain individuals who constantly linger for a free meal. Moreover, my junior Changge's culinary skills warrant frequent visits. Shi Wanshan, with a mouthful of beef, mumbled a retort, then added a piece of meat to his two disciples' bowls. Eat up, and pay no heed to this old fellow. Who are you calling an old fellow? Xian Yangzi huffed in indignation, turning to place the food box on the stone table. He carefully unraveled 3 layers of restrictions, revealing a black earthen jar adorned with the 1,000 Days Drunk talisman. I have brought fine goods with me, unlike some who dare to show up empty-handed at the master's door. Shi Wanshan's attention was immediately seized by the wine jar, forgetting the beef in his mouth. 1,000 Days Drunk. You actually unearthed this jar? During the great sect competition years ago, I begged you to open it, and you claimed you would wait until your disciples went to present it as a gift. So it was all a ruse? I am free to share it with whomever I please. Xian Yangzi triumphantly patted the jar, initially intending it as a gift for Junior Changge, but unexpectedly encountering this greedy cat. Who's greedy? Shi Wanshan retorted, his neck straining, though his eyes remained fixated on the jar. I merely fear that your wine might spoil. I'll help Junior Changge by sampling the flavor. After all, when it comes to wine tasting, Qingtian Peak certainly knows better than you, Qingyan Peak. Bah! Who is it that secretly drank my crafted Lingxi brew and ended up passed out in the scripture pavilion for 3 days and nights? Xian Yangzi peeled back the seal of the jar, and an intoxicating aroma of rich wine instantly wafted through the air, causing the surrounding Zizhu to gently sway, with droplets of dew cascading along the leaf veins, as if stirred by the fragrance. Gu Changge gazed at the jar of wine, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, as a prompt from the system flashed in his mind. In the past, the system had indeed rewarded him with numerous fine wines, ranging from Yaoqi Immortal Brew to Wuyo wine, with a variety so vast it could fill a tavern. Yet, he had always preferred fine tea, leaving those wines to gather dust in the corners of his storage ring, likely accumulating a thick layer of spiritual energy dust, surpassing even the bamboo groves of Zizhu Peak. Junior Changge, would you care to taste? Xian Yangzi poured a bowl of wine for Gu Changge, the liquid shimmering amber, gently swaying in the bowl, reflecting tiny shards of golden light. This wine was exquisitely smooth on the palate, yet possessed a formidable after effect. Your cultivation is still in its infancy. Drink sparingly, he advised. Shi Wanshan, unable to contain himself, snatched the wine jug and poured himself a generous bowl. Just as he was about to drink, Xian Yangzi slapped his hand away. No decorum. Junior Changge has yet to partake, he exclaimed. I shall test it for poison first. Shi Wanshan retorted stubbornly, and while Xian Yangzi was momentarily distracted, he tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful, instantly squinting his eyes in sheer ecstasy. What a fine wine. Truly exceptional. The spirit flows down my throat. More soothing than swallowing a condensation pill. Xian Yangzi, incensed, attempted to reclaim the wine jug, but Shi Wanshan deftly evaded him, and the two danced around the stone table in a spirited chase, resembling children vying for sweets. Shi Jingxian and Lin Machen watched, wide-eyed, forgetting the spiritual rice porridge in their hands. Typically, on Qingyue Peak, their master maintained a stern demeanor, strictly enforcing rules. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. If Li Xianfeng were present, he would surely be aghast to discover that the leaders of Qingyue Peak and Qingyue Peak indulged in such frivolity behind closed doors. Gu Changge lifted his wine bowl and took a sip, the fragrance unfurling on his tongue, mingling with a faint, ethereal sweetness reminiscent of a spiritual spring. Indeed, a rare vintage. He glanced at the raucous duo, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If you persist, the beef will grow cold. His words proved effective, as Shi Wanshan and Xian Yangzi immediately ceased their antics, returning to their seats, though their attempts to seize the wine jug persisted. Ah, this spiritual rice is truly remarkable. One sip envelopes me in warmth. Shi Jingxian and Lin Machen sipped the porridge, feeling a gentle current of spiritual energy flowing down their throats. A rich yet soothing power enveloping them. They exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. This was no mere breakfast, but a rare opportunity for cultivation. Junior Changge, this beef is exquisitely stewed. Xian Yangzi mumbled with his mouth full, his chopsticks incessantly stirring the earthen pot. Shi Wanshan, equally eager, held a bowl of porridge in one hand and a spoon in the other, swiftly serving the spiritual rice into the bowls of his two disciples. Jingxian, Machen, hurry and eat. This rice won't be available again. As the morning mist gradually lifted, sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting a warm glow upon the earthen basin and wine bowl on the stone table. The aroma of wine intertwined with the sweet fragrance of the spiritual rice wafted through the bamboo grove, accompanied by the light-hearted banter of the two men, and the mournful bellowing of an old yellow cow in the spiritual field. It had just been fed some freshly cut beef, which was now being eagerly contested by the two peak masters. Gu Changge surveyed the lively scene before him and took a sip of clear tea, a hint of softness flickering in his gaze. Perhaps, he mused, such playful moments were indeed more enjoyable than solitary guardianship over a cask of fine wine. Since everyone enjoyed the wine, he need not worry about its consumption in the future. Changge, where's Ruobai? I have not seen her, Xian Yangzi inquired, glancing around for Xiao Ruobai's presence, curiosity evident in his tone. Gu Changge replied calmly, I have sent Ruobai into seclusion for cultivation, allowing her to consolidate her progress during this period. Upon hearing this, Xian Yangzi nodded thoughtfully, then set down his bowl and chopsticks, his expression becoming unusually serious. Recently, the outside world has been rather tumultuous. It would be wise for you and Ruobai to remain within the Qingxian sect for the time being. Gu Changge paused. Having focused his thoughts on Xiao Ruobai's cultivation, he had not paid much attention to the disturbances beyond. With a raised eyebrow, he inquired, what has transpired? Chapter 34. The tragic Lai Tianxiong. It is nothing more than a clash between the Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. Zhuan Yangzi clicked his tongue, shifting his tone to one of amusement. It is quite laughable. After departing from our Qingxian sect, the Burning Heaven Palace endured 4 successive beatings in a single night. A truly dismal fate. I have heard they are still bedridden, unable to rise. Shi Wanshan nodded vigorously beside him. Indeed, I have heard that it was the work of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. They truly act with impunity, relying on their formidable strength. Gu Changge's hand, which held the teacup, momentarily faltered, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He observed the two, who were exchanging banter with expressions of indignation and schadenfreude, yet within his heart, clarity reigned. Were it not for the knowledge that both had stealthily ventured out that day, disguising themselves to strike at the Burning Heaven Palace, outsiders might genuinely be deceived by their theatrics. And now? Gu Changge inquired with a calm demeanor. What else could happen? Zhuan Yangzi scoffed. Both sides have clashed several times, and the Burning Heaven Palace has suffered significant losses, including several elders of the Purple Mansion realm, along with 3 guardians of the Cave Heaven realm. The 10,000 Methods Pavilion, however, fared better. Only a few from the Cave Heaven realm were injured, and merely 2 from the Purple Mansion realm perished. Most critically, A vein of spirit stones belonging to the Burning Heaven Palace was forcibly seized by the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, and they are likely to be infuriated. Sure, Wanshan sighed in agreement. One wonders how long this affair will escalate. It is prudent for us to remain uninvolved. Upon hearing this, Changge recalled the palm strike inflicted upon the members of the Burning Heaven Palace and wondered how they fared. As his thoughts stirred, his consciousness spread like an invisible net, traversing mountains and rivers, quietly enveloping the Burning Heaven Palace. Within the depths of the palace, the master Lai Tianxiong lay reclined upon his bed, his once imposing visage now etched with weariness, strands of white hair inexplicably appearing at his temples. He occasionally emitted low groans, cold sweat beading upon his forehead, and whenever that insidious energy surged within him, he would curl into a ball, as if gripped by an unseen hand clutching his very organs. Surrounding the bed stood 3 elderly men clad in gray medicinal robes, each adorned with an intricately embroidered racier mushroom. They were elders from the Apothecary Valley's Baichao Hall. The trio examined Lai Tianxiong's pulse for some time, their brows furrowed in deep concern. How strange, truly strange. The elder with a white beard withdrew his finger, stroking his beard while shaking his head. The energy within the palace master is exceedingly domineering, yet it is hidden deeply, akin to a malignant growth. We have employed 7 antidotes and 3 energy-dissipating powders, yet we have not even grazed its edge. Lai Tianxiong gasped in pain, and upon hearing their words, his ire flared. Can you not treat this? If this drags on any longer, I shall be consumed by it. The 3 elders exchanged glances, and at last, the elder with the white beard sighed. Lord Lai, it is not that we lack capability. Rather, this energy is exceedingly domineering, and the injuries are too peculiar. Our skills are insufficient to contend with it. As for the remuneration, we lack the face to accept it. Farewell. The 3 elders of the Medicine King Valley cupped their hands in farewell. And as they stepped out of the chamber, the atmosphere within grew heavy. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sky Palace gazed at Lai Tianxiong's contorted face, his voice tinged with hesitation. Lord, shall we not bow our heads and seek assistance from that old fellow at the 10,000 Methods Pavilion? It is said that the pavilion master, Yun Songhai, possesses a breaking calamity pill, which may alleviate your strange affliction. If he is willing to assist, we might even relinquish some mineral revenue. Preposterous. Lai Tianxiong's voice rose sharply, aggravating the energy within him and causing him to wince in pain. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Do you expect me to plead with that old wretch? He would relish my demise. This injury might very well be his doing. The second elder, Lai Yin, wore a grim expression as he slammed his hand on the table. What nonsense is the Grand Elder speaking? The 10,000 Methods Pavilion has been exceedingly overbearing of late, not only seizing one of our mineral veins, but also slaughtering 3 of our cave heaven realm guardians at the border. This enmity is irreconcilable. How can we seek their aid? Yet the Grand Elder, in his desperation, continued to pace. But the Lord's injury. If we delay further, Lai Tianxiong may curl up in agony, his knuckles turning white. Find me a more formidable healer. If none can be found in Xianzhou, search in other states. I refuse to believe that without the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, there is no remedy for my affliction. Lai Tianxiong inhaled sharply, his mind racing. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly reflected on the encounters since leaving the Qingxian sect. For brutal assaults, each more vicious than the last, especially the final strike. A palm technique that descended from the heavens with overwhelming force. This was what had planted the relentless ailment within him. Initially, he had firmly believed that the 10,000 Methods Pavilion was responsible, for in Xianzhou, few sects possessed such power. However, upon deeper contemplation, he sensed discrepancies. The individuals from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion were notoriously proud, often disdainful of underhanded tactics, let alone striking 4 times in succession. This was not in line with their usual modus operandi. Perhaps only the final blow was executed by the pavilion, while the preceding 3 attacks seemed to be the work of others seeking to vent their frustrations. Moreover, the 4 assaults bore the hallmark of a calculated and organized joint operation. It was improbable that the 10,000 Methods Pavilion had dispatched 4 masters alone. They were not so extravagant. Could it be that other sects had united? Lai Tianxiong's heart raced. Just days prior, he had challenged each sect individually, offending the Qingxian sect and the Breaking Array sect among others. Although these sects appeared weaker than the Burning Sky Palace, who could ascertain whether they harbored ancient monsters? Perhaps it was the ancestors of those sects who had intervened. These treacherous scoundrels, resorting to underhanded tactics when they could not prevail openly. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lai Tianxiong's eyes. The energy within him seemed to resonate with his fury, surging once more, inflicting pain that made him groan. This debt shall not go unaccounted for. Li Tianxiong gritted his teeth, his voice raspy with pain. The strength of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion is formidable, for now. I cannot contend with them, but I can certainly handle other sections. He cast a determined glance at the elder beside him. I suspect that they were involved that night as well. Elder, I implore you to discreetly visit the Qingxian sect and the array-breaking sect. If I uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes, they shall pay dearly. The elder responded with a respectful nod. Yes, Palace Master, I shall attend to it immediately. The second elder stepped forward, his face etched with gravity, though internally, he sighed quietly. He spoke slowly. Palace Master, let us set aside the matter of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion for now. Li Tianxiong waved his hand, inhaling sharply in pain. The most pressing concern is to clarify what transpired that night, and to find someone capable of healing my injuries. We shall remain still regarding the 10,000 Methods Pavilion for the time being. Once I recover, we will settle the score with them at our leisure. The second elder's heart sank. It seems this spectacle may not unfold as he had hoped. He cast a furtive glance at the pained Li Tianxiong, muttering to himself. He initially anticipated a fierce clash between the Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, allowing the Qingxian sect to reap the benefits. But it appeared that this old fellow had suddenly changed his demeanor. It seems I must swiftly send word to the Qingxian sect, urging them to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard by this brute. Within the sleeping quarters, Li Tianxiong's groans of pain persisted intermittently. Yet his gaze now held an air of calculation and fierce determination. Standing beside him, the second elder wore a worried expression, while his fingertips discreetly formed a communication seal understood only within the Qingxian sect. The third elder, who had remained silent, was also sending messages, though it was unclear where they were directed. On Zizhu Peak, Changge observed the commotion within the sleeping quarters through his spiritual sense. The Burning Heaven Palace harbors a number of intriguing characters. This tumult seems more lively than Changge had anticipated. As his awareness returned, he happened to meet the gaze of Xian Yangzi, who had been watching him intently. Chapter 35. The Suspicions of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. What is on your mind? Junior brother Changge? Xian Yangzi inquired curiously. I noticed your eyes wandering just now. Are you concerned about the troubles of the Burning Heaven Palace? Changge took a delicate sip of tea, his tone calm and unruffled. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating that after suffering such a significant loss, the Burning Heaven Palace is unlikely to let it go easily. Shi Wanshan chimed in. Indeed. I have heard that the old fellow Li Tianxiong is particularly vengeful. Having lost the protector of the Cave Heaven realm in a vein of, or he might be brewing some underhanded schemes. Just then, the communication talisman in Xian Yangzi's sleeve began to grow warm. He discreetly touched it with his fingertip upon reading the message. His brow arched slightly before he returned to his usual demeanor. He scooped a generous spoonful of spirit rice porridge, smacking his lips, regardless of any schemes. Our priority is to fill our stomachs. As the group dined and conversed, the beef in the clay pot was soon consumed, and only the remnants of the spirit rice porridge remained. Eventually, even the broth was devoured clean by Xian Yangzi, who mixed it with spirit fruits. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching held their empty bowls, their faces adorned with satisfied blushes, their spiritual energy still gently circulating within. As Changge tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, he brewed a pot of enlightenment tea. As the fragrant tea was poured into the cups, a delicate mist rose, carrying an enchanting fragrance. Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching took a sip, and in an instant, they simultaneously closed their eyes, their bodies enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, entering a state of enlightenment. Changge, employing his tried-and-true methods once more, utilized the remaining half of a 9-turn golden pill and some innate spiritual essence to solidify their foundation. When the two opened their eyes again, a new layer of luminous brilliance gleamed within their gazes. Their spiritual power had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and with just a few days of consolidation, they could aspire to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Thank you, Master Gu. They both bowed deeply, their voices brimming with gratitude. Their original heavenly-level talents had transformed into resplendent, holy-level qualifications. This spectacle left Zhuan Yangzi and Shi Wanshan utterly astonished. The prowess exhibited by Changge was astounding, igniting a fervent admiration in their eyes, as if they wished to consume him whole. This was not merely an enhancement of qualifications. It was a matter of a cultivator's future potential. Zhuan Yangzi had previously witnessed the elevation of his two disciples' talents and was somewhat prepared. However, Shi Wanshan was genuinely stunned, staring at his two disciples with disbelief, his lips moving silently, unable to articulate his thoughts. Zhuan Yangzi fixed his gaze on Changge, his mind wandering far beyond the present moment. If it were truly possible to enhance qualifications in bulk, would Qingxian sect not flourish in the future? It was not just about dominating the Xian domain. They might even contend for a position among the sacred lands. Changge felt uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny and frowned slightly. Do not look at me like that. I only have this one 9-turn golden pill left. And as for the innate spiritual essence, I possess fewer than 10 drops, which are nearly depleted. I need to reserve some for my disciples' health. At this moment, Zhuanyangzi regained his composure, acknowledging the rarity of such divine substances. If it were indeed possible to acquire them in bulk, it would be nothing short of miraculous. With Gu Changge possessing such treasures, the willingness to share with other disciples was a rare kindness. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled, "Junior brother Changge. That is not what I meant. I simply find your methods to be extraordinarily remarkable." Shi Wanshan nodded vigorously, a simple smile adorning his face. Indeed, Junior brother Changge. I truly thank you for today. The opportunity for Jingxian and the others to experience this is entirely due to your assistance. Gu Changge contemplated silently. In truth, he possessed a mountain of 9-turn golden pills and a lake full of innate spiritual essence. However, the path of cultivation should inherently involve trials and tribulations. If he were to easily dispense these divine substances, allowing his disciples to elevate their powers effortlessly, how would they come to understand the value of such gifts? That which is too easily obtained is often not cherished, leading to complacency, which is detrimental to their future growth. He glanced at the still excited Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching, reflecting that such a judicious bestowal would leave a lasting impression, encouraging them to cultivate more diligently. Gu Changge waved his hand, pushing the tea cups toward the two. All right, let us drink tea. Once we finish, we shall resume our cultivation. Only then did they retract their gazes, lifting their cups to savor the tea. As the fragrant liquid flowed down their throats, the previously tumultuous spiritual energy gradually settled. They soon became engrossed in their cultivation once more. Within the grand hall of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Yun Songhai sat at the head of the table, his fingers lightly tapping on the surface before him, his gaze profound and contemplative. It has been said that Lai Tianxiong's injury remains unhealed. The Grand Elder, standing below, bowed and replied, "Indeed. It is rumored that the 3 elders from the Apothecary Valley personally visited the Burning Sky Palace, yet they were utterly at a loss, claiming that the energy within Lai Tianxiong was too peculiar for them to expel." Yun Songhai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, even the Apothecary Valley could not resolve this? How intriguing. When did the Xian domain produce such a formidable expert capable of rendering Lai Tianxiong in such a state, leaving behind such an unusual injury?" The second elder stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. "Master, the individuals from the Burning Sky Palace have grown increasingly brazen in recent days, adamantly asserting that it was our Wanfa Pavilion that instigated the conflict. They have repeatedly provoked us at the borders and even threatened retaliation. We have not let them off easily. We seized one of their mines and eliminated several of their cave heaven realm practitioners, teaching them a lesson. Though we, Wanfa Pavilion, do not fear them." Yun Songhai's fingers paused, his tone taking on a chill. "However, we cannot bear this unjust blame. To have such accusations levied against us would tarnish our reputation." The second elder nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely, Master. We have been investigating during this time, but thus far, no new faces of formidable strength have appeared in the Xian domain. One would expect that someone of such power would not remain so low-key. Could it be that an ancestor from another sect has intervened?" The third elder suddenly interjected, a glimmer of speculation in his eyes. "Among the 7 major sects of the Xian domain, aside from our Wanfa Pavilion, it is possible another sect harbors a king-level ancestor. Take the Qingxian sect, for instance. As far as I know, they previously had a peak celestial realm ancestor named Xianqinzi. He emerged a century ago during a crisis at Qingxian sect, yet his lifespan was nearing its end. Had he not perished, he might have since broken through to the king level. However, that possibility is quite slim." Yun Songhai fell into silence for a moment, halting his movements. "Xianqinzi, it has indeed been some time since I last heard that name." He lifted his gaze to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I would like you to personally visit the Qingxian sect and the Breaking Array sect to discreetly investigate. Check if they have exhibited any unusual activity of late. Be sure to exercise caution and maintain your anonymity." The Grand Elder clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Yes, Master. I shall attend to this matter immediately." Yun Songhai nodded slightly, gazing out the window with a hint of confidence. Regardless of who is orchestrating events behind the scenes, anyone daring to stir unrest in the Xian domain must not overlook the presence of our Wanfa Pavilion. With my king-level cultivation, should anyone truly challenge us, they shall undoubtedly pay the price. Meanwhile, far away at the Qingxian sect, Gu Changge sat serenely in a pavilion atop Zizhu Peak, idly toying with a jade pendant. His consciousness had already enveloped Wanfa Pavilion silently, allowing him to hear the conversation between Yun Songhai and the elders with crystal clarity. The Burning Sky Palace's people were coming, and so were those from Wanfa Pavilion. How increasingly lively it had become. Chapter 36. Breakthrough to the Condensation Dan realm as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Only the hum of spiritual energy circulated through the bamboo forest of Zizhu Peak. A day passed quietly in diligent cultivation, and as dusk painted the horizon of Zizhu Peak in crimson hues, everyone's aura surged, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Shi Wanshan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. The oppressive aura of the pinnacle of the King Realm was as contained as a deep abyss. He gazed at the faint golden spiritual light swirling in his palm. His eyes filled with disbelief. This advancement was far more bountiful than the gains he had acquired during a decade of seclusion. Xuanyangzi, with his eyes slightly closed, had his fingertips enveloped by strands of sacred aura, while the spiritual energy around him surged like an unending river. He could distinctly perceive the invisible barrier that lay between the King Realm and the Sacred Realm, which now showed signs of loosening. The threshold of the Sacred Realm, untouched for millennia in the Xin domain, had been nearly grasped by him in a single day atop Zizufeng, a miracle that caused his fingertips to tremble slightly. Shi Jingxian and Lin Machin stood side by side, their internal spiritual power having coalesced to the utmost pinnacle of the Dan Formation realm. The onlookers exchanged silent glances, their eyes shimmering with astonishment and elation. The rewards of this day on Zizufeng far surpassed the sum of their decades of arduous cultivation. As if an invisible hand had smoothed their path of cultivation. It is getting late. We should return. Xuanyangzi broke the silence first, rising and cupping his hands in reverence towards Changge. Thank you for your hospitality today, junior brother Changge. We shall remember this kindness. Shi Wanshan promptly rose with his two disciples to bow. Junior brother Changge, no need for thanks. If there is ever a call for duty, whether at Qingyue Peak or beyond, I would not hesitate to lay down my life. Shi Jingxian and Lin Machin followed suit, bowing deeply. Thank you, Uncle Master Gu, for your support. Changge waved his hand dismissively. Be cautious on your journey. As the group turned to leave, shortly after parting ways at Zizufeng, Xuanyangzi seemed to sense something and returned. Junior brother Changge, is there something else? Changge pulled a jade vial and a brocade box from his sleeve, placing them into Xuanyangzi's hands. Inside is a 9-turn gold pill and a vial of innate spiritual marrow. How to utilize it, I leave to you as the sect leader. Xuanyangzi paused, looking down at the items in his hands, and then an astonishing light burst forth in his eyes. Grasping the jade vial and brocade box tightly, he bowed deeply to Changge. Junior brother Changge, I go. Changge interrupted him. Xuanyangzi said no more, solemnly nodding before turning to depart. Watching their retreating figures, Changge smiled faintly and turned back to the bamboo house. As Changge passed through the light gate, the night had enveloped the valley. Upon entering the expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, he heard the sharp sounds of metal clashing ahead, mingled with the piercing cries of demonic beasts. Following the sound, he discovered Xiao Ruobai entangled in combat with a massive python covered in azure scales. The azure-scaled python stretched at least 10 zhang long, its scales glimmering with a cold sheen as it flicked its forked tongue. Each lash of its tail carried the force to uproot boulders. A beast of the pinnacle of the Dan Formation realm. The youth, bare-chested, bore numerous wounds of varying depths on his bronze skin. The deepest gash running from his shoulder to his side, flesh turned outward, yet it did not hinder his movements in the slightest. The ordinary iron blade in his hand had dulled, yet he gripped it tightly, employing the shadow step to weave around the python, his figure as agile as the wind. Now's the moment. Xiao Ruobai seized the opportunity when the azure-scaled python raised its head and flicked its tongue, swiftly lowering his body. The blade, gliding close to the ground, traced a chilling arc, precisely slicing at the python's vital spot. The sound of shattering scales mingled with the acrid spray of blood, and the wounded creature writhed in agony, its massive form thrashing and sending leaves spiraling into the air. Changge stood quietly on the rocky outcrop, observing intently. Under the gaze of the broken illusion divine eye, the golden battle aura within the youth was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Once flowing like a stream, the battle aura had now coalesced into a mighty river, purging all impurities through relentless combat, becoming as refined as liquid gold. Each cycle of its flow caused the meridians to emit a subtle hum. This marked the slaying of his 442nd demon beast at the core formation stage. In just 2 days, Xiao Ruobai's combat instincts and mastery over his battle aura had been utterly reborn. As the azure-scaled python, on the brink of death, retaliated and ensnared Xiao Ruobai with its body, the immense force threatened to crush the youth's bones. With his face flushed, Xiao Ruobai suddenly grinned, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. In an unexpected move, he released the hilt of his blade, clasped the scales of the python with both hands, and channeled all his battle aura into his fingertips, forcibly tearing open a fissure. The aura surged through the gap, and the python emitted a piercing wail as its constricting grip slackened. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ruobai broke free, retrieved the iron blade from the ground, and thrust it into the creature's vital point. The demon beast fell lifeless, its body slumping to the earth. Xiao Ruobai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with blood-soaked soil beneath him, yet the brilliance in his eyes remained undiminished. At that moment, he felt a stirring within, as if the battle aura had ignited like gunpowder, violently assaulting an invisible barrier along his meridians. Was a breakthrough imminent? Changge raised an eyebrow. The war god physique had been fully activated through the crucible of life and death. Coupled with the potent effects of the 9-turn golden pill and the spiritual energy of Zizhu peak, this breakthrough was now inevitable. Xiao Ruobai sensed the change and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, channeling the war god strategy to guide his battle aura. The golden aura surged like a tidal wave against the barrier of the core formation stage, each impact sending excruciating pain through his meridians, yet simultaneously refining the aura further. An hour later, Xiao Ruobai's eyes snapped open, golden light flashing within, emanating the oppressive aura of the early core formation stage. Master. He rose to bow, his voice hoarse yet brimming with barely contained excitement. At this moment, the wounds on his body had scabbed under the nurturing of the battle aura, and his once frail figure now bore a more defined, robust form, the timidity in his brow replaced by a fierce determination. Standing in the morning light, he resembled a freshly unsheathed blade, glinting with promise. Changge descended the slope, flicking his fingers to release a droplet of innate spiritual essence. The core formation was merely the beginning. There remained 58 more to conquer. However, the next challenge lay with the demon beasts of the Purple Mansion stage. With a subtle motion of his fingers, the invisible barrier at the mountain's edge expanded outward, the formidable pressure from the Purple Mansion demon beasts surging forth like a tidal wave. Xiao Ruobai caught the spiritual essence, and his golden core within the Dantian began to whirl violently, instantly amplifying his battle aura several-fold. Clenching the iron blade, he raised his eyes to behold a magnificent giant tiger bursting forth from the dense forest, its length exceeding 3 meters, its fur seemingly ablaze with ghostly flames. Indeed, it was the early Purple Mansion spectral tiger. A black royal pattern adorned the forehead of the spectral tiger, its fangs bared. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground, clearly indicating its awakened intelligence as it scrutinized Xiao Ruobai with a piercing gaze. Just in time, Xiao Ruobai let out a low shout, activating his shadowy steps, his form gliding like a wraith to the side of the tiger. His iron blade infused with golden battle aura aimed directly at the creature's flank. The spectral tiger responded with remarkable swiftness, twisting its body to swipe at the long knife with its claws. The sharp clash of blade against claw erupted in the forest, and Xiao Ruobai felt a jolt of pain surge through his arm, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Using the momentum, he leaped backward, landing deftly beside a tree trunk, his gaze fixed on the deep claw mark on his blade, which revealed the ferocity of a beast from the Purple Mansion realm, infinitely stronger than any from the Dan Condensation realm. As the spectral tiger landed, the dry leaves swirled around, its black royal pattern emanating a chilling light, its amber vertical pupils locking onto Xiao Ruobai, drool dripping from its jaws and corroding the ground beneath. It began to pace slowly, the palpable pressure of its Purple Mansion energy thickening the air, clearly dismissing the Dan Condensation human as insignificant. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruobai felt a sudden surge of warmth from within, the battle god physique awakening. Golden battle aura surged through his meridians, each pulse resonating through his bones, and the numbness in his right arm rapidly dissipated under the aura's nurturing embrace. Gripping the iron blade tightly, a faint golden light glimmered along its edge. This was the unique manifestation of the battle aura inherent to the battle god physique, allowing even mundane iron to possess the power to breach defenses without external aid. No longer rushing to attack, he perfected the art of shadowy steps, weaving around the spectral tiger, occasionally using tree trunks as shields to evade the sweeping tail, and leaping gracefully to avoid the tiger's claw strikes. Each evasion was impeccably timed, neither intimidated by the beast's pressure nor losing the opportunity to counterattack. Frustrated by this elusive dance, the spectral tiger suddenly threw back its head and roared, unleashing a tempest of Purple Mansion energy that rattled the surrounding trees. It propelled itself off the ground, its massive body rocketing forward like an arrow, the stench of its aura carrying a palpable intent to kill. At that critical moment, Xiao Ruobai's battle god physique ignited in full force. Golden battle aura coalesced into intricate patterns on his skin, and his seemingly slender form erupted with strength that belied his size. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, ducking under the tiger's gaping maw, and slashing his iron blade upwards along the curve of the tiger's abdomen. This strike contained all his battle aura, the gust of the blade tearing through the air with unwavering resolve. Clang. The blade struck the spectral tiger's fur, producing a resonant clash of metal against flesh. Xiao Ruobai's heart sank. The creature's defenses were more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he spun around using the rebound force. Pressing his left hand firmly against the tiger's back while driving his right hand down with the iron blade, plunging it deep along the fur's texture. Roar. The spectral tiger let out a chilling howl of pain, its massive body thrashing violently, trying to dislodge the human from its back. Xiao Ruobai gripped the hilt tightly, enduring the tiger's claws that raked down his back, forcing the iron blade deeper by 3 more inches until the tip finally grazed the beast's inner core. As the battle energy erupted along the blade, he abruptly released his grip and leaped back, landing firmly on the ground. The spectral tiger staggered a few steps before its massive body crashed to the earth, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Xiao Ruobai clutched his bleeding back, gazing at the fallen beast, his chest heaving violently. He glanced down at his hands, the battle markings on his palms still faintly glowing. That decisive strike had clearly harnessed the precise control of force afforded by the battle god physique, finding the gap in the beast's hide to penetrate its defenses. From the depths of the dense forest, more heavy footsteps echoed, indicating the disturbance of other beasts of the Purple Mansion realm. Xiao Ruobai picked up the iron blade from the ground, golden battle energy surging once more, his gaze sharper than before. He understood that the transformation of the battle god physique never relied on external factors. Each confrontation with formidable foes, each breakthrough of his own limits, served as the finest tempering. In a flash, he plunged into the deeper shadows, the clash of blade and the roar of the tiger resonating through the woods once again. This time, the boy's battle cry was more resounding than the beast's roar. This was the essence of the battle god physique, Changge murmured to himself. The current Xiao Ruobai was no longer just a youth who relied solely on brute strength. He had learned to maneuver and probe, to exploit advantages and break defenses. He could also unleash an even stronger fighting spirit when grievously wounded, much like a battle blade forged in fierce flames, becoming ever sharper through repeated tempering. In the back mountains of Qingxian, an invisible barrier rippled like water. Xian Yangzi passed through the threshold with a token in hand, and the scenery before him shifted abruptly. The once clear sky was replaced by heavy gray clouds, and the air was thick with the scent of ancient sandalwood mingled with herbs. In the center of the forbidden ground, 5 stone peaks, shaped like outstretched palms, rose majestically, each crowned by an elderly man with white hair. The stone platforms beneath them were riddled with cracks, evidence of time's erosion, and scattered around were extinguished bronze lamps. As Xian Yangzi stepped into the barrier of the forbidden ground, he beheld the 5 ancestors seated cross-legged atop the stone platforms. Each appeared as if their hair and beard were snow, their breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible, as if they might vanish with the next breeze. He softened his footsteps, intending to approach and pay his respects, yet noticed that the ancestors did not lift their eyelids, seemingly still in slumber. Unbeknownst to him, 5 subtle streams of consciousness had converged in midair, transforming into a communication only they could comprehend. Is it truly wise to keep such matters from Xiao Yangzi? The voice of the 3rd ancestor resonated in their minds, laced with a hint of hesitation. He maintained a stooped posture, his frail fingers resting on his knees, appearing no different from any ordinary elderly man nearing the end of his days. The consciousness of the 5th ancestor followed closely, tinged with a touch of sorrow. This child has toiled endlessly for the sect over the years, his hair now mostly white, diligent and conscientious. Deceiving him feels like a betrayal. As he spoke, the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth remained motionless, leading outsiders to believe he was still in a drowsy state. The 2nd ancestor's consciousness drifted lazily, imbued with a sense of certainty. In my view, it is better not to disclose this to him. Why? The 4th ancestor's mind brimmed with confusion. He even coughed deliberately twice to accentuate his feeble demeanor. Finally, the grand ancestor, who had been resting with eyes closed, spoke, his consciousness imbued with an undeniable authority. We are all now at the pinnacle of the king realm, and I, the old man, have reached the very summit of it. Should this matter come to the attention of Xiao Yangzi, with his temperament, there is no doubt he would become overly elated. He paused, a weightier gravity settling in his consciousness. If a disciple's arrogance were to summon calamity, the other 4 ancestors' minds fell into an immediate silence. After a considerable time, the 3rd ancestor sighed softly, his thoughts tinged with resignation. What the elder brother says is true. It is best to keep this under wraps for now. Once the foundation of the sect is more secure, we can reveal it to him without delay. The 5 consciousnesses quietly dispersed, leaving the 5 venerable ancestors on the stone platform appearing as they always did, with the semblance of nearing the end of their lifespans, as if their recent discourse had never transpired. Yangzi observed this with a pang of sorrow in his heart. The 5 ancestors, having endured countless battles to uphold the Qing sect, now appeared utterly exhausted. He touched the jade box he had brought from the purple bamboo peak, feeling a sharp ache in his nose. Inside rested the spirit tea and 10 drops of innate spiritual essence gifted by Changge. Regarding the 9 turns golden pill and the remaining innate spiritual essence, Yangzi hoped to nurture more talented disciples for the sect. Disciple Yang greets the esteemed ancestors. He bowed deeply, his voice barely above a whisper, fearful of startling these frail elders. Ah, it is Yangzi. The great ancestor slowly opened his eyes, their lids fluttering like a candle flickering in the wind. What brings you here today to visit us, old bones? Yangzi felt warmth prickling at his eyes. Look, even speaking has become so labored. He hurried a few steps closer. Esteemed ancestors, please take care of your health. I have. His words halted abruptly as he beheld the frailty of the elders. Though he had just attained the pinnacle of the king realm, he swallowed back the news. What if, in their excitement over his joyous tidings, something untoward were to befall them? Would he not become a sinner of the sect? What did you say? The 5 elders weakly lifted their hands, their movements so slow they seemed on the verge of disintegration. Yangzi took a deep breath and produced the jade box and tea canister. Disciple has fortuitously obtained some spirit tea and a few drops of spirit liquid. My junior brother mentioned it is innate spiritual essence and hopes it may provide some slight benefit to the esteemed ancestors. Instantly, the stone platform echoed with a chorus of coughs. Internally, he swallowed his saliva. Products from Purple Bamboo Peak are undoubtedly of the highest quality. The great ancestor exclaimed. This is far too precious. The second ancestor interjected, it cannot be accepted. The third ancestor trembled as he waved his hand. We old men have lived our days. Let it be reserved for those in greater need within the sect. Yet inwardly, he mused, this tea resembles the legendary Enlightenment tea. How can that be? Am I truly aging and my eyes failing? He discreetly wiped his eyes. Seeing this, Yangzi's heart ached even more, and he knelt down with a thud. I beseech the esteemed ancestors to grant this disciple a measure of filial piety. In that instant, 5 consciousnesses erupted. Goodness! This child is offering such profound reverence. Quickly accept it. I fear he is about to weep. The venerable patriarch suppressed his anguish and continued to perform. Since that is the case, 5th brother, you are the weakest among us. You shall proceed first. The 5th patriarch nearly faltered but still managed to extend a trembling hand, saying, I am humbled to accept this. Chapter 38. The Epiphany of the Ancestors. Yangzi, with reddened eyes, handed over the jade box, watching as the 5th patriarch struggled to open the lid. His heart heavy with emotion. The ancestors were so frail that they could scarcely open the box. As the lid opened, the rich aura of the innate spiritual essence caused the entire Forbidden Ground's spiritual energy to surge. The 5th patriarch trembled, realizing, this young man, Changge, is willing to part with such a precious item? This is far too valuable. The 5th patriarch was genuinely shaken. Yangzi, misunderstanding the situation, quickly steadied his trembling hand. Patriarch, do not be overly excited. Take your time. He then turned to the other elders, saying, this spirit tea is also a treasured collection of junior brother Gu. It is said to soothe the spirit and nourish the essence, with a chance of leading to enlightenment. The 4th patriarch's beard quivered imperceptibly. Could it truly be enlightenment tea? Seeing that the truth might be revealed, the great ancestor weakly shifted the conversation. Yangzi, how has the sect been faring lately? Thanks to the blessings of the elders. All is well, Yangzi replied respectfully, thinking to himself how moving it was that the ancestors, in such a state, still cared for the sect, nearly bringing him to tears. Suddenly, the 2nd patriarch coughed violently. It is getting late. You should return to your duties. Yangzi understood, realizing that the elders were exhausted. He hurriedly stood. I take my leave. May the elders rest well. Before departing, he gently placed the tea canister by the stone platform. Once Yangzi's figure had completely vanished and the barrier of the Forbidden Ground closed, the 5 feeble old men instantly regained their vigor. Quick! Reinforce the barrier threefold. The great ancestor's voice boomed, no longer weak. The 5th patriarch was already circling the tea canister on the stone platform. Is this truly enlightenment tea? I have only read descriptions of it in ancient texts. The 3rd patriarch clutched the tea canister and inhaled deeply. I feel that just a whiff of the tea's fragrance is bringing me close to enlightenment. The 4th patriarch, unable to contain himself, snatched the canister, his fingers trembling. Hurry. Let us brew a pot to taste. However, the 2nd patriarch suddenly pressed down on the canister, his expression grave. Wait. If this tea is indeed enlightenment tea, we must first adjust our states. The great ancestor nodded, stroking his beard. 2nd brother speaks wisely. We must first prepare ourselves. Before his words had fully settled, The fifth patriarch had secretly broken off a small piece of tea leaf and stuffed it into his mouth. Fifth brother, you. The third patriarch's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, the fifth patriarch trembled all over. 3 golden lotus phantoms appeared above his head, and the rhythm of Dao flowed around him. He closed his eyes and directly entered a state of enlightenment. What a wasteful act. The great ancestor stomped his foot in frustration. He swallowed a piece of tea leaf just like that. Such extravagance. The fourth patriarch, quick of hand, hurriedly protected the remaining tea leaves in his embrace. Not a single leaf can be lost. We must inquire with that young man, Changge, to clarify the origins of this tea. At that moment, a sudden voice from outside the barrier pierced the air. Elders, I forgot to mention, there are only 4 months left until the grand sect competition. The 5 old men froze instantly, their frail forms resuming a state of near collapse with remarkable swiftness. The grand elder even fell to the ground with a thud, not forgetting to pull down the 5th elder along with him. As the barrier opened, Xianyangzi beheld the sprawled figures of the elders and was immediately filled with alarm. Elders, what has happened to you? The 3rd elder weakly raised a hand, stammering, no, it's nothing. The 5th elder's old injuries have flared up. The 5th elder cooperatively convulsed a couple of times, remnants of tea leaves still clinging to the corner of his mouth. In a flurry, Xianyangzi produced a communication jade slip, exclaiming, I will summon junior brother Gu at once. No. The 4 elders sprang upright, as if resurrected from the brink of death. Startling Xianyangzi, the grand elder hastily explained, this minor issue does not require troubling Changge. You may return now. With a suspicious glance at the disarray around him and the suddenly invigorated elders, Xianyangzi felt something was amiss. Meanwhile, the 5th elder was venting his frustrations through a mental transmission, cursing, you old geezers. I was in the midst of enlightenment, and you interrupted me. Xianyangzi, with heavy footsteps, retreated from the forbidden area, the barrier slowly closing behind him. The elder's momentary burst of spirit had been exceedingly strange. Particularly the hint of green tea leaves at the corner of the 5th elder's mouth, pricking at his heart like a thorn. Yet, upon reflection, he reasoned that the elders might have been briefly stimulated by the aroma of the spiritual tea, their frail bodies ultimately still drained of vitality. He suppressed the urge to look back and turned towards Qingyun Peak. Within the barrier, the dry trees atop the 5 stone platforms sprang to life. Quick, reinforce the barrier. The grand elder sprang upright from the stone platform, his formerly hunched back now straight as an arrow, his voice booming like thunder, causing stone fragments to rain down. With a flick of his fingers, he cast 3 beams of golden light into the edges of the restricted area, causing the originally translucent barrier to solidify like glass, the very air seeming to freeze. The 5th elder, already crouched on the ground with a box of innate spiritual essence, trembled like leaves in autumn as he carefully extracted a drop of the essence. The moment the liquid met the air, it transformed into wisps of mist, exuding a gentle aura that could nurture moss on stone. Ah, this is indeed innate spiritual essence. He hastily brought the essence to his lips, an electrifying shiver coursing through him as the murk in his eyes cleared away. How many treasures had Zizhu Daoist left for that young Changge? Don't just indulge yourself. The 3rd elder snatched the tea canister, rudely tearing off the lid, unleashing a rich fragrance that instantly coalesced into golden specks upon the stone platform. He pinched a tea leaf and brought it to his nose, inhaling sharply, causing his beard to tremble like waves. It is enlightenment tea. Truly, it is enlightenment tea. Ancient texts say a single leaf can lead a sage to sudden realization. Less chatter, brew it. The 2nd elder had already brought over a stone basin, rummaging out a coarse ceramic bowl with a chip. Use the spiritual spring to brew it. The 4th elder, quick of hand and eye, flicked his fingers, and a clear spring burst forth from the crevices of the stone, falling into the bowl with a melodious splash. A faint layer of spiritual light forming upon the water's surface. The 3 elders trembled as they held the tea leaves, ultimately casting them into the 5-leaf mixture with a heavy heart. Fearing that he might succumb to madness, the grand elder cursed inwardly. However, just as he was about to voice his displeasure, the fragrant aroma of the tea captivated his senses, sending a tremor through his mind. The scent penetrated his nostrils and dove into his sea of consciousness, transforming into countless tiny specks of light that reverberated against the bottleneck he faced at the pinnacle of the king realm. He could no longer afford to admonish the 5th elder and raised the rough porcelain bowl to his lips, consuming its contents in one swift motion. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and felt his spiritual energy surge like a tsunami, gradually healing the cracks on the stone platform. The 2nd and 4th elders hurriedly shared the tea, and after a few sips, each found a clean section of stone to sit upon. The 5 elders, some seated and others reclining, were enveloped in a gentle glow, breathing life into the once desolate forbidden ground. now seemingly more vibrant than the spiritual fields of purple bamboo peak. Only the lingering resentment of the fifth elder's interrupted enlightenment floated intermittently in his consciousness. Once I emerge, I shall surely give that Xian Yangzi a good thrashing. Yet before his thoughts could fully materialize, he was completely submerged by the tidal wave of enlightenment. The sound of profound principles resonated within his mind, and the golden light surrounding him intensified, even causing the moss on the stone platform to absorb spiritual energy and burgeon into emerald-like vines. Chapter 39, Master. I wish to spar with you the next morning. Xiao Ruobai emerged slowly from the back mountain, his plain robe soaked in the blood of demonic beasts, hardened into dark red clumps. His disheveled hair clung to his forehead, yet an unprecedented sharpness radiated from his brow, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding a striking brilliance. The overwhelming scent of blood surrounded him, a testament to 3 days and nights of relentless battle with the beasts. His gaze was steadier than before, and his every movement bore an air of decisive lethality, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Gu Changge stood before the bamboo hut, his gaze resting on Xiao Ruobai, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He marveled internally, truly deserving of his imperial-grade talent. Within less than a month, he has advanced from having no cultivation to the mid-stage of the Dan condensation realm, and this is despite my deliberate suppression. Yet, he is also well aware that Xiao Ruobai's rapid progress is not solely due to the divine physique of a war god, but is also intricately linked to the abundant resources of Purple Bamboo Peak. As Xiao Ruobai turned around, he noticed his master leaning against the bamboo, savoring a skewer of candied hawthorns with great delight. Master, he exclaimed excitedly as he rushed over. I have broken through. I can now take on mid-stage demonic beasts of the Purple Mansion realm. Gu Changge glanced at him with disdain, saying, Don't come too close. You reek of demonic beast saliva. I'll wash up first and change my clothes. Then I'll come back, Xiao Ruobai replied. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Ruobai scratched his head, chuckling, and dashed toward the mountain stream. The icy water washed away the blood and grime from his body, gradually relaxing his taut nerves. He looked down at his hands, calloused from long hours of wielding a sword, with several faint scars remaining on his knuckles. Reflecting on the time he first entered the sect, he recalled how his master had quietly revealed to him that he had already touched the mid-stage of the Dan condensation realm. In this moment, Xiao Ruobai found himself astonished at having swiftly attained such a remarkable level, with even a faint hint of a breakthrough into the later stages. He couldn't help but wonder if he had reached a state akin to that of his master. After all, his master, aside from indulging in sunflower seeds and sipping tea, rarely engaged in cultivation. Perhaps he remained stagnant in the mid-stage of the Dan formation realm. Given the splendid cultivation environment on Zizhu Peak, it seemed his master did not appreciate it and failed to cultivate diligently. At this moment, Xiao Ruobai inexplicably felt a sense of disappointment akin to hating iron for not being steel. Unable to resist, he subtly extended a thread of spiritual awareness towards Gu Changge, seeking to discern his master's true level of cultivation. Gu Changge sat in a bamboo chair, eyes closed in meditation. Upon sensing the faint ripple of spiritual awareness, a slight smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. This young lad dares to probe into his master's cultivation? He still has much to learn. As Xiao Ruobai's spiritual awareness circled around Gu Changge, he was met only with the early fluctuations of the Dan formation realm, causing a flicker of confusion within him. It appeared that his master had cultivated the technique unseen by others to an extraordinary depth. Henceforth, he too must intensify his own training to ensure that others could not easily discern his capabilities. With this thought, a sense of pride washed over him. Now that he had reached the mid-stage of the Dan formation realm, could he even slay a beast of the Purple Mansion realm? Had his strength surpassed that of his master? The mere notion inflated his ego. Perhaps, just perhaps, he truly surpassed his master now? He rubbed his hands together, already envisioning the astonished expression on Gu Changge's face upon his defeat. Once he bested his master, he would have every right to urge him to cultivate harder. He chuckled to himself. However, he knew that all his achievements were gifts from his master, even if his master's cultivation did not progress further. He vowed to protect him diligently. Master, from now on, it shall be my turn to safeguard you. After a refreshing bath, Xiao Ruobai donned a clean robe and approached Gu Changge with renewed vigor, respectfully bowing. Master, your disciple is ready. Gu Changge opened his eyes, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Have you finished your probing? Xiao Ruobai was taken aback, his face flushing slightly as he lowered his gaze. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively, not holding it against him. It is commendable that your cultivation has progressed, but remember, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Xiao Ruobai nodded, hesitation flickering in his eyes before a spark of determination ignited within him. Master, I wish to spar with you. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, You wish to test my strength? Xiao Ruobai chuckled. Not at all. I merely wish to see the gap between us. Gu Changge laughed lightly and rose to his feet. Very well, let us indulge in a little play. They made their way to a clearing amidst the bamboo grove. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruobai unleashed the aura of the mid-stage Dan formation realm, his battle energy swirling around him, resembling a war god descending from the heavens. With a swift step, he propelled himself towards Gu Changge, his fist cutting through the air with ferocity, aimed directly at his master's chest. However, Gu Changge merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Unwilling to concede, Xiao Ruobai unleashed a flurry of techniques, his fists raining down like a storm. Yet he could not even graze the hem of Gu Changge's sleeve. Throughout, Gu Changge maintained his cultivation at the mid-stage Dan formation realm, yet his movements were exquisitely adept, as if he had already anticipated every one of Xiao Ruobai's actions. After a stick of incense, Master, please stop, I acknowledge my mistake, pleaded the bruised and swollen Xiao Ruobai, his words slurred. Gu Changge lightly tapped the ground with his toes, retracting his palm that hung in the air, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. Acknowledge your mistake? Was it not you who insisted on comparing differences just moments ago? Xiao Ruobai mumbled, clutching his puffed-up cheek. He had thought to finish his sentence, but was interrupted by his own gasping breaths. Master, you truly possess a heart of steel, striking where it hurts the most. Yet, despite being at the mid-stage of the Dan formation realm, why can I not even touch the hem of your garment? Gu Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly responding, cultivation is merely the foundation. True strength lies in the mastery of power and the grasp of opportunity in battle. Though you progress swiftly, your combat experience remains shallow, requiring further refinement. Xiao Ruobai bowed his head in sincere understanding. Gu Changge nodded, his tone softening slightly. However, your achievement of the mid-stage of the Dan formation realm in such a short time surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Next, I shall impart to you a set of combat techniques suited for the war god physique, known as the 9 styles of war in heaven. Devote yourself to its practice. Xiao Ruobai's eyes brightened, and he quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Gu Changge raised his hand, a beam of golden light entering Xiao Ruobai's brow, instantly imprinting the techniques of the 9 styles of war in heaven into his consciousness. After a moment of closed-eyed contemplation, when he opened his eyes again, they shimmered with renewed fighting spirit. Master, I shall not disappoint you. Gu Changge smiled with satisfaction and turned to walk towards the bamboo hut. Leaving a single phrase to linger in the air, I look forward to your next challenge. Suddenly, Xiao Ruobai felt an intensification of his toothache. Chapter 40. The Unfortunate Array Gate System, Sign-In. Gu Changge opened his eyes on the bamboo couch, addressing the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Earning 5,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the celestial and earthly mysterious tower. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 10 imperial-grade spiritual veins. Not bad. Another day of effortless gains. Gu Changge stretched lazily, tossing a spiritual fruit in his fingers. This life felt rather empty. He envied those beasts of burden in his past life who could enjoy the 996 blessings. Why was I not granted such fortune? Sighing, he bit into the spiritual fruit, its sweet juice flooding his palate, yet his eyes sparkled with undeniable pleasure. His gaze swept over the treasures quietly hovering in the system space. The celestial and earthly mysterious tower emanated an ancient golden radiance, with profound runes swirling on its body, subtly exuding an oppressive aura that commanded respect. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of tranquility. The 10 imperial-grade spiritual veins resembled serpentine golden dragons, enveloped in a rich spiritual energy that could drive any sect mad with desire, slowly meandering within the space. Perfect. The elders in the forbidden area have significantly advanced in their cultivation. They might need a boost in spiritual energy, Gu Changge mused casually, lightly tapping his fingers in the void to temporarily secure the spiritual veins. Perhaps during a quiet night, I shall bury them beneath the forbidden grounds. The elderly have it tough. I might as well improve their living conditions. Gu Changge's gaze shifted to the bronze token inscribed within secret realm resting in the corner of the space, which had remained idle since he acquired it during his last sign-in. In the depths of the secret realm, the vast expanse of spiritual land and ancient legacies were, to him, mere trifles, more fitting as a training ground for the Changge sect. With such thoughts lingering, Gu Changge's gaze suddenly grew colder. He flicked his fingers, and 3 luminous communication jade slips materialized in his palm, still pulsating with residual spiritual energy. These were the intercepted messages from recent days. 2 slips were directed towards the burning heaven palace, detailing the internal movements of the Changge sect. The 3rd slip was sent to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. subtly alluding to vulnerabilities in the Qingxian sect's forbidden grounds. The hidden rats in the dark were becoming increasingly restless. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the 3 jade slips disintegrated into powder, scattering in the wind. Leaning against the bamboo chair, he gazed toward the mist-shrouded main peak, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In recent days, while probing the outside world with his divine sense, he had discovered numerous anomalies lurking within the sect. There were long-hidden spies from the Burning Heaven Palace, as well as informants planted by other sects, and even a few seemingly loyal elders who were secretly colluding with outsiders. Since they could not endure the silence, it was time for a thorough cleansing. He lightly tapped the armrest, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. This was also a reason why Xian Yangzi and Shi Wanshan were so intent on preserving their development. The 7 major sects in Xianzhou engaged in constant strife, each planting spies, an age-old tactic. Although a few spies were occasionally uncovered, some were exceedingly well concealed, making them difficult to detect. If one were careless, these hidden pests would inevitably jeopardize significant matters. It seemed time for a discussion with the sect leader regarding this issue. In the grand hall of the sect, Xian Yangzi's fingers, clutching the communication jade slip, turned slightly pale, the inscriptions glowing coldly as spiritual energy infused it. The elder of the Burning Heaven Palace, Yin Songyun, was set to breach the array gate tonight, and subsequently head towards the Qingxian sect. Shi Wanshan leaned over for a glance, his rotund belly trembling with indignation. This old fool truly takes us for soft persimmons. He fumed. Shall I gather a few elders to confront him? Xian Yangzi raised a hand to restrain him, lightly tapping on the stone table. The Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Laws Pavilion are currently at odds. If we act now, we would only become live targets. A glimmer of calculation flashed in his eyes. Since they intended to breach the array gate first, let it serve as a shield, and observe the situation before deciding on a course of action. Shi Wanshan clicked his tongue. What if Yin Songyun comes our way? Xian Yangzi deliberately elongated his words, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let him experience the consequences of a day filled with beatings. That night, before the bamboo house on Zizhu Peak, Changge reclined in his bamboo chair, idly twirling a purple crystal grape with his fingers, his divine sense carelessly sweeping across the expanse of Xianzhou. He chanced upon 2 furtive figures. Yin Songyun, the elder of the Burning Heaven Palace, crouched low as he approached the array gate, followed closely by Mo Lingzi, the elder of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, whose sword tassel visibly quivered at his waist, suggesting ill intentions. 2 cunning old foxes have come together. A spectacle was about to unfold, and Changge prepared to take out some seeds to enjoy the performance of the 2. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike him. A mischievous grin spreading across his lips, reminiscent of someone who had just committed a secret misdeed. With a delicate flick of his fingertips, he subtly unleashed a barely perceptible surge of spiritual energy, quietly permeating the protective barrier of the breaking formation gate. Meanwhile, Xian Yangzi and his companions remained on high alert, bracing themselves for the anticipated arrival of Yin Songyun. The following morning, news spread across Xianzhou like wildfire, leaving everyone astonished and bewildered. The tea house buzzed with chatter, patrons congregating in small groups, exchanging words animatedly, all centered around the uproar from the previous night at the breaking formation gate. Have you heard? The Grand Elder of the Burning Heaven Palace and the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion actually fought at the breaking formation gate, exclaimed a newly seated cultivator, setting down his teacup, captivated by the conversation from the neighboring table. Not just fought, interjected a gray-robed man, sipping his tea, his tone tinged with incredulity. I heard that Yin Songyun from the Burning Heaven Palace was beaten to the point of spitting blood, and the scripture pavilion of the breaking formation gate was scorched on one side. I doubt many ancient texts survived. I also heard that the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion struck so fiercely that he cleaved through the protective barrier of the breaking formation gate. Another voice chimed in, gesticulating animatedly. The flames illuminated half the sky, visible from 100 miles away. With the ongoing rivalry between the 10,000 Methods Pavilion and the Burning Heaven Palace, it's no surprise they were at each other's throats over mining rights. But why did they have to bring their quarrel to the breaking formation gate? A scholarly cultivator furrowed his brow, perplexed. ISNT that blatantly putting the sect in jeopardy? A perfectly good sect, and now half of it lies in ruins. Indeed, another tea drinker replied, his tone laced with mockery. I heard they fought like madmen, deliberately targeting critical areas of the breaking formation gate. Both the alchemy room and the martial arena suffered greatly. If it weren't for the old ancestor of the breaking formation gate, who rushed out at night to activate the protective grand formation, who knows how much worse it could have been. At that moment, a low voice from a corner interrupted. I heard from a disciple of the breaking formation gate that it wasn't even a prearranged fight. Those two old fools sneaked into the breaking formation gate in the middle of the night and just happened to run into each other, both adamantly insisting that the other was conspiring with the sect. Is that true? Someone responded with surprise. Absolutely. The voice continued. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion is incredibly formidable, possessing late-stage celestial being cultivation. There are hardly any like him in all of Xianzhou. Doesn't he that put Yin Songyun in peril? Yin Songyun carries the Sun Order of the Burning Heaven Palace, and it's said that even after such a beating, he survived, all thanks to this precious item. As for the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, rumor has it his beard was scorched off. Just imagine how ridiculous he must look. Chapter 41. Is Master losing his sanity? The din of conversation rose and fell, some lamenting the misfortune of the breaking formation gate, while others mocked the absurdity of the two elders. Meanwhile, some speculated on the hidden motives behind the incident. Amidst the clamor, even passing cultivators outside the tea house paused to listen, their ears perked up for this intriguing tale. Unbeknownst to them, last night, Gu Changge's consciousness had already enveloped the surroundings of the breaking formation gate, creating an impenetrable barrier. As Yin Songyun stealthily infiltrated the array-breaking sect's protective formation, Gu Changge gently traced a line in the void with his fingertips, infusing a pale azure spiritual energy that entwined with the array patterns like spider silk. In an instant, the scene before Yin Songyun subtly distorted. He distinctly observed Mo Lingzi, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, conversing with the sect leader of the array-breaking sect in front of the scripture pavilion. The scroll they unfurled revealed a clear distribution of the minds belonging to the Burning Heaven Palace. Their hushed words floated on the wind, with our two sects joining forces. We shall seize all the minds of the Burning Heaven Palace, and then breach their mountain gate. Simultaneously, Mo Lingzi, having just evaded the patrolling disciples, also found himself ensnared in the illusion. He saw Yin Songyun brandishing a token inscribed with the array-breaking sect's emblem. Grinning malevolently at his confidant, the defense schematics of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion are in our possession. Tonight, we shall set their scripture pavilion ablaze. Both men, witnessing this spectacle, were engulfed by fury. A gust of wind swept past, causing their masks to fall away simultaneously. The enmity between them ignited like fire upon meeting. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Yin Songyun's eyes were bloodshot as the Burning Heaven fire flag unfurled, unleashing a tempest of fiery crows that surged towards Mo Lingzi with the heat of molten rock. Seeking death, Mo Lingzi bellowed, drawing his jade sword, its blade slicing through the air like a cascading waterfall aimed at Yin Songyun. Within the illusion, the two exchanged blows, each targeting the other's vital points. Both mistakenly believing that the array-breaking sect was allied with the other, they moved as if guided by invisible strings, striking at the most critical points of the array-breaking sect's defenses. Yin Songyun's fiery crows ignited the ancient tomes in the scripture pavilion, while Yun Shen's sword energy cleaved through the array's core, even shattering the stone tablet inscribed with the sect's history in the martial arts arena. It was not until Yin Songyun was struck and grievously wounded by Mo Lingzi's sword, blood spilling forth, that the blazing light of the sun token erupted around him for protection. Yun Shen's beard was singed by the sparks, and in their shared agony, they momentarily regained clarity, yet remained convinced of each other's collusion with the array-breaking sect against themselves. The battle intensified further, ultimately leaving a wasteland of yellow sand and smoldering ruins, alongside the astonished faces of the disciples of the array-breaking sect. In the main hall of the array-breaking sect, Chun Taizhan slumped in a grand chair, gazing at the charred remains of the scripture pavilion outside the window, his lips twitching as if afflicted by a stroke. Clutching a shattered array disc in his hand, his knuckles turned pale from the strain, he suddenly slammed his palm onto the table, causing the tea in the cup to splatter. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. He paced back and forth in a fit of rage, his round-collared robe askew, and his usually meticulously groomed beard now disheveled, resembling a frenzied tomcat. Fighting is one thing. Seizing minds is another. But you two lunatics had to come to my array-breaking sect to wreak havoc? Chun Taizhan pointed angrily towards the door, his voice trembling. 3 boxes of rare texts from the scripture pavilion have been incinerated. 7 millennium cauldrons from the alchemy room have been shattered. Even the core of the protective formation is emitting black smoke. Who have I offended? The Grand Elder beside him covered his forehead. A troubled expression etched across his face. Sect leader, the ancestor just emerged from seclusion, only to be so enraged that he has retreated once more. Before departing, he insisted that you seek an explanation. Seek an explanation? From whom? Chun Taizhan plopped down heavily, seizing a spiritual fruit from the table and biting into it fiercely, juice dripping down his chin. Shall I seek it from the Burning Heaven Palace? Or from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion? The two old fellows likely still believe they are justified, resolutely convinced that my faction, the Breaking Formation sect, is in collusion with the adversary. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, abruptly slapping his thigh. It dawned on me. These two are deliberately scheming, aware that we, the Breaking Formation sect, are easily bullied. They treat us as their battleground. Once I repair the Grand Formation, I shall ensure they experience the formidable power of the 1,000 machines trapping God's formation. Despite his words, as he gazed at the ravaged state of the sect, he ultimately let out a long sigh, a profound sense of helplessness flooding his eyes. After all, the Breaking Formation sect lacks the might of the Burning Heaven Palace and the Myriad Laws Pavilion. This bitter pill, it seems, must be swallowed for now. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sect's main hall, the sect leader, Xian Yangzi, held the recently received communication jade slip, observing the severe losses suffered by the Breaking Formation sect. Alongside the words depicting Chun Tieshan's despair, he first coughed sharply twice, then could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Shi Wanshan leaned over to snatch the jade slip, and the more he read, the brighter his eyes became, ultimately slapping the table in mirth, unable to straighten his back. Ha ha ha, that old scoundrel Qin Taizhan. He dared to seize our spiritual herbs last time, and now look at him, his sect nearly torn apart by two madmen. He deserves it. Li Muron, the master of the Pill Cauldron Peak, stroked his beard, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. It is indeed curious, after years of rivalry. Why did Yin Sanyun and Mo Lingzi choose to strike at the Breaking Formation sect specifically? They deliberately targeted their scripture pavilion and alchemy room, almost as if someone was covertly pushing them. Xian Yangzi lifted his teacup, concealing the glimmer in his eyes, and leisurely remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps it is fate." The enmity forged between the Burning Heaven Palace and the Myriad Laws Pavilion inadvertently ensnared the Breaking Formation sect as well, avenging the prior theft of the spiritual herbs while allowing the Qingxian sect to enjoy the spectacle in tranquility. Truly splendid. Shi Wanshan continued his exclamations. I tell you, this is poetic justice. While he pondered on reaping benefits, he has now become a stepping stone for others. When I see him next, I must inquire whether those 3 boxes of rare tomes burned painfully. The hall erupted in laughter, the atmosphere more relaxed than ever before. On Zhu Peak, the bamboo shadows danced. Gu Changge reclined in a bamboo chair, his consciousness absorbing the laughter from the Qingxian sect's hall and the sorrowful clouds gathering over the Breaking Formation sect. When he heard Chun Tieshan's lament of "Who have I wronged?" he could no longer hold back, chuckling softly. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves onto his face, illuminating his smile with a hint of mischief, akin to a child who has hidden away sweets. Master? Xiao Ruobai, just finishing his practice of the 9 styles of war, still glistening with a light sheen of sweat, paused upon seeing Gu Changge laughing with his eyes closed. What has been going on with Master lately? He often bursts into inexplicable laughter. Surely, Master is not losing his sanity from staying at Zizhu Peak? Xiao Ruobai pondered, though his feet unconsciously drew closer, intrigued by the uncontainable smile on Gu Changge's lips. Ever since Master took him as an apprentice, he occasionally seemed lost in thought. Laughing to himself, the more he contemplated, the more worried he became, and he could not help but tentatively inquire, Master, have you encountered any bottlenecks in your cultivation? Perhaps falling into a trance? Gu Changge was still savoring the image of Chun Tieshan's tearful expression when he suddenly heard this question, almost choking on his own saliva. He opened his eyes and gazed at his disciple, whose serious expression betrayed a deep concern, while the mischief in his own eyes quickly transformed into a sense of helplessness. What thoughts occupy your mind all day? Gu Changge playfully flicked his finger against the disciple's forehead. I assure you, I am in fine form, far more composed than you, who are prone to stumbling during your training. Xiao Ruobai covered his forehead but sighed in relief, grinning broadly. That's good to hear. I feared that after spending too long on Zizhu Peak, you might have developed some hidden worries. Perhaps it was his own extraordinary talent that brought his master such joy. Xiao Ruobai narcissistically mused. Chapter 42, Chun Taizhan. A sinister development inside the grand hall of the Wanfa Pavilion. Mo Lingzi covered his singed beard, dramatically recounting the disastrous state of the broken formation gate to the pavilion master, Yun Songhai. He animatedly described how the Burning Heaven Palace conspired with the broken formation gate for a surprise attack, and how he valiantly fought amidst bloodshed. Yet he conspicuously omitted any mention of the details regarding his scorched beard. Master, that old scoundrel Yin Sanyun has grown far too arrogant. I wondered how he dared to provoke our Wanfa Pavilion. It turns out he has colluded with the broken formation gate. Mo Lingzi banged on the table in anger. Yun Songhai tapped his fingers on the desk, his gaze penetrating. Are you certain you witnessed an alliance between the Burning Heaven Palace and the broken formation gate? Mo Lingzi affirmed vehemently, absolutely. I personally saw Yin Songyun conspiring with the leader of the Broken Formation Gate. Yun Songhai ceased to inquire further, his fingertips coalescing into a thread of sword energy. Since they have torn apart any semblance of civility, we shall not hold back. Relay the order. All disciples of Wanfa Pavilion are to enter a state of readiness effective immediately. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Burning Heaven Palace, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Yin Songyun, injured by Mo Lingzi's sword, lay sprawled on a soft couch, grimacing as he applied ointment, while Lai Tianxiong lounged opposite him, listening to his grievances against the underhanded actions of the Wanfa Pavilion. Very well. The Wanfa Pavilion and the Broken Formation Gate both wish to trample upon us. Perfect timing. The competition among the 7 major sects is approaching. We shall settle both new and old scores at that event. Listening to the elder's lament, Lai Tianxiong, rubbing the lingering imprint on his face, suddenly grinned maliciously and crushed the jade cup in his hand. Summon those 3 old monsters from the Earthfire Cave, and tell them that I permit them to use the Burning Heaven technique. At this moment, within the Broken Formation Gate, Chen Taizhan was leading the elders in tidying up the aftermath. Suddenly, a disciple hurried in with news. Gatemaster, the Wanfa Pavilion accuses us of colluding with the Burning Heaven Palace, while the Burning Heaven Palace claims we are in league with the Wanfa Pavilion. Both sects demand an explanation from us. Chen Taizhan nearly spewed blood in frustration, collapsing amidst the ruins. What a calamity! As the sun reached its zenith, the bamboo path of Zizhu Peak echoed with light-hearted footsteps. Xian Yangzi, clad in a blue robe and carrying a food box, called out from afar, "Junior brother Changge, look what delightful treasures I have brought for you." Gu Changge, seated at a stone table and toying with a freshly picked amethyst fruit, raised his gaze upon hearing the voice, noting the unmistakable delight in Xian Yangzi's eyes. Even his usually neatly groomed beard had a slight curl, revealing that this old fox had encountered some joyous news. "What has brought you such happiness?" Gu Changge inquired, twirling his fingers. He quickly surmised that it must pertain to the matters concerning the Burning Heaven Palace and the Wanfa Pavilion. Observing Xian Yangzi's excited demeanor, Gu Changge feigned ignorance and asked. Xian Yangzi swiftly crossed to the stone table, placing the food box upon it and lifting the lid to reveal the layers of spiritual cakes within. You cannot fathom the recent excitement in Xianzhou. He settled into a bamboo chair and, seizing the teacup handed to him by Gu Changge, gulped down a mouthful, his brows dancing as he recounted the recent events. Beside him, Xiao Ruobai, who was polishing the Zhu Tianlonghan halberd, listened in astonishment, nearly dropping the cloth in his hands. He had previously believed that the conflicts within the cultivation world were straightforward battles, but he was taken aback by such a farcical turn of events. He couldn't help but mutter, "Is it really possible to be this way? I have truly broadened my horizons." Gu Changge cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "The cultivation world is rife with intricacies. Go practice the Battle of Heaven's 9 styles and master the 3rd style before lunch." "Yes, master." Once Xiao Ruobai had walked away, Gu Changge withdrew a palm-sized jade pendant from his sleeve. Its surface was smooth as autumn water, with intricate cloud patterns etched along the edges, subtly shimmering with a flowing light. This was the reward he had received 3 days prior. Upon acquiring the pendant, a message had naturally surfaced in his mind: heart-testing jade, capable of discerning loyalty and treachery. This was indeed a splendid tool for purging the ranks. "What is this?" Xian Yangzi inquired curiously, leaning closer and momentarily taken aback. "Heart-testing jade." Gu Changge gently tapped the pendant, causing ripples to dance across its surface. The pendant could sense the true intentions within a person's heart. If one harbored treachery against the sect, the pendant would reveal dark, ominous hues. Conversely, if one was profoundly loyal, it would emanate a golden light. Someone like you would exhibit a heart of sincere devotion. "Brother Changge, can this treasure truly root out all infiltrators?" His voice tightened, eyes gleaming with the fervor of a hunter spotting its prey. Gu Changge leisurely peeled a spiritual tangerine, flicking the skin with his fingertip so that it landed precisely into a bamboo basket 3 zhang away. "What? The esteemed leader of the Qingxian sect lacks the resolve to cleanse the ranks? Nonsense." Xian Yangzi slapped the stone table, causing the teacup to jump. "I have awaited this day for a century." Although the Qingxian sect appears tranquil, dark currents have been surging beneath the surface. The spies from the Burning Heaven Palace and the eyes of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion have been concealed too deeply, making it impossible to cleanse them. This heart-testing jade is like a timely rain. The usage is simple. Gu Changge handed the pendant to him. You merely need to approach the individual and concentrate for a moment to discern the outcome. But be warned, this treasure must not be shown lightly, lest it rouses suspicion. Xian Yangzi held the pendant, his fingers trembling with anticipation. He suddenly rose, bowing deeply to Gu Changge. "Brother Changge, I express my gratitude on behalf of the Qingxian sect for this grand gift. Do not be hasty in your thanks. Changge raised his teacup. When dealing with infiltrators, be discreet. Do not cause unrest among the hearts of the people. After all, some may merely be momentarily confused. I understand. Xian Yangzi carefully stored the pendant in his storage ring and then patted the food box. These spiritual cakes are freshly made from the Danding Peak. Using 1,000-year-old snow lotus powder, keep them as snacks. I shall return now and begin my inquiries with the elders. With that, he walked briskly down the mountain. And just as he reached the bend in the bamboo path, he turned back to call out, by the way, should I detain any infiltrators I identify until you arrive to deal with them? Changge waved his hand, saying, you are the sect leader. Such matters should be decided by you. Observing the eager figure of Xuanyangzi disappearing into the mist, Changge's lips curled into a faint smile. With the heart-testing jade pendant in hand, it was time to cleanse the murky waters of the Qingxian sect. As Xuanyangzi's silhouette faded, Changge flicked his fingers, causing a purple crystal fruit on the stone table to transform into a streak of light, landing precisely in the beak of the little black bird perched on his shoulder. The bird flapped its wings, its beady eyes gleaming with mischief, seemingly mocking the frantic expression of Xuanyangzi, who had stumbled upon a treasure. With a playful flick on the bird's head, Changge's gaze turned towards the peak of the Qingxian sect. Xuanyangzi, clutching the heart-testing jade pendant, descended from the Zizhu peak, his footsteps light, yet his thoughts heavy. His fingers traced the smooth surface of the pendant. Its cold touch helped settle his chaotic mind. The treasures presented by his junior brother Changge had never failed him, but the matter of the traitor concerned the very foundation of the sect, leaving no room for carelessness. Chapter 43. The traitor Xuanyangzi stroked his beard, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the direction of the law enforcement hall. That old fellow Wang Daolong. Over the years, he had maintained close ties with the people from the Burning Heaven Palace, both openly and secretly. Though no concrete evidence had been captured, the flickering glances and the topics deliberately avoided had already revealed cracks in his facade. Let us test this pendant's effectiveness, Xuanyangzi murmured to himself, as the pendant in his sleeve seemed to sense his thoughts, emanating a faint glow. Inside the law enforcement hall, the fragrant scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Several elders were gathered around a table, discussing matters, while Wang Daolong, with a furrowed brow, passionately analyzed the movements of the Burning Heaven Palace, speaking as though he was unwaveringly loyal to the sect. In my opinion, the Burning Heaven Palace has been acting frequently of late. They surely intend to pull off some tricks before the competition among the 7 major sections. We must fortify our defenses and ensure they do not find an opening. As Xuanyangzi entered, he overheard this remark, and a cold smile crept onto his face. Such an act is truly convincing. Were it not for my previous suspicions, I might have been deceived by your demeanor. Esteemed elders, you have worked hard, Xuanyangzi said with a courteous smile, his gaze seemingly casual as it swept over the assembly. Today, I happened upon some freshly gathered spirit tea to share with you all. As he spoke, he strolled closer, and just as he reached Wang Daolong's side, the pendant vibrated violently. A dense, gray-black malevolence surged from its surface, coiling around Wang Daolong like a living vine, enveloping him in a faint black mist. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xuanyangzi's eyes. There was indeed a problem. Wang Daolong's face momentarily betrayed a hint of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Why has the sect leader come to personally deliver tea? This is quite an honor for us subordinates. We are all brothers here. No need for such formality. Xuanyangzi replied with an unwavering smile, though his fingers tightened around the pendant in his sleeve, the gray mist thickening. He did not linger, exchanging a few pleasantries with the other elders. When he deliberately approached Elderly, the pendant suddenly emanated a warm golden light, gentle as the sunlight of early spring. Elderly, your cultivation has improved recently. It seems you are nearing the realm of the cave heaven. Xuanyangzi patted his shoulder, feeling a sense of complete reassurance. This pendant is indeed genuine. Subsequently, Xuanyangzi tested each individual within the law enforcement hall, and the results were favorable. Only Wang Daolong was the traitor. As Xian Yangzi departed from the law enforcement hall, his steps remained steady, yet a sheen of perspiration began to form in his palms. He gazed upwards at the sky, where clouds roiled like waves, mirroring the undercurrents concealed within the Qingxian sect at this very moment. Wang Daolong, he murmured softly, the last vestiges of hesitation in his eyes transforming into resolute determination. With the malevolent spirits lurking in the shadows, none would escape this time. The heart-testing jade pendant lay quietly within his sleeve, appearing to be an ordinary piece of jade. However, Xian Yangzi understood that within this seemingly simple pendant resided the key to purging the sect of its malignant elements. He pivoted towards the forbidden grounds. Quickening his pace by a third, it was time to expose those unspeakable entities to the light of day. On the morning 3 days hence, a delicate aroma of tea wafted through the main hall of Qingyun Peak. Seated in a grand armchair, Xian Yangzi toyed with the heart-testing jade pendant, the mirror-like surface reflecting the tranquility residing deep within his gaze. Spread before him on the table was a power map of the Qingxian sect. 3 names encircled in red cinnabar: Wang Daolong, elder of the Law Enforcement Hall; Lu Xian, steward of the Danding Peak; and Zhang Meng, instructor of the outer sect. These were the 3 internal traitors unearthed within 3 days under the pretense of delivering spirit tea, discussing martial arts, and inspecting internal affairs. Fewer than anticipated. It seemed that under his stewardship, the foundations of the Qingxian sect remained relatively solid. Xian Yangzi surveyed the names before him, a smile breaking across his face, glimmers of self-satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The Qingxian sect has always prioritized the integrity of its disciples. The cleansing heart trial upon entry serves to eliminate 9/10 of the weak-willed. Moreover, those few fortunate enough to infiltrate the sect would find it difficult to evade the keen perception of the Qingxian sect over the protracted years of their concealment. Once discovered, they would be dealt with swiftly and decisively, akin to autumn leaves being swept away by the wind. You may wonder how Xian Yangzi could uncover this. The answer lies in the intelligence relayed by Qingxian spies embedded within other sections. Ultimately, these spies were dispatched by the Qingxian sect for field training, undertaking missions such as hunting demonic beasts, meeting a noble yet tragic end. Do not be misled into thinking that only 3 traitors lurk within the core. Across the vast expanse of the 7 great sects of the Xian state, who has not been subtly infiltrated by the Qingxian sect. In the steward's chambers of the Burning Heaven Palace, the scripture repository of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, and the Elder Council of the Breaking Formation sect. Each sect's core contains at least 3 Qingxian spies, remaining undercover for years, transmitting information only at pivotal moments. This is the foundation of his long-concealed confidence. On the surface, the Qingxian sect appears to shun worldly disputes, yet in reality, it has intricately woven a web within the fabric of major powers. You exist within me, and I within you. This is the survival strategy of the 7 great sects of the Xian state. The Qingxian sect has maintained its foothold in the Xian state for a millennium, relying not solely on superficial cultivation. Xian Yangzi folded the map, his fingertips tracing the patterns of the heart-testing jade pendant. Though these 3 traitors might seem inconspicuous, each holds significant authority. Wang Daolong oversees law enforcement, Lu Xian manages medicinal resources, and Zhang Meng recruits new disciples. There is no rush. Let the hidden lines follow their tracks, in hopes of unearthing more valuable information. Once the matter of internal treachery becomes public knowledge, unrest among the populace is inevitable. Rather than conducting a grandiose investigation, it would be wiser to eliminate impurities subtly, like boiling a frog in warm water. As the sunlight outside grew increasingly radiant, Xian Yangzi lifted his teacup, watching the curling tea vapor with a light-hearted smile. Beneath the bamboo shade of Zizhu Peak, Changge listened to Xian Yangzi's somewhat self-satisfied boast, unable to restrain a chuckle. 3? That's cleaner than I expected. It is indeed the blessing of the junior disciple. Xian Yangzi's tone was imbued with gratitude. Had it not been for this heart-testing jade pendant, he would likely still be in the dark to this day, especially concerning Lu Xian, who had concealed his intentions too deeply. He recalled the scene from 3 days prior when Lu Xian spoke eloquently about the alchemical pursuits of his sect and the expansion of the Pill Cauldron Peak. Yet, the gray mist emanating from the pendant was too dense to disperse. Reflecting on Lu's duplicitous demeanor now felt rather ironic. Do not revel in your triumph too soon. You have yet to scrutinize the ordinary disciples, Changge cautioned, his gaze sweeping over the ethereal Qingxian sect. Xian Yangzi's earlier pride diminished slightly, and he cleared his throat. That is to be expected. After the core members have been examined, we must also attend to the disciples. However, he shifted his tone, a glint of cunning appearing in his eyes. Our Qingxian sect's trial of clarity during the recruitment process is no mere formality. Most who manage to infiltrate the inner sect possess sound character. Even if there are a few that slip through the cracks among the ordinary disciples, they are unlikely to stir any significant turmoil. He paused momentarily before adding, I intend to advance the sect's grand competition by a month. During this event, we will have the opportunity to evaluate all disciples. And the reason for this sudden change of schedule? Changge raised an eyebrow. Xian Yangzi had clearly prepared for this. Stroking his beard with a smile, we shall state that the competition among the 7 major sects is imminent, necessitating an early selection of participants. This rationale was reasonable, leaving no room for dissent. Changge nodded thoughtfully. To use the grand competition as a pretext for a thorough evaluation is indeed a well-considered plan. Certainly. Xian Yangzi sipped his tea, his voice tinged with anticipation. Once we have filtered through the ordinary disciples, the Qingxian sect will be entirely purged. Chapter 44. I acknowledge your wealth, yet I did not anticipate such abundance. Ah, junior disciple Gu. Xian Yangzi set down his teacup, his tone laced with subtle inquiry. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening like crevices, resembling an old fox eyeing a henhouse. You see, with the grand competition approaching, the disciples are fervently cultivating. Yet this reward list remains empty. As their esteemed elder, should you not offer some treasures as prizes? As he spoke, his fingers unconsciously rubbed together, casting furtive glances at Gu Changge's storage ring, as if he could see the treasures piled within. Gu Changge pushed forward the cleaned grapes, his tone flat. There are no treasures, merely a slightly richer concentration of spiritual energy. There is nothing beyond that. Now, that is rather disingenuous. Xian Yangzi smacked his thigh, his mustache bristling with excitement. I've watched you grow up. Do you think I don't know you? Gu Changge glanced up at him. What is it that you desire? Good heavens, hear how he phrases it. Asking what I wish for rather than what I possess. With a sudden start, Xian Yangzi straightened, nearly dropping his teacup. The treasures in Gu Changge's possession might exceed his expectations. He swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement, and rubbed his hands together. It need not be overly extravagant. Just something suitable for the young disciples. For instance, artifacts that can stabilize their realms or elixirs that assist them in breaking through their bottlenecks. Gu Changge remained silent, his consciousness sweeping through the system space. In the vast expanse of the system's domain, treasures of ethereal form flickered like starlight, radiating the brilliance of the Hongmeng Pearl, embodying the essence of the chaotic blue lotus, and exuding the formidable pressure of the supreme imperial weapons. The innate spiritual fruits were primarily divine artifacts that the younger disciples could scarcely endure. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with deliberation. Let us procure 3 royal-grade treasures, 10 heavenly-grade artifacts, and an additional 20 essence cleansing pills. His consciousness swiftly maneuvered within the system's space, rapidly concocting these items. With a gentle sound, the still smoldering treasures cascaded onto the stone table. The scabbard of the royal-grade spiritual sword retained a lingering resonance that had yet to fully solidify. The scales of the royal-grade armor were alive with innate patterns that continued to evolve independently. The remaining treasures were freshly minted. 20 essence cleansing pills spun energetically within the jade platter, their fragrance infused with the heat of their recent forging. Suddenly, Xian Yangzi, who had just sipped the spiritual tea, coughed it out, the liquid cascading down his beard. His astonished gaze fixated on the treasures before him, his eyes nearly bulging out, his voice quavering. What is this? Am I mistaken? Royal grade? Heavenly grade treasures? He seized Gu Changge's wrist with a grip so fierce it almost shattered the bones. Do you comprehend the significance of royal grade artifacts? There are only 2 in the entire Qingxian sect. One is held by the ancestral guardian in the Forbidden Grounds, and the other was a life or death acquisition I wrested from the abyss of demons. And yet, here you are, offering these sect-protecting treasures as rewards for a youth competition? Gu Changge calmly withdrew his hand, brushing off his sleeve. You did mention the need to inspire the younger disciples. I understand your wealth. But how can you be so extravagant? Each item is a treasure that safeguards our sect. Xian Yangzi glared at the imposing treasures radiating an overwhelming aura, his beard bristling with indignation as he paced around the stone table thrice. Those are royal artifacts. Just one could incite a fierce struggle among the 7 great sects. You prodigal. Xian Yangzi, distraught, stamped his foot, his white beard quivering with rage. Do you think royal artifacts are as common as roasted sweet potatoes? Oh, they are still warm. With that, he suddenly lunged toward the table, arms outstretched to protect the treasures, hastily storing them in his storage ring. Fearing that a moment's delay might lead Gu Changge to retract his generosity. I shall keep these for now. For the competition's rewards, let it be a heavenly grade item. No, a terrestrial grade. A terrestrial grade will suffice. Before he could finish, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixating on the jade platter. Wait, you mentioned essence cleansing pills? I recently heard that the 9 Revolutions golden elixir and the innate spiritual marrow could enhance one's aptitude. Gu Changge picked up a luminous white pill, its surface adorned with intricate golden patterns. Out of sheer boredom, I pondered it and casually concocted a few. Perhaps, just perhaps, they could enhance one's aptitude. Xian Yangzi's breath caught in his throat, his eyes riveted on the pill as if witnessing an extraordinary miracle. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Enhance aptitude? Do you realize what this means? So many disciples are stalled at their bottlenecks due to insufficient aptitude. If this truly proves effective, who knows? Gu Changge interjected, producing a jade vial and casually placing the pill within, tossing it lightly. If you wish to have them, take these for now. Xian Yangzi seized the jade vial with a trembling hand, as if he were sifting grain, and hastily sealed the opening with 3 layers of spiritual energy. Gazing at the gentle luminescence emanating from the vial, A sudden thought struck him, and he grasped Gu Changge's arm. No, the effects of this elixir are uncertain. It cannot be administered to a disciple lightly. Should I try it on a disciple first? No, I shall test it myself. Gu Changge, who had just finished peeling a sunflower seed, looked up with a raised brow. You? Who else? Xian Yangzi retorted, his neck stiffening as his fingertips tapped rhythmically against the vial. I cannot use my disciples as guinea pigs. At my age, my cultivation is stable. Even if the potion is potent, I can withstand it. He paused, suddenly gripping Gu Changge's wrist, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. If anything were to happen to me, I would entrust you to look after those old ancestors of the Qingxian sect. And those few, like Li Xianfeng, with their capricious natures, they will require some discipline. Enough. Gu Changge interjected, retracting his hand, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth at Xian Yangzi's morbid premonitions. You won't die? Yet Xian Yangzi remained unconvinced, tightening his grip on the jade vial. You cannot say that. My senior brother once perished while testing a new elixir. Gu Changge, uninterested in his ramblings, flicked his fingers, causing another elixir to fall onto the table. This particular one was significantly larger than the previous cleansing elixir. Its surface glimmering with a pearlescent sheen, intricate golden patterns coursing over it, subtly emanating spiritual energy like a mist. Use this. Xian Yangzi blinked. What difference does it make? It contains richer ingredients, Gu Changge replied nonchalantly. Xian Yangzi swallowed hard, suddenly grasping Gu Changge's sleeve, forcing a smile onto his face. Changge, I have treated you well. Haven't I? When you first arrived at Zizhu Peak, did I not secretly provide you with 3 bottles of concentration dew? When you mentioned a shortage of spirit rice, did I not have someone allocate half of the spirit rice from Danding Peak to you? His grievances grew as he spoke. Even if I occasionally seek some spiritual energy or request a few treasures, it is for the sake of our sect. I trust you immensely. You cannot betray me. I have yet to find a wife. Observing his animated demeanor, Gu Changge finally succumbed to laughter. He handed the enriched cleansing elixir back to Xian Yangzi. Rest assured, you won't perish. With trembling hands, Xian Yangzi tossed the elixir into his mouth. Chapter 45. Xian Yangzi. Of saintly qualities, the elixir dissolved upon entry. A warm and gentle flow cascading down his throat, initially as soft as the melting snow of spring. Yet, as it coursed through his heart, it erupted suddenly. Countless golden specks flowed like a river of stars, surging through his meridians. The long stagnant barriers of spiritual energy shattered under the onslaught of light. And a tingling warmth enveloped his entire being, as if invisible hands were smoothing out the creases of his essence. Xian Yangzi could not suppress a muffled moan. As the spiritual energy around him spiraled chaotically, the aura of a peak sovereign swelling like a volcanic eruption. The spiritual fruits upon the stone table were swept away by the force of energy, the leaves of the Zizhu forest rustling violently, with half transforming into fragments of spiritual light, rushing to merge with his being. Gu Changge flicked his fingers lightly, a green radiance descending like a crystal dome, firmly restraining Xian Yangzi's surging aura at its critical threshold. He reclined against the bamboo chair, idly observing the radiant aura surrounding Xian Yangzi as it intensified. Even the wisps of white hair at his temples were tinged with a golden glow. After half an hour, the brilliance suddenly receded. Xian Yangzi abruptly opened his eyes, the golden light in his gaze flashing like lightning, and the spiritual energy enveloping him was now 100-fold more concentrated than before. Instinctively, he turned his attention inward, only to freeze in shock, trembling as he retrieved the spirit-testing jade from his bosom. The jade, which had previously emitted a faint golden hue, now shone brilliantly like the midday sun, with 4 ancient characters appearing along the edge. Mid-level Saint Great. My aptitude. My aptitude. Xian Yangzi's voice trembled as he repeatedly caressed those 4 characters with his fingertip, suddenly seizing Gu Changge's arm, his knuckles whitening from the force. His eyes instantly reddened, and the murky tears streamed down the deep crevices of his aged cheeks. Mid-level Saint Grade. I was merely a mid-level heavenly grade. He recalled the moment a century ago when he had tested his aptitude, the jade glowing only halfway. He remembered the elder's regret that he was malleable yet difficult to elevate to the saint level, and the countless sleepless nights spent struggling at his bottleneck. At this moment, the jade in his palm felt warm and heated, the halo of the mid-level saint grade illuminating his weathered face, causing him to weep like a child who had just received a sweet treat. Gu Changge extended a silk handkerchief towards him, gently remarking, "It's just a pill. Is it truly that significant?" Significant. It is immensely significant. Xian Yangzi snatched the handkerchief to wipe his tears, sobbing like a child. You do not comprehend. This signifies my potential to break through to a higher realm. It means that Qingxian sect will grow ever stronger. It means, suddenly, he embraced Gu Changge, patting his back vigorously. Changge, my dear junior brother, from this day forth, I shall protect you at Purple Bamboo Peak. Should anyone dare to provoke you, I, Xianyangzi, will be the first to topple their mountain gate. The little black bird perched on the bamboo branch rolled its eyes at the scene, fluttering down to snatch the last spirit fruit from the stone table. Not long ago, this man lamented about not having a wife. And now he seems to have even decided on the names for his great-grandchildren. Changge, feeling exasperated, pushed him away and flicked his fingers, causing 5 bottles of marrow-cleansing pills to land on the table. Here, Xianyangzi, in the throes of his tears, suddenly caught sight of the 5 bottles Changge offered. His weeping abruptly halting, he seized the jade bottles, his fingers caressing their surfaces as if cradling a rare treasure. The earlier sorrow was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy. Even the wrinkles on his face seemed to ripple with mirth. The 5 ancestors of the Forbidden Land, 1 pill each. Their time is drawing near. Perhaps they could advance further with the medicinal power. The 6 Peak Masters, including those from Danding Peak and Jianshao Peak, would also receive 1 each. Along with several elders, they are the pillars of the sect, and with their aptitudes enhanced, the foundation of the sect would be secure. Xianyangzi calculated meticulously with his fingers. The remainder would be distributed among the chief disciples of each peak. Jinyu Peak's Lu Qinyu, Danding Peak's Lin Shaowan, Jianshao Peak's Chu Jingchen. These children could elevate their aptitudes, allowing them to bear more responsibilities in the future. He paused, tucking the jade bottles back into his robe, grinning like a squirrel that had stocked up on provisions. With this allocation, the ancestors, peak masters, and chief disciples would all benefit. It would suffice for the time being. Once the grand competition concludes, he would assess who possesses greater potential, saving the remainder for focused cultivation. Then, recalling something, he thought about utilizing the 9-turn golden pill and the innate spiritual marrow to see if he could enhance a few more disciples' aptitudes. Now, behold the wondrous cleansing elixir. With exuberance, Changge observed Xianyangzi, who suddenly halted, grinning foolishly and radiating a sense of glee, resembling a simpleton. After a brief moment, Xianyangzi composed his expression. Recalling something important, he solemnly bowed to Changge, declaring, "Such immense grace shall not go unacknowledged. From this day forth, my life belongs to you." Having said this, he turned and dashed down the mountain, only to stop abruptly and look back. I shall accept the king-level treasure. My disciples are not yet strong enough. I will personally draft the reward list for the grand competition. 1 heavenly treasure will surely drive all disciples to madness. Watching his spirited retreat, Changge could not help but shake his head and chuckle. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, Xianyangzi called out, "Ancestors, look what I have brought for you." He raised his voice, hastening his pace to surprise the ancestors. Yet, upon reaching the boundary, a dull thud resonated as a semi-transparent barrier materialized, shimmering with a luster akin to glazed porcelain, forcefully rebuffing him and nearly causing him to stumble. Rubbing his injured arm, Xianyangzi gazed wide-eyed at the barrier. The runes swirling upon it were denser than ever, faintly echoing the sounds of dragons and phoenixes, and touching it elicited a sharp, pinprick-like pain. The strength of this barrier had at least tripled since before. Perplexed, he circled the barrier twice, pondering. I certainly did not instruct anyone to reinforce it. Could it be? Suddenly recalling the spiritual tea he had delivered to the ancestors days prior, Xianyangzi experienced a moment of clarity. It must be that the ancestors have imbibed the enlightenment tea, enhancing their cultivation and thus fortifying the barrier. He gazed towards the 5 stone peaks beyond the barrier, where clouds swirled, and the stone platforms of the ancestors glimmered with a faint golden light, indicating their deep meditation. Alas, alas, Xianyangzi weighed the cleansing elixir in his hand, pondering. I cannot disrupt the ancestors' cultivation for the sake of a single pill, for that would be counterproductive. He then turned away from the forbidden area. Behind the barrier, on the stone peaks, 5 aged figures slowly opened their eyes. The grand ancestor, stroking his beard, peered through the semi-transparent barrier at Xianyangzi's retreating figure and could not suppress a light snort. Who reinforced this barrier? Shouldn't it be promptly removed? The 5 elders were brushing away the tea stains from the stone platforms when they heard this, rolling their eyes. Who else could it be? It was reinforced on the day you all were eager for tea. The 3rd ancestor, scratching his head, chuckled. We thought it prudent to ensure safety. Who knew that little Yangzi would come at this moment? The grand ancestor flicked a finger against the stone table, where remnants of the enlightening tea left faint golden stains. Look at that jade bottle in his hand, surrounded by spiritual light. It must be something remarkable. Just days ago, that spiritual tea allowed me to touch the threshold of the holy realm, and now this bottle. The 4th ancestor suddenly interrupted, pointing towards the direction where Xianyangzi had vanished. That lad just exclaimed he had brought good things. It is highly probable he was coming to us. Now, however, he has been thwarted by this wretched barrier. Should we not summon him back? Chapter 46. Are you moved? Indeed, You should be. Yangzi hummed a cheerful tune. His steps light as he made his way back to the main hall of Qingyun Peak. As he walked, a gentle breeze seemed to accompany him. Even the furrows of his brow, typically tense, were now softened with traces of joy. Ah, how generous my junior brother Gu is this time. He absent-mindedly caressed the jade vial nestled in his sleeve, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The effects of this cleansing elixir were simply extraordinary. Upon entering the grand hall, Yangzi eagerly retrieved a communication jade slip, channeling his spiritual energy with a flick of his fingertip, causing a message to materialize. Junior brother Sure, good news awaits. Come swiftly. The jade slip transformed into a streak of light, and, within the span of a brief incense stick's burn, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Shi Wanshan, with his rotund figure, burst through the hall's doors, his gray robe still speckled with the earth of the spiritual fields, evidently having rushed from the back mountain. What urgent news could this be? He gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow before plopping down into the grand chair, hastily stuffing his mouth with spiritual fruits. My patch of golden-threaded spiritual rice is at a critical juncture. Yangzi smiled mysteriously, withholding his reply. With a deft gesture, he summoned spiritual light at the doors and window frames, weaving a pale blue barrier that enveloped the entire hall securely. Shi Wanshan's chewing abruptly halted, his brows arching high. What grand spectacle is this? Have you stumbled upon a great treasure? Even more precious than that, Yangzi replied, slowly retrieving a lustrous, white jade vial from his sleeve, its surface shimmering with a gentle radiance. He delicately held the cork, his fingers trembling, as if cradling fragile crystal. Shi Wanshan's gaze was instantly captivated by the vial, his throat tightening at the realization that whatever lay within was no ordinary item. His throat bobbed, and the fruit juice-stained beard on his chin perked up. He recognized this expression all too well. It was the same excitement mingled with restraint Yangzi displayed 30 years prior when he discovered an ancient alchemical formula. Junior brother Sure. Yangzi suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice, his eyes sparkling with barely contained exhilaration. Do you know what this is? Each word was uttered with utmost care, as if fearing to awaken the treasure within the vial. Shi Wanshan stared at the jade vial for a moment, and then his pupils constricted sharply. With a resounding slap of his thigh, the pit of the fruit erupted from his mouth. Could it be the legendary? Yes, indeed. Yangzi was about to speak, but Shi Wanshan interrupted. Huh, it truly is the fabled fierce tiger sunfire pill. His voice boomed like thunder, spittle flying onto Yangzi's face. His large hands rubbed together in excitement. They say this treasure can rejuvenate ancient trees and even revitalize an octogenarian's vigor. Yangzi's hand, poised to remove the vial's cork, suddenly froze, his smile stiffening. His robe billowed as he trembled, and his usually gentle face flushed crimson. He slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief as if to question, what nonsense are you spouting? After a moment, he managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, nonsense. I beg your pardon. Yangzi, nearly on the verge of hurling the jade vial to the ground, pointed an accusatory finger at Shi Wanshan, his voice cracking with indignation. Who told you this is a tonic for virility? This is a cleansing elixir that enhances one's innate qualities. Enhances qualities. Do you understand? The final 3 words were nearly shouted, causing dust to cascade from the beams above. Yangzi seemed to recall something. Slowly raising his gaze towards a certain part of Shi Wanshan, the latter suddenly noticed that Yangzi's peculiar stare was shifting between his belly and waist. That gaze bore 3 parts pity and 7 parts bewilderment, akin to a physician observing a patient in dire straits. Shitty, in the prime of his life. Could it be that he harbored such a hidden ailment? No wonder he diligently tended to the spiritual fields, nurturing those herbs that bolster one's essence. Master, senior brother? Shi Wanshan felt uneasy under that penetrating gaze, a shiver coursing through him as he instinctively adjusted his belt. He cleared his throat twice. Why are you looking at me like that? Yangzi let out a long sigh, patting his shoulder. Alas, what can I do? After all, I am your senior brother. His voice softened considerably. Shitty, rest assured, I can empathize with your feelings. For the sake of your happiness, I shall surely seek Gu Shitty's assistance for you. Ridiculous. Shi Wanshan's plump face instantly flushed redder than a boiled crab. His entire corpulent form quivered in indignation. I am formidable, truly formidable. Suddenly realizing something, he widened his eyes. Wait, you said this is a washing marrow pill that can enhance one's aptitude? This is the extraordinary elixir I specifically sought from Gu Shitty on Zizhu Peak. Yangzi took a deep breath, extending the nearly crushed jade vial towards Shi Wanshan, its lustrous sheen illuminating his eyes. There are only 2 in the entire Qingxian sect. I have consumed 1, and my aptitude has soared. This is the last one, and you were the first to come to my mind. He paused, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. This matter must remain confidential. After all, there is only this one left. I do not wish to incite discontent among the brothers from other peaks. Shi Wanshan's flushed face suddenly froze. His hand that had been gripping the back of his head slowly descending, making his rotund belly less conspicuous. He gazed at Xian Yangzi's reddened eyes, filled with excitement, and glanced at the pill in the jade vial gleaming like a pearl, suddenly feeling a tightness in his throat. Is this for real? His voice came out hoarse, his fingertips brushing against his knee. Of course, it is real. Xian Yangzi patted his chest, wearing an expression that conveyed how much he cared for him. You are my dear Shitty. I haven't told anyone else, just kept it for you. He grasped Shi Wanshan's hand, pressing the jade vial into his palm with such force that it could crush stone. Hurry and take it. Shi Wanshan held the warm jade vial, his fingers caressing the flowing spiritual light on its surface. Suddenly, he chuckled, though his eyes glistened with moisture. He no longer declined, uncorking the vial and tossing the pill into his mouth, mumbling, Then I shall not be polite. In the future, I shall protect the Qingxian sect. Xian Yangzi chuckled inwardly. Humph, you old fellow, always vying with me for spiritual fields and resources. Now that you have taken my washing marrow pill, let us see if you will still have the audacity to confront me later. Feel moved? That's right, you should be moved, from now on. You must obediently follow my lead. As the elixir slid down his throat, a golden warmth erupted within him, causing Shi Wanshan to tilt his head back abruptly. The spiritual energy at the mid-level of the sovereign realm surged like a tsunami, vibrating the barrier with a resonant hum. Golden light cascaded over his form, revealing a layer of dark impurities on the surface of his body. As these impurities were expelled, Shi Wanshan's aura grew increasingly potent, and his once rotund figure gradually became more upright. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, two brilliant beams of golden light shooting forth, emanating a formidable presence. Ha ha ha! I have transcended, Shi Wanshan exclaimed, reveling in the tumultuous spiritual energy coursing within him. His cultivation had surged from the mid-level of the sovereign realm to its pinnacle, and his aptitude had reached the realm of inferior saint level. Chapter 47. Just a little bit hidden, Xian Yangzi's face mirrored his delight as he patted Shi Wanshan on the shoulder, saying, Congratulations, junior brother Shi. Our Qingxian sect has gained another strength. Shi Wanshan grasped Xian Yangzi's hand tightly, expressing his gratitude. Brother, I shall remember this kindness. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall face any challenge, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Observing Shi Wanshan's earnest display of loyalty, Xian Yangzi felt a sense of pride swell within him. Mission accomplished. Haha, this strategy truly works. Remember how arrogant you were when you seized that Millennium Snow Lotus from me? Now you are indebted to me. In future discussions concerning sect matters, I doubt you will dare to oppose me. After bidding farewell to Shi Wanshan, Xian Yangzi turned and shattered a communication jade slip. With Shi Wanshan settled, his next target was Li Murang, that old fellow who constantly quibbled over the rights to the alchemical furnace. This time, he would certainly owe me a favor. Half an hour later, Li Murang, the master of the Pill Peak, entered the Qingyun Hall, enveloped in the fragrance of herbs. As he took his seat, he noticed Xian Yangzi setting up a barrier, holding a lustrous white jade vial with an expression more solemn than when his alchemical furnace had exploded years prior. Brotherly, do you know what this is? Xian Yangzi asked, removing the vial's cork, releasing an invigorating aroma of the elixir. Li Murang paused, his hand stroking his beard, on the verge of speaking, when Xian Yangzi's deep voice interrupted. This is the marrow-cleansing pill that junior brother Gu procured, capable of altering one's innate talent. There are only two in the entire Qingxian sect. I have used one, and this last one. He pushed the jade vial toward Li Murang. His gaze sincere. I thought of you first. Li Murang's grip on the alchemical furnace tightened, his knuckles whitening. This treasure truly possesses such effects. In the vast Huangda world, there had been no rumors of elixirs capable of enhancing one's innate talent. Now, gazing at the swirling spiritual light within the vial, he found himself momentarily speechless. You are the pillar of the Pill Peak, and half of the sect's elixirs rely on you, Xian Yangzi said, patting his shoulder with earnestness. This medicine is rightfully yours. Xian Yangzi secretly reveled in his success, observing Li Murang's expression, certain he was profoundly moved. Indeed, with only 2 pills in the entire sect, and one set aside solely for him, this camaraderie would be remembered for a lifetime. Li Murang suddenly looked up, his eyes glistening, and grasped the elixir to his mouth. Mumbled through his emotions, he declared, This kindness, I shall remember. If you ever require any elixirs, just ask, and the Pill Peak will fully support you. Observing Li Murang's fervent and incoherent excitement, Zun Yangzi's smile deepened. Well then, the trial of Danding Peak has been successfully passed. There shall be no more worries regarding the sect's supply of elixirs. This favor is indeed worthwhile. As the elixir entered his system, a cerulean flame erupted around Li Murang. A tempest of surging spiritual energy swiftly engulfed the Grand Hall, with the cerulean fire transforming into 9 spiraling fire dragons. Zhuan Yangzi hastily formed a hand sign to stabilize the barrier, yet he witnessed Li Murang's spiritual power soaring exponentially, the facade of his mid-Dongtian realm shattering like paper, revealing his true cultivation at the early stage of the Wangzhe realm. With the aid of the cleansing elixir's potency, he surged forward, breaking through to the mid-Wangzhe realm. His aptitude now at the low-grade holy level. What a remarkable lad! Zhuan Yangzi nearly dropped his whisk, inwardly grumbling. He had pretended to be at the Dongtian realm, yet it turned out he was already at the Wangzhe realm. Suddenly, he recalled the extraordinary phenomenon of Shi Wanshan's breakthrough, his beard bristling in irritation. Shidi was just the same. These rascals, all pretending to be subservient before their senior, while concealing 2 major realms. Not to mention, he himself had also hidden 2 major realms. Li Murang slowly opened his eyes, the elixir's fire swirling within them. Zhuan Yangzi's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Shidi. Yet internally, he cursed. You, Li Murang, who always feigns simplicity, even dares to deceive your senior. Your great kindness, I shall never forget. Li Murang suddenly bowed deeply, presenting a purple gold elixir token. From now on, all elixirs from Danding Peak are at your disposal. Senior brother. As Zhuan Yangzi received the token, he caught a glimpse of the elixir patterns faintly visible beneath Li Murang's collar. Distinctly the 9-turn golden elixir patterns. Such a manifestation could only occur upon mastering the Ta Ching Dan Jing. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Just how many secrets did this young rascal conceal? Li Shidi. He elongated his tone, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded this seemingly honest fellow. Li Murang stiffened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As senior brother? Quite well hidden, indeed, Zhuan Yangzi remarked, pulling Li Murang's shoulder with enough force to elicit a grimace. Who would have imagined my little junior brother at Danding Peak was already at the Wangzhe realm? From now on, the sect shall rely upon you, Shidi. The last few words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth. Li Murang awkwardly shrank back. Senior brother, please see clearly. I have only concealed a smidgen. Just a smidgen? Zhuan Yangzi raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the 9 fire dragons still swirling in the hall. Is this merely a smidgen? He then tugged at Li Murang's collar, exposing the 9-turn golden elixir patterns within. And this, too, is but a smidgen? Li Murang straightened his back, feigning seriousness, in response to senior brother. It is indeed just a tiny bit. He even extended his pinky to illustrate, his eyes blinking innocently. You, Li Murang, Zhuan Yangzi exclaimed, stomping his foot in exasperation. In the ordinary course of events, one pretended to be as timid as a quail, seeking your assistance in alchemy, while persistently claiming a lack of skill, evading responsibilities at every turn. It turns out this was merely a performance for the elder brother's benefit. The junior disciple could not dare to object, as his energies were devoted entirely to concocting the soul-consolidating pill. Li Murang rubbed his hands together and, lowering his voice, produced a jade box from his sleeve. Elder brother, do take a taste. This was specially reserved for you. Zhuan Yangzi opened the jade box, revealing 3 pills of radiant gold, each entwined with 9 swirling cloud patterns. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the box. You indeed possess a conscience. After Li Murang departed, Zhuan Yangzi retrieved another identical jade bottle from his sleeve. Gently rotating it between his fingers, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Who shall be next to seek my favor? For the next 3 days, the barrier of Qingyun Hall remained unlifted. Zhuan Yangzi, resembling a generous benefactor, held the last soul-cleansing pill and summoned each peak master in turn. Upon concluding his meetings, Zhuan Yangzi examined the contents of his storage ring, finding 4 bottles of soul-cleansing pills remaining. A satisfied chuckle escaped him. A pack of old foxes, attempting to outsmart me? They were effortlessly swayed by a handful of pills. Now, each of them owed me a favor. In future sect discussions, who would dare to oppose me? Upon Zizhu Peak, Gu Changge reclined in a bamboo chair, idly spinning a purple crystal grape between his fingers, his consciousness an invisible net capturing the happenings of Qingyun Hall. Observing Zhuan Yangzi presenting the last soul-cleansing pill to the 6th peak master while recounting his exclusive generosity was indeed eye-opening, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Oh, this old fox's tactics are becoming increasingly adept. Gu Changge plucked a ginseng fruit and popped it into his mouth, the sweet juice flooding his palate, leading him to reflect. Truly, those who can maintain their positions as sect leaders are no ordinary figures. Initially, he had merely offered a few bottles of pills. Yet Zhuan Yangzi had skillfully leveraged this to win over the entire assembly of peak masters of Qingxian sect. Such ingenuity is certainly enlightening. Not far away, Xiao Ruobai was practicing when he heard his master's laughter, causing him to pause abruptly. He looked up to see Gu Changge leaning back in the bamboo chair, smiling warmly at the void, playing with a spirit fruit, resembling a bear that had stumbled upon honey in the mountains. The youth's brows furrowed slightly, and he sighed quietly. It seemed his master's condition had worsened. Once they secured the championship in the upcoming sect competition, he must visit Danding Peak to seek a calming pill. Perhaps it would alleviate his master's ailment. Chapter 48. The mysterious sect meeting the following morning. The fragrant incense wafted through the grand hall of Qingxian sect, where the 7 peak masters and core elders gathered. Xian Yangzi occupied the main seat and cleared his throat. Esteemed brothers and juniors, I have summoned you all today to announce an important matter. The hall fell silent, with numerous gazes fixed upon him. Xian Yangzi wasted no time, stating plainly, I have decided to advance the sect competition, originally scheduled for 3 months hence, to 1 month from now. As the words fell, a hush enveloped the hall, soon followed by a low murmur of unrest. An advance? Why the haste? One elder furrowed his brow, concerned that the disciples might not be adequately prepared. Indeed, the training schedules of the various peaks extend until the end of the year, another elder concurred. At that moment, Shi Wanshan suddenly boomed. I believe an early event is advantageous. The youngsters from Qingyue Peak have been eager to test their skills. It is the perfect opportunity for them to practice. Before anyone could regain their composure, Li Muron, stroking his beard, spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone. Shi Xixiao makes a valid point. Danding Peak has recently concocted a batch of new elixirs. It would be fitting for the disciples to assess their efficacy prior to the grand competition. I am in agreement. Yi Gaing promptly followed suit, succinctly stating, I am in favor. Agreed. We shall adhere to the arrangements of the sect master, echoed the 6 peak leaders in unison, their voices imbued with an unusual harmony. Xian Yangzi observed the synchronized agreement with a satisfied smirk, his fingers subtly curling beneath the table. Ah, this tactic proves effective. Just a few essence-cleansing pills have rendered these typically contentious old fellows obedient. In the past, even minor adjustments to competition timings could incite heated debates lasting half a day. Yet today, it appears they have conspired in advance. How refreshing. The elders were left utterly bewildered. In prior years, not only adjustments to the competition schedule, but even minor modifications to the rules had incited fierce disputes among the peak leaders. Yet today, it was as if they had been enchanted, with not a single dissenting voice. The peak leaders themselves were momentarily taken aback, having just supported Shi Wanshan's proposal. They found Li Muron seizing the opportunity to speak next, and upon noticing Yi Gaing nodding in agreement, Shi Wanshan's expression froze for a brief moment. His hasty words were intended to preempt any objections, yet he had not anticipated such rapid consensus among these usually adversarial figures. At that moment, the hall was tranquil, save for the faint crackling of sandalwood incense. The 6 peak leaders exchanged glances, none daring to voice their thoughts first, each contemplating, these cunning old foxes. Could they have received some hidden benefit? Subsequently, the assembly delved into discussions regarding the rewards and particulars of the competition. When Xian Yangzi announced that the champion of this contest would be awarded a heavenly grade weapon, the hall fell into silence once more, astonishment etched across the elders' faces, even prompting a slight raise of eyebrows from several peak leaders. Heavenly grade weapons were traditionally the treasures of Qingxian sect, and the sect master's willingness to present one as a reward underscored the significance of the upcoming competition. Suppressing a smile beneath his facade of seriousness, Xian Yangzi scanned the assembly. Since all peak leaders harbor no objections, this matter is settled. Each peak must prepare diligently to ensure that their disciples strive to the utmost. As the meeting adjourned, the elders exchanged glances, clustering in small groups to murmur, something feels amiss, exceedingly amiss. Peak leader sure did not engage in a verbal spar with the sect master today. Indeed, just look at Peak Leader Li. His gaze towards the sect master earlier resembled that of a brotherly affection. Could something have transpired last night? How could all 6 peak leaders suddenly be in accord? A bell tolled, cutting through the mist surrounding Qingxian sect, as Xian Yangzi's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated across the 7 peaks. Attention, disciples. The sect competition will be held a month earlier than scheduled. All sect disciples are welcome to participate. The disciples practicing in the square erupted into a flurry of commotion. Some dropped their long spears with a clatter, while others rubbed their ears in disbelief. With 3 to 4 months remaining until the originally scheduled grand competition, why had it been suddenly advanced? This competition aimed to select outstanding disciples ahead of time for focused training. In preparation for the grand contest of the 7 sects next year, all disciples were urged to prepare diligently. Moreover, this year's rewards were more generous than in previous years. Strive forth, young ones. As the words faded, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Last year's first place in the sect competition received an inferior grade earthly weapon. This year, could there be a mid-grade earthly treasure? Some disciples could not help but speculate. I heard it might be more than that. Yesterday, I vaguely overheard the peak master mentioning not just one mid-grade earthly treasure, and that the first prize is quite mysterious. Could it possibly be a superior grade earthly treasure? The disciples buzzed with excitement. Setting aside the enigma of the first prize, the allure of a mid-grade earthly treasure alone was immensely enticing to the disciples. The hierarchy of treasures, from lowest to highest, is as follows: yellow, xian, earthly, heavenly, kingly, and holy. Ordinary disciples possess only yellow-grade weapons. Only the peak master's direct disciples and the most talented individuals might wield xian-grade weapons. As for earthly treasures, they are exceedingly rare. Even some elders at the Purple Mansion and Cave Heaven realms lack earthly weapons. It is clear how compelling earthly treasures are for the disciples. A young man clad in outer sect attire clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. I'll give it my all, even if it costs me dearly. I must break into the top 3. Dream on. Lu Qingyu from Jinyu Peak has long reached the foundation establishment stage, while you have just begun. So what? Perhaps I can create a miracle. Amidst the rising tide of debate, disciples from various peaks became fervent, transforming their once casual morning practice into a frenzied bout of rigorous training. Some embraced massive stones to practice their punches, while others meditated before waterfalls. Even the laziest of the outer sect disciples from Danding Peak hurried to the spiritual fields, eager to gather more body-refining elixirs. In no time, core disciples from the major peaks rolled up their sleeves, vying for a place in the top 3. On Qingyue Peak, Shi Wanshan pulled Lin Machin and Shi Jingxian close, declaring, I do not expect you two to secure first place. Just aim for second or third. Lin Machin was taken aback. Master, why? Shi Wanshan tapped his head. Do you know why I insist you keep your cultivation concealed at the initial stage of foundation establishment? When a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be felled by the wind. Have you not noticed that old fox from Qingyun Peak sneaking over to Purple Bamboo Peak time and again? Who knows what realm Li Xianfeng has attained by now? First place is not ours to contest. He paused, a calculating smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But second and third must be ours. It would not be justifiable for me to have accompanied you to Purple Bamboo Peak for an entire night. Upon hearing this, both Shi Jingxian and Lin Machin could not help but laugh, recalling the day they were ensnared by spirit vines and suspended from bamboo branches. Although it had been a plight, they had gained an astonishing opportunity at Purple Bamboo Peak. Such an opportunity was beyond the reach of disciples from other peaks. Even if they had to be hung there for 3 days and nights, they would gladly accept it. Remember, Shi Wanshan's expression suddenly turned serious. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your true cultivation level. Once we secure the prize, I shall take you to Zizhu Peak to express our gratitude to the master, and perhaps indulge in some fine tea. The last sentence was spoken lightly, yet it ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of the two disciples. The air around Danding Peak was thick with the fragrance of herbs mingled with the scent of gunpowder. Li Murang casually toyed with the alchemical furnace, stating leisurely, during the competition, all medicinal pills from Danding Peak will be freely available. Just as his disciples were about to cheer, he abruptly shifted his tone. However, there is one condition. Anyone who dares to tarnish the reputation of Danding Peak in the competition shall not set foot in the alchemical chamber for the next 3 years. He flicked his finger, sending 3 gleaming white pills into the air. Shaoan, our alchemists are not adept in combat. If you can place in the top 5, these 3 Xian pills shall be reserved for your future breakthrough into the Purple Mansion realm. The girl with her hair tied in twin buns brightened. Bowing in response, I shall not disgrace my duty. In the bamboo groves of Jianshao Peak, Mu Qinyu unsheathed his sword, and the sword's aura cleaved through a boulder 10 yards away in an instant. Yi Gaiying approached. Qinyu, you have now reached the mid-stage of the condensed pill realm. Yet your flowing cloud sword technique still lacks the final move. Strive to comprehend it before the competition and bring me back a top 3 placement. Mu Qinyu sheathed his sword, exuding an indomitable aura. I shall not fail my master's command. Chapter 49. The unassuming junior disciple within the Qingyan Hall. Zuan Yangzi fixed his gaze upon Li Xianfeng and Xin Jinghong, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Xianfeng, you have reached the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Quite commendable. He suddenly spoke, his gaze sharp as an eagle. However, during the competition, you should only reveal your strength at the late stage of the condensed pill realm. Li Xianfeng was taken aback. Master, why? Zuan Yangzi rapped on the table. You need only secure first place. There is no need to expose all your cards. Li Xianfeng understood. Bowing deeply, I comprehend, and shall not disappoint my master's expectations. Zuan Yangzi turned to Xin Jinghong, his tone more solemn. Jinghong, you must conceal even more. The young woman was perplexed. I am currently at the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment realm. Must I also? You need only allow them to see you at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Xuanyangzi interrupted her. You have only recently entered the sect. There is no need to astonish the world right from the start. Preserve your strength. There will be ample opportunities to wield it in the future. Shen Jinghong tightened her grip on the sword hilt, responding softly, I will bear this in mind. Xuanyangzi observed the two, suddenly smiling. By the way, you should also visit Zizhu Peak and inform them that I request Xiao Ruobai to participate in the sect competition as well. The spiritual energy at Zizhu Peak was as thick as unyielding honey. As Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong ascended the stone steps, they felt their dantians rejoicing with spiritual power. Xiao Ruobai was practicing punches in the bamboo forest, each strike infused with a fierce battle aura, yet on the surface, he only displayed the fluctuations of the 3rd level of body refinement. Junior brother Ruobai, Li Xianfeng greeted with a smile. The sect leader has sent us to invite you to participate in the sect competition. Xiao Ruobai ceased his movements, wiping away sweat. Me? With my cultivation? There is no need for modesty, junior brother, Shen Jinghong said gently. Participation in the competition is paramount. Consider it an opportunity to engage with your fellow disciples. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken understanding. Master Gu possesses extraordinary abilities. How could Xiao Ruobai possibly be limited to the 3rd level of body refinement? He has likely advanced to the later stages of body refinement, or even to the Foundation Establishment realm. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Xiao Ruobai scratched his head. I will give it a try. Li Xianfeng patted his shoulder, exclaiming, that's the spirit. Perhaps there might be an unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, he rubbed his hands together and cast a glance deep into the bamboo grove. Junior brother Ruobai, he said with a gentle smile, though his eyes subtly flicked towards the bamboo house. During his last visit, he had been so engrossed in cultivation that he had forgotten the importance of camaraderie among brothers. How about we engage in a friendly spar? Shen Jinghong nodded in agreement, his fingers twitching lightly around the hilt of his sword. I too wish to seek some guidance from my junior brother. Upon finishing their exchange, both held their breath in unison, stealing glances at Gu Changge, who stood at the entrance of the bamboo house. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, cascading over his pristine Taoist robe as he leisurely peeled a spiritual fruit, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Xiao Ruobai paused momentarily, instinctively looking towards his master. Gu Changge reclined on a bench, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. These two youngsters, under the pretense of sparring, were evidently hoping to linger at Zizhu Peak for a bit longer to absorb more spiritual energy. After all, yesterday, Xuanyangzi had just visited, and now he sent his disciples to his doorstep, as if treating this place as a sanctuary for cultivation. If you wish to spar, then spar you shall, he spoke languidly, twirling a purple crystal grape between his fingers. However, if you intend to stay here, you must take charge of lunch. Li Xuanfeng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he quickly clasped his hands together, exclaiming, of course. Though my culinary skills may not be exceptional, I am quite adept at roasting a spiritual deer. Both of them sighed in relief. As long as they could remain in this haven of spiritual energy, they would gladly undertake any task, be it cooking, chopping wood, or fetching water. Junior brother Xiao, I see you are currently at the 3rd level of body refinement. I shall not take advantage of you. I will suppress my cultivation to match yours. How about we engage in a duel? Li Xuanfeng's spiritual energy suddenly restrained itself. His aura stabilizing at the 3rd level of body refinement, his blood flow deliberately slowing, appearing no different from Xiao Ruobai. Then I shall rely on your guidance, senior brother. Xiao Ruobai responded with cupped hands. Be careful, junior brother, Li Xianfeng warned, his voice firm as a gust of fist wind, imbued with a faint golden spiritual energy. Swept towards him, he intentionally employed the most fundamental opening mountain fist, yet concealed within the technique was the essence of the Purple Palace realm, appearing fierce while deliberately leaving some leeway. After all, his opponent was only exhibiting the aura of the 3rd level of body refinement. He could not afford to be too ruthless. Xiao Ruobai lightly stepped, deploying the shadow step, his form gliding like willow fluff, evading the punch's force. He did not draw his sword but clenched his fist tightly, its edge glimmering with a soft golden light, embodying the foundational body-tempering fist from the opening of the War God strategy. Though this technique appeared simple, each movement corresponded precisely to the meridian nodes of the War God's physique. The strikes were fierce yet infused with fluidity, immediately finding the perfect moment to intercept Li Xuanfeng's transition in attack. Li Xianfeng felt a slight shock within. He had intended to go easy on his junior brother at the 3rd level of body refinement, but he was caught off guard by Xiao Ruobai's exquisite footwork and the uncanny maturity evident in his punches. The fist appeared slow, yet it consistently preempted his attempts to shift tactics, as if it could foresee his every move. He hastily altered his technique, his fist grazing the surface of Xiao Ruobai's, generating a gust of wind that rustled the bamboo leaves. Shen Jinghong, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow. Although Xiao Ruobai's fighting style seemed somewhat unrefined, the angles of his strikes exuded a fierce intensity, particularly in the weight shifts during evasions, revealing a stability uncharacteristic of a novice who had only trained for a few months. The mastery displayed in the duel was evidently honed through countless battles, a testament to the invaluable guidance provided by Elder Gu. Before the bamboo hut, Gu Changge held a teacup, observing the fierce confrontation between the two combatants. Li Xianfeng grew increasingly alarmed as he deliberately suppressed his cultivation level. However, Xiao Ruobai's reaction speed and timing surpassed that of many practitioners at the condensation realm. Within that seemingly ordinary fist lay a force that was both restrained and powerful, capable of direct confrontation, yet opting to evade and strike at vulnerabilities. Such combat awareness was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary body refinement practitioner. "Senior brother, I can't go on," Xiao Ruobai gasped after 30 exchanges. Deflecting Li Xuanfeng's punch and stepping back 2 paces, a fine sheen of sweat appearing at his temples, artfully portraying a semblance of exhaustion. Li Xianfeng, panting and waving his hand, felt a tumultuous storm within. In that last clash of fists, he distinctly sensed a subtle battle aura emanating from his opponent's punch. Fleeting yet imbued with a sharpness that could tear through the air, a power that no body refinement practitioner could possess. It was clear that being under Elder Gu's tutelage was no simple feat. This junior brother concealed his depths more profoundly than anyone. Particularly admirable was his calmness in countering attacks, rather than mere talent. It seemed to stem from an instinct forged in the crucible of life and death, a foundation that many seasoned disciples could hardly rival. "You are formidable, junior brother," Li Xianfeng sincerely praised, catching a glimpse of Shen Jinghong's eager gaze and adding with a smile, "Why not, junior sister? Come and exchange a few moves?" Shen Jinghong unsheathed her sword, its tip angled toward the ground. "Please, junior brother, enlighten me." She deliberately suppressed her spiritual energy, revealing only the aura of a 5th-level body refinement practitioner. Yet, after 10 exchanges, she sensed something amiss. Xiao Ruobai's footwork always evaded her sword's trajectory, and his occasional counterattacks, though seemingly slow, followed a certain rhythm that compelled her to divert her focus. Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle as he noticed Shen Jinghong's increasingly serious expression. The girl seemed to think that suppressing her cultivation would allow her to hold back. Little did she know, Xiao Ruobai's battle god physique was inherently adept at fighting above his level, even while only manifesting the body refinement realm. His practical combat skills far exceeded those of his peers. After half an hour, the sparring came to a halt. Xiao Ruobai was breathless, and he exchanged a glance with Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. This visit to Zizhu Peak was not in vain. They not only absorbed spiritual energy, but also discovered a junior brother who was exceptionally talented, yet concealed his prowess. Chapter 50, Second Disciple, Chaos Sword Body Zizhu Peak, Morning. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in and receiving 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding. You have acquired a treasure of the Great Dao, Primordial Sword Embryo. Ding. You have obtained 10 volumes of Imperial level techniques, Tai Xian Sword Classic, Heavenly Flame Battle Classic, Primal Dao Technique. Gu Changge's fingertips caressed the newly gathered spiritual energy, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. The system, as ever, was generous, bestowing 10 volumes of Imperial techniques at once. It encompassed the myriad paths of the Great Dao, a splendid gift for Qingxian's sect. Once the sect competition concludes, he would deliver the techniques to Xuanyangzi and then unveil the Zhongyin's secret realm. As this thought settled, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Triggered time-limited mission. Zizhu adds seedlings. Mission requirements. Recruit a second direct disciple with qualifications no lower than the saint level. Mission reward. Expansion of the Invincible Domain to a radius of 100,000 miles. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, as the system had unexpectedly assigned another task. Glancing at Xiao Ruobai, who was diligently practicing his literacy, it seemed he could manage his training independently, sparing Gu Changge any undue worry. In light of the overwhelming potential of this Invincible Domain, taking on a disciple seemed a reasonable consideration. With this vast realm of invincibility, it would soon envelop a significant portion of the Eastern Domain. Although saint-level talents are rare, with the void-breaking divine eye at his disposal, discovering such talents should not prove overly difficult. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest, and his consciousness instantaneously expanded, the void-breaking divine eye penetrating through the clouds. This was a perfect opportunity to explore the world and uncover any hidden prodigies. Gu Changge's consciousness flowed like the Milky Way, traversing billions of miles. brushing past the Qingxian sect, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, and the burning Heaven Palace of Xianzhou, each merely a speck of dust in comparison to the broader universe. As Gu Changge's consciousness ventured forth, he encountered a plethora of sky-level and king-level talents scattered like stars, yet not a single one piqued his interest. It was not until his consciousness reached the central state that the void-breaking divine eye suddenly detected a faint yet pure golden light emanating from a young man, who was deep in contemplation before a stone tablet. His cultivation had already ascended to the purple mansion realm. Gu Changge's consciousness paused. The young man possessed a low-grade saint-level talent, which barely met his criteria for taking on a disciple. Just as Gu Changge contemplated the possibility of accepting a disciple, his consciousness swept over a token at the young man's waist, the Xian Tai Ling of the Tai Xian Holy Land, glimmering coldly under the blazing sun. Oh, this young man is already affiliated with a power. What a missed opportunity. He chuckled softly, his consciousness withdrawing like a receding tide. The Tai Xian Holy Land, situated in the central state, is an ancient power with a long lineage, and since this youth was one of its disciples, Gu Changge had no interest in intervening further. His consciousness continued to extend, traversing much of the eastern domain. 3 more halos of saint-level potential flickered past, yet they had all been claimed by various holy lands. What a congregation! Gu Changge shook his head. These holy sects had already woven an intricate web, and any seedlings of saint-level talent were snatched up the moment they were born. It was unlikely any would wander into the common populace. Just as he intended to retract his consciousness, a wisp of chaotic light unexpectedly flickered at the edge of the void-breaking divine eye. This light, more subdued than the golden glow of saint-level talent, concealed a sharpness capable of tearing through the heavens and the earth. The chaotic glimmer penetrated through multiple domains, ultimately settling deep within the forbidden grounds of the Dayan Holy Land in Yuzhou. Gu Changge's consciousness pierced through the 9-fold barriers surrounding the forbidden grounds like a keen blade, and the sight before him rendered his gaze icy. In the center of the forbidden area, upon the altar, a young man was pinned to a stone column by 7 iron stakes inscribed with soul-binding incantations, his pipa bones and dantian pierced by specially crafted spirit-locking nails. A pale golden chaotic sword aura was being drawn from the stakes, coalescing in the air into a shrinking orb of light. His skin was charred by runes, and the flesh of his chest had been cruelly carved away, revealing the pulsating essence of the sword body beneath, flickering like a candle in the wind. Each flicker accompanied by the young man's stifled groans of pain. 3 elders clad in the robes of the Dayan Holy Land surrounded the altar. The leader held a bone blade radiating a sinister green poison, its edge etched with spirit-devouring patterns, and was slowly advancing towards the young man's chest. As the appointed hour arrived, the essence of the chaos sword body was severed and fused into the grand sword embryo of our sacred land, the Dayan. In less than a millennium, an imperial weapon shall be forged. At that time, our sacred land will possess a second supreme imperial weapon, becoming the most powerful sanctuary in the eastern domain. The voice of the gray-robed elder was sinister, his gaze so avaricious it seemed to bleed. Such a defiant physique ought not to befall a mere mortal. It rightfully belongs to our sacred land. Indeed, my senior brother is correct. The elder in white, licking his cracked lips, gestured with his fingertips, causing the runes upon the altar to swell with sudden intensity. The boy struggled fiercely. They had to intensify the restraints to prevent the essence from dispersing. Blood frothing from the youth's throat stained his garments, yet he summoned his final strength to howl. My parents entrusted me to this sacred land, believing you would protect me, yet you covet my physique. Should I be reborn, I shall upend your hypocritical sanctuary. Even at death's door, he remained defiant. Not even an emperor could save you. The gray-robed elder's gaze sharpened, and the bone blade surged forward, its tip grazing the pulsating essence, as a malevolent green toxin swiftly marred it with a black streak. Such arrogance. A voice as clear as ice suddenly erupted within the forbidden grounds, causing the runes to tremble violently. The previously surging sword aura abruptly stilled, dimming even the soul-binding incantation on the iron stake. The 3 elders' faces paled, and they turned abruptly to behold a figure in a green robe standing at the entrance of the forbidden ground, having appeared unbeknownst to them. That person stood with hands clasped behind their back, exuding a seemingly mundane aura that, nonetheless, stirred their inner spiritual power into a frenzy, causing the elder gripping the bone blade to tremble uncontrollably. Who are you to dare encroach upon the forbidden grounds of our Dayan sacred land? The gray-robed elder questioned with feigned bravado, quietly shattering a jade slip for help. The avatar of Gu Changge focused on the injury on the boy's chest, where the essence of the chaos sword body had been nearly consumed by the toxic light. Within the faint golden shimmer intertwined with strands of black mist, it was evident that delay would lead to complete disintegration. The sacred land, with a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, had committed such despicable acts of usurping physique. He lightly tapped the void with his fingertips, the chill in his tone nearly freezing the forbidden ground. I see no reason for the continued existence of the Dayan's sacred land. Seeking death, the elder in white bellowed, summoning a long sword, its blade wreathed in spiritual light, aimed directly at Changge's avatar. The avatar's expression turned cold as he flicked his finger. An invisible sword aura surged forth like a tide, shattering the long sword into fragments instantly, sending the white-robed elder hurtling back, lifeless. At that moment, sounds of rushing air erupted from outside the forbidden ground, indicating that the enforcement team of the Dayan's sacred land had been summoned by the Jade Slip's call for help. The gray-robed elder grinned malevolently. Just in time. To dare wreak havoc in my Dayan's sacred land, you shall have no place to rest. Oh, is that so? Changge's avatar advanced toward the altar, and as he approached, the iron stake spontaneously shattered. Today, none shall save you. He gathered a strand of primordial purple energy at his fingertips and gently pressed it against the boy's chest. The purple energy surged into his body like a living entity, causing the essence of the chaos sword body to erupt in brilliant golden light, pushing back the malevolent green toxin inch by inch. As fresh tinder flesh began to emerge from the charred wound, the boy gazed in astonishment at the figure in the green robe. Feeling a warm current flow through his meridians, his previously hazy vision gradually clarifying, he could sense that although this incarnation had not yet revealed its full power, it exuded a terrifying pressure capable of overwhelming the entire Dayan's sacred land, as if it could effortlessly overturn the forbidden ground with a mere gesture. The youth's voice was hoarse, tinged with the bewilderment of having survived a catastrophe. Changge's incarnation smiled faintly, raising a hand to remove the sealing nails embedded in the boy's body. From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. Chapter 51. The bloodstained Dayan's sacred land. Outside the altar, the figures of the enforcement team had already appeared at the edge of the barrier. Changge's incarnation cast a sidelong glance, a cold smile playing on his lips. Just in time, let them learn the cost of meddling with my disciple. As soon as the words left his lips, Changge pointed as if wielding a sword, and a stream of sword energy surged skyward like a silken thread, instantly eliciting a chorus of anguished screams from beyond the forbidden ground. The three elders were so frightened that their souls nearly fled. They turned to escape, but were held in place by an invisible sword energy, unable to move. As the sword energy swept by, their bodies were instantaneously reduced to nothingness. The boy looked at the outstretched hand, then touched his healed chest, suddenly clenching his fists and bowing deeply to the incarnation. For the first time, an indomitable brilliance ignited on his blood-stained face. Disciple Feng Hanyu pays respects to master. Boom. A figure clad in a purple gold robe descended from the shattered barrier of the forbidden ground. The oppressive aura of the sage realm surged like a vast ocean, causing stones to float in its wake. It was none other than the lord of the Dayan's sacred land. He was followed by two elder figures in gray robes, their profound presence suggesting they too were of the sage realm. Who dares to act recklessly in my Dayan's sacred land? The Lord's gaze was like lightning, piercing through to Changge's incarnation, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Though merely an incarnation, the figure in the blue robe instilled a primal dread within him, as if he were confronting the very essence of chaos that birthed the heavens and the earth. Without even lifting his eyelids, Changge's incarnation flicked his fingers, unleashing a wisp of sword energy that tore through the air. The defensive treasure, the Yin Tian shield, summoned by the Lord, instantly cracked, and he was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood. He was compelled to retreat repeatedly, ultimately collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud, leaving two deep imprints in the ground. The Lord has knelt? This was a figure of the sage realm. How could this be? The disciples of the enforcement team who rushed over were stunned, dropping their treasures with a clatter. They had never imagined that the usually invincible Lord would show such deference to a young man. The two accompanying sage realm elders were paralyzed with fear. As they attempted to flee, Changge's divine consciousness locked onto them. That consciousness bore down on them like countless colossal stones, and they fell to their knees, their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground, devoid of the courage to look up. Is this the extent of the Dayan's sacred land's prowess? Changge's incarnation slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the three kneeling figures, his tone as casual as discussing the weather, indulging the elders and plundering the physiques of disciples. You must find your position as Lord rather precarious. The Lord trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering without a sound. He could feel that with but a single thought from the other, his sage realm cultivation could be reduced to ashes. When had such a figure emerged in this world? As if he were facing an emperor himself? Changge did not spare him another glance, turning instead to Feng Hanyu, who had just regained his footing. These individuals, Shall I eliminate them for you now, or would you prefer to keep them alive for your future vengeance? Fang Hanyu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, as the chaotic sword energy within his chest surged with fury. Master, this grudge I will avenge with my own hands. They have wounded my essence and insulted my parents. The accounts of today cannot go unreckoned. Such ambition, Changge's avatar remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. In that case, I shall assist you by collecting a bit of interest first. At that moment, the master of the Dayan Holy Land suddenly bellowed, summoned the extreme Dao imperial weapon. A resonant hum emanated from deep within the Dayan Holy Land, as 9 towering stone monuments illuminated simultaneously, their runes swirling as if alive, beckoning the extreme Dao imperial weapon hidden within the Earth's veins. The Yintian sword gradually ascended, its body entwined with chains forged from the blood of sages. Though not fully activated, it exuded a pressure capable of rending the heavens. An extreme Dao imperial weapon? Changge's avatar glanced upwards, pressing his fingertip lightly. The weapon, which had been on the verge of revival, suddenly crashed back to the ground with a thunderous clang, its runes dimming instantaneously. The earth trembled thrice, and silence ensued. This nonchalant display left the master reeling. The extreme Dao imperial weapon was the very foundation of the Holy Land. The mere presence of his opponent had subdued it. A demonstration of power that exceeded his comprehension. Who exactly are you? The master's voice quivered, his fists clenched tightly beneath his violet gold robe. Changge's avatar did not respond, yet his gaze pierced the layers of the forbidden ground, reaching the depths of the Holy Land's burial of immortals. There, a few ancient auras were subtly reviving, indicating that the ancestors of the Holy Land, in seclusion, sensed a crisis and were attempting to break free. However, when those auras collided with Changge's consciousness, they abruptly froze, retracting like startled rabbits back to the depths of the abyss. The seals of the burial of immortals reinforced thrice, as if they had never stirred. Humph, how swiftly they retreat. Changge's avatar chuckled softly, withdrawing his gaze. Merely a few lingering ancient sages, daring to act impudently before me. Following that, Changge pointed gently at the kneeling master. The master's pupils constricted, attempting to muster his spiritual power to resist, only to find his sage essence frozen, leaving him helpless to watch as a beam of azure light pierced his brow. The master, who had dominated the universe for a millennium, had no time to utter a scream before disintegrating into ash. Master. The 2 sage-level elders were so terrified their souls fled, frantically bowing in supplication. Changge's avatar remained unfazed, his fingertip moving again. 2 azure beams flashed, and the 2 sage-level elders similarly turned to dust, leaving not even a trace of their souls. Just as Changge intended to depart with Fang Hanyu, he noticed a young man clad in brocade amidst the crowd, enveloped in an aura of high sage rank, the holy son of the Dayan Holy Land. He wielded a radiant sword, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance, evidently a prodigy of great expectations. Oh, a fish that slipped through the net. Changge's avatar mused, glancing at him. Under the scrutiny of his discerning eyes, the young man's profile faintly shimmered with a golden aura of fortune. Could he be a destined child? He chuckled softly. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? Such a farce does not pique my interest. Before the holy sun could react, a beam of azure light had pierced through his heart. The youth looked down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, the hatred in his eyes gradually solidifying. He could not comprehend, even in death, why he, a being with unparalleled holy qualifications and destined to be the holy sun, appeared as insignificant as an insect in the eyes of his opponent. The disciples of the law enforcement team lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the figure cloaked in azure as if witnessing an incomprehensible demonic deity. The ability to casually annihilate even a saint-level being. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Fang Hanyu stood frozen, watching his nemesis turn to ash, and suddenly bowed deeply to the avatar of Changge. In that moment, he truly understood the magnitude of the invincible master he served. Changge's avatar patted his shoulder. Let us depart. As for the remaining scum, leave them for you to deal with later. With that, the figure in azure and Fang Hanyu vanished from the forbidden ground. Silence enveloped the area, both inside and out. Chapter 52. The east region in turmoil. The mist surrounding the purple bamboo peak gradually closed in behind Changge as he stepped aside, revealing Fang Hanyu. The bloodstains on the youth had been thoroughly washed away, and his coarse garments had been replaced with a simple white robe. Yet, his fists remained slightly trembling, not from fear, but due to the chaotic sword energy still surging within him. This will be your residence henceforth. Changge indicated a vacant plot beside Xiao Ruobai's bamboo cottage. Build yourself a bamboo hut. If materials are insufficient, go chop some in the back mountain. Feng Hanyu looked up and saw the dense spiritual energy of the purple bamboo peak coalescing into a tangible light, exuding an aura of serene detachment from the world. Suddenly reminded of the bloodshed at the Dayan Holy Land, his eyes grew warm, and he bowed deeply to Gu Changge, saying, "Thank you, Master." Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. "You are my second disciple. There is also an elder brother who is currently training in the back mountain. You will meet him upon his return." Meanwhile, news of the Dayan Holy Land erupted like thunder, sweeping across the entire East region and even reaching other great domains. "Have you heard? The Dayan Holy Land has been overturned." The news spread like wildfire, engulfing every tea house and tavern in the East region within half a day. Cultivators slammed their fists on the tables, spittle flying into their teacups, their shock palpable enough to lift the rooftops. Not just overturned. The Holy Master was reduced to ashes on the spot. 2 elder saints left no trace of their souls. A cultivator in a green robe gulped down his drink, his Adam's apple bobbing. Even that prodigy with holy qualifications, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Dayan, reportedly had no chance to resist, vanished just like that. An elderly man at the neighboring table stroked his beard, his fingertips trembling slightly. "I inquired with disciples at the perimeter of the Holy Land using a communication talisman. They said a sword energy struck down from the sky, shattering all 9 mountain stabilizing stone tablets. Even the supreme imperial weapon, the Yantian sword, was pinned to the ground, not daring to utter a sound. The supreme imperial weapon, a divine object capable of contending against emperors." A cultivator clad in iron armor clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. Who possesses such power? Could it be that an ancient monster has made its move? Someone speculated in a hushed tone, casting furtive glances towards the window, as if fearing something might overhear. Aside from those venerable beings who have lived for countless millennia, who else can suppress a supreme imperial weapon? As the words were uttered, the bustling tea house fell into an immediate hush. The Forbidden Zone, that enigmatic and terrifying realm in the Xianhuang Great World, is shrouded in legend. It is said to be the resting place of ancient sovereigns who once ruled the universe with an iron fist, yet, as their lifespans waned, they chose to linger in this desolate sanctuary. Every inch of its soil is soaked in the blood of ages, and every whisper of wind carries the scent of death. They seldom awaken, but should they step beyond the confines of the Forbidden Zone, darkness shall descend upon the world. Do the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zone not refrain from intervening in worldly disputes? A voice trembled in inquiry. "Who can say?" sighed the aged elder, his white hair a testament to the passage of time. "Perhaps the Daya's sacred land has disturbed their ancestral graves. Otherwise, how could such a calamity arise?" Speculations surged like a tidal wave, yet none could elucidate the origins of the figure clad in azure robes. One thing, however, was irrefutable. The skies of the Eastern Domain were about to change. In the Eastern Domain, the God Burial Forbidden Zone loomed, enveloped in inky black mist that never dissipated, rendering sunlight impotent. Ruined altars lay hidden within the fog, inscribed with long-lost runes, and occasionally, skeletal remains would tumble from the altars, producing a faint clatter. In the depths of the bronze hall, a figure that had sat in meditation for 100,000 years slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes bore no pupils, only an abyss of darkness that seemed capable of swallowing light itself. He was the master of the Forbidden Zone, a sovereign who had survived since antiquity. Once dazzling in brilliance, now reduced to a mere shadow, forced to slumber to sustain his existence. Such formidable sword intent, a hoarse voice escaped his throat, grating like metal against stone. To suppress an extreme Dao imperial weapon, this power is extraordinary. With a mere wave of his hand, the black mist receded like a tide, revealing the vast expanse beyond the Forbidden Zone. His consciousness unfurled like a celestial net, sweeping over every inch of the Eastern Domain, from prosperous holy lands to desolate wastelands. Even the ants deep within the earth's veins were laid bare to him. Yet, the figure in azure seemed to have never existed, leaving not a trace behind. Curious. A flicker of uncertainty crossed the dark eyes of the Forbidden Zone's master. To remain entirely hidden from my perception, one must either be of the same caliber or, behind him, several ancient presences began to awaken quietly. "My lord, shall we venture forth to seek?" A figure cloaked in black inquired, its skeletal arms exuding a pressure that could make even saints tremble. The master of the Forbidden Zone remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No need. He closed his eyes once more, and the bronze hall was enveloped once again in black mist, returning to an eerie stillness. The devastation wrought upon the Daya's sacred land was like a boulder cast into the power landscape of the Eastern Domain, stirring tumultuous waves. In the Taishian Sacred Land-S Council Hall, the hall master gazed at the words on the communication jade slip, crushing a jade teacup between his fingers. As tea dripped through, staining the golden bricks with darkened marks, Such a formidable presence still exists. He spoke in a low tone. To be capable of suppressing even extreme Dao imperial weapons, we must exercise utmost caution. The elders below fell silent, none daring to utter a word. The strength to crush saints and subdue imperial weapons had long surpassed their comprehension. In the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the Pavilion Master stood at the highest point of the Starlight Hall, gazing toward the direction of the Daya's sacred land, his brow furrowed in deep concern. His fingers caressed a tortoise shell, the prized artifact of the Changge Pavilion known as the Kuwaitian Talisman, which had just been shattered by an unseen force during a recent investigation. The individual's strength was beyond comprehension. He muttered to himself, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Send the order, close the pavilion. No one is to step out of Changge Pavilion without my command. The major sacred sites of the Eastern Domain either locked their doors in seclusion, frantically searched for answers, or secretly formed alliances. That figure in a blue robe loomed like a shadow over the hearts of all factions. No one knew his identity or his whereabouts. They only knew that with a mere gesture, he could annihilate a legacy that had endured for 1,000,000 years. As the sandalwood incense in the Qingyun Hall burned down to the 3rd inch, Xian Yangzi's communication jade slip suddenly illuminated. Cough, cough. Good heavens. Xian Yangzi wiped the tea stains from his beard, his eyes widening like brass bells. Which malevolent spirit has the Dayan sacred land provoked? Even the extreme Dao imperial weapons have been pressed to the ground. Outside the hall, the sound of thudding footsteps approached. Shi Wanshan, a rotund figure, burst through the hall doors, clutching a half-eaten spirit melon. Master, have you heard? The Dayan sacred land has fallen. The Holy Master and 2 elder saints are all dead. I just received the news. Xian Yangzi rubbed his throbbing temples. What sort of power must this be? To casually topple a sacred land that has existed for 1,000,000 years, and even dare to suppress the extreme Dao imperial weapons. Those sacred lands, usually so high and mighty, have now been completely overturned. Truly a formidable individual, exhilarating. The more he spoke, the more astonished he became, suddenly recalling his self-satisfaction when he recently approached the threshold of the sacred realm. A chill ran down his neck. At that time, he had contemplated a leisurely journey through the central continent post-breakthrough, but now it seemed fortunate that he had not acted impulsively. The ruthless individuals hidden in the Eastern Domain likely outnumbered the weeds in the spirit fields, with his current cultivation. He feared he might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. That will not do. I must remain composed. Xian Yangzi thumped his thigh and turned to rush out of the hall. Quickly gather the leaders of the various peaks. This matter must be discussed thoroughly. Chapter 53. Upon entering the sect, my worldview crumbled. The commotion at Qingyun Hall had yet to reach Zizhu Peak, where clouds and mist still swirled, and spiritual energy flowed thickly like rich honeyed wine. The formidable individual spoken of by Xian Yangzi, Gu Changge, leaned against a newly constructed bamboo couch, twirling a lustrous white spirit fruit between his fingers, his gaze fixed on an open space not far away. Fang Hanyu was fervently chopping bamboo with a dark iron axe. The youth was slender, yet his movements were as steady as a rock, each strike landing precisely on the bamboo joints, causing the verdant stalks to snap with a sound. At the broken ends, chaotic energy swirled faintly, indicating that even this seemingly trivial task of chopping bamboo was subtly refining his sword body's essence. Master, Fang Hanyu said, arranging the stacked bamboo, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his brow, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. The bamboo hut will be completed by evening. Gu Changge nodded, tossing a water pouch his way. No rush, take a break first. The moment the youth caught the pouch, a glimmer flashed in Gu Changge's eyes, and his breaking illusion's divine eye quietly unfurled, revealing Fang Hanyu's attribute panel in clear view. Name, Fang Hanyu. Identity, second disciple of Gu Changge. Qualification, Emperor-level physique, chaotic sword body, partially awakened, cultivation, early stage of Dan condensation, originally peak of Purple Mansion stage. Gu Changge, with his piercing, void-defying divine eyes, transcended the veil of time, glimpsing the fragmented past of the youth. Fang Hanyu's parents were among the most humble of the outer disciples in the Da Yin sacred land. His father, Fang Lin, tended to the forbidden stone steps, while his mother, Su Wan, dried herbs in the alchemy chamber. Both remained at the foundation establishment stage, lacking even the qualification to step into the realm of Dan condensation. Fang Hanyu was born on an autumn night, marked by a chilling rain. The stone house was drafty, and Su Wan wrapped the newborn in her warmth, noticing a fleeting glimmer of chaotic light between his brows. At that moment, they were unaware that this was a sign of the awakening of the chaotic sword body, mistaking it instead for the frailty of the child, who cried incessantly through the night. At the age of 10, while playing in the mud outside the alchemy chamber, Fang Hanyu picked up a withered branch and inadvertently shattered the stone steps before the chamber. An elder passing by witnessed this event. This child is a raw gem. Remaining with you would be a waste, the elder remarked as he knelt, pinching Fong Hanyu's cheek. Come with me. You shall become a core disciple of the sacred land. Though Fong Lin and Su Wan were reluctant, they could not resist the allure of the title core disciple, which promised their son liberation from the identity of a servant and the chance to cultivate supreme techniques. With tears in their eyes, they entrusted Fong Hanyu to the elder. Upon entering the inner sect, he was indeed groomed with great care. He resided in the spiritually rich Jade Courtyard, diligently practicing the Yuan Tian Sword Classic. By the age of 11, he broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage, and by 14, he ascended to the Purple Mansion stage, becoming a paragon among the younger generation of the Sacred Land. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him. The elders regarded him with the gaze of appraising an object rather than a disciple. On the day of his 15th birthday, he was taken to the Forbidden Ground. The sacrificial altar was frigid, and runes coiled around him like venomous serpents. It was then that he discerned the object in the elder's hands, a bone blade etched with devouring runes. The chaotic sword body is a rarity, yet it is unfortunate to be born in an ill-fated era, the leading elder scoffed. For 100 millennia, no emperor has arisen, and the great path has long been obscured. Though you possess talent, how far can you truly go? It would be better to fulfill the sacred land's ambition. Forging supreme imperial weapons. With these 2 imperial weapons, our sacred land shall dominate the eastern region, and that shall be your legacy. As the bone blade pierced his chest, Fong Hanyu beheld the figures of his parents outside the Forbidden Ground. Unbeknownst to them, they had somehow learned of his plight and fought valiantly to rescue him, only to be effortlessly slain by the elder's sword, their bodies collapsing upon the stone steps. His mother's final cries for him shattered in the cold rain. Agonizing pain intertwined with unbridled hatred surged within him, as the chaotic sword chi within him roared against the binding runes. Just as his essence was on the verge of being extracted, a green shadow shattered the clouds above, and a gentle hand that lightly tapped the void became the last glimmer of light before his descent into darkness. Though Fong Hanyu was oblivious to his whereabouts, only aware that he was at Zizhu Peak, the sight of his master Gu Changge brought him solace. He accepted a water pouch and tilted his head back, drinking in refreshing spiritual water that coursed down his throat, alleviating some of his fatigue. His gaze instinctively fell upon Gu Changge, his master, who effortlessly vanquished his enemies and exuded an aura that instilled a profound sense of security, as if he could steadfastly withstand the collapse of the heavens. As dusk descended, a faint rustling emerged from the direction of the back mountain, and the figure of Xiao Ruobai materialized at the edge of the bamboo grove. His black attire was thoroughly soaked in blood, strands of hair clung to his sweat-drenched forehead, and droplets of crimson from his long spear splattered onto the bluestone slabs, creating a small, darkened stain. Although he consciously restrained the aura of his late-stage Dan condensation realm, it still exuded a sharpness honed through countless battles. Master. Xiao Ruobai clasped his hands in salute, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. As his gaze inadvertently swept over Fong Hanyu, he abruptly halted, momentarily fixated on the youth before him. Clad in a simple white robe, Fong appeared delicate and scholarly, his cultivation barely at the initial stage of Dan condensation. Yet, from him emanated a subtle yet formidable wave of threat, akin to a sword concealed within its sheath. Though it remained sheathed, its edge subtly seeped through the casing. This sensation compelled Xiao Ruobai to instinctively tighten his grip on the spear, turning to Gu Changge with a look of inquiry. Gu Changge twirled a white spirit fruit between his fingers, his tone unperturbed. This is Fong Hanyu, my second disciple. He shall henceforth be your junior brother. Fong Hanyu stepped forward, slightly bowing to Xiao Ruobai. Greetings, senior brother. Xiao Ruobai withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, his tense posture relaxing slightly as he returned the gesture. No need for excessive formalities. I am Xiao Ruobai. Observing the lingering innocence in Fong Hanyu's features, he recalled his own arrival at Zizhu Peak. A flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. As we train under master together, feel free to ask me anything you do not comprehend. Fong Hanyu nodded, clenching his fists within his sleeves. He sensed the intense battle spirit emanating from his senior brother, a testament to countless real-world trials, starkly contrasting with the bloodlust he had encountered in the Forbidden Grounds, imbued with a refreshing boldness. Gu Changge regarded the two, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ruobai has just returned from the back mountain. It is a perfect opportunity for him to share the rules of Zizhu Peak with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobai lifted a hand to wipe away the bloodstains from his face, revealing a youthful exuberance. Master speaks true, junior brother Hanyu. The rules of Zizhu Peak can be summed up in 3 simple tenets, simple in essence, yet complex upon deeper reflection. He settled onto a stone bench beside the bamboo couch, driving the spear into the ground until its tip embedded half an inch into the stone slab, adopting a teasing tone befitting one who has endured similar trials. First, do not initiate trouble, but do not shy away from it either. He tapped the spear's body with a fingertip. When you venture out for training, remember this. If it comes to blows, ensure you leave no trace. When killing, reduce the remains to ashes. Master wishes to avoid unnecessary complications. Fang Hanyu blinked, silently nodding in agreement. As for the second rule, Xiao Ruobai deliberately elongated his words, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Changge, who feigned meditation, and lowered his voice. Keep your distance from those surnamed Yi, Xiao, and Shu, especially those who appear unremarkable yet possess inexplicable fortune. Master has stated that these surnames attract trouble. Once entangled, it is difficult to extricate oneself. Fang Hanyu listened with a perplexed expression. Such a rule exists? However, seeing the earnestness in his senior brother's demeanor, he committed it to memory. The third rule, and the most crucial, Xiao Ruobai concluded, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Conceal your strength, do not flaunt it excessively. He patted his chest. Although I currently possess the cultivation of the condensation pill realm, I have been concealing my true ability within the body refinement realm. Look at our master. He gestured towards Gu Changge. While it may seem that master is only showcasing the early stages of the condensation pill realm, allow me to share a secret. His true strength has indeed reached the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm. However, our master is still our master. During our last spar, I was regrettably just a move short of overcoming him. Fang Hanyu gazed at his earnest senior brother, and as he recalled how effortlessly master had overturned the Da Yin's sacred ground that morning, a question mark slowly emerged on his forehead. Mid-stage of the condensation pill realm? He silently pinched his thigh, doubting whether he had just crawled out of the forbidden area and was still dazed. The young man squatted on the ground, cradling his head and staring at the clouds drifting across the horizon, for the first time experiencing profound skepticism about the concept of cultivation realms. Chapter 54. Surely, my senior brother must be aware of Master S' true prowess? Fang Hanyu looked at Xiao Ruobai, and suddenly his eyes brightened. He mused to himself. With Master S' unfathomable cultivation, my senior brother only lost to him by a single move. Could it be that my senior brother is also an extraordinary master? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced, and he stepped closer, incredulity lacing his tone. Senior brother, you only lost to master by one move? How formidable must one be to endure to such an extent under Master S' hand? What was that single move? To him, being merely a move away from victory against the master who could obliterate the sacred ground with a mere gesture was nothing short of astonishing. After all, the elders of the Da Yin's sacred ground couldn't withstand even a fingertip of his. Xiao Ruobai was taken aback by his junior brother's intense reaction, and he felt a tad embarrassed. His face flushed as he stammered, Master only made one move, and it was so swift that I didn't catch it clearly. He recalled vividly that at the time, he had just broken through to the condensation pill realm and was eager to spar with Master. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even graze Master S' ropes. Ultimately, Master executed a single move, and he ended up bruised and battered. Fang Hanyu's admiration momentarily froze, and he blinked. Just one move? He envisioned countless rounds of an earth-shattering battle, with sword energy surging and battle intent soaring, only to discover that it was merely that one move? What else could it be? Seeing his junior brother in disbelief, Xiao Ruobai felt his face grow even warmer. Master had said that sparring should be brief. Did it really need to last for 3 days and nights? Just admit it. He lost by one move, no more. No less. He had secretly fretted for several days afterward, feeling utterly useless. Now, under the gaze of his junior brother, who looked at him as if he were extraordinarily skilled, he felt as though he might dig a bamboo house into the ground with his toes. Observing his senior brother's reaction, Fang Hanyu thought, surely senior brother cannot still be unaware of Master S' true strength, can he? Should I enlighten him? On second thought, what if he finds it even harder to accept? With this in mind, he quickly scratched his cheek to change the subject. Senior brother, I have just arrived here and am unaware of this place. Could you enlighten me? Xiao Ruobai was momentarily taken aback, and then he recalled his own confusion upon arriving at the purple bamboo peak. The embarrassment he had felt dissipated, and he cleared his throat. This is the realm of Xianzhou, and the sect we currently inhabit is the Qingxian sect, situated on the peak known as Zizhu Peak. He gestured towards the distant main peak shrouded in mist. The sect master and the other peak masters are gathered there. However, Zizhu Peak holds a certain uniqueness. Aside from our master and ourselves, it is seldom visited. A flicker of complexity crossed his gaze as he recalled the moment his master took him in. A time when the entire sect questioned the decision, under the weight of all the elders' scrutiny. His master's resolute declaration of I choose my disciples solely based on my preferences resonated profoundly, and a slight smile played at the corners of his lips. Now, with the addition of a junior disciple, the atmosphere on Zizhu Peak has become a touch livelier. One can only hope for an improvement in the Master's health. Fang Hanyu nodded, committing the names Xianzhou, Qingxian Sect, and Zizhu Peak to memory, and inquired, "So, are there only the three of us on Zizhu Peak?" "And a bird," Xiao Ruobai replied, pointing to a small black bird perched on Gu Change's shoulder, preening its feathers. The master referred to it as Xiao Hei, a pet he had raised. Fang Hanyu followed his gaze, taking it for a common spirit bird and refraining from further questions. Meanwhile, Gu Changge lounged on the bamboo couch, casually listening to their exchange when a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, Zizhu Ad Seedlings, recruiting the Chaos Sword Body owner. Fang Hanyu. Task evaluation. Perfect. Ding. Reward issued. Indomitable Domain expanded to 1,000,000 miles. Ding. Additional reward. A complete pathway to spatial avenues. Gu Change's fingers paused, nearly spilling the sweet juice of the white spirit fruit onto his robes. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, his consciousness unfurling like a tide, instantly bringing into focus the mountains, rivers, towns, and villages of Xianzhou, along with several neighboring states within his perceptive range. 1,000,000 miles. And a pathway to the spatial avenues as well. What a fortune! As he gazed at the deepening twilight, he intended to instruct Xiao Ruobai to take Fang Hanyu to the front mountain the following day to procure his identity token, but the thought was swiftly suppressed. Recalling Xiao Ruobai's last descent from the mountain, which had led him astray to the rear of Danding Peak, ultimately requiring the little black bird to fetch him back, made his temples throb with irritation. Alas, Gu Changge tapped his fingers on the armrest of the bamboo couch, retrieving a communication jade slip from his storage ring and infusing it with spiritual energy. Xianfeng, the newly accepted disciple of Zizhu Peak, is to be taken tomorrow for the identity token. Zizhu Peak requests your presence. As the jade slip transformed into a stream of light darting towards Qingyun Peak, Gu Changge could not help but mutter, having that lad make the trip is undoubtedly more reliable than relying on Xiao Ruobai to find his way. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Hall, Zuan Yangzi was instructing Li Xianfeng in his cultivation. Just as Li Xianfeng was about to respond, the communication jade slip at his waist suddenly radiated heat. He retrieved the slip, read the contents, and his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Master, it's a message from Uncle Gu. He says he has taken in another junior brother and wants me to go to Zizhu Peak tomorrow to help the new junior brother obtain his identity token." Another disciple? Zuan Yangzi sprang upright, astonished. He had previously been reluctant to accept disciples, and now he had taken in another, rubbing his hands together. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. "No, I must accompany you tomorrow to see what else might be needed." Li Xianfeng nodded in response. "Then I shall go to Zizhu Peak early tomorrow to await your arrival." As dawn broke and the mist over Zizhu Peak had yet to dissipate, two pairs of light footsteps echoed through the air. Xiao Ruobai had already ventured to the back mountain to further cultivate his martial spirit. Upon arriving, Xian Yangzi beheld Gu Changge seated beside a stone table, accompanied by a slender youth clad in a plain white robe, whose demeanor concealed a fierce sword intent. Could this be the newly accepted disciple? Xian Yangzi's eyes sparkled as they roamed over Fang Hanyu. The more he observed, the more exceptional he appeared. Although the boy did not display his cultivation, the sword energy enveloping him sent a slight tingle through Xian Yangzi's heart. Li Xianfeng also cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Gu Shu, your disciple has come as per your instructions." Gu Changge nodded and gestured towards Fang Hanyu. "This is Fang Hanyu. Please introduce yourselves." Following his master's cue, Fang Hanyu performed a respectful bow, his voice cool and composed. "I have met the sect master and senior brotherly." Xian Yangzi quickly waved his hand. "Ah, just call me Shibua." He rubbed his hands together and retrieved a piece of spirit-testing jade from his sleeve. "Hanyu, come, let your Shibua assess your aptitude." "There's no need," Gu Changge interjected, placing a hand over the jade with a calm demeanor. "When I take on disciples, I do not consider their aptitude but rather their fated connection. I fear that the results might startle you," Gu Changge thought to himself. Xian Yangzi paused for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. "I was presumptuous. Naturally, Shidi Changge's judgment cannot be mistaken." He returned the jade to his sleeve and produced a gleaming long sword from his storage ring, its scabbard intricately carved with flowing cloud patterns, faintly exuding sword energy. "This is a heavenly grade long sword, Liu Shuang, which I obtained from a secret realm in my early years. The blade can draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it most suitable for sword cultivators." He offered the sword as a gift for their first meeting. Fang Hanyu took the sword, and as his fingertips grazed the hilt, the blade emitted a soft hum, resonating with the sword energy within him. "Thank you for your generosity, Shibua." Gu Changge observed this scene and casually tossed a grape to Xian Yangzi. Let Li Xianfeng guide him to complete the token registration. If you have no other matters, stay for a cup of tea. Xian Yangzi caught the grape, his eyes narrowing in delight. Indeed, I must indulge. With a suppressed chuckle, Li Xianfeng turned to Fang Hanyu. Junior brother, let us proceed to the front mountain for your registration. As the two turned to leave, Xian Yangzi's exclamation resonated from the bamboo house. Wow. The spiritual energy in this tea surpasses that of the last batch. Fang Hanyu paused in his steps, glancing back at the mist-shrouded Zizhu peak, and touched the Liuoshuang sword at his waist. Truly, this place is marvelous. Chapter 55, Senior Brother, I stumbled upon a secret realm. Gu Changge waved his fingertip, and a bronze token appeared in his palm, as if conjured from thin air. The token, palm-sized, was intricately engraved with layers of swirling clouds and mountains. The inscription read, Songyun's Secret Realm, radiating a faint golden light, acquired from a previous sign-in. Senior Brother, I recently discovered this secret realm token by chance. Take a look. He pushed the token toward Xian Yangzi. Xian Yangzi, cradling a teacup and savoring the flavor, caught sight of the token at the mention and accidentally dropped his cup onto the stone table with a loud clatter, spilling tea everywhere. A secret realm token? What does it mean? Is it a credential for entering the mysterious realm? In the vast expanse of the Xianhuang Great World, various secret realms frequently manifest, and some can only be accessed with a token in hand. This was the first thought that crossed Zhunyangzi's mind. However, it is not the credential you envision, but rather a seal containing a secret realm, as Gu Changge elucidated. Zhunyangzi suddenly rose to his feet, nearly toppling the stone table. A token sealing a secret realm? My dear junior brother, you must be exceedingly naive. How could a secret realm possibly be sealed within? He continued. Do you even comprehend what a secret realm is? It is a minuscule world condensed from the forces of heaven and earth, and countless sects have shed blood over a fragmented secret realm. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Whether or not this is true, you can ascertain for yourself. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Zhunyangzi grasped the token. The moment his fingertips brushed against the engraved characters, a torrent of complex information surged into his mind. Vast spiritual lands stretching for millions of miles. An aura of spiritual energy 100-fold denser, and ancient caverns hidden within the seams of time and space. His excitement grew, his breath becoming labored. The Songyun's secret realm? It truly contains a secret realm, he exclaimed. Is this not the primordial secret realm birthed during the creation of the heavens and earth? He clenched the token tightly, his knuckles whitening, as he envisioned the disciples of the Qingxian sect flourishing within the secret realm. He pictured the sect's banners fluttering across every inch of the Xianhuang Great World, and the elders of the Holy Land bowing in deference to him. Zhunyangzi looked once more at Gu Changge, sensing an air of mystery surrounding him. While the treasures Gu Changge had previously presented were undeniably precious, they fell within the realm of comprehension. The notion of sealing a secret realm encompassing a radius of millions of miles within a mere token surpassed Zhunyangzi's understanding. Calm yourself, Gu Changge advised, offering him a spiritual fruit. Now, how do you intend to utilize this secret realm? Zhunyangzi took a hearty bite of the fruit, its sweetness momentarily soothing his excitement. According to tradition, such a secret realm would either be concealed as a trump card or be utilized for training disciples. Yet the Songyun's secret realm was distinct. It possessed the ability to move. It could be summoned and retracted by the token. Suddenly, he leaned closer, lowering his voice. Junior brother Changge, what do you think about placing it in the void of the forbidden area? Indeed. Gu Changge traced the contours of the forbidden area in the air with a flick of his finger. We could overlap the secret realm with the forbidden area, concealing its aura with formations. The 5 ancestors are often in seclusion there, making it an ideal place for them to oversee the realm and guide disciples. Zhunyangzi's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Yes. We should select a group of diligent disciples to enter for their cultivation, supervised by the ancestors themselves. That would be prudent. Within a century, the Qingxian sect could produce dozens of saints, or even an emperor. His enthusiasm grew as he paced back and forth in the bamboo hut. We must also establish a rule. Any disciple entering must sign a contract of unity and swear an oath to the heavens, ensuring that no information regarding the secret realm is leaked. Gu Changge observed his fervor, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There is no rush to arrange the secret realm. We shall discuss it once the sect competition concludes. Zhunyangzi, still clutching the token with excitement, paused at this remark. Why is that? Then he quickly realized, indeed. We should first deal with those spies lurking in the shadows. You are quite thorough in your considerations, junior brother Changge. Suddenly, he bowed deeply to Gu Changge, expressing, Brother Changge, this kindness shall forever be etched in the hearts of all in the Qingxian sect. Spare me the formalities. Prepare for the sect competition. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. Xian Yangzi eagerly responded, clutching the token as he rushed out. Observing his spirited departure, Gu Changge lifted his teacup and chuckled softly. It was indeed time for the ancient tree of the Qingxian sect to sprout new branches. As Gu Changge watched him hastily retreat, he flicked his fingers. A purple crystal grape held by a small black bird fell to the ground, rolling twice upon the bluestone slab. To root out the traitors and solidify our foundation. The future of Qingxian sect is just beginning. Upon returning to the Zizhu peak, Fang Hanyu found Gu Changge seated on a bamboo couch, perusing a bamboo scroll, and approached quietly. Gu Changge raised his gaze to him, his finger lightly touching the scroll. Have you completed the matters concerning the token? It seems you have garnered some understanding of the Qingxian sect. Fang Hanyu nodded, his voice sincere. Indeed, I find this place quite different. There is no rigid hierarchy as in the Holy Lands. Although there is sparring among brothers, there is no strife. Even the sect leader feels like a neighborly elder. An atmosphere I have never experienced before. Gu Changge set down the bamboo scroll, his eyes fixed upon him. Hanyu, our Qingxian sect differs from those Holy Lands. We abhor infighting among ourselves. Fellow disciples must support one another, and should anyone act to harm the sect or strike against their peers, I shall not show mercy. His tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Fang Hanyu felt a shiver run through him, and replied earnestly, I will remember this, master. With a flick of his finger, a jade tome landed in Fang Hanyu's hands, the cover emblazoned with the words Chaos Sword Technique, glowing with a hue of chaos. The Tianyan sword classic you practiced is incompatible with the Chaos sword body. You should abandon it. This sword technique I have just arrived based on your physique aligns with the essence of the Chaos sword body, capable of harnessing the chaotic energies of heaven and earth, far surpassing ordinary imperial-level techniques. The Chaos sword body, by nature, draws upon the chaotic energies of the universe. Conventional sword techniques cannot constrain you. He flicked his finger again. A grape striking precisely at Fang Hanyu's wrist. Gripping the sword too tightly obstructs your energy flow. Fang Hanyu was taken aback, instinctively loosening his grip, and indeed felt the previously stagnant chaotic sword energy within him flow more smoothly. Gu Changge rose and paced, his pristine white robe brushing against the bamboo leaves, creating currents that coalesced into countless delicate sword shadows in midair, some as fierce as thunder cleaving stone, others as supple as spring water winding around mountains. Observe closely. As Gu Changge's words fell, he swiftly sliced his finger forward, without any superfluous gestures, and without a hint of spiritual power coalescing. The void seemed to be sliced by an invisible blade. A ribbon of chaotic color manifested, emitting a sharp howl that tore through the air, striking towards a nearby piece of Xian iron bamboo. With a soft sound, upon collision, there was no anticipated clash of metal but rather a gentle resonance. The bamboo, as hard as Xian iron, was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere paper, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. Even more astonishingly, the ribbon did not dissipate after slicing through the bamboo. Instead, it extended forward, severing 5 more identical Xian iron bamboos in succession before transforming into specks of light that merged into the air. This is the sword of severance. Gu Changge retracted his hand, his tone unassuming, emphasizing the principle of a single sword shattering myriad laws, condensing the chaotic sword aura into a sharp edge that does not linger on objects or hinder forms, striking at sight and breaking through obstacles. Chapter 56. The Supreme Imperial Weapon, the Taichu Sword. The chaotic sword aura inherently harbors the brilliance of creation. One merely needs to maintain a focused mind, allowing the sword energy to move as an extension of oneself, cutting when desired without hesitation. Fang Hanyu inhaled deeply, gripping the Liuoshuang sword tightly, a fervent light igniting in his eyes. He finally comprehended that the essence of the cutting technique lies not in brute force, but rather in an absolute mastery of sword energy, embodying a dominance and precision capable of severing all things. Before he could ponder further, Gu Changge swiftly shifted, the sword shadows around him suddenly dispersing, transforming into a myriad of luminous points that, upon landing, inscribed intricate patterns onto the bluestone slabs. As the light points danced, they subtly coalesced into the ethereal silhouette of a sword, gently piercing the void. A profound hum resonated as a waterfall 1,000 feet away was abruptly cleaved by the invisible sword energy, with the water column suspended in midair, crashing down only after 3 breaths. This was the concealment technique, employing chaotic energy to weave a sword formation, striking unseen. Gu Changge withdrew his hand, and the sword shadows and patterns vanished in an instant as if they had never existed. Your physique is unique, allowing you to conceal sword energy within chaotic currents, undetectable even to those of the sage realm. Fang Hanyu clenched his fists, perspiration seeping from his palms. In his past training, He had solely pursued the ferocity of sword techniques, unaware that a sword could be wielded in such a manner, not merely for slaughter, but as a means to harness the laws of heaven and earth. Feng Hanyu took the jade slip, and the moment his fingertip grazed its surface, he was enveloped by an overwhelming chaotic aura, as if immersed in the primordial chaos of creation. Changge seemed to recall something. At that moment, he flicked his fingers. A glimmer of ethereal light slicing through the air, and the supreme imperial weapon, the Taichu sword, floated before Feng Hanyu. This was the sword Changge had previously acquired. It was a long sword flowing with chaotic luminosity, its scabbard seemingly forged from a blend of celestial iron and chaotic stone, adorned with intricate imperial patterns, with faint images of dragons and phoenixes swirling around it. Even unsheathed, it emanated an aura of supreme authority, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to stagnate. Similar to the Jotian Longhan halberd previously wielded by Xiao Ruobai, Changge had also sealed this imperial weapon. What was manifesting now was merely at the celestial level. For the current moment, this sufficed. As his cultivation advanced, he would gradually unravel the remaining seals. Should he encounter an insurmountable foe, the imperial weapon would undoubtedly break through its seal to protect its master. Your Sherbois has bestowed upon you a meeting gift, naturally. My gift for your apprenticeship will not fall short. Changge extended the Taichu sword, its blade refracting myriad delicate rays under the sunlight. This sword shares the same origin as your chaotic sword body, yet its dominance is excessive. I have sealed away a significant portion of its power. As you enhance your cultivation, each layer of seal you unravel will grant you deeper insights into the true meaning of imperial path. With widened eyes, he grasped the long sword with trembling hands, filled with astonishment and reverence. The moment Feng Hanyu's fingertips touched the hilt, the chaotic sword energy within him surged uncontrollably, as if resonating with the chaotic essence contained within the sword. Thank you, master. He took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Changge, and then turned to rush towards the waterfall on the back mountain. The corners of his pure white robe fluttered in the wind, exuding an air of sharpness reminiscent of a sword cultivator. Changge gazed at his retreating figure, recognizing that the chaotic sword body paired with the chaotic sword technique would surely astonish the world, not just in the eastern region but across the myriad realms. Time flew swiftly. Feng Hanyu steadfastly maintained his position beneath the waterfall each day. As the dawn light began to illuminate the mist, he would sit cross-legged, allowing the cold water to cascade upon his back, while the chaotic sword chi flowed gently through his meridians. By the time the sun had risen to its zenith, he would draw the Taichu sword and practice the slashing technique against the splashing water. The little black bird often perched on his shoulder, watching him cleave through the droplets, occasionally pecking at his hairpin as if urging him to hasten his progress. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy of Zizhu Peak and Changge's intermittent guidance on the chaotic sword technique, his cultivation, which had nearly been stripped away in the Dayan Forbidden Land, steadily recovered. He now stood firmly in the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The chaotic sword body within him had been refined to an even purer state, exuding a subtle sharpness with every movement. As Feng Hanyu resumed his cultivation, Xiao Ruobai seemed to be ignited with a fighting spirit, training with tenfold fervor compared to before. Every day before dawn, he would charge into the back mountain, specifically seeking out demonic beasts whose cultivation was slightly above his own, often returning with numerous injuries, only to plunge back into the training of combat chi the very next day. Finally, on a clear morning half a month later, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Xiao Ruobai let out a long howl from the back mountain. The aura of the early Purple Mansion realm surged forth like a tidal wave, sending the surrounding demonic beasts scattering in terror. Standing atop the mountain with his long spear in hand, he felt the combat chi in his palm coalesce with unprecedented intensity, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. At last, he had caught up with his junior brother. On that afternoon, as Xiao Ruobai returned from the back mountain, he was momentarily blinded by the dazzling sword light that leapt from the waterfall. He cast aside the bloodied cloth and, hands on his hips, called out, "Junior brother, care for a spar?" Feng Hanyu sheathed his sword and turned around. Very well. The two walked to a nearby clearing, where Xiao Ruobai drove the spear into the ground, its tip penetrating half an inch into the earth, combat chi rising like smoke. "I shall not hold back. Please do not hesitate, senior brother," Feng Hanyu replied, positioning the Taichu sword across his chest. Although sealed, the sword resonated with his intent, glimmering with a gentle luster under the sunlight. Xiao Ruobai let out a low shout, sweeping his spear horizontally, the sharp whistle of the wind rushing towards Feng Hanyu's face. The strike was fierce and powerful, the spear tip brimming with formidable combat chi, seemingly destined to connect. With a light push of his toes, Feng Hanyu withdrew gracefully, resembling a drifting willow, while simultaneously twisting his wrist. The Taichu sword slid along the spear shaft, the spine of the sword precisely striking the crescent tip of the spear. With a crisp clang, both retreated 3 steps. Evenly matched. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Ruobai's eyes. Not bad, junior brother. You've made significant progress. The two exchanged blows, their techniques growing increasingly fierce. Xiao Ruobai's spear moved with great force, each strike carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, creating deep craters in the ground. Fang Hanyu's swordplay was swift and agile, the sword light shadowing his movements, deftly evading attacks while simultaneously launching counterstrikes. After 50 exchanges, a fine sheen of sweat emerged on Xiao Ruobai's forehead, and Fang Hanyu's breathing grew slightly labored, yet the fervor of battle in their eyes intensified. With a sudden roar, Xiao Ruobai raised his long spear high, channeling his combat energy into a colossal illusory figure that he forcefully hurled towards Fang Hanyu. Unyielding, Fang Hanyu countered with the chaotic sword Qi surging from his Taichu sword, forming a robust sword shield, while the tip of his sword pointed directly at the core of the spear's illusion. A thunderous crash echoed as the clash of combat energy and sword Qi generated shockwaves that rippled outward, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. As the dust settled, both stood their ground. Xiao Ruobai's long spear was embedded in the earth before him, and Fang Hanyu's Taichu sword rested firmly on the ground. Both men were panting heavily, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Xiao Ruobai gazed at Fang Hanyu and suddenly burst into laughter. Well done, my friend. I never expected you to be this formidable now. It seems we have reached a stalemate. Fang Hanyu sheathed his sword and nodded slightly. Your strength surpasses my expectations as well, senior brother. Xiao Ruobai patted his shoulder, realizing he must strive harder in the future, for he could not allow his senior brother's momentum to wane. On that dawn, as the first light broke, 3 long bells rang out, shattering the tranquility of Zizhu Peak, their resonant echoes reverberating through the peaks of Qingxian sect. This signaled the commencement of the sect's grand competition. Let us go, Gu Changge said, seated upon a bamboo couch, twirling a purple crystal grape between his fingers, his gaze sweeping over his 2 prepared disciples. Xiao Ruobai bore his long spear upon his back, its sharpness sheathed, revealing only a portion of the dark spear handle. Fang Hanyu's Lufra sword was similarly subdued, and his pristine white robe accentuated his slender frame, with the sharpness hidden in his eyes more pronounced than it had been a fortnight ago. The 2 complied and followed. A small black bird flapping its wings and alighting on Gu Changge's shoulder, cocking its head as it preened its feathers, seemingly eager to witness the spectacle. Emerging from the mists of Zizhu Peak, the sounds of the martial arena surged like a tide. Disciples from all peaks donned identical attire, arranged in orderly lines along the edges of the square, their youthful faces etched with tension and anticipation. In contrast, the 3 from Zizhu Peak, clad in simple garments, stood out amidst the crowd. Today, brothers, let us charge forth. Chapter 57. The competition begins in the center of the martial arena. 10 grand platforms had been erected, each spanning 100 feet. The periphery of the platforms was fortified with formations, encased in a transparent barrier that cushioned falls and prevented the leakage of spiritual energy from injuring the audience. At this moment, disciples from each main peak had gathered beneath the platforms, with each team led by a direct disciple of their peak's master. Among them were Li Xianfeng from Qingyan Peak, Lu Qingyu from Jinyue Peak, Lin Maching and Shi Jingxian from Qingwei Peak, Lin Xiaowan from Danding Peak, Mu Qingyu from Jianxiao Peak, Yin Qingjue from Feiyan Peak, and Su Qingyuan from Luoxia Peak. The younger generation of Qingxian sect's prodigious disciples had all convened here, including those who had returned early from their journeys. The annual sect competition was a grand event for Qingxian sect, and the stands were already filled to capacity. The fervent chatter of nearly 10,000 disciples rising to nearly shatter the heavens. The outer disciples tiptoed forward, whispering among themselves as they pointed at the core disciples by the arena, occasionally gasping in amazement. Those who stood at the edge of the arena were the finest selections from each peak, all possessing at least mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. When Gu Changge's figure appeared at the entrance of the martial arena, many turned their gaze towards the trio. His pristine white robe was strikingly conspicuous, even amidst the crowd. He seemed enveloped by moonlight. Gu Changge strolled forward nonchalantly, with a small black bird perched on his shoulder, preening its feathers and occasionally pecking at the strands of hair that fell from him. It is Master Gu of the Purple Bamboo Peak. Someone in the audience exclaimed in recognition. The 2 behind him, were they to participate in the grand competition? The murmurs spread like ripples across a lake, drawing all eyes to Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu. The 2 exhibited an inscrutable aura, their true strength concealed beneath their calm demeanor. The former bore a long spear that glinted dully under the sun, while the latter held an unassuming long sword, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Gu Changge made his way directly to the highest viewing platform, where Zhu and Yangzi had already risen with a welcoming smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu navigated through the crowd towards the waiting area by the arena, their figures appearing particularly slender compared to the orderly ranks of disciples from various peaks. "Isn't that Xiao Ruobai?" A junior disciple from the Danding Peak suddenly called out. "He entered the sect with me 3 months ago. At that time, he had only low-grade mortal aptitude. Does someone with low-grade mortal aptitude dare to step onto the arena?" A man from the Qingyue Peak couldn't help but question. Master Gu himself is merely at the condensing pill stage. He cannot possibly transform a stubborn stone into a precious jade. To challenge the grand competition just 3 months after entering the sect, surely he must be seeking to make a fool of himself. The female disciples of the Luoxia Peak stifled their laughter behind their hands. Even more astonishing was Fang Hanyu. Who is this lad? When did the Purple Bamboo Peak take in new disciples? Murmurs grew louder, with even the core disciples of various peaks glancing over. Yet, those core disciples, having spent years alongside their masters, possessed some insight into Gu Changge's enigma. "Junior brother Xiao, over here." Lin marching from the Qingyue Peak was the first to spot the pair, having just emerged from the preparation area on the opposite side of the martial arena, wielding his trusty black iron axe. Seeing Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu approach, he immediately waved with a smile. After their last encounter at the Purple Bamboo Peak, where he had endured an arduous night, yet gained a fortuitous opportunity that could alter his fate, he naturally felt a connection to this disciple of Master Gu. Other core disciples from various main peaks nodded in acknowledgement. A silent greeting exchanged. "Greetings, brothers," Xiao Ruobai replied with a clear voice as he clasped his hands in respect. "Junior brother Xiao, who might this be?" Shi Jingxian inquired, his gaze falling on Fang Hanyu. Given the latter's appearance alongside Xiao Ruobai, he had already deduced much. "This is junior brother Fang Hanyu, a new disciple of our master," Xiao Ruobai introduced with a slight turn. "I hope to receive your guidance, esteemed brothers," Fang Hanyu responded, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the hilt of the Taichu's sword, the chaotic patterns on its sheath shimmering subtly in the sunlight. "It is indeed an honor to meet you, junior brother Fang," Lin Machin said with a bright smile. Although he had never encountered Fang Hanyu before, he had heard whispers from his master, Shi Wanshan, regarding the recent addition of a new disciple to Gu Shishu's fold. Just days ago, his master mentioned that Gu Shishu had taken on a new student, and upon seeing him today, Lin could certainly attest to the extraordinary demeanor he possessed. Several direct disciples surrounded the two, engaging in pleasantries with a familiarity that suggested a long-standing camaraderie, showing no signs of disdain despite their recent entrance into the sect. This scene left many onlookers in the audience perplexed. Who exactly was this Fang? From Lin's words, it seemed he too was a disciple of Gu Fengzhu. When did Zizhu Peak come to possess 2 direct disciples? The murmurs began to shift, infused with curiosity and inquiry. High above, Gu Changge observed the unfolding events with keen interest. "Changge, how much of your disciple strength do you intend to reveal?" Xian Yangzi began to speak, but hesitated. Gu Changge took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "We shall see." Just as he finished speaking, the resounding clang of a gong echoed through the air, cutting through the noise like a knife. The array patterns on the 10 battle platforms simultaneously illuminated, heralding the imminent commencement of the sect's grand competition. On the elevated platform at the center of the training ground, the Grand Elder of Qingxian sect cleared his throat, his spiritual energy subtly surging as he projected his voice across the entire square. "Disciples, quiet down." In an instant, the clamor subsided, and all gazes converged upon the high platform. The Grand Elder scanned the surroundings and announced, after careful selection by each peak, a total of 64 participants will compete in this grand competition, all of whom are exceptional disciples chosen for their talents. He paused for effect before continuing. The format for this competition will be head-to-head duels. The victors shall advance, while the defeated will be eliminated, until the final rankings are established. The matches will be conducted with restraint, and malicious harm is strictly prohibited. However, as weapons are unfeeling, all participants must be adequately prepared. The rules were straightforward, and the disciples had anticipated this, their faces lighting up with expectation. The Grand Elder shifted his tone to one of gravity. "Now, I will announce the rewards for this competition." The disciples in the square held their breath, their eyes widening in anticipation, not daring to exhale. The first place will receive a heavenly grade weapon and 10 celestial spirit pills. As soon as the words left his lips, the training ground erupted into fervent chatter, a cacophony of astonishment. "What? The first prize is a heavenly grade weapon? Am I hearing this correctly? A heavenly treasure? Heavens, that is indeed a heavenly grade weapon. There are scarcely a few in the entire Qingxian sect, and yet it is being offered as a prize for the grand competition. Why is the sect master so generous this year?" The disciples wore expressions of disbelief, their discussions swelling like a tidal wave. It is well known that heavenly treasures are exceedingly rare, regarded as the pinnacle possessions of the sect, often elusive to even behold. Now, to be offered as a reward for the first place in the competition, it was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 58. The debut of Zizhu piqued the Grand Elder raised his hand to quell the murmurs, allowing the atmosphere to settle before continuing, for the second place. The reward will be a high-grade earthly weapon and 5 celestial spirit pills. For the third place, a mid-grade earthly weapon and 5 celestial spirit pills. From 4th to 10th place, the reward will be a superior grade mysterious weapon and 3 celestial spirit pills. Although the rewards that follow may not be as astonishing as those for the first place, the earth-level weapons, profound-level weapons, and celestial spirit pills are all exceedingly precious treasures, capable of driving the disciples into a frenzy. The celestial spirit pill can swiftly cleanse the impurities of the physical body, allowing for a more refined cultivation. And it also significantly aids in breaking through bottlenecks. How extravagant! The rewards for this grand competition are indeed bountiful. The esteemed leader of our sect has been remarkably generous this year. Is this not akin to a grand feast? For the sake of a heavenly level weapon, I must give my all. Not only are the heavenly level weapons valuable, but the celestial spirit pills are equally coveted. Possessing one might enable me to advance my cultivation further. The competing disciples from each peak are eagerly preparing, their spirits soaring. The atmosphere is completely ignited, as if they have been infused with a surge of vitality. Their eyes sparkling with fervent light. Mu Chenyu from Sword Howling Peak clenches his fists and murmurs, "The heavenly level weapon is mine for the taking." Lin Shaoan from Danding Peak, her gaze resolute, declares, "Even if I do not claim first place, I must strive to enter the top 3 to secure an earth-level weapon and a celestial spirit pill." Su Qingyuan from Falling Sunset Peak gently caresses her sword, which emits a faint hum as if in response to her determination. Gu Changge sits in the observation area, observing the impassioned disciples below, a faint smile gracing his lips. The elder, witnessing the enthusiastic reactions of the disciples, nods in satisfaction and proclaims loudly, "Now, I announce that the Qingxian sect's grand competition officially begins." As his words resonate, the formations on 10 arenas simultaneously illuminate, dazzling spiritual light soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire martial arts arena. 64 participating disciples, in accordance with the lottery results, proceed to their designated arenas. The first match is officially underway. As the gong of the competition reverberates, the 10 arenas simultaneously radiate spiritual light. When Xiao Ruobai ascends to Arena 3, he finds himself facing a disciple from Feiyun Peak. This disciple, slightly plump with a cherubic face, exudes an air of harmlessness. He wields a short blade and is none other than the rising genius Chen Yun from Feiyun Peak, a distinguished figure among his peers in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. He smiles at Xiao Ruobai, and upon realizing that his opponent is a newcomer this year, a smirk spreads across his face. This match is in the bag. Heaven has truly favored me, he thinks, flexing his wrist as the short blade twirls at his fingertips. Brother Xiao, I shan't bully you, if you surrender voluntarily. It would spare you from an embarrassing defeat later, Chen Yun taunts. Brother Yun, do go easy, we wouldn't want him to cry. The Feiyun Peak disciples in the stands kindly caution. Xiao Ruobai disregards the voices from the stands, his expression impassive as he merely thrusts his long spear into the ground. Upon contact, the spear's tip causes cracks to appear in the stone slab of the arena, and the smile on Chen Yun's face falters slightly. Enough of the chatter. Let us commence, Xiao Ruobai states in a calm tone, yet it carries an undeniable air of pressure. Chen Yun, perceiving the shift in Xiao Ruobai's demeanor, becomes serious. Brother Xiao, be careful. He swiftly moves, his slightly portly figure unexpectedly agile, darting forward like a nimble cat. The short blade, glinting with a cold light, thrusts towards Xiao Ruobai's heart, embodying the rapid technique known as the piercing cloud stab of Feiyun Peak. As the master of Feiyun Peak was about to nod in approval, he witnessed Zhuobai's feet shift slightly. In an instant, as he executed the shadow step, his figure glided sideways like a wraith, deftly evading the blade's edge. Simultaneously, his long halberd swept across with a piercing shriek, striking precisely at Chen Yun's wrist. With a crisp crack, Chen Yun felt an excruciating pain in his wrist, causing his short blade to clatter to the ground. Before he could react further, Zhuobai had already closed the distance, the crescent blade of the halberd pressed against his throat, its icy touch rendering him immobile. Chen Yun looked on in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his once prized speed appeared to Zhuobai as sluggish as that of a snail. Retrieving his halberd, Zhuobai remarked coolly, "Thank you for the lesson." The arena fell silent for a moment, before erupting into exclamations of astonishment. What? Zhuobai has actually defeated Chen Yun, who is in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. If I recall correctly, he has only been initiated for 3 months. and his aptitude is merely of the low-grade mortal level. Am I seeing things, or has my memory failed me? Has he been training for many years? Or have I awoken a decade later? One disciple murmured in disbelief. Could it be that I have also crossed over? I distinctly remember him just entering the sect this year. Another disciple concurred. The smiles of the disciples from Feiyun Peak froze on their faces as they gazed at Zhou Bai, who was calmly retrieving his halberd on the stage, recognizing for the first time this disciple from Zizhu Peak. On the high platform, the master of Feiyun Peak, Ji Yanxiu, stroked his beard and addressed Gu Changge beside him. Junior brother Gu, your disciple truly keeps his cards close to his chest. Brother Ji, you jest, it was merely luck. Gu Changge modestly replied, though a flicker of admiration glinted in his eyes. The prowess of the battle god physique is not merely confined to this. As Zhou Bai descended from the stage, the gazes of several peak masters in the audience converged upon him, each displaying a distinct expression. Shawanshan, the master of Qinghua Peak, rubbed his round belly and remarked, this lad, when he first joined the sect, was assessed to have low-grade mortal aptitude. I even mentioned to Zunyangzi whether we should scout for a few promising disciples to send to Zizhu Peak. Before he could finish, he received an elbow from Li Muron, the master of Danding Peak, who gestured towards Gu Changge. Shawanshan immediately understood, breaking into a knowing smile. However, it seems that junior brother Changge indeed possesses a remarkable talent for nurturing his disciples. Considering his endless treasures, it is hardly surprising that he could invigorate a low-grade aptitude. The peak masters exchanged glances, each discerning mutual understanding in the other's eyes. Over the years, every treasure that Gu Changge had casually produced was capable of inciting madness throughout the entire Xianzhou. At that moment, a wave of applause erupted from the seventh arena. Fang Hanyu, wielding the Taichu sword, pointed the sword's tip towards the ground, while his opponent, a late-stage Foundation Establishment disciple, sat slumped on the ground, staring blankly at his severed sword. Fang Hanyu had only unleashed 2 strikes throughout the entire encounter, decisively concluding the battle before his opponent could react. The first strike had deflected the opponent's attack and shattered his defense, while the second strike cleanly severed the weapon, the sword aimed directly at the opponent's throat. What appeared to be effortless was imbued with the unique precision and fierceness of the chaotic sword energy. I concede my defeat. Thank you for your mercy. I shall seek your guidance another day. The disciple, rather straightforwardly, acknowledged his inferiority and gracefully descended from the arena. It was the newly initiated Fang Hanyu. Such ferocity. Chapter 59, Soul-Snatching Technique. The onlookers gazed at Fang Hanyu upon the stage, their expressions betraying astonishment. This individual appeared to be merely around 15 years of age, yet had triumphed over a late-stage Foundation Establishment practitioner. Is there no justice in this world? Here I am, in my 20s, and I am still only at the early stages of Foundation Establishment. Truly, it is disheartening to see how one can be outshone by mere youth. However, murmurs of skepticism soon followed. One disciple remarked, in my opinion, he simply relies on his formidable weapon. Let us see how he fares with an ordinary iron sword. If he can withstand 3 strikes from senior brother Liu, it would be impressive. Though these words were harsh, many nodded in silent agreement. To them, Fang Hanyu's victory was predominantly attributed to the enhancement of his weapon. Had it not been for his sword severing his opponent's long sword, the outcome might have been entirely different. Few were willing to believe that a 15-year-old youth could genuinely overpower a late-stage Foundation Establishment practitioner through sheer skill. Only the few peak masters observing from the high platform could discern the truth. Yi Gaiying's gaze settled on Fang Hanyu's hand gripping the sword. It was not the weapon that severed the Xian iron sword, but rather the essence of his sword intent. Observe how steady his hand is as he sheaths the sword. That is a testament to his mastery over power. Xian Yangzi stroked his beard with a soft chuckle, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Changge. This second disciple not only concealed his depths but also exuded an understated fierceness in his brilliance. Meanwhile, the subject of their discourse, Fang Hanyu, calmly descended the stage, as if the recent victory bore no significance to him. As the crowd continued their discussions, a crisp sound of a sword echoed from another arena. Shen Jinghong's soft sword coiled back into its sheath like a nimble serpent, while her opponent, a mid-stage Foundation Establishment disciple, clutched his bleeding shoulder, pallid as he conceded. This spectacle ignited another wave of excitement among the spectators. Sister Shun is remarkably formidable. That was a mid-stage Foundation Establishment brother, yet he could not withstand 20 exchanges. After all, she possessed the heaven-grade talent of the Jinghong sword body. So her ability to challenge those at a higher level came as no surprise. Truly, she is the prodigy of Qingyun Peak, a direct disciple of the sect leader. As rounds of matches concluded, the list of advancing participants became increasingly clear. Li Xianfeng, Shi Jingxian, Mu Qinyu, and other seed contenders successfully advanced. However, many of those who were initially held in high regard had suffered defeats. leaving the peak masters with a sense of regret. Soon, the final roster of 32 victors was confirmed. Among them were 2 disciples from Zizhu Peak, newly initiated this year, alongside Xin Jinghong from Qingyan Peak. Capturing the attention of all, some lamented that Gu Changge, merely at the Dan condensation stage, had taken on 2 exceptional disciples. Others pondered deeper, questioning how such a seemingly languid peak master could nurture such brilliant students. It appeared far more complex than it seemed. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate the ethereal Zizhu Peak shrouded in mist. Just as everyone was engrossed in the arena, Gu Changge suddenly paused, a slight furrow creasing his brow. 2 faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from the southeastern corner of the training ground, swiftly locked onto by his consciousness. This was a transmission conveyed through a unique encryption method, imperceptible to ordinary cultivators. It had arrived somewhat earlier than anticipated. A cold smile played upon his lips as his consciousness, like a fine net, instantaneously deciphered the content of the transmission. One message was directed to the Wanfa Pavilion, meticulously documenting the details of the duel among Xiao Ruobai, Fang Hanyu, and Xin Jinghong, with particular emphasis on the fact that all 3 had entered this year. Another message was also sent to the Wanfa Pavilion, clearly recording the events of today's grand competition. Gu Changge raised his gaze towards the spectator seats, where he observed Xuanyangzi feigning a patrol with the heart-testing jade, approaching each disciple in turn. Whenever the jade shimmered with a gray light, he discreetly noted the features of the individual, his movements cautious as if he were disarming a bomb. Too slow. Gu Changge gently shook his head. Although the heart-testing jade could detect those with ulterior motives, it required close proximity, rendering it somewhat inefficient. A faint golden aura subtly emerged from his brow as his broken illusion divine eyes activated. In an instant, the cacophony of voices seemed muted, and the presence of every disciple became transparent before his eyes. Suddenly, 7 individuals materialized within his perception. With a mere thought, he discerned each person's inner thoughts and life experiences. Gu Changge's gaze sharpened as he retrieved a blank jade slip, meticulously recording the appearances, auras, positions, and affiliations of the 9 individuals. 2 from Wanfa Pavilion, 3 from the Burning Heaven Palace, 1 from the Array-Breaking Sect, and 3 from the Tianyan Sect and Yuqing Sect. Senior brother, return. This is the list of spies. Gu Changge's voice resonated directly within Xuanyangzi's consciousness. He flicked his fingers, transforming the jade slip into an almost imperceptible streak of light that navigated through the crowd and precisely landed in Xuanyangzi's hand. Gu Changge's broken illusion divine eyes swept across those individuals once more, observing them as they continued to relay messages with methodical precision. A cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Little did they know, their communications had already been entirely intercepted by Gu Changge. This motley crew of clowns could prance about for a while longer. Once the competition concluded, he would settle the score with them all. Xuanyangzi hastened back to the observation platform, and upon scanning the jade slip, his expression darkened instantaneously. What a bold move by the Burning Heaven Palace, Wanfa Pavilion, and Array-Breaking Sect. They have infiltrated my Qingxian sect with such numerous spies. He clenched the jade slip tightly, his knuckles widening. Especially the Array-Breaking Sect, daring to extend their hands into the law enforcement hall. His desire to eliminate them immediately surged, a group of traitors feeding off their own. Gu Changge remarked nonchalantly, "There is no need to rush. I possess a secret technique that can instantly control their minds, rendering them entirely devoted. Would you care to learn it? Or shall we simply dispose of them?" "Really? You have such a technique?" Xuanyangzi instantly became exhilarated, his voice trembling even as he transmitted it. "Steady yourself. This is merely a trick, quite simple." With that, Gu Changge imparted the soul-snatching technique to Xuanyangzi, along with a wealth of cultivation experience, enabling him to swiftly grasp this skill. Xuanyangzi carefully immersed himself in the technique, growing increasingly astonished with each revelation. Mastering this technique would significantly enhance his spiritual power. Not only could he control others, turning them into unwavering loyalists, but he could also surreptitiously probe into their memories. Moreover, he could replicate their cultivation methods and experiences. If utilized effectively, it would be no less than an imperial-grade technique. Changge, oh Changge, what sort of entity has the Zizhu Daoist truly brought back? Xuanyangzi covertly cast a glance at Gu Changge, silently lamenting within. He tucked the jade slip into his sleeve, his gaze as frigid as ice. Once the grand competition concluded, he would ensure that these vermin would experience the methods of Qingxian sect. After this remark, he reverted to his gentle demeanor, as if the earlier fury had never occurred. Only the tightly pressed corners of his lips betrayed his true emotions. These hidden parasites would not escape this time. Gu Changge, observing the ferocity in his eyes, chose to remain silent. Soon, the second round of the competition commenced. Shen Jinghong faced an early-stage disciple from Jinyu Peak. Her Jinhong's sword body flowing gracefully amidst the sword light, her swordplay agile and swift. Yet, as the match progressed, she recalled her master Xian Yangzi's admonition to halt at the second round. Her gaze subtly shifted, deliberately revealing a flaw. Her opponent seized the opportunity to counterattack, and Shen Jinghong, unable to withstand the onslaught, conceded defeat. The spectators expressed regret, yet understood the situation. After all, her opponent was already in the Dan formation stage, and Shen Jinghong's performance had surpassed everyone's expectations. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu continued to advance steadily. In the second round, Xiao Ruobai encountered an opponent at the late stage of foundation establishment. The adversary wielded a heavy hammer with great ferocity, yet he concealed 90% of his strength, intentionally engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. His spear strikes varied in speed, and his footwork occasionally revealed flaws. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he appeared to struggle mightily. Only in the fifth round did he opportunistically disarm his opponent during a moment of respite, sending the adversary tumbling off the stage. Victory? Chapter 60. This performance deserves a perfect score. A moment of silence enveloped the audience before a low murmur of astonishment erupted. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Hadn't he just been on the defensive? How did he suddenly claim victory? Others exhaled in relief, grateful for the narrow win. Had it been a more effortless triumph, it would have left no room for others. As Xiao Ruobai descended from the stage, reveling in his exquisite performance, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Shen Jinghong stepping down from the adjacent platform. To his shock, she had conceded in the second round. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. How careless. Sister Shun had retreated so early. It seemed his cautious approach was still lacking, and he had indeed grown complacent. Stealing a glance at Gu Changge on the high platform, who was leisurely sipping tea with an inscrutable expression, he quietly sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Fang Hanyu had also concluded his battle. The second round ended more decisively than the first. As the opponent raised the heavy sword, he advanced with nimble steps. His first strike effortlessly deflected the assault, the spine of his sword accurately striking the opponent's vital point. Before the second sword could fully emerge from its sheath, merely half an inch of the blade grazed the adversary's throat, leaving the late-stage foundation establishment disciple frozen in place. I concede. The tremor in the opponent's voice resonated as he descended from the stage, nursing his numbed wrist. The silence among the spectators lingered longer than in the first round, and when the applause erupted, it nearly threatened to lift the roof. Once again, victory? This time, it took merely 2 moves. It is indeed the iron sword of Qingtian Peak, reputed to withstand a blow from a nascent soul cultivator, yet it appears as fragile as paper. Within the crowd, the disciple who had previously shouted about relying on weapons flushed with indignation, defiantly retorting, "It must be the weapon. Did you not see how his sword sheath numbed his opponent's wrist with just a touch? It must have been tempered with something extraordinary." However, few echoed his sentiments, for all had witnessed that Fang Hanyu had barely drawn his sword at all this time. Amidst the murmurs, the attention of the onlookers was drawn notably to the female disciples in the stands. Several inner disciples from Qingyun Peak clustered together, their gazes seemingly glued to Fang Hanyu, their hushed voices betraying their excitement. Wow, his sword-retrieving stance is so cool. How can someone so young, merely 15, possess such charisma? They widened their eyes, fixated on the stage, with some blushing as they whispered, "He's so handsome, even more captivating than seniorly." Many female disciples stood up, their eyes aflame with fervor as if they could pierce through him, their whispered conversations drifting on the breeze. "His name is Fang Hanyu, right? When I head back to Zizhu Peak to deliver medicine, perhaps I could chance upon him. I long to bear his children. I heard he just recently joined. Should I ask someone to deliver a love letter?" The weight of countless gazes pierced Fang Hanyu, making him feel profoundly uncomfortable. He was not accustomed to being the center of attention, particularly under such overt and fervent scrutiny, causing his ears to subtly flush with warmth. Upon seeing Xiao Ruobai approach, he instinctively stepped behind his senior, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, as if the cold metal could quell the heat rising within him. Noticing his demeanor, Xiao Ruobai could not suppress a chuckle. "Junior brother, your charm is indeed remarkable. You've captured the hearts of so many senior sisters in just 2 rounds. Fang Hanyu frowned. "They are so loud. That is what we call being popular." Xiao Ruobai patted his shoulder, then lowered his voice. "Junior brother, your performance needs improvement. How could you finish so quickly?" Fang Hanyu replied with a hint of exasperation. "I too wished to engage in a back-and-forth exchange, but he was simply too weak. I concealed 90% of my strength, yet he was defeated in a single blow." Xiao Ruobai quickly covered his mouth in alarm, glancing around. If any other disciples overheard that, it would surely shatter their resolve. "What are you saying? That is simply heart-wrenching." Fang Hanyu brushed aside his hand, adding, "Next time, I will attempt to use merely half of my strength. Xiao Ruabai. On the high platform, Yi Gaiying tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, addressing Gu Changge. This child's sword intent is truly remarkable. He is a fine talent. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Is Brother Yi attempting to recruit him? I wouldn't dare, Yi Gaiying chuckled. How could I possibly poach from Brother Gu's ranks? Would you allow my inept disciple, Qinyu, to stay at Zizhu Peak for a few days after the grand competition to exchange sword techniques with Hanyu? Gu Changge shot a sidelong glance at Yi Gaiying with a bemused smile. Well, your intentions are transparent. It seems you merely wish for your disciple to take advantage of Zizhu Peak. The second round concluded swiftly. Both Xiao Ruabai and Fang Hanyu, having recently joined, achieved consecutive victories, advancing into the top 16, eliciting astonished reactions from many. At this moment, the list of advancing participants has become increasingly clear. On the Qingyun Peak, there are 3 individuals, including Li Xianfeng and 2 other core disciples. On the Qingyue Peak, Shi Jingxian and Lin Maching are gaining momentum. Aside from the Danding Peak, whose master focuses on alchemy and lacks combat prowess, only Lin Xiaowan has entered the top 16, while the other main peaks have 2 members each advancing to the 3rd round. At this juncture, all participants in the top 16 possess a minimum cultivation level of the Condensation Dan realm. After a brief intermission of half an hour, the 3rd round of the competition resumes. As Xiao Ruabai ascends the stage wielding his long spear, a murmur of low discussions arises from the audience below. His opponent is Lu Qinyu, the eldest disciple of Jinyu Peak, who stands robust like an iron tower, brandishing 2 heavy iron hammers. The sheer force of his hammer swings leaves many spectators in awe. Lu Qinyu is a direct disciple of the Jinyu Peak master and a formidable warrior in the mid-condensation dance stage, a daunting challenge for the young man from Zizhu Peak. Xiao Ruabai, with keen ears, absorbs the murmurs around him. Observing the fierce wind created by Lu Qinyu's hammer swings, he contemplates the disparity in their cultivation levels. His own Purple Palace realm seems trivial compared to Lu's mid-condensation Dan prowess. He muses that even if he were to stand still, Lu Qinyu could not breach his battle god body's defenses. However, he decides against crushing the spirits of these talented individuals. Should he emerge victorious again, it would surely lead them to question their own paths. With this thought, he deliberately slows his shadow step, and when his spear clashes with the heavy hammers, he pretends to stagger back 2 steps, his brow furrowed as if knotted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Qinyu, noticing this, intensifies his assault with the hammers. Xiao Ruabai dodges left and right, occasionally feigning vulnerability, which incites gasps from the audience below. After 5 exchanges, Xiao Ruabai suddenly receives a crushing blow to his chest from the Iron Hammer King, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. I concede, he manages to utter. Junior brother Xiao, I'm so sorry. I couldn't control my strength, Lu Qinyu nervously explains upon seeing Xiao Ruabai severely injured. Senior brother Lu, swords have no eyes. Do not blame yourself. I can endure, Xiao Ruabai responds, pushing himself up with his spear, another mouthful of blood escaping as he slowly makes his way off the stage. This scene elicits deep sympathy from the spectators. Yet, as he walks, Xiao Ruabai internally praises his own performance. This acting is superb. I deserve full marks. Meanwhile, Fang Hanyu faces off against the core disciple of Qingyun Peak, Li Wuling. Chapter 61. Am I really this strong? The audience erupts in commotion upon witnessing Xiao Ruabai's unexpected defeat. Senior brother Xiao actually lost. They lament, some sighing in disappointment. He was clearly dominating just moments ago. How did it change so suddenly? It seems the new disciples find it exceedingly challenging to triumph over the older ones. Others, however, deem the outcome inevitable. And just as they speak, their attention is drawn back to the action on the stage. Fang Hanyu's Taichu sword intertwines with Li Wuling's long sword, the flashing lights of their blades illuminating the tension. The young man's profile is taut, his jawline sharp as a knife, inciting another wave of soft gasps from the female disciples below. Junior brother Fang is so dashing. The female disciples of Qingyun Peak clutch their handkerchiefs, their eyes sparkling like stars. Go, junior brother Fang. Several female cultivators from Danding Peak nod in agreement, exclaiming, just look at how he wields his sword. It's so cool it makes one weak in the knees. Xiao Ruabai felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth as he leaned on the dragon soul halberd, deliberately dragging his steps as he passed by Fang Hanyu's arena. The streak of blood on his shoulder glistened conspicuously under the sunlight. Having just conceded defeat from the platform, he resembled a vanquished rooster, even the tip of his halberd drooping listlessly. Fang Hanyu was engaged in a fierce exchange with Li Wuling when he caught a glimpse of his senior brother's disheveled appearance from the corner of his eye, nearly losing his focus on the swordplay. Stunned, he pondered how his senior brother, with such formidable prowess, could possibly be defeated. Just then, he noticed Xiao Ruabai making exaggerated facial expressions, his mouth crooked to one side, and his brow furrowed like an entangled rope. His left eye twitched thrice, while his right eye pulled twice, and he even gestured towards the platform's edge, resembling a prelude to a stroke. Fang Hanyu was utterly perplexed. What has happened to my senior brother? Has he suffered a facial spasm? Seeing that he was met with no response, Xiao Ruobai nearly leaped in frustration and quickly sent a message. Be discreet. You just entered the sect and have already forced your junior brother into a corner. Is the atmosphere at Zizhu Peak not chaotic enough for you? At last, Fang Hanyu came to his senses, recalling his senior brother's earlier admonition to maintain a low profile. Prepare yourself. Li Wuling suddenly bellowed, his long sword shimmering with a blue radiance as it cleaved towards him. Experience my newly practiced Qingyun slash. Fang Hanyu hastily gathered his chaotic sword energy. He leaned back abruptly, as if swept by the sword's wind, stumbling 3 steps before colliding with the pillar of the arena. What formidable momentum! He gasped, clutching his chest as a trickle of blood escaped his throat. In a feeble voice, he declared, I cannot withstand it. Before he could finish, he leaped off the stage, moving with a swiftness that suggested he feared being pursued by the sword's energy. Xiao Ruobai observed from below the platform, his expression darkening. This performance is too lackluster. At least sustain the act for a few more exchanges. Li Wuling stood frozen atop the platform, his grip on the sword stiffening. He glanced down at his weapon, then touched his chest, and suddenly realized. So this move is so powerful. We had been evenly matched before, yet with just this strike, the opponent could not hold out? Li Shixiang, you are magnificent. The disciples of Qingyun Peak erupted in cheers, their voices rising in fervor. Buoyed by the accolades, Li Wuling straightened his posture, floating down from the stage in a daze, his steps imbued with an air of pride. Xiao Ruobai nudged Fang Hanyu's arm and whispered, next time, put on a more convincing performance. At least wait for him to finish his technique. Fang Hanyu replied expressionlessly. Senior brother, first wipe off that fake sweat. A collective sigh of relief resonated from the audience, as many seasoned disciples, who had cultivated for years, pounded their chests in disbelief. Is this truly a loss? Did it not seem like they were evenly matched moments ago? That blood. It looks as if we forced it out ourselves. Thankfully, they did not advance, or those of us who have practiced for years would have nowhere to hide our faces. Indeed, it is a miracle for a newcomer to reach the top 16. Pushing further would be absurd. At last, they lost. Had they continued winning, our dignity in the Dan formation realm would have been trampled. I always said, no matter how extraordinary Zizhu Peak is, it cannot allow 2 novices to trounce a group of seasoned students. Although both did not advance, their remarkable achievements at such a young age ensured that no disciple would dare to underestimate Zizhu Peak again. There are 2 prodigious disciples whose growth is sufficient to uphold the illustrious Zizhu Peak. At this moment, the voices of the female disciples rose once more. Is Fang Shidi all right? Does he need ointment? Even in defeat, he is incredibly handsome. Some even produced healing elixirs. Eager to toss them onto the stage, Fang Hanyu found himself blushing from the commotion, nearly letting his hand slip from his chest. Xiao Ruobai rolled her eyes at Fang Hanyu and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she heard Li Wuling chuckling behind her. It turns out I am this remarkable. As the 2 passed by the audience, another wave of cheers erupted from the female disciples. Xiao Ruobai sighed. It seems that being handsome ensures one still has admirers, even in defeat. Truly, this world is superficial. On the viewing platform, several peak masters observed the farce unfolding on the arena with varied expressions. Gu Changge's gaze lingered momentarily on the conspicuous bloodstain at the corner of Xiao Ruobai's mouth, then swept over the suspicious flush on Fang Hanyu's ears, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. These 2 youngsters are quite amusing. One performs with great vigor, while the other conceals his intentions clumsily. Shi Wanshan, twirling his beard, remarked with a chuckle, these 2 still need to hone their acting skills. He recalled the last time he was ensnared by the spirit vine at Zizhu Peak for an entire night, and, observing Xiao Ruobai's disheveled figure, suddenly felt that this trio of master and disciples harbored a touch of mischief within. Their performances might fool the younger disciples, but the peak masters in the stands had already seen through their ruse. Having just recently entered the fray, their overwhelming strength was indeed formidable. As the bronze bell in the center of the martial arts arena tolled for the 3rd time, the 3rd round of competition came to a close. With the smoke dissipating, the list of advancing participants was announced loudly by the judge, revealing 8 figures who would compete for the top 4 positions the following day. Li Xianfeng and Li Wuling from Qingyun Peak both advanced, the former crushing his opponent with thunderous might. The latter effortlessly passed through thanks to an epiphany with the Qingyun slash, grinning foolishly as he fondled his sword sheath. Evidently still lost in the victory gifted by Fang Hanyu, Lin Maching and Shi Jingxian from Qinghua Peak continued their dominance. One wielding a mysterious iron axe with ferocity while the other, after enduring 3 powerful punches from his opponent, turned the tide, showcasing the essence of strength. Mu Qinyu from Jianshao Peak wielded his sword like a dragon, while Yun Qingtian from Feiyun Peak displayed ethereal footwork. And Su Qingyuan from Luoxia Peak executed water sleeve techniques that balanced grace with strength. Lu Qinyu from Zhenyue Peak demonstrated impenetrable defense, with all 8 participants displaying their unique abilities, eliciting waves of applause from the audience. What surprised everyone the most was Lin Xiaowan from Danding Peak being halted in the 3rd round. When she faced Lin Maching from Qingyue Peak, all anticipated a protracted battle, given her unparalleled poison and healing techniques among the younger generation. Yet, Lin Maching eschewed conventional tactics, launching a ferocious assault with his mysterious iron axe, violently shattering her poisonous mist formation, forcing Lin Xiaowan to concede. How could this happen? A wave of regret swept through the audience, especially among the male disciples who secretly admired Lin Xiaowan, all lamenting their loss. Some clutched the healing elixirs they had prepared, their eyes reddening. That brute Lin Maching. Could he not be a bit gentler with senior sister? Some sighed, acknowledging that each field has its experts. And the disciples of Danding Peak faced a disadvantage when matched against those who relied purely on brute strength. The drafts I had written earlier were lost, and I have had to rewrite everything from scratch. Please bear with me as you read this. The next chapter will be delayed. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 62. Where are the promised techniques? The following morning, the rising sun scattered like crushed gold across the training grounds, while the bells signaling the competition among the 4 strongest reverberated through the morning mist, heralding the simultaneous commencement of 4 duels. As Li Xianfeng faced Su Qingyuan, a murmur of anticipation and anxiety rippled through the audience. The female disciples of Falling Sunset Peak clutched their handkerchiefs, eagerly awaiting the performance of Su Qingyuan, their peak's most outstanding disciple in recent years. Senior brother Li, Su Qingyuan said, raising her hand to adjust her flowing sleeves, her eyes glimmering with determination. Though you are the direct disciple of the sect leader, I, Su Qingyuan, shall undoubtedly secure this place among the top 4. Her spiritual energy subtly circulated, firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm, her aura richer than that of her peers. Li Xianfeng inclined his sword towards the ground, the purple-green sword energy swirling in the morning light, his tone calm. Then let us see your true skills. Please guide me. Su Qingyuan declared as she elegantly waved her sleeves, unleashing 2 tendrils of soft force that coiled around Li Xuanfeng's wrist, employing the Falling Sunset Peak's flowing sunset technique. It appeared gentle, yet concealed immense power. With a light tap of his toes, Li Xianfeng floated back like a willow fluff, his long sword rising in response. The sword energy tracing a graceful arc in the air that effortlessly brushed aside her flowing sleeves. A muffled thud echoed as the shockwave spread, prompting the onlookers to retreat. As the 2 exchanged blows, Su Qingyuan grew increasingly anxious. Her attacks were consistently thwarted by Li Xianfeng, whose sword energy, though seemingly unremarkable, felt like an invisible net tightening around her. After over 100 exchanges, she found herself pushed to the edge of the platform, a faint sword mark now gracing her sleeve. I can no longer hold back. Su Qingyuan bit her silver teeth, her spiritual energy surging dramatically, almost breaking through the constraints of the mid-stage condensation pill realm, nearing the late stage. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Sister Su has hidden her strength so well. This placed senior brother Li in a precarious position. Battling across realms was exceedingly difficult. The outcome was uncertain. On the observation platform, Zhuan Yangzi glanced at the Falling Sunset Peak's master beside him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Master Su certainly has kept her cards close to her chest. The master of Falling Sunset Peak stroked his beard, responding with a chuckle. Sect leader Xianyang is too kind. The disciples' competitions are far more engaging when they reserve their true capabilities. Though his words were modest, pride shimmered in his eyes. On the stage, taking advantage of her surging spiritual energy, Su Qingyuan's sleeves danced like waterfalls, her offensive now several times more ferocious, aiming directly for Li Xuanfeng's face. She could not believe that with her late-stage cultivation in the condensation pill realm, she could not defeat a mid-stage rival. Yet, Li Xianfeng remained unfazed. His sword energy seemed to predict the trajectory of her sleeves, consistently evading her strikes at the last possible moment while counterattacking any openings. The purple-green sword light wove through the morning mist, appearing slow yet exuding a rhythm that quickened the heart. After another 30 exchanges, Li Xianfeng deftly flicked aside her sleeve with his sword, the tip of his blade poised steadily before Su Qingyuan's throat, the sword energy coalescing yet unlaunched. Su Qingyuan stood frozen in place, her expression one of disbelief. How could it be that, despite having reached the late stage of the condensation dance, she was thoroughly suppressed? Never even managing to graze the hem of her opponent's robe, Li Xianfeng sheathed his sword and, noticing the redness around her eyes, which suggested she had suffered a significant blow, quietly transmitted a message. Sister Su, do not be disheartened. I have concealed a bit of my strength as well. Su Qingyuan abruptly looked up, only to see Li Xianfeng already descending from the arena, his silhouette as upright as a pine tree. Little did she know that what Li Xianfeng had revealed was merely the mid-stage power of the Condensation Dan. With his saintly aptitude, he could easily transcend ranks in battle. His claim of having concealed a bit of strength was merely a comforting pretext. The murmurs from the audience continued, with the disciples of the falling sunset peak feeling both regretful and proud that their senior sister had reached the late stage of the Condensation Dan, for even in defeat, she retained her honor. Li Xuanfeng's commanding victory over a late-stage practitioner further instilled a sense of reverence among the crowd for this disciple of their sect's master. The clash between Yunfeng and Mu Qinyu of the Sword Howling Peak was a breathtaking collision of speed and brilliance. Yunfeng's movements were ghostly quick, yet he could not evade the lethal sword light that pursued him relentlessly. As the seventh sword shadow brushed past his shoulder, Yunfeng, resigned to his fate, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, acknowledging, the brilliance of the Sword Howling Peak is indeed well-deserved, I concede. The duel between Shi Jingxian of the Qinyue Peak and Lu Qinyu of the Jinyue Peak was equally spectacular. Shi Jingxian, barehanded, clashed with Lu Qinyu's mysterious iron shield, the thunderous sound of their confrontation reverberating like a drum through the air. Ultimately, Shi Jingxian unleashed a devastating mountain-crushing fist, shattering the defense and sending Lu Qinyu flying, thus concluding the match. While the spectators marveled at Shi Jingxian's audacity in sending Lu Qinyu airborne, another arena suddenly erupted with a thunderous shout, "Behold my ultimate move!" The Azure Cloud Slash. Before the shout had faded, Li Wuling had already leaped into the air, his sword enveloped in a dazzling azure light, like a meteor streaking downwards towards Lin Maching. The fervor of his assault exceeded that of his previous match against Fang Hanyu. The sword winds causing the stone slabs of the arena to tremble ominously. The onlookers held their breath, recalling how this technique had defeated the genius of the Purple Bamboo Peak the day before. Today, it seemed Lin Maching would surely face a formidable challenge. Lin Maching furrowed his brow. He had witnessed from afar how Li Wuling had triumphed over Fang Hanyu with this very move. He could not afford to be careless. With a swift motion, he positioned his mysterious iron axe before him, infusing it with spiritual energy. The axe glimmered with a faint golden aura as it met the azure light with a fierce strike. Everyone anticipated a thunderous clash between sword and axe. Yet in the next moment, puff, the azure light and the axe's shadow merely touched, bursting apart like a popped bubble. Li Wuling felt an overwhelming force surge back along his sword, causing his wrist to ache painfully. The sword clattered from his grasp, and he was flung from the arena like a kite cut from its string, crashing down onto the ground before the spectators, unable to rise for a considerable time. The arena fell into silence. After a few breaths, gasps of astonishment erupted. Is that it? What was that? An ultimate move? Brother Li's flight was more flamboyant than his sword technique. Lin Maching stood rooted with his mysterious iron axe, the golden light on the blade still shimmering. He glanced at his empty palm, then at Li Wuling, who lay below, groaning in confusion, wondering, is that all there is? He had just nearly believed that a serious confrontation was imminent, deliberately channeling 30% of his spiritual power for defense, only to find his opponent as fragile as paper. Where's the promised ultimate move? Lin Maching muttered instinctively, his voice not loud, yet distinctly audible to the disciples in the front row. On the observation platform, Shi Wanshan had just lifted his teacup when he inadvertently spewed tea everywhere, pointing at the arena and laughing heartily. This kid from Qingyun Peak is here to entertain us. ISNThe. Sitting in the main seat, Zuan Yangzi tightened his grip on the teacup, his knuckles turning white with the strain. As the leader of Qingyun Peak and the sect master, he felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, glaring fiercely at Li Wuling, who was still groping for his long sword on the ground. Inwardly, he cursed, this foolish boy. He must have been deceived by Fang Hanyu yesterday, truly believing he had developed some ultimate technique. Li Wuling, struggling to prop himself up on his arms, cradled his numb wrist and stared at Lin Maching, who wore a bewildered expression in the arena, utterly dumbfounded. Just yesterday, he had forced Fang Hanyu to admit defeat with blood. So how was it today that he himself was sent flying by Lin Maching? Was that technique only effective against Zizhu Peak? In the distance, Xiao Ruobai watched as Li Wuling flew out like a kite with a severed string, nearly choking on his tea. He pointed at the figure below, chuckling with delight. Junior brother, you've really put him in a bind, making him think that his move was genuinely formidable. Fang Hanyu's mouth twitched as he recalled his own weakened exit from the arena yesterday. Feeling a slight flush of embarrassment, I couldn't he possibly have knocked him down for real? He glanced at Lin Maching, who appeared utterly perplexed in the arena, and added, Brother Lin is quite earnest, indeed fully committed to receiving the blow. The final 4 contenders have been determined. Li Xianfeng of Qingyun Peak, Lin Machin of Qinghua Peak, Shi Jingxian, and Mu Qingyu of Jinxiao Peak. Each of the 4, distinct in form, emanated the brilliance of exceptional disciples, adding an element of suspense to the semifinals. On the observation platform, Shi Wanshan beamed with delight, having 2 disciples advance to the top 4, his large hand clapping against the armrest with resounding thuds. Those 2 little brats didn't bring me shame. His expression was one of such pride that it seemed he wished to engrave the triumph of Qinghua Peak upon his forehead. The master of Feiyun Peak chimed in. Brother Shi is truly fortunate. This year's disciples are remarkably outstanding. Yet, the acidity in his tone was palpable. Zuan Yangzi, meanwhile, tapped lightly on his teacup, his gaze lingering significantly longer on Mu Qingyu among the finalists. This child has hidden his abilities well. He nodded to himself, recalling how during the earlier rounds, Mu Qingyu's spiritual power fluctuations remained steady at the mid-stage of Dan condensation, yet his final strike bore the essence of the late stage. During his previous battle against Yun Qingjue, the subtle sharpness in his swordplay clearly indicated he had touched upon the threshold of sword intent. To grasp the embryonic form of sword intent at such a tender age surpasses even Yi Gaing's prowess in his youth. What a pity, he murmured softly to himself, realizing that Mu Qingyu had the potential to face Li Xianfeng in a final showdown. Yet, who could have predicted that Shi Wanshan would venture to Zizhu Peak in the dead of night to seize opportunities, inadvertently altering the fates of those 2 foolish boys? Soon, the drums of the semifinals resonated, and the atmosphere of the arena grew increasingly fervent. The first match featured Li Xianfeng against Shi Jingxian, a clash of titans that instantly captivated every spectator's attention. Li Xianfeng had recently achieved a formidable victory over Su Qingyuan, who was at the late stage of the condensation realm, while Shi Jingxian's previous display of brute force was equally astonishing. Li Xianfeng held his sword at a diagonal angle towards the ground, the violet-blue sword energy swirling in the morning light like a poised serpent ready to strike. His spiritual power emanated with a steady rhythm, consistently maintaining the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm, presenting himself as a prodigious core disciple in the eyes of all. Opposite him, Shi Jingxian stood bare-chested, his bronzed muscles coiling with prominent veins, his fists slightly clenched. Each breath he took resonated with a steady cadence, reminiscent of the initial stance of the Qinghua Peak's Hunyuan fist. Seemingly mundane, yet channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost potential. He too restrained his aura, firmly locking his true cultivation at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Brotherly, allow me to witness the Qingyun Peak's flowing cloud 13 forms today. Shi Jingxian grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Before his words faded, his figure shot forward like a cannonball, his fist slicing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed directly at Li Xianfeng's face. Before the punch reached its target, the powerful spiritual energy of the mid-stage of the condensation realm stirred up waves of air. With a light tap of his toes, Li Xianfeng's body fluttered backward like willow fluff, his long sword rising in response. The sword energy carving an arc in the air that collided perfectly with the oncoming fist. A muffled thud resonated, and the resultant shockwave spread outward, rustling the robes of the disciples below. In that fleeting moment of impact, Li Xianfeng's gaze sharpened slightly. The force of that punch far exceeded the norm for the mid-stage of the condensation realm, and its physical strength was astonishing. He thought to himself, it seems Shi Junior Brother has indeed gained considerable advantages from Master Gu. Conversely, Shi Jingxian felt a dense yet profound force surge forth, causing his fist to tingle slightly. The sword energy, though seemingly at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm, contained an unfathomable depth of spiritual power, even exerting a subtle pressure on his corporeal strength at the Purple Mansion realm. Good heavens, he is concealing his true strength well. Taking advantage of his retreat, Shi Jingxian secretly circulated his spiritual energy, attempting to gauge his opponent's capabilities. He distinctly recalled his master stating that his physical strength was unmatched among his peers, and that his spiritual power at the Purple Mansion realm was tenfold that of an ordinary condensation realm cultivator. Yet that last attack had yielded him no advantage whatsoever. This match was exhilarating, yet with every exchange, Shi Jingxian grew increasingly apprehensive. His punches were immensely powerful, but Li Xianfeng's swordsmanship was agile and ethereal, the sword light weaving like a net, always managing to evade the sharpest of strikes at the narrowest of margins and countering his vulnerabilities. What frustrated Shi Jingxian further was that no matter how much force he exerted, his opponent's spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, the sword energy remaining as sharp as ever. This kid truly knows how to put on a show. Shi Jingxian bore 3 sword wounds upon his shoulder, blood staining half of his body crimson, silently cursing in his heart. At the very least, he must be at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet he insists on masquerading as a mere condensation realm cultivator, his spiritual energy nearly overflowing. Does he take me for a fool? He attempted to subtly release a hint of his Purple Mansion realm spiritual energy, intending to probe his opponent's limits. But observed as Li Xianfeng's sword energy shifted slightly, effortlessly dissipating that trace of spiritual energy, while his eyes bore a hint of teasing amusement. Forget it. I can't win anyway. With a sense of resignation, Shi Jingxian relinquished his distractions. After 100 exchanges, he deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing Li Xianfeng to strike his shoulder with a sword. I concede, he acknowledged plainly, turning to descend from the arena. The spectators below were ablaze with excitement, perceiving it as a peak confrontation among the mid-stage of the condensation realm, unaware that two formidable figures of the Purple Mansion realm had just clashed on that platform. In contrast to the evenly matched first arena, the other battlefield was widely regarded as a lopsided affair from the outset. Mu Qinyu of Sword Cry Peak was renowned throughout the sect for his swift swordplay, capable of unleashing 7 strikes in the blink of an eye. In the earlier rounds, his opponents often fell before they could comprehend his techniques. Standing at the center of the stage, clad in garments as white as snow, with his sword angled sharply, he exuded an aura of flowing spiritual energy, clearly at the pinnacle of his condition. Opposite him stood Lin Maching, the dark iron axe resting on his shoulder, its gleaming blades starkly contrasting with his coarse attire. Though the disciples of Qingyue Peak were formidable, they typically triumphed through brute strength, often finding themselves at a disadvantage against a speed-oriented adversary like Mu Qinyu. Junior brother Lin, be cautious, Mu Qinyu warned, and before his words had fully escaped his lips, he transformed into a white shadow, his sword darting forth like lightning, aimed directly at Lin Maching's heart. This was his signature technique, the 7 Shadows stab. Yi Gang, the master of Sword Cry Peak, nodded approvingly from the viewing platform. Below, gasps erupted among the crowd, many closing their eyes as if they could already foresee Lin Maching's imminent defeat. Yet, in the next moment, a clear, resonant clang echoed throughout the arena. The onlookers opened their eyes in astonishment to witness Lin Maching standing firm, the dark iron axe braced across his chest, perfectly intercepting the sword's tip. Though Mu Qinyu's attack was ferocious, it felt as if it had struck a mountain, rebounding a half-inch from Lin Maching's stance. How is this possible? Mu Qinyu's pupils constricted, his spiritual energy surging dramatically, the oppressive aura of the late-stage condensation realm radiating outward. The pace of the 7 Shadows stab quickened, with the second and third strikes following in rapid succession, the sword light weaving in intricate patterns, targeting the vital points around Lin Maching. That nascent sword intent clung to the blade, causing the air to shimmer with minute fractures. It's the late stage of the condensation realm, and he possesses sword intent. The crowd erupted into chaos. Lin Maching is finished. Just then, Lin Maching made his move. He too unleashed the aura of a late-stage condensation realm, the dark iron axe shimmering with a faint golden halo. Rather than advancing, he executed a sudden spin, sweeping the dark iron axe out at an astonishing angle. This strike appeared slow, yet it carried an innate rhythm, as if the very heavens and earth were rotating with the axe blade, sealing off all avenues of evasion. Another late stage? The uproar from the audience was deafening. Is this madness? Senior Sister Su is in the late stage. Mu Qinyu is in the late stage. And now Lin Maching too? What about senior brother Li Xianfeng and senior brother Shi Jingxian? They battled fiercely just moments ago. Could it be? Some spectators instinctively glanced at the two who had just stepped down from the arena, suddenly feeling a chill run down their spines. Surely not. The sect's schemes run deep. I wish to return to the countryside. On the arena, Mu Qinyu felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, causing his breath to catch in his throat. He instinctively raised his sword to block, yet the immense force of the axe blade sent him staggering backward until his heels met the edge of the arena, causing his long sword to clatter to the ground. The cold touch of the black iron axe's blade hovered half an inch from his throat, rendering him utterly still. Have I lost? Mu Qinyu murmured to himself, his gaze vacant. He had never envisioned that his most cherished swift sword technique could be so simply and brutally countered. Moments later, the training grounds erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Lin Maching has triumphed. What kind of axe technique was that? How could it possibly withstand the sword intent of the 7 Shadows thrust? Just how many extraordinary talents were concealed in this competition? Chapter 64. These Peak Masters' disciples are far too adept at hiding their true prowess. The disciples of Qingyue Peak were the first to react, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. The momentary silence on the observation platform was shattered by Yi Gang's furious glare. He abruptly turned to Shi Wanshan, exclaiming, "You old man Shi, your 2 disciples were just recently bested by my Mu Qinyu, and now they've undergone such a transformation? Have they received some extraordinary benefit? Speak the truth. Under Ye's intense gaze, Shi Wanshan instinctively shrank his neck, but he quickly straightened his back, leisurely sipping his tea. What you say, Brother Yi, is irrelevant. The disciples themselves have worked diligently. What concern is that of mine? Though he spoke thus, the creases at the corners of his eyes betrayed a smugness that nearly provoked Yi Gang to draw his sword. Noticing Shi's demeanor, Yi Gang suddenly had a thought and raised his hand to cast a soundproof barrier. He glared at Gu Changge, who was engrossed in studying the patterns on his teacup. With a cold snort, he declared, "You Gu Shidi, it's evident you are playing favorites. I suspected that Shi's 2 disciples were merely average, yet they now seem enlightened. You must be secretly aiding them." Upon hearing this, the other peak masters turned their attention to Gu Changge like monkeys awakened to a banana. The master of Feiyun Peak rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming like searchlights. Gu Shidi, you've hidden your methods well. Why didn't you share your secrets for enhancing cultivation sooner? The master of Luoxia Peak nodded in agreement, while the master of Jinyue Peak leaned in closer, his gaze flitting over Gu Changge as if he were a bear that had discovered a honey pot. Gu Changge felt the weight of their intense stares, nearly losing his grip on the teacup. Internally, he lamented, "I merely came to quietly observe this spectacle. How have I suddenly become the center of attention?" Shi Wanshan's nocturnal escapades to pilfer knowledge from my Zizhu Peak are of no concern to me. The crowd exchanged words back and forth, overwhelming Gu Changge, who wished he could vanish into the ground. He discreetly tugged at Xuanyangzi's sleeve, pleading, "Master, save me. I am about to be devoured by this horde of old geezers. Please urge the disciples below to continue the drumming and fighting." Xuanyangzi, stifling laughter, cleared his throat. Ahem, the results of the semi-finals are settled. It is time to prepare for the finals. Yet, the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable, clearly relishing the spectacle unfolding around Gu Changge. As the crisp sound of the gong echoed, Gu Changge finally exhaled, only to catch sight of Yi Gang still glaring at him, while the gazes of the other peak masters seemed to be affixed upon him as well. A chill ran down his spine. It appeared that he could not escape this lively affair. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Enough, no need to crowd around. Once the grand competition concludes and I have settled my affairs, you may bring your disciples to seek my guidance, and I shall impart what is necessary." Upon hearing these words, the once boisterous observation platform fell silent. Yi Gang promptly released his grip on the sword hilt, and the master of Feiyun Peak ceased his fidgeting. As anticipation flickered in the eyes of the crowd, Gu Changge truly breathed a sigh of relief, though the thought of the scene awaiting him post-competition made his head throb with anxiety. As the gong for the finals resounded, Li Xianfeng and Lin Maching stood at the center of the arena. The two exchanged blows, each showcasing their formidable skills. When Li Xianfeng realized he could not swiftly overpower Lin Maching, who had revealed the prowess of a late-stage Dan condensation, his own spiritual energy surged dramatically, unleashing the oppressive aura characteristic of the late-stage Dan condensation, leaving the disciples below gasping in shock. "I knew the senior brother was hiding his strength," exclaimed a disciple, slapping his thigh with fervor, his voice brimming with conviction. When he defeated Sister Su, something felt amiss. How could someone in the mid-stage Dan condensation so easily suppress one in the late stage? Others quickly chimed in, "Exactly. It makes sense. How could the sect leader's direct disciple possess only mid-stage cultivation?" After dozens of exchanges, Lin Maching ultimately faltered, falling victim to Li Xuanfeng's sword, which pressed against his throat, compelling a swift and decisive concession. The cheers from the audience nearly lifted the roof of the martial arena. "Senior brother Li is magnificent. A late-stage Dan condensation. Truly, he is the pride of our sect's younger generation." The gong for the third-place match rang out. It sounds somewhat muted compared to the finals, yet it still piqued the interest of many. Observing that both Lin Maching and Li Xianfeng had revealed portions of their capabilities, Shi Jingxian felt no need to conceal his own strength any longer. He too unleashed his late-stage Dan condensation prowess, provoking another wave of astonished gasps from the crowd. Another late-stage Dan condensation. Jinyue Peak is defying the heavens. After a fierce contest of over 100 exchanges, Mu Qinyu faced a regrettable defeat. As the results of the third-place match settled, an inexplicable heaviness lingered in the atmosphere of the martial arena. In the front row, a disciple rubbed his sore chin, murmuring, "I'm utterly perplexed." This remark sparked a flurry of discussions around him. "Ever since Sister Su revealed her late-stage Dan condensation, my heart hasn't settled," lamented another, clutching his chest in disbelief. "And what of the outcomes? Mu Qinyu is in the late stage, Lin Maching is in the late stage, and even senior brother Li and brother Shi are as well. The disciples of these peak masters have concealed their strengths far too deeply. What sort of game is this?" An elder disciple rolled his eyes in response, yet refrained from rebutting. Having been in the sect for 5 years and witnessed 3 grand competitions, He had never seen so many late-stage Dan condensation practitioners emerge at once. Having just one mid-stage practitioner would have been enough for the entire sect to boast for half a year. Now, it seemed as if they were pulling radishes from the ground, one after another, reflecting on the previous month when the master of the Burning Sky Palace, accompanied by their proud mid-stage Dan condensation disciple, came to provoke them. He felt a wave of embarrassment for Lai Tianxiu. Isn't senior brother Li the pinnacle for our younger generation? A disciple gazed in awe at the arena. What else is there to say? Someone nearby immediately chimed in. In the entire sect, who can reach the peak of the Qi condensation stage at such a young age? Amid the murmurs, Shi Jingxian leaned against a pillar with his arms crossed, unable to suppress the smirk at the corners of his mouth as he listened to the astonishment surrounding the Qi condensation stage. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Xianfeng, who was gently responding to the inquiries of his fellow disciples. If they only knew that Li Xianfeng had employed merely 10% of his spiritual energy, these individuals would be astounded not by the pinnacle they perceived, but by the vast heights of true mastery that lay beyond their comprehension. As he strolled towards the Qingyue Peak seat, his steps were light with anticipation. He imagined the expressions of the crowd upon discovering the true cultivation levels of their small group. It might just pop their eyes wide open. Suddenly, he felt that the most intriguing aspect of this grand competition was not the outcome, but the naivety of those kept in the dark. They believed they had glimpsed the summit, unaware that the actual peak was still far beyond reach. No wonder Uncle Gu cherished his secrets so dearly. This sensation was indeed delightful. At that moment, Xuanyangzi rose from the observation platform, his voice resonating through the arena. The current sect competition has come to a close. The clamor ceased instantly, all eyes converging on the main seat. Xuanyangzi cleared his throat, surveying the solemn assembly of the arena, and proclaimed, "Now, we shall distribute the rewards for this competition. First place, Li Xianfeng of Qingyun Peak, shall receive a celestial grade weapon and 10 heavenly spirit pills." Li Xianfeng stepped forward gracefully, and as his fingertips brushed the brocade box, a surge of violet blue sword energy erupted, interweaving with the spiritual light spilling from within the box. Lifting the lid, a resplendent long sword lay nestled within the velvet, its cloud patterns on the spine seeming to come alive with gentle motion. Gently caressing the blade, Li Xuanfeng's gaze flickered, and with an unusual gravity in his voice, he bowed slightly. "Thank you for your generous bestowal, Sect Master." Once he stepped back, Xuanyangzi continued. Second place, Lin Maching of Qingyue Peak, shall receive a superior grade terrestrial weapon and 5 heavenly spirit pills. Third place, Shi Jingxian of Qingyue Peak, shall receive a medium grade terrestrial weapon and 5 heavenly spirit pills. Fourth through 10th places shall each receive a superior grade mystic weapon and 3 heavenly spirit pills. The disciples called forth approached in turn, receiving their rewards, each displaying a unique demeanor. Su Qingyuan caressed her mystic grade long sword, her fingertips gently tracing the wrapped hilt. Mu Qingyu gripped his new sword tightly, his knuckles whitening, yet his gaze sparkled with renewed determination. As the distribution of rewards came to an end, the crowd began to disperse. Gu Changge, who had been quietly sipping tea, lifted his head slightly, scanning the assembly with a subtle curve of his lips. It was time to rid the sect of those vermin. Chapter 65. A chance encounter on the night following the competition. The abandoned stone prison in the back mountain exuded a chill, the damp air mingling with the scent of rust and mildew. Elder Wang Daolong of the law enforcement hall leaned against the wall, his fingertips unconsciously picking at the moss within the stone crevices. He had been confined for several days, surrounded by a shimmering barrier that even his spiritual sense could not penetrate. Lu Xian, the deacon from the Danding Peak, huddled across from him, his expression tense. The outer gate instructor, Zhang Meng, paced back and forth, the soles of his boots worn and muddied. When the three were captured, they made scarcely a sound. Even if they shouted until their throats were raw, no one would respond. The bluish glow of the formation's barrier shimmered ominously, ensnaring the trio with a sense of impending doom. Since their capture, a figure cloaked in black had visited daily, uttering not a word, but methodically inflicting pain upon them before departing. Although the reasons for their capture remained a mystery, each harbored a flicker of hope amidst their contemplation. At that moment, the sound of the stone cell door creaking open sent a jolt of anxiety through them. This sound differed from the usual heavy footsteps of the black-clad figure. It was as though someone had deliberately disengaged the outer restrictions. The tremors of the formation rippled against the stone walls, tightening their already strained nerves. Lu Xian instinctively shrank into the corner, while Zhang Meng's pacing abruptly halted, and even Wang Daolong paused, his fingers frozen on the mossy surface. All three turned their gazes toward the tightly shut cell door, their breaths unconsciously becoming more measured. Suddenly, a thud echoed from above, and 9 shadowy figures crashed to the ground like discarded sacks, raising a cloud of dust that left them coughing. The first to voice his outrage was a young man clad in outer gate garb, who, nursing his sore waist, attempted to rise but met the brooding countenance of Wang Daolong. Momentarily taken aback, the young man quickly donned a sycophantic grin. "Elder Wang, what brings you here?" He glanced around, noting the unfamiliar faces, and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Elder, what is the purpose of this surprise drill? Or is there a new mission at hand? I was wondering why you had suddenly gone silent these past few days." He rubbed his hands together. "But this commotion is quite grand. So many brothers. Who would have thought we had such a number of comrades concealed within the Qingxian sect?" Wang Daolong's eyelids twitched, and before he could respond, a furious voice cut through the air. "What? You are one of the Burning Heaven Palace?" It was an inner disciple from the Danding Peak, pointing accusingly at the young man. "Ah, you're not one of us from the Burning Heaven Palace? Who the hell is from the Burning Heaven Palace?" "You're talking nonsense. I'm from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion." "The 10,000 Methods Pavilion?" The young man sprang up as if someone had stepped on his tail. "How interesting. So you're a dog of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. We still have accounts to settle from when our palace master was beaten." "Huh. Beating your palace master was a courtesy. Brothers, let us take him down." The young man charged toward his opponent, rallying others to join the fray, with two bewildered spies from the Burning Heaven Palace following suit. "Stop." Just as a brawl seemed imminent, Wang Daolong's voice chilled the air like ice, interrupting the young man's fervor. Leaning against the damp stone wall, he observed the young man's impulsive demeanor with a frown of disapproval. The young man's expression stiffened. Bewilderment etched on his face as he glanced between Wang Daolong and the surrounding figures. The dim light of the stone cell, coupled with the bluish glow of the formation, left no room for familiarity among the captives. "Elder," he scratched his head. "What is this, fool?" Wang Daolong spat, his irritation evident. "Have you still not realized? We have been captured. These individuals are likely spies from other sections." As soon as these words were uttered, Lu Xian, the steward of Danding Peak, who had remained silent until now, suddenly turned his gaze towards a youth in the corner, dressed as a herb boy. "Xiao Wu, are you not responsible for drying the medicinal herbs at Danding Peak? How is it that you—" The boy shrank his neck and stammered, "Steward Lu, I am from Yuqing Sect. I have been sent here as an undercover agent for 3 years." "Yuqing Sect?" Lu Xian's lips twitched. "Your sect cannot even gather enough alchemy furnaces, yet you aspire to conduct undercover operations?" Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. "The last batch of spirit concentration pills you ruined was salvaged only because I secretly switched the medicinal materials." "What did you say?" Lu Xian's eyes widened in shock. "So that batch of pills was your doing?" "Enough." Zhang Ming suddenly interjected, his voice sharp as a blade. "This is not the time for such discussions. Steward Lu, which sect do you belong to? Now that we are all exposed, we are like grasshoppers on the same string. There is no need for further concealment." "I am from Wan Fa Pavilion," Lu Xian stated proudly, as if his affiliation with Wan Fa Pavilion rendered him superior to the other sections. "And what about you?" Lu Xian countered. "I am from Puzhan Sect," Zhang Ming replied. At that moment, a youth from the Burning Sky Palace directed his attention towards an outer disciple. "Which sect do you belong to?" The disciple hesitated, realizing he could no longer hide, and replied honestly, "Puzhan Sect, Zhao Kuei. I am Sun Hao." The youth nodded, and then turned to the herb boy. "What about you?" "Yuqing Sect, Wu Xiao San," the herb boy answered in a hushed voice. "I am from Burning Sky Palace." "Lin Zhou," replied an inner disciple from Luoxia Peak. "Tianyin Sect, Qian Tong," chimed in a disciple from Zhun Yu Peak in the corner. In an instant, the stone prison resonated with a chorus of responses, each person answering in turn as if announcing their family names, the atmosphere inexplicably lightening. Sun Hao, observing this scene, could not help but exclaim, "I did not expect so many kindred spirits to be hidden within Qingxian Sect." Zhao Kuei smiled. "Indeed, we usually keep to ourselves, yet today we have come together." "A pleasure to meet you all," Qian Tong said, cupping his hands and smiling at the group. "A pleasure to meet you," the others echoed in return. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the eerie harmony. Zhang Ming slapped the back of the head of the Pizhun Sect disciple, leaving him dazed and confused. "What a pleasure." Zhang Ming glared at him. "We are all imprisoned here, and you are talking about pleasantries? Instead of wasting time, we should be contemplating how to survive." The Pizhun Sect disciple covered his head, feeling wronged. "I was merely trying to lighten the mood." "Lighten the mood, my foot." Wang Daolong could not help but curse. "Qingxian Sect has captured us all and deliberately locked us together, clearly intending for us not to leave alive." He turned his sharp gaze towards the disciple from Wan Fa Pavilion. "Aren't you supposed to be well informed? Do you know how they plan to deal with us?" Just then, a faint sound echoed from above the stone prison. The 12 individuals immediately fell silent, their vigilance heightened as they looked up. Outside the erased light curtain stood 2 figures in azure robes, arms crossed, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the broken top of the stone prison. Their faces were obscured, yet an oppressive aura emanated from them, sending chills down the spines of those present. It seems you are quite engrossed in conversation. A clear voice reverberated within the stone prison, imbued with a hint of a mirthful smile. Since we are so well matched, why not continue your conversation? The expressions of the 12 shifted simultaneously, a chill surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. A chapter will be updated first, with the second chapter arriving at noon. In chapter 66, the musings of Xian Yangzi unfolded. A beam of moonlight streamed through a fissure in the ceiling of the stone prison, illuminating two figures clad in blue robes outside the array's luminous barrier. The individual on the left bore the flowing cloud pattern of Qingyun Peak on his sleeve. The moonlight accentuated his slightly raised chin, revealing him to be Xian Yangzi, the sect leader of Qingxian sect. The figure on the right, exuding a profound aura akin to a deep pool, was Gu Changge, the master of Zizhu Peak. Suddenly, the 12 fell silent in the stone prison, even their breaths grew hushed. Wang Daolong fixed his gaze upon Xian Yangzi, his throat tightening as he stammered, Sect leader? How is it that you are here? Xian Yangzi ignored him, his eyes sweeping over the crowd as if regarding a troop of jesters. Why have you ceased your chatter? Were you not enjoying a lively discussion just moments ago? Pray, continue. Lu Xian, cowering in the corner, suddenly recalled something as he glanced at Gu Changge behind Xian Yangzi. You are the master of Zizhu Peak? Gu Changge nodded lightly, his fingertip gesturing subtly. The stone walls of the prison suddenly illuminated, unveiling the identity information of the 12 like a scroll unfurling before them. Wang Daolong's clandestine communications with the Burning Heaven Palace, Lu Xian's transmission of a pill formula to the Yuqing sect, and Zhang Ming's discreet reports regarding new disciples to the array-breaking sect, all laid bare. Even Sun Hao's secretive token of the array-breaking sect, concealed within his boot, was revealed in stark clarity. Sun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. You managed to uncover even this. Otherwise, what did you expect? Xian Yangzi retorted with a cold laugh, his gaze slicing through Wang Daolong like a blade. Elder Wang, you have served in the law enforcement hall for many years, drawing a salary from Qingxian sect, yet you act as a dog for the Burning Heaven Palace. How does that taste? Wang Daolong's complexion drained of color, his lips quivering, unable to voice a response. And you, Lu Xian? Xian Yangzi shifted his focus to the steward of Danding Peak. I have treated you well. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Lu Xian lowered his head further, too intimidated to meet Xian Yangzi's gaze. Zhang Ming suddenly interjected, his voice hoarse. Sect leader, we concede our defeat. But we are curious as to how you intend to deal with us. Xian Yangzi's fury intensified. You traitorous wretches. I have treated you with kindness. Yet you repay kindness with enmity. His anger surged, and he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon them. A familiar sensation washed over Wang Daolong and the others. It dawned upon them that it was the sect leader who had been delivering their daily beatings. Observing their bruised and battered appearances, Xian Yangzi remained unsatisfied, wishing he could eradicate them all. For the sin of betraying the sect, they deserved death. Had it not been for the soul-capturing technique's potential to transform them into unwavering loyalists, he would have long sent them to meet their demise. Xian Yangzi glared at the crowd, poised to continue his assault. Gu Changge glanced at the moonlit sky and calmly remarked, Senior brother, spare them further discourse and proceed with the task. Xian Yangzi nodded, summoning 12 golden symbols that penetrated each person's brow. The very secret method of the soul-capturing technique that Gu Changge had just imparted to him. Ugh! Sun Hao was the first to emit a muffled sound, his eyes gradually clearing yet reflecting an eerie compliance, as though an invisible shackle had been placed within his heart. In an instant, the others too fell under control, their gazes now imbued with an almost instinctual reverence. They knelt before Xuanyangzi, suddenly bowing their heads in reverence. Master, we are willing to serve you diligently. At that moment, Xuanyangzi felt an overwhelming sense of control. With a mere thought, he could dictate the life or death of the individuals before him. Even compelling them to bark like dogs would elicit no hesitation, and this sensation of dominion filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Each of you, give yourself 10 slaps, Xuanyangzi commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, the sharp sound of slaps echoed throughout the chamber. Sun Hao put forth the most effort, his slaps landing on his face with a force akin to striking a watermelon. After 10 strikes, his cheeks were swollen like 2 ripe apples, bearing clear imprints of 5 fingers. Lu Xian, however, was weaker in strength, prompting Xuanyangzi to frown. Haven't you eaten? Strike harder. Startled, Lu Xian quickly mustered all his strength, but mismanaged the force, resulting in a slap that left him dazed and nearly toppling over. Xuanyangzi observed the scene before him with growing satisfaction. He then employed the soul-snatching technique to meticulously sift through the memories of those present. Fortunately, the secrets regarding the strength of the sect's peak leaders and the mysteries of Zizhu Peak had not been divulged. However, numerous sect secrets had already been transmitted, reigniting Xuanyangzi's previously quelled fury, causing his blood to surge. He fixed his gaze on the crowd and spoke in a grave tone. In 3 days, you shall return to your respective positions, continuing to masquerade as the original spies and maintain contact with your sections. However, any messages you send must first pass through my scrutiny. Should you dare to transmit even a single word in secret, you shall slap yourselves daily until your teeth fall out. The crowd responded in unison, understood. Xuanyangzi reflected on their earlier expressions, still feeling a degree of dissatisfaction, and pointed at them. Divide into 2 groups. Slap each other 1,000 times, not one less. The 12 immediately formed 2 lines, hesitating momentarily before complying. The crisp sounds of slaps rang out in unison, filling the stone prison with muffled cries of pain. Sun Hao's cheeks were red and swollen, yet he gritted his teeth and struck his opponent, Wu Shaosan. Wu Shaosan, dazed, retaliated, and the 2 continued to exchange blows. Blood trickling from their lips as they counted, 87, 88. You shall strike each other 1,000 times daily while inside. Xuanyangzi's voice echoed ominously, laden with unyielding authority. You may not emerge until you have completed 3 days of this task, not 1 slap less. The 12, despite their instinctive resistance, acted according to his command. Changge observed the 12 figures within the stone prison, thoroughly engrossed in their task, and calmly remarked, "Let us depart. It is time to return." Under the moonlight, 2 figures clad in azure robes gradually receded into the distance, leaving behind the faint sounds of slapping, which slowly dissipated in the night breeze. Upon returning to Qingyan Peak, Xuanyangzi could not resist tracing the residual golden patterns on his fingertips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Junior brother Changge, this soul-snatching technique is truly remarkable. The awe reflected in those individuals' eyes was no mere pretense. He raised a teacup and took a hearty sip, his tone brimming with astonishment. With this secret method at our disposal, should any traitors arise within the sect, we can swiftly and securely subdue them, alleviating any fears of information leaks. Changge twirled the teacup between his fingers, smiling as he replied, "As long as it can be utilized effectively." Yet, the more Xuanyangzi pondered, the more exhilarated he became, suddenly slapping his thigh. "This is not merely about handling traitors. Consider this," he said, leaning closer, lowering his voice, his eyes ablaze like twin flames. "Shall we discreetly capture some core disciples from other sects, particularly those with exceptional talents yet restless minds? Employing this soul captivation technique, we could have them return as our spies. Imagine acquiring the alchemical formulas of the Myriad Laws Pavilion, the combat techniques of the Burning Heaven Palace, and the formations of the Breaking Array sect, all without a whisper of suspicion." As excitement bubbled within him, he rose and began to pace, gesturing animatedly. "Even better, we could manipulate their informants within each sect. If we wish to disseminate false information, we shall, or create chaos at will." Changge observed his animated demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You truly think ahead, senior brother." Only then did Xuanyangzi realize his momentary lapse, chuckling sheepishly as he returned to his seat, lifting his teacup to mask his exhilaration. However, in his haste, he drank too quickly, causing him to cough, his face flushing red. It's merely the delight of possessing a treasure. Yet, the spark in his eyes remained undiminished as his fingers traced circles on the table, evidently already plotting which sect to target first, as if envisioning countless undercover agents dutifully serving in pivotal roles across the sects. Enough to wake him from dreams with a smile. Changge raised his gaze towards the still fidgeting Xuanyangzi, with the matter of the traitors momentarily set aside. "What plans do you have for the Tsangyan secret realm, senior brother?" Just as Xuanyangzi pondered which sect to strike first, he suddenly smacked his forehead. "I almost forgot about such a significant matter." The following morning, the mist surrounding the restricted area at the back mountain had yet to dissipate. 5 stone peaks resembling outstretched hands glimmering with a cold, ashen hue in the morning light. The 5 ancestors remained in a meditative posture, their hair and beards white as snow, breaths faint as flickering candles in the wind. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle movement of their eyes beneath closed lids, 5 barely perceptible strands of consciousness igniting silent sparks in the air. How many days has it been? Why hasn't little Changge arrived yet? The 3rd ancestor's emaciated fingers tapped lightly on his knees, his consciousness brimming with impatience. The last time he mentioned bringing important items. However, he was turned back by the barrier and vanished without a trace. Surely he hasn't forgotten? The 5th ancestor emitted a barely audible cough, a glimmer of anticipation flashing within his seemingly drowsy eyes. Indeed, what could those valuable items be? If he dares to forget, I shall certainly reprimand him upon his arrival. The 2nd ancestor shook his head languidly, a hint of reproach in his consciousness. It's all your fault. You insisted on reinforcing the barrier last time, resulting in him being left outside. Now look, we've neither secured the items, nor can we do anything but wait here. How was I to know he would arrive so fortuitously? The first ancestor's consciousness carried a hint of discomfort. Suddenly, the fourth ancestor exclaimed in surprise, directing his gaze towards the barrier's shimmering light beneath the stone peak. A faint ripple emerged, accompanied by a familiar wave of spiritual energy cautiously approaching, tinged with a sense of trepidation. At that moment, Xuanyangzi and Gu Changge stood at the entrance of the restricted area. Xuanyangzi wore a serious expression, imparting to Gu Changge, the ancestors, in their efforts to safeguard the sect, have endured consecutive battles, weakening their foundations, and are now exceedingly frail. Last time, I delivered some spiritual tea to them, uncertain of its effects. As Xuanyangzi spoke to Gu Changge, he gently dispersed his spiritual energy, attuning himself to the movements of the ancestors within the forbidden realm, lest he disturb their cultivation. Gu Changge, sensing the vigorous life force within the ancestors, couldn't help but smile faintly. Truly, a group of cunning old foxes, ensnaring the sect leader in their ruse. It piqued her curiosity how the leader would react upon discovering their true circumstances. Here they come. The third ancestor instantly became alert, his previously stooped spine subtly straightening, even the beard hanging from his chest slightly curling upwards. I knew this lad wouldn't forget. The fifth ancestor hurriedly suppressed his aura, returning to his former guise of exhaustion, though the amusement in the creases of his mouth was undeniable. Keep your voices down, we mustn't reveal any flaws. Outside the light barrier, Xuanyangzi held a heavy jade box, peering on tiptoe towards the stone peak. Noticing that the barrier did not abruptly spring up as it had previously, he breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously stepped through the luminous veil. The five ancestors atop the stone peak suddenly opened their eyes, their murky depths igniting with clarity, their gazes locking onto Gu Changge like searchlights. Is that not the lad from Zizhu Peak? The third ancestor's consciousness surged, creating tumult in the air. They had stolen glances countless times, but had never scrutinized him from such proximity. Gu Changge's spiritual energy enveloped him like a deep pool. Yet when his gaze swept over the stone peak, it seemed to pierce through the very veins of spiritual energy within the rock, causing an inexplicable tightening in the hearts of the ancestors. The great ancestor was the first to regain composure, clearing his throat twice before closing his eyes again. Though his fingers, which fiddled with his beard, trembled slightly. They had once been entrusted by the Zizhu Daoist to oversee the Qingxian sect. Little did they expect this descendant to conceal himself so deeply. The spiritual tea and various treasures Xuanyangzi had previously delivered all originated from his hand. As Gu Changge ascended the stone steps to the peak, he bowed respectfully to the five ancestors, his voice resonant like the clash of jade. Changge pays respects to the esteemed ancestors. You, why have you come in person? The fifth ancestor straightened abruptly, his once stooped form now as upright as a pine. He instinctively reached out to grasp Gu Changge, only to suddenly remember his facade, retracting his hand hurriedly, his fingertips brushing against his knee, though the fire in his gaze could not be concealed. The other four ancestors also roused, their eyes darting to the food box in Gu Changge's hands, the sound of their swallowing echoing distinctly in the stillness of the stone peak. Gu Changge observed their evident greed masked by their seniority, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Continue your charade. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your desires? He placed the food box upon the stone platform and, lifting the lid, smiled, hearing that the ancestors have been diligently seeking enlightenment of late. Changge has brought a modest offering of ordinary meats and a light wine. As the contents of the box were revealed, the eyes of the five ancestors widened in astonishment. On the left, neatly arranged, lay slices of beef brisket, glistening with a faint golden sheen, swirling with chaotic auras, sourced from the celestial bowl. On the right, a platter of dragon meat, marbled with fat and lean, bore a subtle hint of draconic might. At the bottom rested a black ceramic wine jar, its mouth sealed with a talisman that faintly shimmered, containing the exquisite drunken immortal elixir, brimming with formidable energy. The second elder's fingers trembled, having lived for so many years. He had never encountered such pure beast meat. Merely inhaling its aroma sent the spiritual power in his dantian into a frenzy, unfazed by their display of excitement. Gu Changge picked up a piece of beef brisket and placed it on the iron plate over the stone stove. With a sizzling sound, golden oil splattered, and the fragrant aroma of the meat infused with spiritual energy instantly filled the air. He then retrieved a jade knife, slicing the dragon meat into thin pieces, dipping them in a spiritual pepper sauce and arranging them on a plate. Finally, with a decisive motion, he peeled away the seal from the wine jar. As the amber liquid poured into a jade bowl, it transformed into swirling starlight. its rich fragrance accompanied by an energy fluctuation that could make even a king's heart race. Would you care to try? Changge placed a bowl of wine before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's Adam's apple bobbed, and forgetting all pretense, he lifted the bowl and drank deeply. The moment the liquid touched his throat, a brilliant golden light erupted from his entire being. What a fine wine! The Grand Elder seized the jar, filling himself another bowl. His eyes gleaming with an intensity that was alarming, as the peak of his quasi-saint aura subtly advanced due to the wine's potency. The other 4 elders could no longer restrain themselves. The 3rd elder grabbed a piece of beef brisket and stuffed it into his mouth, gasping from the heat but unwilling to let go, as the peak of his kingly realm's spiritual power began to stir. The 5th elder, gnawing at the plate of dragon meat, found his once grizzled hair sprouting strands of youthful black, his vitality so robust it belied his advanced age. The 2nd and 4th elders fought over the wine jar, the crisp sound of the jars colliding mingling with their laughter. Their strength belied their frail appearances. Xianyangzi stood by, astounded, as the jade box he held clattered to the ground. He finally grasped the situation. No wonder they had received so many treasures, all while pretending to be on the verge of death. Initially, Xianyangzi thought the elders were merely suffering from severe foundational injuries. Now he realized that these old fellows were merely feigning weakness, waiting for him to bring them treasures. Xianyangzi pointed at the ravenous elders, rendered speechless with anger, his face betraying his shock at having been deceived for so long. Changge added another piece of brisket to the iron plate, chuckling at Xianyangzi's flushed face. You've been hiding your impending breakthrough to the saint realm from the sect. And now you've experienced the feeling of being kept in the dark, haven't you? Xianyangzi abruptly turned to Changge, his eyes wide as saucers. Pointing to his own nose, his voice elevated by several octaves. What? You knew I was about to break through to the saint realm? What? You're on the verge of breaking through to the saint realm? The 5 elders chorused, their astonishment more profound than when they had witnessed the frenzied, feasting moments before. Chapter 68. The elders' astonishment. The statement detonated like thunder, reverberating across the stone peak. The 3rd elder, who had been savoring the beef brisket, suddenly paused, half a piece still in his mouth, turning to look, juices dripping down his chin, forgetting to wipe them away, as the venerable ancestor lifted a spoonful of dragon meat. Suspended in midair, his previously radiant face abruptly froze. Even the most composed of the elders set down his wine bowl, his breath momentarily disturbed, his gaze filled with incredulity. Xiaoshuanzai, you have concealed your progress remarkably well. When did you reach the threshold of the sage realm? How did we not sense a thing? Xianyangzi, under the weight of their collective scrutiny, instinctively took a step back, scratching his head in nervousness. Elder, you are on the cusp of the peak of the quasi-saint realm yourself, soon to enter the sage realm. Why are you questioning me? He muttered. Do not deflect. I am inquiring about you, the elder retorted, his composure unwavering. It was just recently that I drank the spiritual tea gifted by Brother Changge and consumed a cleansing elixir. Suddenly, I found myself at the threshold. I thought it prudent to remain silent until I had fully broken through. The cleansing elixir? The 4th elder's eyes instantly brightened. What sort of elixir is that? It is nothing particularly remarkable, merely an elixir that can enhance one's innate qualities, he replied. What? Enhance one's qualities? The 4th elder's emaciated fingers clutched his robes tightly, his spirit energy in disarray from excitement. The 3rd elder, nearly spitting out the beef brisket in his mouth, leaned forward, demanding, to what extent can it enhance them? Is it to the heavenly level or beyond? If the foundation is sufficient, reaching the sage level is not impossible. Changge replied, twirling a jade knife between his fingers, his tone as calm as if he were remarking on the pleasantness of the day's weather. Yet, to the 5 elders, his words struck more profoundly than the intoxicating elixir they had just consumed. Suddenly, the eldest elder sprang to his feet, his quasi-saint aura erupting, causing the spiritual veins atop the stone peak to tremble. Sage level? Changge, do you comprehend the implications of this? In the vast expanse of the Xianhuang great world over millions of years, no one has ever enhanced their qualities to the sage level through an elixir. He had encountered countless rare materials and treasures, yet had never heard of such a miraculous elixir. If it truly possessed such effects, how could the Qingxian sect not rise to prominence? The 5th elder, clutching an empty ceramic jar, felt his once dark hair tremble slightly with excitement. Xiaoshuanzai, do tell us honestly, how many of those cleansing elixirs have you consumed? What is your current level of qualification? Xianyangzi's cheeks flushed under the questioning gaze. I only took one. I am currently of mid-tier sage level. Mid-tier sage level. The 5 elders collectively inhaled sharply, while the 3rd elder even reached out to check Xianyangzi's pulse. The moment his fingertips brushed against the young man's wrist, his pupils constricted. The spiritual energy flowing through the pulse bore the subtle rhythms of the sage realm, a clear manifestation exclusive to sage-level qualifications. You rascal. The third elder felt a mix of anger and amusement, playfully tapping Xian Yangzi on the back of the head. To keep such a significant matter from us. The eldest elder gazed intently at Gu Changge. Changge, do you have any more of that cleansing elixir? I would be willing to trade my millennium-old purple cloud thunder crystal. The fourth elder, more direct, chimed in. I possess the 9-turn resurrection flower. If you can provide me with just one, I will obey your every command. At that moment, Xian Yangzi raised a finger, pointing to the jade box that had fallen to the ground in shock. It is all there. I intended to present it to you earlier. But seeing the protective barrier around you, I hesitated to disturb your cultivation. The gaze of the 5 venerable ancestors suddenly shifted to the jade box on the ground. Their previously anxious expressions freezing in an instant, only to erupt into a more intense accusation. The third ancestor hurriedly rushed forward, delicately picking up the jade box. His fingertips trembling slightly as they brushed against its surface. Upon opening it, 5 luminous elixirs lay within, radiating a gentle spiritual light and a unique, refreshing aroma of the marrow-cleansing elixir wafted toward him. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at Xuanyangzi, his beard bristling with indignation. You rascal. Why did you not mention this treasure sooner? How could you let such a priceless item fall to the ground? The fifth ancestor leaned in closer, eyes fixed on the marrow-cleansing elixir, his hair, once tinged with gray, quivering with excitement. A barrier? That was merely a precaution I took against spies from the Burning Heaven Palace. Could you not have called out? Did you just watch as this treasure lay on the ground for so long? The fourth ancestor, tracing the patterns on the elixir, suddenly recalled something and turned to Xuanyangzi with a question. Did you just say that consuming one would elevate one to mid-grade saintly qualifications? Upon Xuanyangzi's nod, he could not help but exclaim, Good heavens, that is indeed mid-grade saintly qualifications. The great ancestor cradled the jade box, his fingers lightly caressing the pristine body of the marrow-cleansing elixir, his aura gradually calming, though his gaze held a hint of contemplation. He turned to Gu Changge, speaking with a degree of solemnity. Changge, I understand that this marrow-cleansing elixir is extraordinary, but if the quantity is limited, it may be more prudent to prioritize its use for the young talents within our sect. We old fellows are already halfway in the ground. Even if our qualifications improve, the paths we can tread are limited. It would be better to reserve it for the younger generation, thus solidifying the foundation of the Qingxian sect. Upon hearing these words, the other 4 ancestors nodded in agreement. The third ancestor set down the elixir he had almost brought to his lips, letting out a sigh. Elder brother speaks wisely. We have lived long enough. It is time to pass the opportunity to the younger generation. The fifth ancestor, too, placed the elixir back into the jade box. His reluctance evident, yet overshadowed by his consideration for the sect. Gu Changge, observing the restraint in their eyes, could not help but chuckle. Elders, you worry too much. Although the marrow-cleansing elixirs are few, they are sufficient for each of you, and I have a bit more in reserve. The fourth ancestor's eyes sparkled instantly, the previously subdued excitement bubbling forth anew as his frail hand tightened around the elixir. Is what you say true, Changge? Just as Gu Changge was about to nod, Xuanyangzi suddenly slapped his thigh, his expression filled with belated astonishment as he pointed at Gu Changge and exclaimed, Wait a moment. Changge, I have kept my breakthrough to the saintly realm a closely guarded secret. Even the elders were oblivious to it. How did you see through it at a glance? What realm are you currently in? Hearing this, the 5 ancestors turned their gazes sharply toward Gu Changge. He met their stares, a casual smile gracing his lips. My cultivation? I fear it may shock you. I'm merely at the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment stage? Xuanyangzi rolled his eyes. You still dare to claim to be at the foundation establishment stage? The tea leaves you casually brewed for me allowed me to feel the threshold of the saintly realm. If you are at the foundation establishment stage, then my breakthrough to the saintly realm is in vain. Do you think I will believe that? Gu Changge regarded his earnest demeanor, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes, and continued in response to his words. Then what about the Dan condensation stage? As soon as the words left his lips, the 5 elders shook their heads in unison, with the third elder bluntly exposing the absurdity. A cultivator at the condensing Dan stage can produce a cleansing pill and enlightenment tea? Changge, you jest most extravagantly. The 5th elder nodded along, forgetting to lower the empty ceramic jar in his hand. In all my years, I have yet to witness a condensing Dan practitioner whose cultivation eludes even the discerning eyes of quasi-saints. Gu Changge sighed in resignation, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, surely the celestial realm will suffice? Now will you believe me? Xian Yangzi crossed his arms, adopting an expression that suggested he would let Gu continue fabricating stories. Seeing their disbelief, Gu Changge decided to cease his playful banter and casually remarked, Fine. My cultivation is approximately on par with yours. Approximately? How much is that? The elder inquired eagerly, the peak quasi-saint aura tinged with impatience. As he was exceedingly curious about the capabilities of this junior, who could produce extraordinary treasures. Changge twirled the jade knife at his fingertips and nonchalantly uttered 3 words. A little bit. A little bit? Yangzi questioned in confusion. Indeed, just a little bit. Gu confirmed. Chapter 69. The appearance of the secret realm as the assembly observed Change's reluctance to divulge further. They understood that pressing for more details would yield no results, and thus tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing cultivation any longer. However, their minds churned with speculation. The elder stroked his beard, his gaze lingering on Changge for an extended period. With peak quasi-saint consciousness, he discreetly probed but sensed nothing amiss. He pondered inwardly. He claims to be on par with quasi-saints, but is he truly lacking or perhaps has already ascended to the saint realm? The third elder continued to savor his beef, his thoughts consumed by the depth of this young man's concealment. Yangzi, meanwhile, was agitated, yearning to penetrate Change's facade. Observing the collective curiosity, Changge chose not to toy with them any longer. He picked up a jade spoon and ladled some spiritual pepper sauce onto the iron griddle. The sizzling aroma of meat swiftly dispelling the tension atop the stone peak. Suddenly, Yangzi slapped the stone table, recalling the main event of their expedition. He hastily retrieved a bronze token inscribed with the words Tsungyan Secret Realm from his storage ring. The characters shimmered in the morning light. And as soon as the token was presented, the spiritual energy in the surroundings instinctively surged towards it. Elders, Junior Brother Changge's token seals an entire innate secret realm. Yangzi's voice trembled as he pointed excitedly at the token. Within lies 1,000,000 miles of spiritual soil. The density of spiritual energy is 100 times that of the outside world, and ancient legacies are hidden inside. Junior Brother Changge and I are contemplating placing the secret realm within the void of the Forbidden Zone, overlapping it with formations so that the elders may reside in the secret realm. Innate secret realm. The elder was initially taken aback, then reached out to touch his forehead. His withered fingers brushed against the warmth of his skin before he turned to feel his own brow. Xuanzi, your alcohol tolerance is truly lacking. You've barely drunk and already spout nonsense. A secret realm must span at least 10,000 miles. Yet this token is no larger than a palm. How can it contain such vastness? Surely, you must have mistaken some formation token. The second elder chuckled as he stroked his beard in agreement. Indeed, we have lived for over a millennium and have only heard of secret realms concealed within mountains and earth. Never have we heard of one sealed within a token. Xian, it seems your longing for the secret realm has clouded your judgment. Yangzi observed the reactions of the esteemed ancestors, wearing an expression of anticipated satisfaction. He deliberately furrowed his brow and pressed the token into the hands of the Grand Ancestor, speaking with urgency. Ancestor, please do not doubt. Infuse your spiritual power and see for yourself. Internally, he was elated, eagerly awaiting their astonishment upon perceiving the wonders contained within. The Grand Ancestor, compelled by Yangzi's insistence, reluctantly accepted the token. As he infused a trace of quasi-saintly energy, the formerly unremarkable token erupted with resplendent golden light. Envision vast expanses of spiritual soil, floating stone peaks shrouded in mist, and spiritual springs capable of nurturing life. Countless images surged into his consciousness, and the palpable spiritual energy in the air was almost tangible. The Grand Ancestor's fingers clenched tightly around the token, knuckles whitening from the force. The aura of his quasi-saintly peak radiated powerfully, causing the spiritual veins on the stone peaks to tremble. And even the cobblestones beneath his feet began to crack with fine fissures. There truly is a secret realm. It's indeed within the token. Noticing the Grand Ancestor's unusual reaction, the second ancestor hastily approached. As his fingers brushed against the token, he was taken aback by the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from within, causing him to stumble back a half-step. His frail hands rubbed together in excitement, knuckles also turning white. Incredible. 1,000,000 miles of spiritual soil. This is equivalent to the area of several Xian states. If this is true, our Qing Xian sect shall indeed prosper. The fifth ancestor, observing the expressions of the two, eagerly reached for the token. The moment he sensed the vision of the secret realm, his previously smiling face froze, his voice choked with emotion. A primordial secret realm that opened the heavens. How many ancient sanctuaries have sought this in vain? Yangzi, witnessing the ancestor's astonishment and incoherent speech, could no longer suppress his satisfaction. Look at you all, moments ago dismissing my words as nonsense, and now you are utterly speechless. The Grand Ancestor held the token for quite some time before regaining his composure, his gaze toward Yangzi transformed with newfound respect. I never anticipated such a token capable of containing a secret realm truly exists. It seems my perspective was limited. Changge, observing the excitement among the crowd, lightly gestured in the air, and a pale azure spiritual light flickered. Subtle formations emerged around the stone peaks, only to vanish once more, further concealing the aura of the forbidden area. I have already discussed a preliminary plan for the secret realm with the sect master. I intend to divide the realm into 3 distinct sections. 3 sections? The Grand Ancestors' anticipation grew. Pray tell, how will they be divided? Changge seized the opportunity to elaborate, lightly gesturing in the air. The ethereal image of the secret realm unfolded above the stone peaks. Within the apparition, the realm was divided into 3 areas by invisible barriers, each radiating distinct spiritual light. In the innermost section, where spiritual energy was most concentrated, lay a natural enlightenment platform, ideal for the ancestors' living and cultivation. Changge indicated the innermost area of the vision, where mist swirled, revealing several floating stone peaks. This area, imbued with the essence of primordial Dao, would greatly benefit the ancestors in their pursuit of higher realms, and its hidden location made it less susceptible to disturbances. The Grand Ancestor gazed at the enlightenment platform, his breath becoming labored, the quasi-saintly energy within him slightly fluctuating from excitement. Excellent. A remarkable place. With this enlightenment platform, I shall soon break through to the saintly realm. In the central region of the mystical realm, although the spiritual energy may not be as abundant as in the depths, it is still several hundred times more concentrated than in the outside world. Changge's fingertips moved towards the central area, a sacred training zone reserved for the peak masters and core elders. On ordinary days, if the senior brothers wish to enter seclusion for breakthroughs or to study martial arts techniques, they may come here to accelerate their cultivation with the abundant spiritual energy, while avoiding the distractions of mundane affairs. However, entry into this sacred space must be authorized by the sect leader or several esteemed ancestors. As for the outskirts of the mystical realm, the concentration of spiritual energy is still 100 times greater than that of the outside world, interspersed with numerous layers of demonic beasts and remnants of ancient legacies. Changge finally pointed to the outermost region, where dense forests thrived, occasionally aglow with flickering spiritual lights. 100 disciples could be chosen to enter, where they would be nurtured separately by the sect. Once inside, they must not exit lightly, as they are to be groomed as reserve forces for the sect. The Great Ancestor suddenly recalled something and inquired, what are the selection criteria for these disciples? Shouldn't there be an admission threshold? Indeed, replied Zhuanyangzi. Priority will be given to those disciples with a steady temperament and pure roots. Before entering the mystical realm, they must sign a heartfelt pact and take the heavenly oath, ensuring that no information about the realm is leaked. If the elders have the time, they may also offer occasional guidance to the disciples within the realm. The Great Ancestor nodded repeatedly, his hands clutching the bronze token, trembling with barely contained excitement, his knuckles whitening from the force. Let us commence immediately, striving to complete the arrangements for the mystical realm as swiftly as possible. With that, he raised his hand to gather spiritual power, intending to reinforce the barriers surrounding the sacred zone with his own cultivation. The array protecting the sacred ground must be fortified 3 more layers before arranging the mystical realm. This realm concerns the future of our sect. Should even a hint of its essence be leaked during the setup, attracting the attention of top-tier forces, all our prior preparations would be in vain. The ancestors nodded in agreement, each readying themselves for action. The significance of the Zhongyun mystical realm was paramount. No one wished for a single oversight to compromise their grand undertaking. Observing the eager preparations of his companions, Changge's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a gentle lift of his fingertips, without any superfluous movements, the void around the sacred zone suddenly shimmered with delicate spiritual lights. These lights swiftly coursed along the stone peaks of the sacred area, coalescing into a semi-transparent array of luminescence in an instant. The runes upon the light screen were densely woven, faintly resonating with the rhythms of heaven and earth, securely locking away the essence of the sacred area without allowing a single wisp of spiritual energy to escape. Even more astonishing was that as soon as this array manifested, the surrounding space appeared to solidify, rendering even the consciousness of those at the threshold of sanctification incapable of penetrating even a fraction. Unbeknownst to all, this seemingly newly revealed array was, in fact, the Imperial Guardian Array of the sect, the Zhou Tian Xingchen Array, which Changge had laid down many years prior. The foundation of the array had long been deeply embedded within the earth veins of the 7 principal peaks, akin to an indestructible fortress rooted deep within the land. What sustains the operation of this array is drawn from 10 imperial-grade spiritual veins, an extraordinarily rare existence in the world, their value surpassing imagination. In this realm, Even the most renowned sanctuaries find it challenging to possess a single imperial-grade spiritual vein. The immense spiritual power it encapsulates resembles an endless ocean, inexhaustible and boundless. The Great Heavenly Star Array, anchored by 10 imperial spiritual veins, is an impenetrable fortress. Even the mightiest of emperors, should they descend and unleash their full might, would struggle to breach its defenses. In its ordinary state, this array lies concealed in the void, akin to a slumbering dragon, revealing no trace of its presence. It only awakens, akin to an ancient beast roused from its slumber, when the sect faces peril, exhibiting its awe-inspiring power to safeguard the sanctity of the sect. Suddenly, the actions of the venerable ancestor, who had been channeling spiritual energy, came to an abrupt halt, his murky eyes igniting with astonishment. Having lived for over a millennium and witnessed countless formations, he had never encountered one so exquisitely crafted. The array's inherent rhythm alone could seal the aura of the Forbidden Land with exquisite precision. Such mastery could only belong to a saintly level of formation. Xian Yangzi's eyes widened in disbelief, his finger pointing at the luminous barrier, his voice trembling. Junior Brother Changge, is this truly your handiwork? Merely a grand formation, hastily set up before, capable of stabilizing the aura of the Forbidden Land to prevent mishaps during the establishment of the secret realm. Yet, this statement sent shockwaves through the hearts of the gathered assembly. The fourth ancestor, clutching the cleansing elixir, nearly dropped it in disbelief, gazing incredulously at Changge. Casually set up? Changge, do you comprehend that an array capable of sealing the aura of the Forbidden Land so tightly demands the expenditure of hundreds of years' worth of spiritual materials? The fifth ancestor, equally agitated, stomped his feet, his once dark hair now trembling slightly from the astonishment. With such an array in place, not only was there no risk of the secret realm's aura leaking, but even spies approaching the Forbidden Land would find themselves utterly oblivious. Observing the astonished expressions of his peers, Changge maintained a calm demeanor. There is no need for undue alarm. It is merely a precaution. He turned to the venerable ancestor, gesturing toward the depths of the Forbidden Land. There is no need for excessive concern regarding the formation. We can now commence the arrangement of the secret realm. The venerable ancestor inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, and bowed deeply to Changge. Your thorough consideration is commendable, Changge. With this array as our safeguard, we can proceed with the establishment of the secret realm without any lingering worries. As Changge observed the eager yet uncertain expressions of his companions, a smile graced his lips. He took the bronze medallion from the venerable ancestor's hands. The arrangement of the secret realm involves the connection of spiritual veins and spatial overlap. Any misstep could incite chaotic spatial currents, so it is best left to me. Before his words had fully settled, he summoned a wisp of faint golden spiritual energy, gently touching it to the center of the medallion inscribed with the words, Songyun's Secret Realm. Instantly, the characters gleamed with resplendent golden light, and the medallion emanated ripples of space, the silhouette of the secret realm swiftly expanding in the air above the stone peak. The floating stone peak, shrouded in mist. The gently flowing spiritual spring, and the ancient cave hidden within the woods became increasingly vivid. Even the spiritual energy in the air thickened, akin to honey. As if one could reach out and grasp the flora of the secret realm, Changge suddenly gestured outward, the medallion transforming into a streak of light racing toward the void of the Forbidden Land. As he commanded, Secret Realm, return to your place, conceal. In an instant, violent fluctuations of spiritual energy surged through the void, the silhouette of the secret realm aligning perfectly with the spiritual veins of the Forbidden Land. 3 invisible barriers expanded like ripples in water, distinctly delineating the secret realm into inner, middle, and outer domains. In a dimension unseen by the onlookers, the patterns of the Great Heavenly Star Array seamlessly meshed with the barriers of the secret realm, creating a dual-layered defense. In the ensuing moments, the entire secret realm gradually vanished as if consumed by the void, leaving not even a trace of its ethereal light. Had it not been for the lingering rich spiritual energy in the air, and the witnesses who had seen the phantasmal silhouette of the secret realm, it is likely that no one would have believed that within this seemingly empty expanse lay an innate secret realm capable of driving the entire Xinhuang continent into madness. The Grand Ancestor trembled as he extended his hand towards the void, his fingertips brushing against the icy air, and the astonishment in his eyes was nearly overwhelming. Is this truly prepared? Not a single trace left behind. Changge's methods are truly extraordinary. Changge retracted his hand and returned the bronze token to the Grand Ancestor, his tone remaining unperturbed. The secret realm had completely overlapped with the void of the Forbidden Land, hidden from sight, unless one possessed the exclusive token. Even a sage-level cultivator would be unable to discern any trace of it. With a flick of his finger in the void, several bronze tokens materialized. These tokens were bound to the auras of the esteemed ancestors and the sect leader from now on. Merely infusing them with spiritual power would reveal a golden gate in the void, permitting only them to enter freely. Even if others obtained a token, they could not activate it without their presence. The Grand Ancestor quickly accepted the tokens and attempted to infuse a thread of spiritual energy. Indeed, before him, a golden gate rose to a height of about 10 feet, beyond which the floating enlightenment platform and the swirling innate Dao rhythm were vaguely visible. His heart leaped with joy as he withdrew his spiritual energy, causing the gate to instantaneously vanish, restoring tranquility to the air. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. The Grand Ancestor clapped in admiration, his gaze towards Changge filled with deep respect. Furthermore, when disciples approach the secret realm's entrance, they will first pass through a purification array designed to assess their character. If they harbor malevolent intentions or are prone to agitation, the array will automatically obstruct them, ensuring that those with impure motives cannot enter the secret realm. The Grand Ancestor, cradling the bronze token, deeply bowed to Changge. Changge has exerted great effort for our sect. On behalf of the entire Qingxian sect, I extend our gratitude. With this secret realm, these protections and regulations in place, the future of our Qingxian sect is bound to be radiant. The crowd echoed in agreement, the atmosphere on the stone peak vibrant as if celebrating a festival, each countenance reflecting hopes for the future. Changge observed the scene before him, subtly withdrawing the last remnants of the array's resonance. The Imperial-grade protective formation, the Zhou Star Array, continued to operate silently, safeguarding the sect and the secret realm within. Yet, this security remained a secret he intended to keep, a hidden assurance for the Qingxian sect. In his heart, Changge mused, "Sect leader, ancestors, I shall refrain from revealing the true power of the formation for now. I fear it may incite pride. Why wait any longer? Let us venture in and explore." At that moment, Xian Yangzi's voice rang out. Before Xian Yangzi finished speaking, he had already grasped the bronze token tightly and infused it with spiritual energy. The golden light of the void shimmered once more, and the gate, standing 10 feet high, rippled like water. "Let us go." The Grand Ancestor took the lead, instinctively retracting his peak quasi-saint aura, cautious not to disturb the spiritual rhythms within the secret realm. The others followed closely, and the instant they passed through the golden gate, a collective sigh of awe escaped from their lips. Enveloped in a gentle and nurturing spiritual aura, it felt as if one were immersed in molten spiritual jade, with exposed skin acutely aware of the tingling sensation as the energy permeated through the pores. The moment they stepped into the secret realm, the crowd halted in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment and a sense of unreality. The concentration of spiritual energy here was indeed 100-fold greater than that of the outside world. The Elder Ancestor could not resist crouching down, his fingertips grazing the spiritual soil. As his spiritual force delved merely half an inch, it was met with a magnificent wave of spiritual resonance that repelled him. He abruptly raised his head, disbelief evident in his gaze. After cultivating in the Qingxian sect for a millennium, he had never encountered such pure, innate spiritual energy. Merely standing here allowed one's cultivation to gradually advance. As soon as he spoke, the Grand Elder suddenly raised his hand and pinched the Elder Ancestor's arm sharply. Startled by the pain, the Elder Ancestor leapt up, clutching his arm and glaring. "What was that for, you old fool?" Yet the Grand Elder showed no sign of anger. Instead, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with bewildered excitement. "I must see if I am dreaming. This secret realm, this spiritual energy, is 100 times more miraculous than the descriptions of the ancient spiritual realms I saw in the forbidden scrolls of my youth." Just as the fifth elder was about to respond, his attention was abruptly drawn to a distant expanse of spiritual fields. He hastily approached, parting the waist-high spiritual grass, and gently caressed a 9-leafed spiritual herb. The leaves shimmered with a warm jade hue, delicate golden light coursing through the veins, unmistakably the royal-grade spiritual herb, the 9-leaf grass. This is the 9-leaf grass." The fifth elder trembled with excitement, his voice quivering. He had seen its illustration at Danding Peak in his earlier years, knowing it matured once every 1,000 years, nurturing the essence of kings and serving a significant purpose for them. Bending down to examine the root of the herb, he noticed the soil gleamed with the luster of an innate spiritual spring, and the roots of the 9-leaf grass were deeply embedded within the spiritual vein. The golden light on the leaves several times more vibrant than depicted in the illustrations. It appeared to be over 10,000 years old. Such a rarity, if left unharvested, would wither away. He had never heard of any herb surpassing the 1,000-year threshold. The Grand Elder leaned over for a glimpse, but waved dismissively. What a trivial matter. No need for such commotion. He gestured over the spiritual fields, revealing that amidst the clusters of spiritual herbs, there were indeed numerous thousand-year-old vermilion fruits and various other spiritual medicines. This was the innate secret realm, where the concentration of spiritual energy was so potent that even the flora could communicate. It would be no surprise to find a 10,000-year-old nine-leaf grass or even rarer treasures. However, before he could finish his thought, the Grand Elder's gaze suddenly froze, as if ensnared by a spell. In the center of the spiritual field stood a half-human-tall spiritual herb, radiating a soft white glow. Its petals were as translucent as ice crystals, each exuding a sacred sheen. Suspended within the flower's core was a wisp of faint purple soul light, swirling gently with the flow of spiritual energy. It was the divine herb recorded only in ancient texts. The Tai Su nurturing flower. Oh, the Tai Su nurturing flower. The Grand Elder's composure shattered in an instant, his voice rising sharply. He rushed forward, carefully parting the surrounding spiritual grass, fearful of damaging the delicate petals. Ancient texts described this herb as capable of condensing dispersed souls. As long as a trace of residual soul remained, it could be reassembled. This, indeed, was a divine herb. It belongs to us. It is ours, the Qingxian sects. Ha! The esteemed ancestor chuckled so heartily that the corners of his eyes wrinkled, his hands trembling slightly as his gaze remained affixed to the ethereal flower of the void, reluctant to divert his attention even for a moment. With this sacred herb in his possession, even in the face of unforeseen calamities, he had secured an invaluable lifeline. The fifth ancestor, observing from the side, harbored a flicker of disdain in his eyes, muttering to himself. Just moments ago, he had feigned an air of worldly wisdom. Yet upon encountering the sacred herb, he exhibited even greater excitement than I. How curious! Where has your composure vanished? Xian Yangzi also approached. Captivated by the sacred herbs and royal-level spiritual plants in the spiritual field, suddenly feeling a warmth welling in his eyes. The mere worth of this spiritual field was sufficient to drive the 7 major sects of Xian Prefecture into a frenzy. The esteemed ancestor remained ensnared in his astonishment. But in the next instant, he clutched his chest, his complexion turning a deep crimson. He was already on the brink of the quasi-saint realm. And having consumed some sacred beast flesh and the intoxication of celestial nectar, he was struggling to maintain control. Now, amidst the dense spiritual energy of this secret realm, that intertwining power began to assail the barrier that confined him at the threshold of sainthood, his internal spiritual force surging dangerously close to chaos. And even his breathing grew erratic. No, this cannot continue. The spiritual energy is too potent. If I remain here any longer, I fear I may inadvertently break through. The other elders nodded in agreement, their faces etched with concern. Their internal conditions mirrored that of the esteemed ancestor. As the spiritual energy of the secret realm compounded with the lingering effects of food and drink, battering against their own barriers. Gu Changge observed the tense expressions of those around him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the secret realm, where a delicate mist enveloped the area, revealing a suspended jade platform, the very core of the secret realm, the Enlightenment platform. The Enlightenment platform deep within the secret realm is the key, he remarked. Elders, let us proceed deeper. It is far more appropriate to break through on the Enlightenment platform. Upon hearing this, the group hastily suppressed the surging energies within their bodies and followed Gu Changge into the innermost recesses of the secret realm. The further they ventured, the denser the spiritual energy became, eventually coalescing into tangible spiritual mist, allowing them to sense the resonance of the Dao flowing through their consciousness with each breath. Before long, a grand suspended jade platform came into view, inscribed with ancient glyphs, its center radiating a golden aura of Dao resonance, the spiritual energy so rich it seemed almost liquid. Standing beneath the platform, they could feel the transcendent power capable of driving those at the quasi-saint level into a frenzy. This is the Enlightenment platform. The esteemed ancestor trembled as he reached out, his fingertips barely grazing the Dao resonance emanating from the platform, and suddenly his mind cleared. The chaotic thoughts that had been stirred by the tumultuous spiritual force now crystallizing into clarity. Gu Changge nodded, casting his gaze over the gathered elders. Esteemed elders, this moment presents the ideal opportunity to enhance one's aptitude. First, consume the marrow-cleansing elixir to elevate your capabilities. With heightened aptitude, not only will you perfectly absorb the spiritual energy of the secret realm and the resonance of the Enlightenment platform, but you will also encounter fewer obstacles during your breakthrough, paving a smoother path for your future cultivation. Very well. I am eager to witness the miraculous effects of this aptitude-enhancing elixir, the esteemed ancestor declared, no longer hesitating. With an air of urgency, he stepped onto the Enlightenment platform, sitting cross-legged with a grace that belied his excitement. From his storage ring, he retrieved a luminous white marrow-cleansing elixir, and as it touched his palm, the crisp fragrance of the medicine wafted into his nostrils, easing the tension in his previously taut nerves. The venerable ancestors, including the second and fifth elders, swiftly followed suit, each settling cross-legged at the edge of the enlightenment platform. From their storage rings, they produced the exquisite cleansing essence pills. The radiant pills, glimmering under the golden light of the platform, captivated the attention of the assembly, who were unable to contain their anticipation. Having lived for millennia, they had never encountered a pill capable of enhancing one's innate qualities. Thus, they were filled with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, their fingertips trembling as they grasped the pills. Observing the trust and longing in their eyes, Changge's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently caressed several ancient jade slips hidden within his sleeve. Rest assured, esteemed ancestors, you may consume the pills. Once you transcend to the saint realm, I possess several cultivation methods that will undoubtedly resonate more harmoniously with you than the current Qing canon you are practicing. Oh, more cultivation methods? The Grand Elder paused just as he was about to ingest the pill, his eyes alight with curiosity. Changge, what grade of cultivation methods are these? Changge simply waved his hand, his gaze returning to the golden aura surrounding the enlightenment platform. You shall discover that once you all break through. The most pressing matter at hand is to utilize the cleansing essence pills alongside the Dao rhythm of the enlightenment platform to achieve a dual enhancement of both your innate qualities and cultivation. Seeing this, the Grand Elder ceased his inquiries and was the first to consume the cleansing essence pill. As the pill slid down his throat, it transformed into a refreshing flow of warmth, gently coursing down his esophagus into his dantian. Initially focused on guiding the medicinal energy, he was suddenly jolted as the warm currents from the enlightenment platform erupted within his dantian, exploding into countless golden threads that surged toward his meridians. The stagnant sensation of spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. Even his sea of consciousness became so clear that it could reflect the engraved characters of the enlightenment platform. Yet, he could not afford to savor the changes in his innate qualities. The force, imbued with medicinal potency, spiritual energy, and the essence of the Dao, surged wildly, crashing against the barriers of the peak quasi-saint realm, causing his meridians to vibrate, leaving him unable to suppress the overwhelming force. What a powerful opportunity for breakthrough. The Grand Elder's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice trembled with suppressed excitement. The golden threads coalesced around him into a cocoon of light, his quasi-saint aura soaring uncontrollably, even causing the ancient inscriptions on the enlightenment platform to flicker with fragmented golden radiance. The other ancestors were also absorbed in their cultivation. The second elder straightened his back, his palms radiating a lustrous white light. The fifth elder's fingertips danced with a faint azure aura, his gaze intensifying. The remaining two elders were enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy, clearly swept up by the impulse to break through, none distracted enough to assess their innate qualities. Standing at the edge of the platform, Xian Yangzi observed the extraordinary phenomena surrounding the elders, feeling a warmth spreading through his dantian. Having already approached the threshold of the saint realm, the remnants of the cleansing essence pill he had consumed earlier ignited within him. Now, stimulated by the hundredfold spiritual energy of the secret realm and the elder's breakthrough aura, the long-suppressed power could no longer be contained. Enough, he resolved. Today, I shall break through alongside the elders. He decisively settled into a cross-legged position at the edge of the enlightenment platform, channeling his cultivation method to summon spiritual energy. A soft violet aura enveloped him, intertwining the exhilarating sensation of breaking through innate qualities with the fiery impact of ascending realms, causing him to involuntarily emit a muffled groan. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resounded. The cocoon of light surrounding the Grand Elder shattered abruptly, and the golden Dao rhythm surged forth like a tidal wave. Yet it was firmly contained in the air by the formation of the enlightenment platform. He abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light flashing within their depths. Although the pressure of the saint realm had not yet been fully unleashed, it had already sent the surrounding spiritual mist spiraling away. After a millennium of arduous cultivation, he had finally broken through. He had transcended. The Grand Ancestor let out a resounding roar, his voice brimming with ecstasy and exhilaration, his robes billowing with spiritual energy, even his hair lifted by the force. Yet, before his cry could fade, a sudden crack echoed through the secret realm. The purplish-black thunderclouds converged with alarming speed, swiftly shrouding the entire sky. Golden arcs of lightning danced within the clouds, coiling like ferocious thunder dragons, emanating a destructive aura that tightened the heart of the newly ascended Grand Ancestor. Although the secret realm could isolate the sensing of tribulations, it could not erase the heavenly Dao's mark on his ascension. If he did not endure this tribulation today, it would surely descend upon the sect upon exiting the secret realm. Changge summoned a thread of spiritual energy at his fingertips, penetrating the barriers of the secret realm to invoke the heavenly Dao's awareness. In an instant, the sky flickered with lightning, the purplish-black calamity clouds rapidly gathering. Enduring the tribulation here not only stabilized the foundation with the secret realm's spiritual energy, but also spared the ancestors from facing 5 thunderbolts upon exiting. It was the Saints' thunder tribulation. The Grand Ancestor's eyes ignited with fervor, eager to confront it. Yet he noticed Changge raising his hand and waving it towards the Enlightenment platform. A pale blue barrier swiftly rose, isolating the other 4 ancestors and Zhunyangzi, keeping even the pressure of the tribulation at bay. Focus on your breakthrough. Do not let the tribulation disturb you. Changge's voice resonated in their minds. The 4 ancestors and Zhunyangzi quickly regained their composure and devoted themselves to their cultivation. Seeing this, the Grand Ancestor cupped his hands in gratitude to Changge, then turned to charge towards the thunderclouds. Today, he would harness this tribulation to temper his essence. The first bolt of lightning descended with a tremendous crash, a thick purplish-golden arc carrying a destructive force. The Grand Ancestor conjured a golden shield in his palm, ancient runes swirling upon it. And at the moment of collision with the lightning arc, golden light and sparks erupted, sending ripples through the secret realm. Just as the first arc dissipated, the second bolt came crashing down, this time with 2 thunder dragons intertwined. Yet the Grand Ancestor remained unfazed, the spiritual power of a saint forming an armor around him as he charged towards the lightning dragons. His fists collided with the arcs, shattering the dragons into fragments. With each strike, his excitement grew. With every tribulation faced, his saintly aura condensed further, and the brilliance in his eyes intensified. Just as he braced against the 5th bolt, the Enlightenment platform unexpectedly erupted with 2 more bursts of spiritual light, the 2nd Ancestor and the 5th Ancestor simultaneously breaking through to the Saint realm. As they opened their eyes, they beheld the thunderous calamity above, and their eyes ignited with fervor. Let the tribulation come. Observing this, Changge withdrew the barrier before them and reinforced the defenses of the remaining 2 ancestors and Zhunyangzi. The 2nd and 5th ancestors leapt towards the thunderclouds. As the Grand Ancestor withstood the 9th bolt, 2 more mighty roars of breakthrough echoed from the clouds, signaling the success of the remaining 2 ancestors. In that instant, 4 thunder tribulation clouds converged high in the sky, purplish-golden lightning entwined like raging dragons, the terrifying pressure causing all beings below to bow. Even the fabric of space itself fracturing with fine cracks. A flash of brilliance sparkled in Changge's eyes as he suddenly unfurled his long sleeves. An invisible barrier unfurled like a celestial canopy, meticulously partitioning the 4 tumultuous clouds into distinct realms, while the raging thunder was firmly confined within its designated bounds. Unable to provoke one another, he stood in the void, his garments fluttering wildly, and with sheer willpower, he stabilized the chaotic tempest of thunder that threatened to annihilate the world. After half a day, the 4 ancestors transcended the thunder tribulation, bearing numerous wounds yet enveloped in the aura of the saintly path, their presence overwhelmingly potent. The eldest ancestor burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Saintly realm! This is the essence of a saint's power." No sooner had his laughter faded than a faint hum resonated from Zhunyangzi's direction. He too had broken through. A pale violet radiance surged skyward, instantly provoking the thunder tribulation anew. The purple-black clouds converged once more, and the lightning arcs grew 3-fold in girth. Evidently fueled by Zhunyangzi's intensified aura, Zhunyang too had achieved a breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, he soared toward the thunder tribulation. 3 arcs of lightning intertwined, striking toward him, yet he neither flinched nor evaded. Harnessing the tribulation to temper his saintly essence, the arcs not only failed to inflict harm, but instead refined his presence further. After enduring 9 lightning tribulations, he descended, raising a hand to sweep through the air, transforming his saintly energy into a blade of light that effortlessly severed a millennium-old tree, his eyes brimming with incredulous ecstasy. "I too have become a saint." Changge observed the radiant aura surrounding the 6, retrieving the spirit-testing jade to present it. At this moment, testing their aptitude would reveal the efficacy of the marrow-cleansing elixir. The eldest ancestor was the first to take it, and the jade instantly erupted in resplendent golden light. Saint-level mid-tier aptitude. As the other ancestors tested in succession, 2 possessed mid-tier saint-level aptitude, while 3 were of lower tier. 6 saints, all of saintly caliber. Zhunyangzi cradled the spirit-testing jade, his fingers tenderly tracing the sacred patterns on its surface, his voice infused with a dreamy excitement. The Qingxian sect had not witnessed such a grand occasion in a millennium. All thanks to Brother Changge. Among the 7 great sects of Xian Prefecture, countless generations sought sainthood in vain, yet our Qing Xian sect has suddenly produced 6 saints. All of saintly caliber. This feels like a dream. The eldest ancestor's fingertips trembled slightly. Earlier, when he heard Changge mention that the marrow-cleansing elixir could aid breakthroughs, he harbored expectations, but to witness this caliber of aptitude was still beyond belief. After a millennium without a single saint, now 6 had emerged. Truly, our Qing Xian sect's ancestral graves are smoking with glory. The 2nd and 5th ancestors, among others, were equally awash with shock and elation. With 6 saints, coupled with the inheritance and treasures from the secret realm, the foundation of our Qing Xian sect is sure to multiply exponentially. The eldest ancestor performed a deep bow to Gu Changge, his voice laden with reverence. The grace of Changge is something we shall never forget. The other ancestors echoed in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. Yet Gu Changge waved his hand, casting his gaze toward the depths of the secret realm. Becoming a saint is merely the beginning. Deeper within lie inheritances and treasures ample enough for you to strive for even loftier realms. As he spoke, Gu Changge's fingertips stirred, and several tomes of cultivation techniques materialized in his grasp, specifically prepared for the ancestors. Chapter 73. The Imperial-level techniques with a flick of his finger. 10 ancient golden-hued jade slips floated in the air like stars. The imperial patterns swirling on the surface of the slips seemed alive, each line exuding a faint, ethereal glow. As soon as it manifested, the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm surged forth like a tide, coalescing around the jade slip to form a visible vortex. Even the ancient inscriptions carved into the surface of the Enlightenment platform were stirred, illuminating with scattered golden specks. The Grand Ancestor and the Second Ancestor, along with a few others, found their gazes instantly locked onto the jade slip, their breaths synchronously softening. These ancient beings, having lived for a millennium, sensed the extraordinary nature of the slip without even touching it. A shared thought flashed through their minds. A creation of Changge must be a masterpiece. No sooner had this thought settled than the Grand Ancestor could not help but emit a rather lewd chuckle. Realizing his indiscretion, he hastily raised a hand to cover his mouth, cleared his throat, and feigned a stern expression, striving to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Nevertheless, the light in his eyes burned brightly like 2 flames, his tone betraying an unmistakable eagerness. Changge, is this the technique you deem suitable for us? With a delicate flick of his fingertip, the foremost jade slip gracefully floated before the Grand Ancestor. The imperial patterns on its surface illuminated the moment his spiritual force made contact, and the golden inscriptions seemed to flow to life upon the slip. Indeed, having just utilized the marrow-cleansing pill and the resonance of the Enlightenment platform, the Ancestor not only transcended to the saint realm, but also transformed his physique from the golden gung body to the mystical golden saint body. This particular text, Heavenly Emperor's blade of sharp gold, could awaken the mystical golden essence within you, fully unleashing the might of the saint body, aligning perfectly with your current constitution. The Grand Ancestor's pupils constricted instinctively as he turned his gaze inward. Indeed, the spiritual resonance deep within his dantian had shifted from a pale gold to a deeper hue, interwoven with shimmering golden sparks, an unmistakable sign of the mystical golden saint body. Changge, your insight is commendable, he exclaimed, holding his breath as his fingertips grazed the jade slip. An overwhelming imperial pressure surged into his mind, causing even this newly ascended saint to tremble internally. He hastily infused his spiritual energy, and waves of golden inscriptions flooded into his consciousness. The 4 characters Heavenly Emperor's blade of sharp gold stood out prominently, followed closely by the notation of its tier, Imperial. Imperial, an imperial-grade technique? The Grand Ancestor's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping the jade slip in his shock. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had only encountered the highest grade of techniques at the king level, and the imperial-grade techniques were only sporadically mentioned in ancient texts, said to be exclusive to the emperors and capable of commanding an entire realm. Now, he held such a treasure in his hands, the chilling sensation at his fingertips intertwining with the true essence of the imperial way in his mind, making his breath come heavy. The Second Ancestor's pupils dilated. Is this truly imperial? Changge, do you comprehend what imperial signifies? In the Xianhuang Great World, the emperor represents the pinnacle. Anything associated with the word emperor is an unparalleled treasure for which even the Holy Lands would vie. The 5th Ancestor was so agitated he began to stomp his feet, his originally dark hair standing on end with shock. In my entire Xian province, not even a half-page of an imperial-grade technique has ever surfaced, and here you are, possessing several at once. If this were to leak out, the ancient beings across the eastern domain would surely go mad. Standing aside, Yangzi found his joy at having just transcended to the Saint realm swiftly eclipsed by the impact of the Imperial grade technique. He originally believed that Changge would at most present sacred level techniques, as sacred level skills are the treasures safeguarding each sect. However, the 10 jade slips before him, adorned with imperial patterns, utterly shattered his understanding of what constitutes a treasure. A bitter taste rose in his throat. Junior brother Changge, are you certain you have not misspoken? Is this truly imperial level? It appears as though one could casually find it on the roadside like a common cabbage. Calm down, it is merely a modest acquisition. Changge replied, turning towards the two venerable elders. With a subtle movement of his fingertips, another jade slip, radiating a verdant glow, floated towards them. Elder, you are originally of the Azure Spirit physique. After your breakthrough, nourished by the washing marrow pill, your constitution has ascended to the celestial Azure Spirit physique. This celestial Azure essence technique can cultivate your Azure Spirit's origin using the essence of heaven and earth, allowing you to further excel in the realms of wood laws and healing, thereby enhancing your alchemy and restorative endeavors. The elder received the jade slip, his hands trembling with excitement as he stroked his beard. The other elders approached in turn, and Changge presented the corresponding imperial-level techniques to each of them. The Void Emperor technique for the third elder, the 10,000 Paths Convergence technique for the fourth elder, and the Heavenly Flame Battle Cannon for the fifth elder, each one precisely tailored to their constitutions and paths, as if custom-made for them. Yangzi stood at the edge of the enlightenment platform, the joy of having just broken through to the sage realm dissipating in an instant under the weight of the term imperial level and Changge's meticulous considerations. He observed the jade slips in the hands of his peers, then accepted the Crimson Flame Inferno Sutra that Changge had extended to him. This technique was perfectly suitable for the awakening of his Flame of Heaven physique. A bitter taste arose in his throat. Junior brother Changge, how much thought have you invested? You seem to have a thorough understanding of each of our constitutions and favored paths. This is not mere adaptation. It is clearly tailored for us. Listening to Yangzi's words of astonishment, Changge maintained his calm demeanor, though inwardly, he stifled a chuckle. Tailored? In truth, Yangzi was correct. During their breakthroughs, Changge had utilized the resonance of the Enlightenment platform to clearly discern the trajectory of each individual's constitutional advancement, which he had temporarily created. The fluctuations of the golden elemental origin when the golden gung physique transformed into the Xianjin sacred body. The circulation of wood elemental spirit energy during the Azure Spirit physique's elevation to the celestial Azure Spirit physique, and the scorching flames of the Inferno sacred body awakening. All these appeared before him like the clearest of blueprints. Creating imperial-level techniques was not particularly challenging. With his cultivation and understanding of the laws, he merely needed to follow the source pathways of each physique, delineating compatible spiritual energy flow and methods of law integration, to swiftly construct the framework of the techniques. Conversely, naming these techniques consumed a considerable amount of Changge's mental faculties, compared to the laborious task of devising names that resonated with the physiques while retaining an imperial grandeur. The process of crafting the techniques themselves felt as effortless as drinking water. Observing the stunned expressions of his peers, Changge twirled the remaining jade slips with his fingertips, his tone remaining as unperturbed as if discussing mundane matters. As long as they are beneficial to the elders, you have just broken through to the sage realm, and your foundations are still unsteady. These techniques will assist you in refining the imperial path's origin, enabling you to avoid unnecessary detours in your future pursuits of the Great Sage and Sage King realms. The two venerable ancestors took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock within their hearts, and bowed deeply to Changge. This kindness, we are unable to repay. With the acquisition of this imperial-level cultivation technique, tailored to our needs, not only can we solidify our foundations, but we also possess the confidence to strive for higher realms in the future. The fifth ancestor followed suit, bowing as well, his gaze now tinged with a hint of reverence. Previously, I merely thought you possessed many treasures. Today, I realize that the abundance is simply astonishing. Changge nodded slightly, handing out the remaining jade slips one by one, but his heart was calculating. Initially, he contemplated presenting several supreme imperial weapons, but observing their current demeanor, the first ancestor's hand trembled while clutching the jade slip, and the second ancestor did not even notice as his beard fell. He feared that revealing the imperial weapons might incite excessive excitement. It would be prudent to refrain from mentioning them for now and find an opportunity to present them later. He lightly tapped the stone surface of the Enlightenment platform, adopting a tone that held a measure of gravity. Elders, while the cultivation technique is indeed excellent, it requires calm contemplation. The foremost task at hand is to stabilize your recently attained sage realm cultivation. Do not be overly eager for success, lest you leave behind hidden dangers with an unstable foundation. The elders nodded in agreement, their expressions imbued with solemnity, seeing that they had heeded his counsel. Changge did not linger, turning to walk toward the exit of the secret realm. His white robe brushed past the light spots along the edge of the Enlightenment platform, gradually blending into the hazy glow at the entrance of the secret realm. Just as his foot was about to cross the boundary of the secret realm, he faintly heard the elders unable to suppress their laughter behind him. Following that, the first ancestor's voice, tinged with excitement, reached his ears. "We have struck it rich. This time, we have truly struck it rich. With imperial-level techniques and the blessing of the sacred body, how can our Qingxian sect not rise in the future? This Changge is indeed a rare fortune for our sect." The second ancestor could hardly contain his exhilaration, his voice trembling slightly. "This heaven and earth blue essence technique can actually harness the essence of the heavens and earth, with further cultivation. We might even contend with sacred kings." The fifth ancestor was even more ecstatic, his beard quivering uncontrollably. "After merely circulating my heavenly flame battle classic for a single cycle, my inner spiritual power has surged by 30%. Those sacred lands and ancient sects will soon be groveling beneath our feet. East Domain, prepare to be dominated by us." Changge halted, a sudden chill coursing through him, instinctively glancing back. With such laughter and words, why did it suddenly feel as though his sect resembled a villain? Chapter 74, The Azure Sky Bull. I despise my present self. Upon returning to Zizhu Peak, Changge was met with the sound of a mournful bovine bellow emanating from the spirit field, intermingled with the urgent debates of young men, resembling the chaotic daily life of a household. He followed the sound, and soon witnessed a comical scene from afar. Xiao Ruobai grasped the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, brandishing its tip in the air as if warding off a bull's charge. Feng Hanyu stood beside him, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his face stern. A picture of someone trying to mediate yet reluctant to intervene. In the center stood the Azure Sky Bull, its neck held high, eyes bulging like bronze bells, nostrils flaring with white steam, hooves kicking up dirt, looking as though it had lost half its life in indignation. A small black bird perched on the bull's horn, tilting its head and chirping, as if enjoying the spectacle. "Moo, you little rascal, do you have any justification for trampling my spirit grains?" The azure sky loomed above as the rough voice of the azure bull resonated with a hint of weeping, its massive head shaking towards the spiritual field. "Did you see that? Those few plants trampled to the ground. I painstakingly carved out a bit of space from the edges of this field to cultivate some private grains. After your master took away 90% of my spiritual rice, it was hard enough. Now, you leave me with nothing." Xiao Ruobai's face flushed crimson as he pressed down on the tip of his spear. "I recall my master coming here daily to tend to this spiritual field. In his absence these past few days, I came to assist in looking after the spiritual herbs. Who would have thought you, old bull, would be so sneaky?" The more he spoke, the more justified he felt. "Moreover, why do you claim ownership over my master's spiritual field? Are you perhaps here to pilfer the spiritual herbs? Steal spiritual herbs?" The azure bull's tail lashed furiously, making a sound like bamboo cracking, its eyes nearly brimming with tears. "For 10 years, you and your master have treated me like a mobile meat locker. Now, when I finally grow some spiritual rice, I am subjected to slander. This life is unbearable." Feng Hanyu furrowed his brow. "Elder bull meat locker?" Just as the azure bull was about to voice its grievances, it caught sight of Changge strolling leisurely towards them. The words caught in its throat, and it merely drooped its ears, resembling a severely bullied little wife. "Changge, your disciple trampled my spiritual rice and then turned the blame on me." Suppressing laughter, Changge approached the edge of the spiritual field, observing the trampled spiritual rice, which lay askew, a few plump grains having fallen to the ground, indeed a pitiful sight. Turning his gaze to the azure bull, he noticed its eyes were red, secretly wiping away tears with its hooves, and he teased it deliberately. "Old Huang, it's not a big deal. Just replant it. Replant." The azure bull raised its head abruptly, its eyes wide with disbelief. "You know how difficult it is to grow this stuff." Changge retrieved a pristine porcelain vial from his storage ring and tossed it to the azure bull. "Here, this is innate spiritual essence. 10 times more effective than innate spiritual spring. It will suffice for you to plant an entire field of spiritual rice." As the azure bull caught the vial, it felt the warm spiritual energy within and its eyes brightened, the feeling of grievance dissipating significantly, though it still feigned stubbornness. "Now that is more like it. But if your disciple tramples my spiritual rice again, I won't just be glaring." At this, Changge turned to Xiao Ruobai and said, "This is old Huang, my longtime companion who tends to the spiritual fields. Its temper may be explosive, but it cultivates spiritual rice with more finesse than those at Danding Peak." Xiao Ruobai scratched his head, speaking softly. "Elder Huang, if you'd like, I can help you replant the damaged spiritual rice." The azure bull snorted, flicking its tail. At least you have a bit of conscience. Suddenly recalling something, it glared. Wait, can you even plant spiritual rice? Never mind. I wouldn't want you to ruin the remaining seedlings. With that, it dashed towards the corner of the spiritual field, its hooves light and buoyant, leaving behind the semblance of grievance. However, Rawbai, your intention to assist your master in tending to the spiritual field is commendable, but next time, make sure to understand the layout of the field before acting impulsively, Changge advised. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rawbai sighed in relief, yet guilt washed over him. Master, I understand my mistake. I will definitely ask for clarification before taking action in the future. Observing the somewhat awkward demeanor of Xiao Rawbai and Feng Hanyu, Changge chuckled and waved his hand. If you are sincere, take the time to converse with Old Huang and learn from it how to manage the spiritual field, ensuring we can care for this land together. It will save me a great deal of trouble. As the words fell, the distant azure bull, secretly licking the spiritual essence from a porcelain bottle, began to murmur softly, its mouth moving rapidly. Are you at ease? You have never truly cared. Every time we enter the spirit field, it's either to carve away my flesh or to harvest spiritual rice. Not even a single weed has been tended. Come on, be a decent person, Changge. Though it complained vocally, its mind was quietly calculating other matters. Ever since it was invited by Changge to Zizhu Peak, it had soared from the initial stages of the Holy King realm to the present Great Sage realm. Even its body, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, had seen considerable improvement. Although each flesh harvest was excruciating, upon reflection, exchanging a few pieces of flesh for great sage cultivation seemed a worthwhile trade. With this thought, it found itself somewhat looking forward to the next time Changge would come for more flesh. Even secretly pondering, should I fatten up the tenderloin a bit more next time, Moo? Just as this notion crossed its mind, the azure bull suddenly jolted, lifting its head sharply and slapping itself with its hoof, the force nearly disorienting it. Am I insane? It gawked with wide eyes, unable to believe it was actually yearning to be harvested. I truly despise myself right now. Nearby, Xiao Rawbai faintly heard the bull's call and curiously glanced over. Master, what is wrong with Lao Huang? Why is it hitting itself? Changge followed his gaze and happened to see the azure bull covering its face with its hoof, looking utterly disheartened, unable to suppress a chuckle. It's nothing. It probably thinks the spiritual rice isn't growing well and is competing with itself. Feng Hanyu watched the comically acting old bull, a hint of amusement flickering across his normally cold expression. This old companion seemed far more entertaining than he had anticipated. Just as the smile at the corner of Feng Hanyu's mouth lingered, a crisp sound of a sword resonated from the bamboo path, accompanied by two familiar figures swiftly approaching. It was Yi Gaing, the master of the Sword Cry Peak, followed closely by Mu Chenyu, clad in white. Upon seeing them, Changge's previously relaxed expression darkened instantly, unable to suppress a mental complaint. Having just dealt with the matters of the ancestor and the secret realm, and now this? Can I have a moment of peace? Yi Gaing called out from afar, Junior Brother Changge. Finally found you. I've been dying to see you. Mu Chenyu behind him also cupped his hands in greeting. Yet his gaze subtly darted inside, clearly hoping to gain some fortune by following his master. Before Changge could speak, a sudden short move from the side interrupted. The azure bull, holding the porcelain bottle, froze its hoof abruptly, the once lively steps coming to an instant halt. Its face contorted in distress as it instinctively touched its tenderloin. Murmuring quietly, something feels off, why does my whole body hurt all of a sudden? Chapter 75, Xianyangzi. Return my tears, Xiao Rawbai and Feng Hanyu, upon seeing Yi Gaing approaching, promptly ceased their training postures and greeted in unison, Greetings, Master Yi and Senior Brother Mu. Yi Gaing glanced at the two, sensing the aura emanating from their bodies, which seemed to emanate the essence of body refinement, appearing quite obedient. Looking no different from ordinary body refinement disciples. He couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking, what the hell is this body refinement? He had witnessed Feng Hanyu hold his ground against opponents in the condensation pill realm during the sect competition, and Xiao Rawbai had also defeated disciples in the late foundation establishment stage with just a few moves. Who among the families practicing body refinement possesses such prowess? However, upon reflection, it is certainly more commendable than those disciples who flaunt their power upon gaining influence. Indeed, it is better to follow Brother Changge's teachings. He cast a glance at his disciple, Mu Chenyu, and mused internally that his apprentice ought to learn a great deal from these two. Changge led the group towards the bamboo pavilion, while Mu Chenyu quietly followed, his gaze sweeping across the ethereal energy enveloping the purple bamboo peak, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. The abundance of spiritual energy at this purple bamboo peak is astonishing. Even my cultivation at the late stage of the Dan condensation realm feels invigorated here, as if the essence of my sword intent is becoming more fluid. No wonder my brothers, Ruo Bai and Han Yu, have made such rapid advancements. This must be the tremendous opportunity Master spoke of before his arrival. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Remembering his previous half-month of silence while in seclusion at Sword Howl Peak, he was now sensing faint signs of a breakthrough, nourished by the spiritual energy, and felt that this visit to Purple Bamboo Peak was indeed worthwhile. Brother Gu, you must have put in considerable effort for the swift progress of Xian Yangzi and the Old Stone-S disciple. Haven to you? Yi Gaing leaned close to Gu Changge, his tone tinged with a plea for mercy. I have brought Xin Yu along. You must not favor one over the other, and should also guide him. Gu Changge felt a sudden headache, but nodded in agreement. Rest assured, he will not be neglected. Now that sounds more like it. Yi Gaing's expression brightened immediately. Ruo Bai, Han Yu, why don't you exchange ideas with Brother Mo? Gu Changge turned and instructed, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the glimmering azure bull's rear, peeking through the cracks in the spirit field, eliciting a silent chuckle from him. Today, I shall let you off the hook. With a flick of his fingertip, a flash of azure light swept through the bamboo forest, vanishing in the direction of the 10,000 great mountains in an instant. Moments later, the azure light returned, and in Gu Changge's hand lay a substantial piece of beast meat adorned with faint golden patterns, still exuding a tantalizing aroma and an overwhelming aura of pressure. This was none other than the Saint King Realm dual-winged Tiger King he had summoned from the 10,000 great mountains. Today, a change in flavor, let us savor some tiger meat. As Yi Gaing drew near, he was compelled to step back a pace by the residual pressure emanating from the beast meat, instinctively channeling his peak-level spirit energy. He gazed at Gu Changge, who casually held the Tiger King meat, his expression shifting entirely. Just how much power does this lad conceal? Gu Changge placed the Tiger King meat beside the stone stove, igniting a faint golden flame with his fingertip. The sound of sizzling fat dropping into the fire spread quickly, the rich aroma of meat mingling with the sweetness of spiritual energy, prompting Yi Gaing to involuntarily sniff the air. Gu Changge raised his hand, beckoning everyone to gather around the stone stove. Just as he removed the glistening, roasted Tiger King meat from the rack, both Fong Hanyu and Mu Qinyu felt their throats involuntarily constrict, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Fong Hanyu's hands, hanging by his sides, clenched tightly, and a subtle swallowing sound emerged from his throat. His time at Purple Bamboo Peak had been brief, yet he had tasted Gu Changge's roasted meat only once. That occasion had seen the pure spiritual energy within the meat's juices nourish his damaged body instantaneously, even revitalizing the essence of his chaos sword body. Not to mention the Dao enlightenment tea brewed by Master. The moment the tea entered his throat, the obscure sword techniques within the chaos sword art unfurled like a tide in his consciousness, elevating his comprehension of the sword path to an entirely new level. At this moment, as he inhaled the fragrant aroma of the Tiger King's meat, he felt a heat enveloping his very breath, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of tasting the meat grilled by his master. Mu Qinyu could hardly contain himself, inching forward. The enticing scent mingled with a faint spiritual energy causing beads of sweat to form in his palms. Never before had he encountered such tantalizing fare atop Sword Cry Peak. Merely savoring the aroma stirred the spiritual power within him, urging him to indulge immediately. Only Xiao Ruobai remained somewhat composed. Having dined on roasted beast meat with Gu Changge on several occasions, he was accustomed to this exquisite flavor, yet he couldn't help but fixate on the golden, crisp skin, a familiar anticipation glimmering in his eyes. The meat grilled by his master always refined his battle god physique with each bite, and this Tiger King's meat appeared even more extraordinary than the previous beast meats, promising even greater benefits. As the meat reached a perfect balance of crisp exterior and tender interior, Gu Changge distributed it among the group. Yi Gaing could hardly wait to take a bite. The Tiger King's meat melted in his mouth, a surge of vitality cascading down his throat, and the once stiff physique emitted a subtle crackling sound, even loosening the barriers at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. His eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to chew. What kind of extraordinary beast meat is this? Just one bite nourishes the body. Mu Qinyu also took a bite, and the juices burst on his tongue, instantly relaxing his previously tense sword intent. The spiritual energy at the late stage of the condensation realm began to surge wildly, as gentle power widened his meridians, even clarifying his sea of consciousness. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes, feeling the tumultuous changes within him, his mind awash with astonishment. This opportunity surpassed even his master's descriptions. Hidden within the crevices of the spirit field, the azure sky wild bull heard the exclamations outside and cautiously peeked out, its nostrils flaring. This ISN, its meat. It immediately sighed in relief, but dared not emerge, instead straining its ears to listen for any signs of movement. fearful that Gu Changge might suddenly decide to feast on beef. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Gu Changge retrieved a luminous white jade vial from his storage ring, pouring forth a pill that shimmered with a pearly luster. Extending it towards Mu Qinyu. This is a cleansing marrow pill. It can enhance one's aptitude. You should take it. Yi Gang, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. The cleansing marrow pill. This is an extraordinary elixir capable of defying the heavens to alter one's aptitude. At that time, senior brother Xianyang had mentioned that Gu Changge had given him only 2. He had consumed 1 without hesitation, leading to a complete transformation. While he had advised him to keep this matter discreet to avoid attracting the attention of other peak masters. Reflecting on this, gratitude welled up in Yi Gang's heart. Gu Changge, the sect master's brother, had shared such a treasure with him. This kindness would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Yet, seeing Gu Changge casually offer a pill to Mu Qinyu, he couldn't help but speak up. Changge, this cleansing marrow pill is so extraordinary. Shouldn't it be given to those in greater need? Like the peak masters? They are the backbone of our sect, and enhancing their aptitude would benefit the entire sect. Gu Changge placed the cleansing marrow pill into Mu Qinyu's hands and remarked nonchalantly, "It's all right. I have plenty of these pills. I previously gave some to the sect master, so he has likely administered them to all the peak masters." Just as he finished speaking, Gu Changge suddenly froze. Oh no. He recalled Xianyangzi telling each peak master about the last few items. Silently praying to Xianyangzi, he thought, "Brother, forgive me. I truly did not intend to betray you." How had he inadvertently let slip such crucial information? Yi Gang was also taken aback, then suddenly slammed his palm on the stone table, exclaiming, "You gave him some? That old fox Xianyangzi had previously told me you only gave him 2. How infuriating. I was touched by you for so long, and now you've made me shed tears. This matter is far from over." Gu Changge looked at the unfolding farce, helplessly massaging his forehead. Today his words had thoroughly exposed Xianyangzi's secrets. Mu Qinyu, listening to their conversation, felt a tremendous shock, his hand trembling as he clutched the cleansing elixir. Upon seeing Yi Gang nod, he unhesitatingly swallowed the pill. As the elixir slid down his throat, it transformed into a warm current that surged through his limbs and body. In his sea of consciousness, a resounding explosion occurred. The barrier of mid-level heavenly grade aptitude shattered. Golden light radiated from his dantian, and astonishingly, it leapt all the way to low-level sync grade. Even more astonishingly, the barrier of the late stage of the condensing Dan realm cracked with a resounding snap, propelling him directly into the mid-stage of the Purple Palace realm. His spiritual power surged at an astonishing rate, increasing by over 100-fold, and even his sword intent condensed several times, vastly broadening his path of cultivation. Could this truly be the aptitude of a saint? Mu Qinyu's eyes flew open, his fingers trembling as he peered inward, his voice tinged with disbelief. He had never imagined he would possess the legendary aptitude of a saint. Chapter 76, The Tower of Eternal Prodigies. The Emperor as a sparring partner as the day drew to a close amid the lively atmosphere of the purple bamboo peak. Yi Gang broke through his shackles with the immense energy of the Tiger King meat from the Saint King realm, firmly establishing himself at the pinnacle of the King realm. Before departing, he did not forget to pester Gu Changge for a bit of enlightenment tea, resembling a squirrel hoarding its food. Mu Qinyu not only solidified his mid-stage Purple Palace cultivation, but also began to showcase the advantages brought forth by his newfound Saint-grade aptitude. In the following days, visitors flocked to Purple Bamboo Peak. Several peak masters, including Li Muran, came to bring their disciples in pursuit of opportunities. The disciples of various peaks advanced rapidly under the enhancement of spiritual resonance and spiritual treasures, experiencing significant improvements in both aptitude and cultivation. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu also took the opportunity to elevate their cultivation to the pinnacle of the Purple Palace realm. Their martial body's might and the sharpness of the chaotic sword body becoming increasingly restrained. After finally sending off the last wave of visiting peak masters, Gu Changge finally found a moment of tranquility. He gazed at his 2 steady-breathed disciples, flicking his fingers to release a small black tower, about the size of a palm. The tower was intricately inscribed with countless imperial patterns, ancient rhythms of Dao flowing through the grooves, representing the Tower of Eternal Prodigies he had acquired a few days prior. This tower, named the Tower of Eternal Prodigies, contained the projections of all the prodigies from the Xianhuang Great World over millions of years. With a simple gesture, Gu Changge sent the small tower soaring into the air, rapidly enlarging it until it transformed into a Tinjiang tall, exquisite tower. As the tower's entrance slowly opened, a vast aura surged forth, revealing not the cramped space one might expect, but a boundless expanse of heaven and earth. In the distance, stars twinkled, while nearby mountains undulated. with countless lights and shadows suspended in the air, as if numerous extraordinary figures were practicing their divine arts within. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu felt their pupils constrict sharply, as if their very souls were captivated by the spectacle within the tower, instinctively moderating their breaths. The interior of the tower formed a realm of its own, vast and boundless, capable of automatically matching challengers with appropriate adversaries based on their cultivation levels. Gu Changge's voice echoed in the wind, casual yet resonating with a profound weight that sent shockwaves through both of them. Should one find themselves at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, they could be matched against the projection of a young emperor from millions of years past. Each opponent, a monumental figure whose understanding of the Dao and mastery of combat techniques represented the zenith of their tier. This declaration thundered in their ears like a clap of lightning. Xiao Ruobai tightened his grip on the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, the fire of battle igniting in his eyes. The prospect of clashing with a young emperor from eons ago stirred his blood more fervently than slaying beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Fang Hanyu also gripped the Taichu sword, her icy gaze flickering with fervor, as the chaotic sword body seemed to sense the true essence of the sword path within the tower, quivering slightly in anticipation. Upon entering the tower, each challenge would be a random match. Victories would accumulate combat experience and temper their hearts, while defeats would result in being expelled according to the tower's rules. Devoid of any mortal peril, Gu Changge elaborated. You are now at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Ordinary beasts can no longer elicit your true potential. You must refine yourselves through battles with prodigies. Only when you achieve 10 consecutive victories within the tower should you contemplate breakthroughs. We understand, they replied in unison, their voices brimming with uncontainable excitement. Xiao Ruobai was the first to step forward, the moment his figure crossed the threshold of the tower. He was gently drawn in by a soft force, landing upon a desolate ancient battlefield. Before he could steady himself, a golden radiance shot down from the heavens, revealing a youth clad in resplendent golden armor, suspended in midair, wielding a spear that emanated imperial might, none other than the projection of the Qi Shao Emperor, who had ascended to greatness through the spear path millions of years ago. Who dares to challenge my Qi Shao battlefield? The young emperor's voice boomed like thunder as he thrust the spear towards Xiao Ruobai, the force of the attack imbued with a fierce battle intent, compelling Xiao Ruobai to instinctively tighten his grip on the halberd to block. The clang of metal rang out sharply as he felt a numbing sensation in his arm, retreating 3 steps before regaining his footing. Such was the might of the young emperor. Fang Hanyu followed closely behind, stepping into the tower and finding herself amidst a grove of swords. A swordsman clad in white stood with hands clasped behind his back. Though his sword remained sheathed at his waist, countless sword shadows swirled around him, revealing him as the Qing Feng Emperor, renowned for his swift sword techniques. A swordsman must wield the heart as the sword. No sooner had the white-clad swordsman spoken than his long sword was suddenly drawn, a streak of light akin to a silver thread hurtling towards Fang Hanyu's face. The speed was such that she could only barely summon the chaotic sword energy to defend herself. Upon the moment of collision, she felt her sea of consciousness tremble, her understanding of sword intent sharpening in clarity. As the tower doors slowly closed, faint sounds of clashing metal echoed from within, a symphony of weapons colliding with the projections of prodigies, intertwined with the young emperor's low growls and the battle cries of the 2 challengers, weaving an exhilarating melody in the morning light upon the purple bamboo peak. Gu Changge looked up at the towering edifice of the 10,000 years Prodigy Tower, twirling a spiritual fruit between his fingers, a gentle smile gracing his lips. A small black bird took flight from his shoulder, perching on the tower's pinnacle, tilting its head and chirping curiously at the commotion within. The night was as dark as ink, and the shadows of the bamboo on Zizhu Peak were fragmented into dappled shards of silver under the moonlight. Gu Changge reclined lightly on the ancient purple bamboo chair, drifting into a shallow slumber. Suddenly, the wind at the 3rd watch of the night stilled. Gu Changge's previously gentle breath abruptly caught, his eyes snapping open. A presence far beyond that of any in the Qingxian sect loomed nearby, heavy as a sunken abyss. Though it had been deliberately restrained, it could not escape Gu Changge's perception. The unique pressure of a peak saint-level cultivator surged swiftly from the direction of the border of Xianzhou, causing the very essence of the heavens and earth to tremble slightly in its wake. This force approached like a silent shadow, drawing nearer to the Qingxian sect. Almost the instant this aura encroached upon the Qingxian sect's territory, the protective formation, the starry celestial array, instinctively sensed danger. And the imperial patterns deep within the formation subtly lit up. Countless minute starry phantoms began to flicker into existence above the sect, on the verge of fully activating, ready to envelop the entire Qingxian sect in an ironclad defense. Gu Changge remained seated in the bamboo chair, unmoving, merely lifting a fingertip. A faint azure glow silently swept past, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, instantly suppressing the array that was on the verge of awakening. The starry phantoms vanished, and the imperial patterns fell silent, as if the earlier tremor had merely been a figment of the imagination. A glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes. A peak saint-level cultivator was a being capable of moving freely in the vast world of Xianhuang. Ordinary sects could scarcely appease such an entity. Yet, here was one visiting the Qingxian sect in the dead of night. He was curious to discern the purpose of this visit. Before the incense could burn halfway, a figure clad in white silently appeared amidst the clouds above the entrance of the Qingxian sect. This individual had long hair cascading to their shoulders, surrounded by an ethereal halo of saintly light, wielding an ancient longsword, the very master of the overwhelming saint-level aura. They gazed down at the tranquil Qingxian sect, their eyes holding a hint of scrutiny. Yet, they were entirely oblivious to the fact that they had nearly triggered the protective array capable of containing an emperor. Nor did they notice the brief awakening of the array patterns that had been swiftly subdued. Chapter 77. Is this Zizhu Peak? The figure in white hovered amidst the clouds above the entrance of the Qingxian sect, their gaze sweeping over the outline of the sect hidden in the night. With a gentle flick of their fingertip, a meticulously refined surge of saint-level spiritual energy silently emerged, effortlessly slicing through the existing protective formation like a blade through thin paper. This was the protective formation enhanced by Xuanyangzi at the peak of the king's realm, which now, before a peak saint-level cultivator, seemed as fragile as thin ice melting in warm water, quietly splitting open a fissure. In a mere flicker, the figure stepped into the confines of the Qingxian sect, their halo of saintly light retracting to an increasingly insubstantial state, almost merging with the darkness of the night. In that moment, an invisible consciousness spread forth like a tide, meticulously scanning every inch of the sect's territory. Wherever this consciousness swept through, whether it be slumbering disciples or secluded elders, none were aware. As if this awareness were merely a component of the night breeze. This is Qingxian sect? Merely trivial, lacking even a semblance of proper defense. Moments later, their consciousness touched upon a mountain blanketed with purple bamboo. In his perception, the mountain peak was nothing but a vast expanse of purple bamboo, accompanied only by the faint spiritual aura of the spirit field. The presence of the guarding cultivators was so weak that it was nearly imperceptible, rendering the peak indistinguishable from an ordinary one. At this moment, a small black bird, perched atop the ancient tower, was drowsily tucking its wings. However, when this unfamiliar consciousness swept past, it instantly opened its round eyes, a glint of ferocity flashing within its bean-like pupils. Flapping its wings, it flew to the edge of the tower, tilting its small head as if mumbling to itself. Who is this old fellow, daring to sweep through the Qingxian sect's territory with such audacity, truly unaware of the dangers? Meanwhile, a blue-skinned, hulking bull in the spirit field, cradling a porcelain vial containing innate spiritual marrow, suddenly opened its eyes wide when the consciousness passed over it, its azure and gold fur bristling. Yet it soon relaxed, shifting its position to continue its slumber. The bull's mouth twitched, as if relishing the impending misfortune of the intruder. Tiste, daring to wreak havoc on Changge's domain at the peak of the saint level? Just wait, your luck is about to run out. It was all too aware of Changge's prowess. After all, back when it was at the Saint King level, it had been easily invited to the purple bamboo peak. The white-robed man, it seemed, had no inkling of the formidable presence he had provoked. Unbeknownst to him, his consciousness lingered for a moment over the purple bamboo peak, which indeed appeared ordinary, devoid of heavy guards or advanced formations, resembling a forgotten corner of the sect. Yet, a confident smile graced his lips as he mused, "At last. I have found you, purple bamboo." Without further hesitation, he transformed into a wisp of shadow, darting toward the mountain. His steps were light, yet imbued with the unique steadiness of a peak saint cultivator, each movement resembling a tread upon the void. The halo of sacred radiance surrounding him flowed gently with his motion, casting a faint white glow in the night. He calculated inwardly. Once he located that object, he would seize it directly. With his peak saint-level cultivation, no one in the Qingxian sect could impede him. However, he had not anticipated that his covert visit would not escape the watchful eyes of the mountain's master from the very beginning. Just as the white-robed man stepped onto the territory of Purple Bamboo Peak, the bamboo at his feet had yet to tremble when a languid voice suddenly emerged from ahead. "Welcome, brother." The voice was casual, neither loud nor slow, akin to a familiar greeting, yet it caused the white-robed man to freeze, his hair nearly standing on end. His peak saint-level consciousness had swept the area, yet he had failed to detect any presence hidden within this mountain. Not even a flicker of spiritual energy or a trace of breath. Who? He abruptly halted, his ancient sword unsheathing in an instant. The explosive power of his peak saint-level spiritual energy illuminating the surroundings with a blinding radiance as he warily fixed his gaze toward the source of the voice. Meanwhile, a tempest of alarms surged within him. To be concealed so deeply beneath his very nose, this must be an unparalleled master. At the very least, a Saint King-level cultivator. When did the Qingxian sect harbor such a figure? Without even glimpsing the opponent's face, his instinct for self-preservation overrode all other thoughts. Having navigated the Xianhuang Great World for so many years, he had ascended from the Foundation establishment realm to the peak of the Saint level. Guided by the principle of avoiding danger at all costs. In the face of any opponent he might not be able to defeat, retreat was imperative. There could be no hesitation. Not even for a second. Farewell. The figure clad in white uttered a perfunctory remark before swiftly darting towards the mountain gate, his speed exceeding that of his arrival by more than thrice. The fluttering of his garments stirred the night breeze, causing the leaves of the purple bamboo to rustle, and the once fervent desire to seek treasures was overshadowed by the primal instinct for survival. However, just as he leapt a few paces, a piercing sound sliced through the air above him, and a beam of golden light descended from the pinnacle of the eternal heavens Pride Tower. In an instant, it transformed into a majestic golden-winged rock, its dark beak glinting ominously, and with a powerful flap of its immense wings, it obstructed his path. Thinking of escaping? The voice of the golden-winged rock, imbued with the distinctive crispness of the little black bird, resonated with an overwhelming authority. Have you sought my permission to rampage on the territory of the Qingxian sect? The white-clad man's pupils dilated in alarm at the sight of the golden-winged rock, the legendary beast of ancient lore. How many secrets did the Qingxian sect conceal? Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward, channeling his spiritual energy to alter his course towards the spirit field. One thought consumed his mind: find another way to flee. As long as he could escape the purple bamboo peak, with his peak saint-level speed, he would surely shake off his pursuers. Yet, scarcely had he launched himself forward when a dull thud echoed, as if he had collided with an invisible wall of bronze and iron, sending him hurtling backward to the ground, disoriented and breathless, his grip on his sword loosening. As he rubbed his forehead and looked up, he beheld a blue-gold old bull standing before him, its hooves pressed into the soil of the spirit field. A half-eaten ear of spiritual rice clutched in its mouth, none other than the azure sky bull. The old bull squinted at him, its tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Oh, isn't this the esteemed figure at the pinnacle of the saint level? Why, pray tell, are you crashing into my bovine form? A saint, a king-level beast, no. A great saint beast. The white-clad man stared at the barely concealed divine pressure emanating from the azure sky bull, panic enveloping him. First, there was the unparalleled master who could conceal their aura, then the ancient divine beast, the golden-winged rock, and now a king-level bull. Was the purple bamboo peak truly just an ordinary mountain? Why did it seem so different? Was it my approach that was flawed? Ignoring the pain in his chest, he struggled to rise, attempting to slip into the nearby bamboo grove. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, a pressure far beyond his imagination, as if an invisible hand was pinning him down, rendering even his fingertips immobile. Changge emerged slowly from the bamboo grove, casually munching on a handful of sunflower seeds. His tone tinged with exasperation. Stop running. You're exhausting me in your haste. You do realize that barging into someone else's sect in the dead of night and attempting to flee after scanning the area is not a bargain that comes easily, right? Crushed by the oppressive force, the white-clad man's knees buckled, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks as he regarded the calm young man before him. Glancing up at the predatory golden-winged rock above and the azure sky bull beside him, leisurely chewing on spiritual rice and watching the spectacle, despair filled his heart. He had not merely intruded upon the Qingxian sect, he had trespassed into one of the premier forbidden grounds of the Xianhuang Great World. Had he known the purple bamboo peak was fraught with such peril, he wouldn't have dared to approach even with tenfold courage. Drenched in cold sweat, the white-clad man surveyed the encirclement before him, realizing that any attempt to flee would be futile. With great effort, he forced a smile that was more painful than tears, his voice trembling as he spoke. Greetings. Might I ask if this is the purple bamboo peak? Chapter 78. The news of the purple bamboo Taoist. As the words escaped his lips, he himself found them absurd. Yet at this moment, aside from feigning ignorance, he could conceive of no other course of action. Changge gazed at the man in white robes, and a fleeting golden light flickered in his eyes as the eye of discerning illusions quietly awakened. The information regarding the individual before him instantaneously became vividly clear. Name: Ling Su. Identity: Elder of the Lingxiao Holy Land. Region: Central Domain. Cultivation level: Peak of the Saint Realm. Aptitude: Low-grade Saint. Technique: Lingxiao Thunder Control Technique. Upon absorbing this information, A sliver of doubt arose within Gu Changge. The Lingxiao Holy Land, situated far in the central domain, it bore no connection to the Qingxian sect of the eastern domain. What could possibly compel them to dispatch a peak, Saint Realm Elder to seek out the purple bamboo peak? In an instant, his spiritual sense surged forth, traversing billions of miles through the void, swiftly enveloping the Lingxiao Holy Land in the central domain. Deep within the Holy Land, only 3 great Saint Realm cultivators emitted faint auras, exuding a palpable sense of decay and desperation, while an imperial weapon suppressing the sect intermittently radiated a hint of imperial might. There was a semblance of depth, albeit meager. Gu Changge retracted his spiritual sense, his tone calm, yet imbued with pressure. Speak. What brings you to intrude upon my purple bamboo peak at such an hour? As Ling Su felt the piercing gaze of Gu Changge sweep over him, he sensed that his secrets had been laid bare. However, the inherent pride of a Holy Land elder still lingered within him. Mustering his strength, he raised his head and stammered, I merely wish to pay a visit. Very well. If you choose not to speak, then there is no need to continue. Gu Changge interjected, his fingertips subtly moving, causing the pressure weighing upon Ling Su to intensify abruptly, rendering his breathing labored and his chest feeling as though it were crushed beneath a mountain. Ling Su's complexion turned pale in an instant, his earlier bravado dissipating, and he hastily pleaded for mercy. I shall speak. I shall speak. I came in search of the purple bamboo Taoist. The purple bamboo Taoist? Gu Changge's movement ceased, and for the first time, a clear ripple of emotion surfaced in his eyes. His master? It was the purple bamboo Taoist who had brought him to the purple bamboo peak upon his arrival in this world, bequeathing upon him the position of peak master. He had been the guiding light during Gu Changge's brief sojourn here, and despite their limited time together, he had left an indelible mark upon Gu Changge's heart. Later, as Gu Changge ascended to the realm of the emperor, his consciousness spread across the vast expanse of the Xianhuang Great World. Yet he could never find a trace of the purple bamboo Taoist. To think that today, he would hear news of his master from the lips of an elder from a holy land in the central domain. Seeing Gu Changge's expression soften, Ling Su hurriedly continued. The purple bamboo Taoist is a wandering cultivator from the central domain, possessed of unparalleled aptitude. None of his contemporaries could match him. He swallowed hard, reminiscing about the past. Eventually, an ancient secret realm was unearthed, prompting the major holy lands to dispatch their strongest to seize its treasures. The purple bamboo Taoist, relying solely on his strength, managed to snatch the most coveted artifact from amidst a throng of holy land powerhouses. From that moment on, the various holy lands united to hunt him down. He fought and fled, sustaining numerous injuries, and ultimately vanished. Ling Su's voice lowered, tinged with complexity. A decade ago, one of our elders from the Lingxiao Holy Land fortuitously ventured to the eastern domain on business, and sensed the purple bamboo Taoist's aura, engaging him in battle. That elder was my close friend. In the end, he was slain by the purple bamboo Taoist, but before his demise, he transmitted a message using his life essence, stating that the purple bamboo Taoist had also suffered grave injuries and was hiding in the eastern domain. The eastern domain stretches infinitely, and with merely a piece of information, it is impossible to conduct a search. We, the sacred land, have sought for a decade, and only recently did we discover that the purple bamboo Taoist has a profound fondness for purple bamboo. It was only when I learned that the Qingxian sect possesses a grove of purple bamboo that I hastened here overnight. Gu Changge listened in silence, his fingertips no longer stirring the spiritual fruit. What is that treasure? Ling Su, noticing Gu Changge's grave expression, dared not withhold any detail and promptly elaborated. It is a spatial treasure known as the Chaos Realm Crystal. Legend has it that this artifact can transcend spatial constraints and forcefully breach the barriers between realms. In the past, various factions frantically sought it, hoping to use it to explore the mysteries beyond realms, only to have it snatched away by the purple bamboo Taoist from a group of sacred land experts. The Chaos Realm Crystal? Gu Changge's fingers abruptly halted, a tempest rising within his heart. A treasure capable of breaking through the barriers of realms. No wonder his master was pursued all those years ago. He had often wondered how, with his peak emperor-level power, his master could not be found in this realm. Previously, he had assumed that his master was gravely injured and had already passed on. However, upon reflection, could it be that his master used the Chaos Realm Crystal to breach the barriers of this world and ventured into other great realms? As this thought emerged, Gu Changge felt a mixture of relief and concern. It seems his master has not fallen. When might he see that guide again, who had led him onto the path of cultivation after merely a few days of companionship? Suddenly, he recalled Xianyangzi, who had shared a deep bond with his master in the past. Now that he had news of his master, he ought to inform Xianyangzi. Without hesitation, Gu Changge's consciousness disregarded the layers of restrictions surrounding the Qingxian sect's forbidden grounds, directly probing into the secluded realm deep within the sect. Within the secret realm, Xianyangzi was seated in meditation, surrounded by a dense aura of spiritual energy, having just broken through to the mid-stage of the Saint realm. Upon sensing Gu Changge's consciousness, he was momentarily stunned, but as he discerned the words purple bamboo Taoist, he suddenly opened his eyes. The spiritual energy around him became tumultuous, and without a moment's delay, he concluded his meditation. Skipping even the time needed to stabilize his cultivation, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of Purple Bamboo Peak. In just a brief moment, Xianyangzi's figure appeared above Purple Bamboo Peak, the pressure of his mid-stage Saint realm still not completely concealed. As he landed, he eagerly grasped Gu Changge's arm, exclaiming, "Changge, is what you said true? Is there news of Brother Purple Bamboo?" At this moment, the golden-winged rock above had already silently retracted its presence, transforming back into a palm-sized little black bird, flapping its wings innocently on Gu Changge's shoulder. Meanwhile, the azure sky ox in the spiritual field had long since quietly fallen asleep, leaving only its azure golden rear exposed, pretending to be in deep slumber. Ling Su, who had previously been sprawled on the ground gasping for breath, suddenly lifted his head upon sensing Xianyangzi's aura. His pupils constricted sharply, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the, another Saint realm?" He stared at the mid-stage Saint realm aura emanating from Xianyangzi, rendered utterly speechless. Before coming here, he had specifically researched the powers of the Eastern Domain, and the Qingxian sect could only be considered a mid-tier force among the 7 great factions of Xianzhou, lacking even a notable king-level practitioner, let alone a Saint realm expert. But now, at first, he could not comprehend the realm before him. Yet he effortlessly subdued his mysterious adversary. Then came the ancient divine beast, the golden-winged Great Peng, and the sage-level blue sky wild bull. Now, yet another practitioner of the sage realm appeared. Ling Su pinched his thigh with force, wincing in pain, still unable to believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. His mind was a chaotic tempest, and he could not help but scream internally, "Am I the one who has lost my sanity? Or has this vast world of Xianyuan gone mad? How could such a small and inconspicuous state in the eastern region conceal so many formidable figures?" Had he known that the Qingxian sect was so terrifying, even if the Lord of Ling Xiao's sacred land were to threaten him with a blade, he would never have dared to come. Chapter 79. It would be a pity to let the one chasing after master remain. As Xianyangzi landed, his gaze swept over the limp form of Ling Su. Upon sensing the peak sage aura emanating from him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! The peak of the sage realm? How could you have been subdued so effortlessly? A tumult of emotions surged within him. He had just broken through to the mid-stage of the sage realm, and there remained a vast chasm between him and the peak. This individual was so easily suppressed. What level was Changge truly at? Xianyangzi cast a furtive glance at the composed Gu Changge beside him, his thoughts in disarray. Hadn't it been said that the difference in their cultivation was minimal? Yet how could such a trivial gap allow him to so easily overpower a peak sage? No. Could it be that what was previously described as a minor difference was, in fact, an insurmountable chasm? As that thought took root, his astonishment deepened. Gu Changge seemed oblivious to his turmoil, gently patting the back of his hand. His tone calm, yet penetrating, each word resonating deeply within Ling Su's heart. This man is named Ling Su, an elder of the Ling Xiao sacred land in the central region. Gasp! The Ling Xiao sacred land? The central region? Xianyangzi furrowed his brow, instinctively repeating the words. It was far too distant. He had never heard of it. How could the sacred land of the central region be connected to the purple bamboo? He had known the purple bamboo for many years and had never heard of any ties to the sacred land of the central region. Soon after, Gu Changge recounted the tale of how the Taoist of purple bamboo had seized the Chaos Realm crystal in the central region, prompting a relentless pursuit by the major sacred lands, leading him to flee to the eastern region. This is outrageous. Upon hearing this, Xianyangzi could no longer contain his fury, slamming his thigh, unleashing a pressure from his mid-stage sage realm that caused the leaves of the purple bamboo to rustle violently. Were it not for the formation at Purple Bamboo Peak, capable of isolating all fluctuations of aura, this pressure alone would have left everyone in the Qingxian sect prostrate on the ground. The sacred land of the central region truly overstepped its bounds. Treasures rightfully belonged to those deserving, and since the Chaos Realm crystal was acquired by Purple Bamboo, it was his fortune. You high and mighty sacred lands, with your pretentious moral posturing, banding together to hunt down a lone cultivator and traversing millions of miles to pursue him to the eastern region, do you not have any shame? His anger mounted with each word as he pointed at Ling Su on the ground, his voice trembling. You disciples of Ling Xiao's sacred land are truly despicable. Even after the purple bamboo has been gravely injured and retreated to the eastern region, You still refuse to relent? Ling Su trembled in fear from his wrath, shrinking on the ground and not daring to speak. Xianyangzi was about to unleash another tirade when Gu Changge gently tugged at his sleeve. Senior brother, remain calm. Since someone has come to us willingly, it is an opportune moment to eliminate him and perhaps even experience what it feels like to vanquish a peak sage. Gu Changge's tone was as calm as if she were casually suggesting picking a spirit fruit, her fingertips idly brushing over the armrest of the bamboo chair. Xianyangzi was momentarily taken aback by her words, instinctively glancing at Ling Su on the ground, his brow furrowing even deeper. Killed? This was a revered elder of the sacred land, a peak sage. There were scarcely a few individuals of such caliber in the entire Xianhuang world. To kill him would be a tremendous waste. Moreover, if the Lingxiao sacred land were to learn of this, they might send even stronger individuals in retaliation. Before he could finish his thought, the Wangu Tian Jiao tower beside him suddenly clicked open. Xiao Ruobai burst out, wielding the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, its tip still glistening with the residual spiritual energy of the phantom. Just as he was about to exclaim, "I remember you, Emperor Qi Shao," he heard the words peak sage killed and instantly froze in place, the halberd clattering to the ground, causing the soil of the spiritual field to tremble. He blinked vigorously and rubbed his overheated ears, staring at Ling Su with a quivering voice. Master? Master? Did you just say peak sage? The kind that can shatter half of Xianzhou with a single slap? And you want to kill him? As he spoke, he crouched down to scrutinize the old man before him, who appeared withered and frail, far from the legendary peak sage capable of turning the tides of the world. Before Gu Changge could respond, he looked up and scratched his head. Wait, Master, our Qingxian sect doesn't even have a king realm. And yet we wish to kill a peak sage? Am I imagining things? Gu Changge cast him a glance, casually unleashing a gentle force that lifted him as if he were a chick, sending him back into the tower. Adult matters. Children should not meddle. Go inside and practice 20 more rounds. The tower door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and Xiao Ruobai's voice, tinged with grievance, echoed from within. Master, I was just asking. A peak sage. Let me see just one more time. Ling Su listened to Xiao Ruobai's cries, and then glanced at Gu Changge's nonchalant demeanor. A wave of despair surged from his feet to the top of his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He frantically rummaged through his storage ring, his nails turning pale from the strain, his voice tinged with a sob. Fellow Taoist, spare me. I have treasures. I will give you all my treasures. Please do not kill me. With that, he unleashed a flurry of items radiating rich spiritual energy that clattered to the ground. A heart-protecting mirror embedded with shards of starlight glimmered faintly. A jade vial filled with liquid spiritual energy pulsed with a golden halo. And a half-bone inscribed with ancient runes emitted a subtle resonance of Dao. These are all my cherished sacred treasures. And this? He trembled as he produced a dark golden token, the words Lingxiao prominently displayed upon it. This is the Elder's token of the sacred land. It can mobilize all external resources. I will give it all to you. Everything. He stared intently at Gu Changge's face, scarcely daring to breathe loudly, terrified of rejection. Yet Gu Changge merely glanced at the treasures strewn across the ground, her fingertips still idly brushing the bamboo chair's armrest, her tone laced with mockery. Are you foolish? If I were to kill you, wouldn't all these treasures simply belong to me? Why would I need to haggle with you? This statement poured over Ling Su like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope. He trembled all over, cold sweat trickling down his spine, his mind racing. Suddenly, he crawled a couple of steps forward, his voice cracking. I am useful. I still have worth. I am a peak sage. I can fight. I can infiltrate the Lingxiao sacred land for you. As he spoke, he stealthily cast a glance at Gu Changge, his fingers tightly gripping the hem of his garment. This was his final opportunity. Should he be rejected once more, his fate would be sealed. At that moment, Xuanyangzi's eyes suddenly brightened as he hurriedly tugged at Gu Changge's sleeve, his fingertips instinctively pointing towards Lingxiu, his voice barely above a whisper. Changge, why not use the soul-snatching technique to control him? Keeping him as an undercover agent could not only help us uncover the secrets of the Lingxiao sacred land, but also allow us to disseminate false information to mislead them. If we kill him now, the sacred land might send even stronger individuals to investigate, complicating matters further. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with hope at the feasibility of this plan, casting a furtive glance at Lingxiu, convinced that they could finally put this peak saint to good use and not let it go to waste. Upon hearing about the soul-snatching technique, Lingxiu's previously despondent eyes ignited with fervor, his breath quickening. Yes, I am willing. I will absolutely obey. Please. While his brother's words bore semblance to reason, Gu Changge's voice leisurely resonated, abruptly shifting in tone as he intensified his stance. With a resounding crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply across Zizhu Peak. As Lingshu's dantian was instantaneously crushed to dust, the lingering pressure of a saint dissipating like a receding tide. He collapsed to the ground like a marionette stripped of its strings, coughing blood, the light in his eyes extinguished. Xuanyangzi's words caught in his throat. His mouth had barely opened when he witnessed a flicker of azure light dart from Guchanga's fingertips, fast enough to elude the naked eye. Lingshu barely had time to utter a final plea for mercy before his body was reduced to a cloud of ash, leaving behind a pile of sacred treasures on the ground, still shimmering with an unheated spiritual glow. It was a pity to let the pursuers of the master remain. Chapter 80. The bewildered master of Lingxiao Xuanyangzi fixated on the treasures still glimmering on the ground and the residual traces left behind, his pupils narrowing for an extended moment. He finally exhaled slowly, his voice tinged with stiffness. You acted rather swiftly. He raised a hand to massage his temples, not dwelling on why Guchanga had acted so suddenly. Instead, he furrowed his brow, pacing a few steps, his fingertips absent-mindedly tapping against his palm. Now trouble loomed. The Lingxiao sacred land had lost a peak elder and would undoubtedly launch an investigation. Although our Qingxian sect has grown somewhat stronger, we still pale in comparison to a sacred land with a legacy spanning millennia. If they dispatched someone at the Saint King level, we would stand no chance. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding purple bamboos as his mind raced through calculations. We must promptly reinforce the sect's formation and gather the core disciples near the forbidden area. Furthermore, we need to send people to other forces in Xianzhou to probe if the Lingxiao sacred land has spies in the eastern region. Changge, while you are formidable, the imperial weapons of the sacred land are no trifling matter. If a confrontation arises, before he could finish, he noticed Guchanga reclining in a bamboo chair, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his gaze imbued with a gentle yet resigned warmth. It dawned on Xuanyangzi how tense he had been, causing his cheeks to flush. Yet he persisted, I am not overreacting. The depths of the sacred land are too profound to ignore. Brother, you are indeed a competent sect leader. Guchanga suddenly spoke, his tone laced with genuine admiration. However, it was not as complicated as it seemed. He rose to his feet and gently patted Xuanyangzi on the shoulder. Follow me. Xuanyangzi, momentarily bewildered by the meaning of not so complicated, found himself enveloped by a gentle yet irresistible force, causing the world around him to spin in dizzying disarray. He scarcely had time to close his eyes before the soothing breeze, once infused with the elegant fragrance of the bamboo on Zizhu Peak, transformed into an unfamiliar wind, rich with spiritual essence. In the blink of an eye, the sensation of vertigo dissipated. Xuanyangzi suddenly regained his balance, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy to protect himself. When he looked up, he froze in place, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a spiritual fruit. Below him sprawled a magnificent array of undulating architecture, each palace constructed from white jade, with wind chimes at the eaves radiating a faint, sacred majesty. In the distance, mist-cloaked peaks loomed, where one could vaguely discern the figures of emperor-level cultivators weaving through the clouds. What astonished him even more were the pervasive, oppressive auras emanating from the depths of the sacred land. Those were the fluctuations of the sacred king realm, perhaps even the great sacred realm. Moreover, there lay an artifact slumbering deep within the palatial complex, which, despite its dormant state, sent shivers coursing through his very soul. Xuanyangzi's voice trembled as he confirmed the reality of his surroundings, turning abruptly to the composed Guchanga. Changge, where on earth are we? Guchanga casually pointed to the white jade palaces below, where the four gilded characters spelling Lingxiao sacred land gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. His tone was as relaxed as if he were simply introducing his backyard. Behold, this is the Lingxiao sacred land. As Xuanyangzi followed his gesture and beheld the four characters, a thunderous realization struck his mind, as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He staggered back a step, staring at Guchanga with disbelief. You actually brought me directly above the Lingxiao sacred land. This is the sacred land of the central domain, millions of miles away from the eastern domain. How could you? His words faltered, unable to articulate the impossibility of traversing such vast distances while evading the sacred land's formations and the perception of great sacred beings. Xuanyangzi felt dry-mouthed, gazing at Guchanga as if he were some sort of monster. Observing Xuanyangzi's astonished demeanor, Guchanga smirked slightly, offering no further explanation. Instead, he raised his right hand and, with a nonchalant gesture akin to picking up a stone from the roadside, directed it towards the Lingxiao sacred land below. Before Xuanyangzi could comprehend the movement, he witnessed a faint glow emanating from Guchanga's palm, piercing through the clouds and plunging towards the core palace of the sacred land. In the next moment, the light enveloped a figure that ascended rapidly, landing effortlessly before the two of them in the blink of an eye. Xuanyangzi took a closer look and was immediately taken aback. The individual was clad in silk pajamas embroidered with golden thread, hair tousled and face still bearing the remnants of slumber. A hint of unclean drool lingered at the corner of their mouth, resembling a child forcibly pulled from their cozy bed. Who dares to disturb my tranquil slumber? The individual rubbed their eyes, their voice tinged with drowsiness and the languid arrogance characteristic of those in power. However, upon lowering their hands and perceiving the scene before them, they froze in astonishment. They blinked in confusion, glanced down at their sleepwear, then surveyed the vast emptiness above and the sacred grounds of Lingxiao below, their mind utterly overwhelmed. Who are you? They pointed at Changge, their voice wavering, and then abruptly touched their own face. Who am I? Oh right, I am the Lord of Lingxiao. No. Wait, wasn't I asleep? As they spoke increasingly in disarray, they even pinched their thigh, wincing in pain, which jolted them awake. This is not a dream. The biting cold wind at such heights struck their face, the familiar architecture of Lingxiao below, and the faint pressure emanating from the two unfamiliar cultivators nearby all confirmed one undeniable truth. They had been abducted. Who is this person? How could they have silently evaded the sacred grounds formations and the ancestors' awareness, directly capturing me? The Lord of Lingxiao took a deep breath, forcibly calming the tumult within. Straightening their back, even clad in wrinkled sleepwear, they endeavored to project the dignity of the sacred grounds master. May I inquire who you two are? Why have you brought me here? Are you aware that I am the Lord of Lingxiao? Do you wish to oppose the entire Lingxiao sacred ground? Though their words were defiant, their fingertips quietly gathered spiritual energy within their sleeves, attempting to activate the communication jade talisman hidden in the dark pocket of their sleepwear to summon the ancestors of the sacred ground for assistance. Simultaneously, they secretly urged the spiritual connection with the sacred ground's imperial weapon, hoping to awaken the slumbering artifact. Even the slightest hint of imperial might could serve to intimidate the adversaries. Yet, in the next moment, they realized that their spiritual energy had vanished into the void. The communication talisman remained unresponsive, and the connection with the imperial weapon's spirit was severed by an invisible barrier, leaving them utterly disconnected. The Lord of Lingxiao's expression changed drastically as they suddenly looked up at Changge, only to find that the latter was observing their sleeve with a bemused smile, casually twirling a wisp of azure light with their fingertips. The Lord maintained composure, even in captivity, still contemplating communication and summoning the imperial weapon. As the words left Changge's lips, they lightly snapped their fingers, and the azure light descended upon the Lord of Lingxiao. The latter felt a sudden numbness. Their internal spiritual energy instantaneously bound, rendering them incapable of moving even a finger. Helplessly watching as Changge effortlessly retrieved the communication talisman from their sleepwear and crushed it with ease. The Lord of Lingxiao was both astonished and furious, yet could only muster the strength to conceal their panic. What do you intend to do? If it is resources or treasures you seek, Lingxiao's sacred ground can provide them. If it is a matter of grievances, feel free to state your terms. Chapter 81. I am Ling Kanglin, here to pay my respects to the master of Xianyang. Changge, upon hearing this, did not reply, yet a flicker of faint golden radiance suddenly flashed in their eyes. The eye of breaking illusions quietly unfurled, revealing every intricate pattern of spiritual energy swirling around the Lord of Lingxiao, the protective insignia hidden deep within their consciousness, and even the imprints of the sacred ground's legacy embedded in their bloodline, all laid bare before Changge's gaze. Name: Ling Kanglin. Cultivation: mid-stage of Saint King realm. Talent: middle grade of Saint level. Physique: celestial spirit body. Comprehension: superior. Disposition: cunning and devious. Changge's gaze lingered momentarily on the phrase cunning and devious. What manner of disposition is this? He raised his eyes to observe Ling Kanglin, who still endeavored to maintain the dignity of the Lord of the sacred land. Yet his eyes incessantly darted about, evidently searching for a means of escape. Changge felt a surge of intrigue. Indeed, he was no ordinary character. And I shall see how cunning you truly are. Seeing that Changge remained silent, the Lord of Lingxiao felt an inexplicable chill as he scanned the surroundings with a penetrating gaze, just as he was about to issue a threat, warning that if they dared to harm him, the Lingxiao sacred land would retaliate with all its might. He noticed Changge's attention shifting towards him. A vast consciousness, reminiscent of a starry ocean, surged forth like a tidal wave, and before he could react, it crashed into his sea of consciousness. You dare! The Lord of Lingxiao was both astonished and enraged, as two brilliant beams of light erupted within his mind. One was the soul-subduing jade he had discovered in a secret realm during his early years, capable of shattering the consciousness of those in the Saint King realm. The other was the protective soul formation mark of the Lingxiao sacred land, which had withstood full-force assaults from late-stage Saint Kings for millennia. Yet, these two defenses, which he considered his life-saving trump cards, were as fragile as paper before Gu Changge's consciousness, shattering into oblivion with a mere flick. Unhindered, the consciousness invaded the sea of awareness, and the Lord of Lingxiao felt an excruciating, tearing pain in his mind, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously stabbing him. He attempted to mobilize his spiritual energy in resistance, to scream for help, but was immovably pinned in place by an invisible binding force, unable to move even a fingertip. He could only watch helplessly as Gu Changge's consciousness unfurled within his sea of awareness, transforming into a massive azure golden hand that began to execute the soul-snatching technique. No, I am the Lord of Lingxiao. I am the master of the ancient sacred land. How could I be controlled by you? He struggled frantically within the sea of consciousness, his dwindling will coalescing into a small, gilded sword, the heart sword he had refined with the power of the sacred land's legacy, which had once severed heart demons and shattered illusions. As the gilded sword grazed the azure golden hand, it was suddenly gripped by a force that appeared gentle, yet was supremely powerful. The pressure was as light as crushing a dry leaf. Yet it instantaneously shattered the Lord of Lingxiao's will to resist, as the small sword transformed into a myriad of luminous particles. The last vestige of his struggle crumbled like a sandcastle swept away by the tide, utterly subjugated by Gu Changge. Gu Changge's consciousness took this opportunity to explore the depths of Ling Kanglin's memories. When it brushed against a layer of impenetrable darkness deep within, he unexpectedly breached a realm of memories that had never been tread upon before. Upon this discovery, even Gu Changge could not help but inwardly exclaim, "What a revelation!" Ling Kanglin's memories concealed another identity capable of shaking the central domain, the Lord of the Underworld Palace. Gu Changge had heard of this Underworld Palace during his earlier explorations of the Xianhuang Great World. It was a shadowy assassin organization whose ruthless methods rendered even those in the Saint King realm wary of provoking them lightly. 30 years ago, a venerable elder of a prominent power in the central domain had just ascended to the Saint King realm. Before he could even celebrate his achievement, he was ambushed by assassins from the Underworld Palace in the dead of night. His severed head hung at the gate of his sect for 3 days, instilling a profound silence across the entire central domain for half a month. There were even rumors that a revered saint from the sacred land had fallen victim to their specially crafted poison needles. Within this haunting memory, Ling Kanglin was the helm of the Underworld Palace. The imagery was stark and chilling. In his early years at the Lingxiao sacred land, Ling Kanglin, endowed with mid-grade saint-level talent and the Tianling body constitution, was chosen by the elders as a candidate for the Holy Sun. Yet, no one anticipated that this promising candidate would, during an external training expedition, discreetly conceal his identity and assume the name of Tsang, integrating himself into the Underworld Palace. He deliberately suppressed the formidable aura of a sacred land cultivator, presenting himself merely as an ordinary loose cultivator, and began his ascent from the lowest echelons of the assassin ranks. With an understanding far surpassing his peers and a ruthless demeanor, he rapidly made a name for himself within 3 short years amidst the brutality of life and death. Ascending atop the corpses of countless adversaries, he climbed from a mere assassin to the position of left envoy of the Underworld in just 50 years, earning the respect of even the elder members within the palace. A century ago, seizing the opportunity while the old palace master was in seclusion attempting a breakthrough, he instigated a rebellion. By merging the secret arts of the Lingxiao sacred land with the soul-corroding poison of the Underworld Palace, he obliterated the millennia-old palace master, trampling on his remnants to claim the throne, all while the most loyal elders of the palace remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. Even more ingeniously, he operated on dual fronts. By day, he was the exalted lord of the Lingxiao sacred land, wielding the sect's power to suppress rivals within the Underworld Palace, executing the act of eradicating the assassin organization with impeccable precision. By night, he transformed into the master of the Underworld Palace, orchestrating assassinations of dissenters within the sacred land. Gu Changge's consciousness traversed this memory, witnessing Ling Kanglin nurturing the assassins of the Underworld Palace with the resources of the sacred land, while simultaneously clearing obstacles within the sacred land through the very hands of these assassins. Mastering the art of leveraging strength against strength, Gu Changge marveled inwardly, realizing the depth of cunning displayed, recognizing that even Xian Yangzi, the venerable ancestor of the Qingxian sect, was outmatched by Ling Kanglin's ruthlessness. Bearing the identity of the sacred land's master, he sat firmly upon the throne of the assassin organization, undetected even by the core elders of the Lingxiao sacred land. It was no wonder that the broken illusion divine I marked his character as shrewd and cunning. This was not merely cunning, but a masterful manipulation of the entire central domain. Had it not been for the encounter with someone like Gu Changge, his schemes might have continued unchallenged. Ling Kanglin could indeed have leveraged this dual identity to bask in the glory of the Sacred Land's master while covertly wielding control over the Underworld Palace, turning the central domain of the Xian Huang Great World into his personal garden. Changge initially contemplated using the soul-seizing technique to subdue this individual and hand him over to Xian Yangzi for resolution, although the technique could firmly grasp him. Given Ling Kanglin's adeptness, it was uncertain whether the sect master could maintain control in the future. Thus, Changge mused that an additional layer of security was prudent. Since you relish so many identities, it would not be excessive for me to grant you yet another. Changge's consciousness wandered within his sea of consciousness, commencing the alteration of his memories. The originally captured and coerced imagery was meticulously overwritten, replaced by a narrative that felt as though it had been etched into his very bones. In the scene, he had been a covert agent of the Qingxian sect embedded within the Lingxiao sacred land since childhood, secretly nurtured by a mysterious elder. Gradually, he took control of the Lingxiao sacred land, meticulously adhering to the directives of the Qingxian sect, enduring humiliation and hardships while awaiting the call. His ascension to the position of the Hall Master of the Netherworld Palace was also covertly supported by the Qingxian sect. Are you a person of the Qingxian sect? The Lingxiao sacred lord's resistance within his consciousness dissipated entirely, his expression transforming from fear to bewilderment and gradually evolving into reverence, culminating in an expression of complete loyalty. His voice trembling with uncontainable excitement. After merely the span of half a stick of incense, Changge retracted his consciousness, and the azure light at his fingertips gradually faded. He raised his hand to brush away non-existent dust from his sleeve, and the confinement of spiritual power within the Lingxiao sacred lord was subsequently lifted. The sacred lord staggered slightly but harbored no thoughts of escape. Instead, he knelt before Xian Yangzi with a thud, his head bowed low, hands pressed upon his knees. His back straight, yet radiating utter submission, his voice steady, yet quivering with suppressed emotion. I am Ling Kanglin, paying my respects to the sect master of Xianyang. For 3 centuries, I have lurked within the Lingxiao sacred land, yearning day and night for the day of rejoining. Today, I finally behold the true visage of the sect master. I am profoundly honored. The next chapter will be updated at noon. Chapter 82, Struck It Rich. Indeed, this time it is a tremendous fortune. Xian Yangzi stared at the kneeling Ling Kanglin, his entire being frozen in place, his fingers unconsciously digging into his palm. Even forgetting to breathe, he widened his eyes, his throat bobbing several times before he managed to stammer out a tremulous phrase. What in the world? His voice was urgent and hoarse, tinged with disbelief. What is happening here? Xian Yangzi took a couple of steps forward, then abruptly retreated half a step, his gaze darting back and forth between Ling Kanglin and Changge, as though he had encountered a specter. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to contend with the Lingxiao sacred land, and in the blink of an eye, this sacred lord, who could instill fear in the powers of the central domain, was referring to himself as a subordinate. Particularly upon hearing that Ling Kanglin had been lurking within the Lingxiao sacred land for 3 centuries, yearning to rejoin, Xian Yangzi felt as if his mind had exploded, the world before him spinning. Inside, his thoughts were in turmoil. The Qingxian sect could still be considered a major sect in the eastern region, yet it seemed rather ordinary across the entire eastern domain. How could they have possessed the ability to embed an agent in the central domain's sacred land 3 centuries ago? But then, he suddenly clenched his fists. Could it have been orchestrated by the ancestors of the sect? Had they, with such foresight, laid this hidden strategy long ago? 3 centuries of lurking, allowing an agent to take charge of the central domain's sacred land, and even control the Netherworld Palace. Such a maneuver was astoundingly formidable. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. He was well aware of the limitations of the ancestors' capabilities. Unable to resist, he glanced down at the sect's robe he wore, then cast a sidelong glance at Ling Kanglin, feeling his temples throb. Turning to Changge, his tone was laden with uncertainty. Changge, what on earth is going on? Does our sect truly possess such a formidable card up its sleeve? Changge observed Xian Yangzi's expression of astonishment and confusion, and couldn't help but chuckle. What purported trump card does the so-called old ancestor possess? It is merely the soul-seizing technique that has ensnared him, accompanied by a slight modification of his memories, rendering him utterly obedient. Modify his memory? Xian Yangzi's voice suddenly escalated, only to be hastily subdued, his gaze fixed intently upon Changge. This individual is undeniably at the Saint King level, commanding a holy ground in the central domain. His consciousness is of a caliber far beyond that of a mere saint. Ordinary methods can not only alter memories, even breaching the consciousness sea is a formidable challenge. Yet, at this moment, Ling Kanglin remains kneeling, his spine rigid, the loyalty in his eyes devoid of any pretense. evidently perceiving the fabricated past as genuine. Can one truly alter the memories of a Saint King? Xian Yangzi's expression transformed entirely as he regarded Gu Changge, as if beholding an unfathomable deity. Changge, your prowess is indeed terrifying. Is this still my adorable little junior? Reflecting on the early days at Zizhu Peak, when he often looked after this junior alongside several peak masters. How did he transform into such an extraordinary figure in the blink of an eye? Xian Yangzi quietly clenched his fist, his thoughts racing like a swiftly turning abacus. Previously, he had protected his junior, but now it seemed imperative to cling tightly to this formidable ally. Observing the myriad changes in Xian Yangzi's expression, Gu Changge casually added, "By the way, this individual's identity is rather remarkable. He is not merely the Lord of Lingxiao, but also the master of the Nether Palace." The Nether Palace? Xian Yangzi's gaze momentarily faltered, followed by a furrowed brow, as if sifting through fragmented memories. Are you referring to that clandestine organization known for its assassination activities? Having spent a substantial part of his life in the Eastern Domain, he had heard of this force in his earlier years. Known for their ruthless methods, they would even take contracts from those at the saint level, yet they remained exceedingly secretive. Apart from the name Nether Palace, no one could clearly ascertain their exact location. At the time, he had dismissed it, never anticipating that the master of this organization would be the very Lord of Lingxiao kneeling before him. Gu Changge inclined his chin, gesturing towards Ling Kanglin. You may inquire of him. He knows more than I do. Xian Yangzi swiftly turned to the still kneeling Ling Kanglin, suppressing his shock, striving to maintain the demeanor of a sect master. What is the nature of the Nether Palace? As the Lord of Lingxiao, why do you preside over this organization? Ling Kanglin bowed his head in response, his tone respectful. In response to the sect master, the Nether Palace is a clandestine assassin organization in the Central Domain. I infiltrated it under an alias years ago and gradually took control of its influence. With each revelation, Xian Yangzi's pupils constricted further, and upon hearing that they dared to assassinate even those at the Saint King level, he inhaled sharply. He had initially believed that acquiring a Lord of Lingxiao was sufficiently astounding, only to discover something even more explosive. The trump card he held was heavier than he had imagined. So, it turns out he had secured not only a master of a holy ground, but also the leader of an assassin organization. As Ling Kanglin concluded his statement, he immediately raised his hand towards his left index finger. A storage ring, entirely black and inscribed with subtle spiritual patterns, adorned his finger. Though unassuming, it subtly radiated the aura of a sacred artifact. He carefully removed the ring, cradling it in both hands as he presented it to Xian Yangzi. His tone filled with reverence. Master, within this storage ring lies the treasures I have accumulated during my years overseeing the Lingxiao sacred land and the Underworld Palace. Today, I present them all to the